What the hell? Lin Chen shot up from the ground so abruptly that his head almost slammed into the floating crystal above him, a cluster that radiated an eerie violet glow. 3 seconds earlier he had been lounging on his own sofa with his legs crossed when a game ad for Lord Era popped up on his phone screen, flashing the line, "Click to receive an SS-grade hero." 3 seconds later the world spun, darkness and blinding light alternated before his eyes, and he found himself lying on a desolate wasteland carpeted with dark violet moss. Then a cold mechanical voice exploded directly in his mind, utterly devoid of emotion. Ding! Global announcement. Lord Era has officially descended. All humans on Blue Star have completed planar transfer. Each lord will receive initial Territory 1, Summoning Core 1, then a 3-day novice protection period. Initial distance between territories over 1,000 kilometers. Strive to survive and unlock more functions. Before Lin Chen could react, a series of semi-transparent light screens popped up at the lower right of his vision. Personal panel, territory panel, world channel, regional channel. The sleek high-tech interface looked not just similar to the browser games he used to play but practically identical. "No way are we doing this for real," he muttered as he pushed himself up, brushing off the coarse homespun tunic that had automatically appeared on his body. He looked around. Desolation stretched in all directions. Aside from a crude thatched hut in the center, which was probably the so-called initial territory, only the floating violet crystal provided any light. A prompt sounded again in his mind. "Please touch the summoning core to awaken your territory attributes and activate your first summoning." Lin Chen stepped closer to the violet crystal. The thing felt warm to the touch, its surface coursing with liquid light patterns. The moment his hand rested on it, a deep hum resounded. The crystal erupted in a blinding flash. A beam of light shot straight into the sky, piercing through the gray murky firmament above. At the same time chimes clanged non-stop in Lin Chen's head. Territory attributes awakening, detecting special soul fluctuations, matching in progress. Warning, abnormal compatibility detected. Rematching, match failed, forced override in progress. Congratulations! You have awakened a unique hidden territory, Chaos Grade Myriad Sins Divine Domain Embryonic Form. Current rank Spirit Realm, early stage upgradable. Trait 1 Womb of Sin, all attributes of sin affinity creatures within the territory 50. Trait 2 A Nest of the 7 Sins, only heroes of the 7 deadly sins can be summoned and nurtured. Trait 3 Locked. Remark: sin is also the source of power, left behind by a certain chaos ancient god who prefers to remain unnamed. Lin Chen blinked. Unique. Chaos grade? Before he could mull it over, the world channel had already exploded. World channel anonymous mode enabled by default, messages flooded his view. Help. I awakened an Great Barren Wasteland Resource Production 30. How am I supposed to play like this? Don't cry upstairs. I got in a great drafty shack, defense is basically 0. A stray wild dog almost flipped my hut just now. Great Flame Valley reporting in. Fire attribute bonus 20, anyone want to form a party? Damn luck god upstairs. Let me bask in your good fortune. Wait, did you guys see that violet pillar of light in the northeast just now? I could see it from 2,000 kilometers away. What was that? Where's the system announcement? Did someone awaken a high-grade territory with no announcement? There really was none. Lin Chen stared at his crude territory panel, then at the wails and complaints flooding the world channel, and suddenly grinned. Got it. I've triggered a hidden storyline. He stroked his chin, nodding toward the empty air. Low-key. Keeping a low profile is the real way to go. The next second, however, the summoning core began to vibrate again. First summoning rite has been unlocked. Please inject spiritual power into the summoning core to call forth your first hero. Note: summoning results are influenced by territory attributes, lord aptitude, fate, and other factors. Good luck. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, eyes shining with eagerness. Fate, huh? That I know a thing or two about? He cleared his throat, pressed his palms together, bowed solemnly toward the violet crystal, and began to chant under his breath. Spirits of heaven and earth, hear me now, let a most outrageous streamer descend. No men, no beasts, send me a goddess to carry me. Preferably aloof yet deadly black stockings, long legs, silver hair. Hey, I'm just saying whatever comes to mind. System bro, I'll leave the rest to you. When he finished he shut his eyes, pressed his hand against the crystal and focused. Come. Out. Now. A deafening roar followed. This time the commotion was more than 10 times greater than before. The violet pillar of light instantly transformed into a raging torrent of pure black and silver-white energy surging skyward. The sky above the wasteland was violently torn open, revealing a rift of pitch-black darkness from which 6 immense shadowy wings slowly unfurled, spanning the heavens. Gale winds howled, sand and gravel whipped through the air. Blasted by the storm, Lin Chen couldn't even open his eyes. He clung desperately to a nearby rock, still shouting at the top of his lungs, holy crap, this is a massive pull. At the center of the energy maelstrom a slender figure slowly descended. Silver-white hair cascaded like a waterfall, its tips dyed with the deep black of night. Black armor hugged a body of devastating curves, and behind her 6 wings, 3 pure black like an abyss, 3 silver-white like moonlight, folded in feather by feather. Her toes lightly tapped the ground, and every patch of violet moss on the wasteland instantly withered, crumbling into drifting ash. She opened her eyes. They were vertical pupils the color of molten gold, and wherever her gaze passed the air sizzled as if being scorched. Then her gaze settled on Lin Chen, who was still clutching his rock, his hair blown into a bird's nest. Silence. A long, heavy silence. Lin Chen forced himself to look up, contorting his face into what he believed was his brightest smile. Hi, beauty, have you eaten yet? System prompts flashed. Hero summoning successful. Name Lucifer, sin of pride. Rank spirit realm, peak invincible among the same tier. Loyalty 100 locked, cannot decrease. Evaluation SS grade divine hero. Once the highest seraph of the heavens, she fell from grace and took dominion over the primal sin of pride. She bears an innate contempt for all living beings, yet holds absolute loyalty toward the master she acknowledges. Current mood complicated. Lucifer's molten gold pupils narrowed slightly. She stepped forward, black and silver boots treading on the scorched earth without a sound. She halted before Lin Chen, looking down at him from on high. Lin Chen could feel a pressure so dense it was almost tangible, not hostility but something more like disdain. Then she spoke. Her voice was icy-edged with a metallic timbre, each word falling like a verdict. My name is Lucifer, embodiment of the sin of pride. My lord. She dropped to one knee in a swift, decisive motion, yet when she lifted her gaze to look at Lin Chen, her eyes clearly seemed to say, how are you this week? Lin Chen let out a breath of relief, crawled out from behind the rock and dusted off his clothes. All right, up you get, no need for such grand ceremony. By the way, that entrance effect of yours must have cost a fortune. That gust of wind completely ruined my hairstyle. Lucifer rose, a faint frown creasing her brow. My lord, your safety is more important than your hairstyle. The summoning fluctuations just now have already drawn nearby monsters' attention. As if to verify her words, low bestial roars echoed from the edge of the wasteland. Several boar-like demonic beasts, bodies entirely black and eyes glowing red, pawed at the ground and charged toward them. System text flickered. Demonic boar, spirit realm, early stage. Quantity 5. Threat level low to you personally, extremely high to your thatched hut. They're here to demolish my house. Lin Chen yelped, instantly ducking behind Lucifer with practiced ease. Goddess, go. Defend our property. Lucifer did not even bother to look back. She merely lifted her left hand, extended her index finger toward the charging boar herd, and drew a faint line in the air. There was a soft hiss. 5 hair-thin streaks of silver-black light flashed and vanished. The next second the 5 demonic boars froze mid-charge. Then, starting from their heads, each split neatly into 2 halves and collapsed with twin thuds. The black blood had no time to spurt before the silver flames lingering along the wounds burned it into nothingness. System prompts followed. Your hero Lucifer has slain demonic boar 5. Gained experience slight. Gained materials demonic tusks 10, rough beast hide 5. Special drop sin crystal small 1 exclusive to myriad sins divine domain. At that moment the World Channel issued a global announcement. Global announcement. Congratulations to Lord Lin Chen Anonymous for achieving the first monster kill worldwide. Reward Reputation 100 Special Title Pioneer. The channel boiled over again. What? Someone's already killing monsters? I'm still figuring out how to reinforce my crappy wooden fence. Anonymous Big Shot. Let me hug your thigh. Wait, we've only just descended for a few minutes. How did he manage that? Must have summoned a powerful hero, right? Lin Chen looked at the announcement and chuckled, poking his head out from behind Lucifer. Nice, Sister Lu, we've got the first kill achievement in the bag. Lucifer lowered her hand, her tone flat. Vermin such as these befoul my lord's territory. She turned to look at the sagging thatched hut, her frown deepening. My lord, your dwelling is far too crude. Please permit me to tidy it a little. Before Lin Chen could answer, one of her black wings unfurled lightly behind her. A gentle black wind swept across the thatched hut. In an instant, all the dust on the roof, the cobwebs in the corners, and the weeds around the walls vanished without a trace. The shabby hut did not grow any more luxurious, but at least now it looked habitable. Lin Chen gave her a thumbs up. Professional housekeeping, reliable and efficient. Lucifer's expression remained impassive, but a trace of barely perceptible helplessness flickered in her molten eyes. She walked up to Lin Chen and suddenly reached out a hand. Lin Chen blinked. What are you doing? There is dust on your face, she said. Through the black gauntlet encasing her fingers, Lucifer brushed his cheek with an almost imperceptibly gentle touch, stiff in motion yet meticulous. As my lord, you must maintain a dignified appearance. Her fingers were icy cold, yet the touch carried a strange sense of power. Lin Chen blinked rapidly, then broke into a grin. Sister Lu, you're actually pretty nice. Lucifer withdrew her hand and turned her face away, her voice still cold. It is merely my duty. Yet Lin Chen noticed that the tips of her ears seemed to have turned ever so slightly red. TSK. Sundara. Lucifer Loyalty 100 Stable. Current evaluation of Lord weak yet amusing and the only existence capable of bearing my pride. Must be strictly protected and urged to grow stronger. At the very least he must not be more fragile than that thatched hut. Seeing this hidden prompt pop up, Lin Chen almost burst out laughing. He stretched lazily and looked out over his barren territory, then glanced at the six-winged goddess beside him, who radiated a palpable, keep-away aura. All right then, he said, clapping his hands. The multi-world freeloading journey of an abstract lord officially begins. Sister Lu, I'm counting on you to carry me from here on out. Lucifer inclined her head slightly, her wings unfurling in a subtle stretch behind her. As you wish, my lord. But before that, her gaze swept toward the depths of the wasteland. Please allow me to first clear a safe domain for you. After all, in her molten gold pupils countless restless monster shadows stirred in the distance. Vermin can never truly be wiped out. Lin Chen nodded in wholehearted agreement, then very sensibly retreated to the doorway of the freshly cleaned thatched hut. He sat down on a rock, took out the freshly dropped sin crystal and began to examine it with interest. Fight? Out of the question. When it came to freeloading, he was absolutely serious. Go, Sister Lu. I'll cheer you on from here. 666, he shouted. Lucifer fell silent. Then her six wings flared as one and her figure turned into a streak of black and silver light that shot toward the monster horde. On the wind there drifted the faintest of sighs from her, tinged with disdain yet also resignation. This master was not going to be easy to look after. The black-silver streak that Lucifer had turned into plowed across the wasteland, carving a charred trail into the earth. Wherever it passed, the monsters did not even have time to scream before they disintegrated into drifting ash. Lin Chen sat on a stone at the entrance of the thatched hut, idly toying with a fingernail-sized sin crystal within which black mist seemed to swirl. Squinting, he watched from afar that ruthless, almost overly efficient display of clearing the field. Tisk tisk, that efficiency puts an office cleaner with a vacuum to shame, he muttered, attempting to touch the crystal with his consciousness. Sin crystal small. Origin exclusive drop of the Wanzue Shinyu. Effect 1 can be directly absorbed by heroes of the seven sins, slightly increasing their attributes. Effect 2 can serve as the core fuel for the territorial building, Sin Spring, producing Sin Spring Essence, a higher grade cultivation resource. Effect 3 requires the territory to reach mid-spirit realm to unlock. Currently held 1. Good stuff, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. But this building called Sin Spring, how do I make it? He brought up the territory panel. Territory 1 Zue Xinyu Embryonic. Level Early Spirit Realm. Range radius of 500 meters expands with level. Existing buildings Lord's Hut 1 Crude but Clean Summoning Core 1 First Use Consumed. Constructible buildings requires blueprints or conditions met. 1. Sin Spring Construction Requirements Sin Crystal 10 Stone 100 Wood 50 Lord Level Early Spirit Realm. 2. Wanzue Training Ground Locked. 3. Locked. Resource Reserves Demonized Fangs 10 Possible Stone Substitute. Rough Beast Hides 5 Useless Sin Crystal 1. Still short 9 crystals and a pile of stone and wood. Lin Chen scratched his head. Stone and wood are easy enough, this wasteland is barren but at least I can scavenge some. But crystals. He looked into the distance. Lucifer had already wiped out the last wave of monsters within sight, 3 wild boars larger than the ones before, black she seeping from their tusks, and was folding her wings as she slowly walked back. In her hand she held a longsword condensed from pure light and dark energies, black-silver patterns flowing along the blade unstained by blood. My lord, all threats within a 3-kilometer radius have been eliminated. She stopped before Lin Chen and bowed slightly. A total of 27 monsters were slain, 3 sin crystals dropped along with various other materials. She opened her left hand and 3 black crystals hovered above her palm. Lin Chen happily accepted them. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Sister Lu, you're amazing. He leaned in to take a closer look at Lucifer. You're not hurt, are you? Your clothes aren't torn, right? This armor looks really cool, it'd be a shame if it got scratched. Lucifer fell silent. A faint hint of helplessness flickered through her molten gold vertical pupils. Spirit realm monsters cannot harm me in the slightest. That's good, that's good. Lin Chen tucked the 4 crystals into his chest, though he had no pockets the system automatically stored them, then patted the stone beside him. Come sit for a bit and rest. Lucifer glanced at the rough stone, then at Lin Chen's sincere, if somewhat abstract, smile. After 2 seconds of silence she walked to the stone, but instead of sitting she dropped to one knee, maintaining a posture from which she could draw her sword at any moment. My lord, the territory has just been founded, we must not grow lax. She raised her eyes. While clearing earlier I sensed a somewhat stronger energy fluctuation to the northeast, likely a small resource point or a monster lair. I recommend investigation. No sooner had she finished speaking than the system chimes sounded at just the right moment. Novice quest triggered. Quest name: exterminate the monster leader of the gloomy forest. Quest description: Lord Lin Chen, a forest near your territory has been occupied by monsters. Slay the leader lurking within to prove you are qualified to stand your ground on this wasteland. Quest objective: slay the gloomy wolf king, spirit realm peak. Quest rewards: moderate experience, stone 200, wood 100, territory core upgrade, blueprint mid-spirit realm, random basic building blueprint 1. Failure penalty: none, but your territory will suffer continuous harassment from monsters. Remark: it is recommended to travel in a party. Of course, if you have Lucifer, pretend I said nothing. Lin Chen looked at the quest panel, then at the 6-winged goddess beside him, still kneeling with eyes that all but spelled out, let's go kill something. He rubbed his chin. Gloomy forest, just sounds like a place that would drop wood. He nodded. Sister Lu, what do you think? Lucifer rose to her feet, the black silver wings on her back silently unfurling. My lord need only wait here. Within 10 minutes I shall bring back the head of that wolf king. Hey, wait. Lin Chen called after her. Lucifer halted mid-step and looked back. Don't be so violent. Lin Chen hopped down from the stone, rubbing his hands together, eyes gleaming. We're civilized people, civilized lords. That wolf king is at spirit realm peak, right? Your spirit realm peak too, and unrivaled at the same level. But we should still pay attention to strategy. Lucifer was silent for a heartbeat. Strategy. Exactly. Lin Chen straightened, adopting a solemn tone. You are the sin of pride, right? Your aura game is flawless. My idea is this: you fly over, don't lift a finger, just spread those 6 great wings of yours and stand there. Then glare at it with that, ants crawl away from my sight, look in your eyes. He gestured animatedly as he spoke. The Wolf King takes one look and, whoa, what's this? That presence. That pressure. Maybe it drops to its knees on the spot and kowtows, big sis boss. From now on I'll follow you. That way we conquer it without lifting a blade, gain a little underling, and let it keep producing wood for us in the forest. A sustainable development model, how great is that? Lucifer stared at him expressionless. After 3 seconds she slowly spoke. My lord. Monsters, especially leaders eroded by sin, possess no rationality, only the instincts to kill and devour. Her voice utterly unruffled. The probability of the scenario you describe, kowtowing on the spot, is less than 1 in 10,000. A far greater probability is that upon sensing a threat it will launch the first attack, forcing me to waste 3 seconds blocking. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless. Oh. Then we'd better just chop it. As you wish. Lucifer inclined her head slightly and turned away. Wait again. Lin Chen called out. Lucifer stopped once more. At this time even her shoulders seemed to sink almost imperceptibly. She did not turn back, but her voice drifted over. What other strategy does my lord have? It's not strategy. Lin Chen jogged over, circling around to stand before her, a silly grin on his face. I just wanted to say, be careful. You say it can't hurt you, but what if? What if that Wolf King fights dirty, ambushes you, throws sand in your eyes, goes for a low blow? Anyway, just come back early when it's done. He paused, then added, I'll figure out how to rustle up something to eat so we can have a meal when you return. A faint movement flickered through Lucifer's molten gold pupils. She looked at the master before her, smile a bit foolish, strength feeble, thoughts wild and whimsical, and fell silent for a moment. There is no need to worry. She turned her face aside, yet her voice remained cold, yet seemed to have shed a trace of metallic hardness. The tricks of ants are useless against me. With that her 6 wings snapped open. Boom! The blast of air whipped Lin Chen's hair back into a bird's nest. A black-silver streak shot skyward, pierced the heavens, and speared toward the northeast. Lin Chen squinted into the gale, waving. Come back early. The streak vanished into the vault of heaven. That speed's on par with a rocket, he muttered, ambling back toward the thatched hut. He pulled up the system interface and checked the other materials Lucifer had just obtained. Rough beast hide 37, good for warmth, otherwise not very useful. Demonized fangs 58, sharp, might serve as tools. Broken demon core inferior 12, contains a small amount of chaotic energy, unstable and dangerous. Food. Lin Chen wandered about within the territory. Behind the thatched hut lay a small patch of purple moss that had previously been scorched by Lucifer's power and was now a swath of blackened earth. He squatted down and scraped at the soil a few times when suddenly his eyes lit up. Beneath the scorched earth a few gray-white tubers the size of fists emerged. Discovered earth root tuber common. Edible satiation 5, texture dry and coarse. Remark the most common plant root on the wasteland, extremely tenacious. Can grow even in soil tainted by demonic chi, though the taste worsens. This will do. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and started digging in earnest. In no time he had unearthed 7 or 8 earthroot tubers. He then picked out a few of the straightest, hardest, demonized fangs from the material pile and sharpened their tips against a stone, fashioning crude, fang spears, with which he tried digging pits in the harder ground nearby. No pot, so we'll make beggars chicken, no beggars tubers. Recalling steps from wilderness survival videos, he wrapped the earthroot tubers in a small amount of untainted moss, hard-won and carefully gathered, coated them in a layer of mud, then tossed them into the freshly dug pit, covering it with scavenged stones and dry plant roots. Lighting the fire is the problem. He stared at the pile of kindling, then at his empty hands. Friction fire? I'd still be at it next year. System, any life skills? Like, basic fireball, or something. Prompt Lord skills must be unlocked via skill books or Lord core upgrades. You currently possess no skills. Suggestion: make use of resources. Certain materials can trigger energetic reactions. Energetic reactions? Lin Chen's gaze fell on the pile of broken demon cores inferior. Carefully he used 2 stones to clamp one core. The core was dark red, a murky glow churning within. It felt faintly hot to the touch. This thing, unstable, he murmured, then picked up a sharpened Fong spear and from a safe distance gently poked the core. The surface of the core immediately split open with a crack and a jet of dark red chaotic energy spurted out, striking the dry kindling beside it. Boom! A small tongue of dark red flame flared to life at once. The blaze was not large, but its temperature was scalding, accompanied by a pungent sulfur stench. Got it. Lin Chen hurried to arrange the firewood so the flames could burn steadily. He backed away a few steps and wiped that non-existent sweat. Damn, these demon cores make decent lighters, just a bit dangerous. He watched the fire roaring in the pit, then glanced toward the northeast, rubbing his chin. Sister Lu shouldn't be too long, right? These tubers, if they burn, they won't taste good. Northeast, 15 kilometers away. A twisted forest shrouded in pale black mist. The trees' branches were gnarled, their leaves a dark purple. The woods were deathly still, broken only by the occasional sound of what seemed like bones grinding, sharp grating clicks echoing in the gloom. At the very heart of the forest, within a lair piled from white bones and rotting wood, a gigantic wolf standing over 3 meters high with a pitch-black body and eyes as crimson as blood was tearing apart the remains of an unknown demonic creature. It emanated a savage aura characteristic of a peak spiritual realm being, with its fangs dripping corrosive saliva. Suddenly it halted, its blood-red eyes abruptly lifting to gaze at the sky beyond the forest. An overwhelming pressure causing its very soul to tremble was approaching at a terrifying speed. Awak! The dark wolf king howled to the heavens, and in an instant countless wolf howls echoed back from the dense forest. Dozens of smaller but equally ferocious demon wolves sprang from the shadows, gathering around the den, baring their teeth and facing the source of the pressure. In the next moment the sky was torn asunder. This was no metaphor. 6 massive black-silver wings appeared as if they had ripped a hole in the sky. The figure of Lucifer descended like a falling star, suddenly halting 100 meters above the ground. A fierce wind swept down, dispersing most of the mist enveloping the dense forest. She hovered in the air, her molten gold vertical pupils surveying below, her gaze locking directly onto the Wolf King in the den. No words were wasted. Without even drawing her sword, she merely raised her right hand towards the direction of the Wolf King's den and gently closed her fingers. Buzz, the space within 100 meters suddenly solidified. All the demon wolves, including the peak spiritual realm Dark Wolf King, froze in place. Their blood-red eyes flickered wildly, yet they couldn't move a single claw. An invisible force compressed their bodies, their bones groaning under the unbearable strain. One of the 3 black wings behind Lucifer gently swept forward. A thin black crescent as delicate as a cicada's wing and shimmering with a silver halo at its edges silently swept through the space. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, poo 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 poo. A fine line of blood appeared simultaneously around the necks of all the demon wolves, including the Dark Wolf King. In the Wolf King's blood-red pupils, savagery was swiftly replaced by disbelief and fear. It opened its mouth, seemingly wanting to howl, yet no sound escaped. In the next moment, dozens of wolf heads rolled off neatly. The headless bodies collapsed to the ground, black blood gushing forth only to be rapidly purified and evaporated by the residual silver flame. Your hero Lucifer has killed Dark Demon Wolf 41. Your hero Lucifer has killed Dark Wolf King, Peak Spiritual Realm 1. Congratulations on completing the novice quest. Eliminate the Dark Forest's demon creature leader. Task rewards being distributed. Lucifer slowly descended, folding her wings. She walked up to the enormous head of the Wolf King, lightly tapping it with her toes. A fist-sized dark red crystal core, much purer than the previous low-grade demon cores, flew out from its head and landed in her hand. At the same time, the Wolf King's longest fangs fell off on their own. She didn't spare a glance at the other demon carcasses, turning around, flapping her wings and transforming into a stream of light to return. From departure to return the time taken 6 minutes and 47 seconds. Lin Chen was crouched by the fire pit carefully prodding a hardened lump of mud with a fang spear. Suddenly a series of system prompt sounds exploded in his mind. Global announcement. Congratulations to Lord Lin Chen anonymously for being the first to complete the novice quest. Eliminate the Dark Forest's demon creature leader. Reputation 300. Special title Pioneer. First kill of a peak spiritual realm demon. Achievement achieved. Reputation 500. Special treasure heroes. First cry 1. The world channel exploded once again. Here we go again. First kill of the peak spiritual realm. What a joke. My hero is only at the early spiritual realm struggling to fight a mid-spiritual realm wild dog. Who the hell is this Lin Chen? What kind of monster hero did he summon? Anonymous big shot, please reveal yourself. Do you need accessories? One that can shout 666. Despair, this gap is too vast. While we are still looking for water sources, he has already soloed the boss. Could it be a bug? Reporting it. The person above is just jealous. The announcement has been made, it must be strength. Big shot is impressive. Lin Chen watched the flooding channel, his mouth almost stretching to his ears. He happily opened his backpack and indeed found several new items inside. A shimmering blueprint, territory core upgrade blueprint, another slightly archaic scroll, random basic building blueprint, a sturdy looking wooden chest, hero's first cry, and the stone and wood given by the quest, which were directly displayed in the territory resource bar. The most noticeable was the warm flow coming from the Lord core after the experience points were credited. Your Lord level has increased. Early spiritual realm, mid spiritual realm. The range of the 10,000 Sin divine domain has expanded to radius of 800 meters. Your link with hero Lucifer has strengthened, allowing for greater battle power amplification. Current amplification ratio 1.5 times. New function unlocked. Territory map, simple resource point markers, high leveled up. Lin Chen clenched his fist, feeling a lot lighter and a bit stronger, but it was still just that. Compared to Lucifer's earth-shattering performance, this little improvement was roughly equivalent to going from 5 drag to 6 drag. It's still better to rely on others. He nodded with self-awareness and continued to poke at the fire pit. Just then the black-silver flow of light landed. Lucifer retracted her wings, holding the pure dark red crystal core and a pair of massive wolf fangs, walking up to Lin Chen. She immediately noticed the change in his aura. Congratulations, my lord, on your promotion. She nodded slightly and presented the crystal core and wolf fangs. The forest has been cleared. Here are the core and materials. Additionally, the wood produced in the forest is marked and can be collected at any time. Lin Chen took the items. The crystal core felt warm while the wolf fangs were icy cold. Dark Wolf King's Demon Core Superior contains pure dark energy, can be used for hero cultivation equipment crafting or as high-grade fuel. Dark Wolf King's Fangs Superior 2 quality weapon materials with slight armor piercing and corrosive effects. Impressive, impressive. Lin Chen gave a thumbs up and then pointed at the fire pit. Just in time, let's eat. Lucifer looked at the steaming cracked mud pit, a hint of confusion appearing in her molten gold pupils for the first time. Food. Lin Chen pried open the mud shell with the fang spear, revealing a baked root vegetable with a golden brown skin and steaming hot inside. He wrapped one in a clean leaf, blew on it and handed it to Lucifer. Try it. Purely natural, uncontaminated, a specialty baked root from the wasteland. Lucifer gazed at the primitive-looking food, which emitted a smell of earth and charred plants, and fell silent for 2 seconds. Then she took it, elegantly peeling off the burnt outer skin to reveal the pale yellow flesh inside. She didn't eat it immediately but looked at Lin Chen. My lord, please go ahead. What are you being so polite with me for? Lin Chen had already taken another one, peeled it, and took a big bite. Hot, hot, hot. The taste is fine, just a bit dry. It would be great if there was water. Cough. He choked a bit. Lucifer almost instantly appeared by his side, gently patting his back with one hand while producing a palm-sized water pouch made of condensed pure energy from who knows where, perhaps from the shadow of her wings. My lord, take your time. Her voice was right beside him, still devoid of emotion, but the action of patting his back was surprisingly gentle. Lin Chen took the water pouch, drank a couple of mouthfuls, and caught his breath. Thanks, Sister Lu. Where did you get this water? Energy condensation basic application. Lucifer withdrew her hand, took half a step back and started to eat her own baked root with small bites. Her eating posture was extremely graceful, each bite savored as if she were tasting some exquisite delicacy rather than this dry root. Lin Chen watched her and suddenly smiled. Sister Lu, you make me look very rude. Lucifer raised her eyes. My lord need not change. Everything about you has its reason for existence. She paused, adding, including your dining style. Lin Chen chuckled. Your way of complimenting is quite unique. Lucifer did not respond but quietly finished her food, leaving not a single crumb behind. After eating, a faint flicker of energy in her hand made all the remnants and stains disappear without a trace. My lord. She spoke up, now that you have been promoted and the territory range has expanded, I sense that about 2 kilometers to the west there is a small exposed rock formation where stone can be collected. And underground 1 kilometer to the southeast there is a shallow water vein. I recommend establishing basic resource collection points first. Lin Chen listened, feeling amazed. This is not a hero, this is an all-around housekeeper, strategic radar chief enforcer. Alright. I'll follow your advice. He stood up, patting his backside, but before that, he accessed the system and used the random basic building blueprint. Congratulations on obtaining simple wooden arrow tower construction blueprint. Ordinary construction requirements with 30 stone 20 effect automatically attacks hostile units within range. Average attack power, limited range. An arrow tower should be fine, at least it's a defensive structure. Lin Chen tucked the blueprint away and looked at Lucifer with bright eyes. Sister Lu, for this afternoon's agenda you take me to the quarry and the water source, and let's see if we can hunt for some more crystals. Let's strive to build that source of sin as soon as possible. Lucifer nodded. She watched Lin Chen, who had resumed that enthusiastic demeanor as if he were not fighting for survival but playing a simulation game. A faint trace of warmth, unnoticed even by herself, quietly flickered in the molten gold of her eyes. Although the master is a bit weak, the ideas are a bit strange and the behavior is a bit abstract. It seems not unpleasant. Lucifer's loyalty 100. Stable. Current evaluation of the Lord promotion is acceptable. Baked root is unpalatable, but the intent is acceptable. The awareness of territory planning is beginning to show, which is worth looking forward to. Still needs strict protection. Lin Chen had his back to her, studying the newly unlocked simple territory map, unaware of this line of prompts. He stroked his chin, pointing at several marked points on the map. Here for stone, here for water, here for monster hunting. Perfect. Sister Lu, our 10,000 Sin Divine Domain commercial empire will start its book-moving journey this afternoon. Lucifer. She silently glanced up at the still barren territory and at the abstract lord who was excitedly flailing his arms. The burden is heavy and the road is long. She gently inhaled and followed after him. The black-silver wings behind her swayed slightly like a silent sigh. Lin Chen stood before a rugged grayish-white rock formation, holding a makeshift chisel made from a demonic tusk, gesturing at the stone for quite a while. Sister Lu, are you sure that this thing can carve it out? He turned his head to look at Lucifer, who stood beside him with her arms crossed and wings slightly folded. Lucifer's molten gold vertical pupils scanned the rock layer, her tone flat. With my master's current strength combined with tools, approximately 10 units of stone can be collected in a single day. Lin Chen calculated the sin source requires 100 units of stone. Do I have to carve for 10 days? This efficiency. If I were to take action, Lucifer added, extending a silver wing forward to lightly tap the rock wall. Crack. A neatly cut stone slab half the height of a person and a foot thick detached from the rock body as if it had been precisely laser cut, crashing to the ground. Obtained stone 15. Lin Chen. Forget I said anything. He looked at the efficiency of Lucifer, which was akin to cutting tofu, decisively tossing aside the chisel. Sister Lu, let's leave the professional tasks to the professionals. You handle the work and I'll cheer and collect things. Lucifer seemed to have anticipated this outcome, displaying no particular expression as her wings continued to lightly tap. The stone slabs were neatly peeled off and stacked beside them. Lin Chen cheerfully followed behind, reaching out to touch the slabs as they fell, collecting them into his territory resource panel, resources that were unclaimed within a certain range of the Lord, which could be directly collected by the Lord. In less than 10 minutes the quantity of stone jumped from the task reward of 200 to 350. That's enough. Lin Chen called to a halt. Let's go check the water vein. Lucifer retracted her wings and directed her gaze towards the southeast. 3 meters underground the water flow is decent, but the water quality is tainted by weak magical energy, harmful for mortals to drink long term. Can it be purified? Indeed. Lucifer walked to the spot she sensed, raised her right foot and gently stomped. Boom! The ground cracked in a spiderweb pattern centered around her toes. Immediately a murky stream of water gushed from the crack, quickly forming a shallow puddle. The water appeared dark and carried a scent of rust mixed with sulfur. Lucifer extended her left hand, palm facing down. A pure silver light cascaded down, enveloping the puddle. Before long the dark impurities in the water writhed as if alive, being stripped away and evaporated. In less than 5 seconds a clear pool of water presented itself, crystal clear. Discovered and purified shallow water vein 1. Can establish basic water well needs would 10. Daily output clean drinking water 50 units. Awesome, Sister Lu. Lin Chen squatted by the water's edge, scooping some up to taste. It's a bit sweet. Tastes better than the water produced by energy. Lucifer watched him drink the raw water without any caution, her brow furrowing again. My lord, even if it is purified it still needs to be boiled. I know, it's for health. Lin Chen waved his hand, standing up. We still need 40 more pieces of wood. How about we go chop some in the dense forest? Also let's see if we can gather some sin crystals. We're just 9 away from creating the spring. As soon as he finished speaking he suddenly perked up his ears. In the distance a faint wolf howl could be heard. Unlike the violent roar of the previous dark magic wolf, this one was colder and more ethereal, as if it seeped from the shadows. Almost simultaneously a system notification popped up. Warning, a wandering monster group, Shadow Demon Wolves, has appeared near your territory. Quantity 8. Average level mid-stage Spirit Realm. Leader Shadow Demon Wolf King, Peak Spirit Realm Special Elite. Traits: can traverse shadows over short distances. Attacks inflict shadow corrosion. Note: a standard 5-person mid-stage Spirit Realm Lord team should approach with caution. Lin Chen blinked, looking at Lucifer. Sister Lu, business is coming our way. Lucifer had already turned towards the direction of the sound, a glint of cold light flashing in her molten gold vertical pupils. Peak Spirit Realm Special Elite. Slightly stronger than the previous Wolf King. My lord, please wait here for a moment. Her wings fluttered slightly as she prepared to strike. Wait. Lin Chen called out to her, a strange smile of eager anticipation appearing on his face. Sister Lu, I have an idea. Lucifer paused, turning to look at him. See, I just leveled up to mid-stage Spirit Realm and the system says our link has strengthened. I can provide you with a 1.5 times increase in combat power. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, eyes shining. But I haven't tried what this increase feels like specifically. How about this time you don't use your full strength, just go against that Wolf King in a normal state for a couple of exchanges. Let me experience the joy of buffing the goddess. Lucifer fell silent for 2 seconds. My lord, she said slowly, testing the augmentation does not require risking your life. I can suppress my power and fight it. No. Lin Chen shook his head. What I want is a real battlefield environment. Don't worry, I have confidence in you. Just consider it. Taking the boss into a dungeon, letting the boss experience the accomplishment of using buff skills. Lucifer. Although she didn't fully understand the terms dungeon and boss, she roughly grasped Lin Chen's meaning. She looked at the hopeful and seemingly unaware of danger expression on Lin Chen's face and finally nodded slightly. As you wish. But if the situation changes, I will end the battle immediately. Deal? Lin Chen excitedly clenched his fist. The two quickly headed towards the direction of the wolf howl. They navigated around a rocky slope and ahead lay a sparse forest of twisted dead trees. 8 demon wolves, entirely gray-black, their bodies somewhat blurred as if they could merge with the shadows at any moment, surrounded a giant wolf that was even larger, standing nearly 4 meters tall with a tuft of silver fur on its forehead and eyes like 2 dark flames. The Shadow Demon Wolf King. It seemed to sense the approaching presence. The ghostly flames in its pupils abruptly locked onto Lucifer and Lin Chen, who emerged from behind the rocky slope. A low spirit-pressuring growl rumbled from its throat, and the surrounding 8 demon wolves immediately scattered, forming a half-surrounding formation, baring their teeth and growling. Hiss! This one looks more imposing than the last. Lin Chen hid behind Lucifer, whispering commentary. Lucifer had already stepped forward. This time she did not unleash that overwhelming pressure directly, but suppressed her aura to a level close to that of the Wolf King, perhaps even slightly lower. Her 6 wings maintained only the most basic state of extension without radiating any light. She didn't even condense the sword of light and darkness facing the Wolf King with her bare hands. A flicker of confusion passed through the Wolf King's ghostly flame-like pupils, but more so was an enraged provocation. It could not understand why this being, which exuded a dangerous aura, would suppress its power, but for it this was an opportunity. Hello! With a command, the 8 shadow demon wolves simultaneously transformed into blurry gray shadows, pouncing towards Lucifer from different angles. Their figures were sometimes clear and sometimes blurred during the pounce, as if leaping between reality and shadow, their trajectories difficult to grasp. Lucifer did not move at all. Until the claws of the first demon wolf were about to touch her silver hair, she slightly tilted her head, her left hand lifting at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, casually tapping the wolf's head. Puff! The demon wolf's head exploded like a burst water bag. Its headless body was propelled by the residual force, crashing into a dead tree. But the other 7 had already taken the opportunity to close in. Claws and fangs enveloped in cold shadow energy attacked from all directions. Lucifer remained standing in place, her body only swaying and rotating slightly. Each movement perfectly dodged the attacks, while she bent her fingers, waved her palm, and elbowed. With each touch, a demon wolf's bones shattered, flying out either dead or severely injured. Her movements were so simple that they bordered on dullness, yet precise and efficient, carrying a cold elegance that disregarded life. In just 5 seconds, all 7 demon wolves lay defeated. The ghostly fire in the Wolf King's eyes flickered wildly. It felt no fear, instead it was utterly enraged. The opponent clearly had the power to crush it, but chose to slaughter its subordinates in such a mocking manner. Roar! It kicked off the ground with its massive body, not charging directly but suddenly transforming into a dense shadow, vanishing from its spot. In the next instant, from the shadow behind Lucifer, the Wolf King's snarling head shot out, its giant mouth burning with ghostly fire, biting fiercely towards her neck. This strike was not only fast but also completely made use of the shadow jumping ability, making it hard to guard against. Sister Lu, be careful! Lin Chen instinctively shouted. Lucifer appeared to have anticipated this. She didn't even turn around, her black wing, as if possessing an independent consciousness, gently swept back. Clang! A huge sound like the clash of gold and iron. The edge of her wing collided with the Wolf King's fangs, sending a shower of ghostly sparks flying. The Wolf King was shaken out of the shadows, staggering back a few steps, and fine cracks appeared on its fangs. It was both shocked and enraged, the ghostly fire in its pupils fixed on Lucifer as the shadow energy around it began to boil, and the tuft of silver fur on its forehead suddenly brightened. It's about to unleash a big move. Lin Chen observed, his heart pounding. He knew Lucifer would be fine, but the thrill of watching a boss battle up close was exhilarating. Now is the time. He concentrated, attempting to communicate with the Lord core within him that had been bound to his soul. A wonderful feeling of connection came. He saw a faint golden line between himself and Lucifer, almost imperceptible. Following this line, he infused his mid-stage spirit realm power, which was weak, along with the augmentation rule granted by the Lord authority, pouring it all in. Buzz! Lu Xifa's body trembled slightly. She could clearly feel a warm and unique power surging from the link. It didn't directly enhance her energy reserves, but forcefully added a layer of multiplication effect atop her existing power. The power that had been suppressed at the peak of the spirit realm surged by 50% in an instant. This was not merely a quantitative enhancement, but a comprehensive augmentation of energy control, precision, and law affinity. A hint of surprise flashed for the first time in her molten gold vertical pupils. At this moment, the Shadow Demon Wolf King's ultimate move was fully prepared. Its tuft of silver fur shone brightly and the shadow around it boiled like ink. Its entire body seemed to transform into a black hole, frantically devouring the surrounding light and energy. An unsettling pulling force emerged. Even the pebbles and withered branches on the ground were being swept toward it. The Shadow Demon Wolf King activated its innate skill Shadow Devour. Return to the Abyss. Effect creates a high-intensity shadow gravitational field that continually draws in and suppresses enemies within the domain, ultimately triggering a shadow explosion. Master, the amplification has been received. Lucifer's cold voice sounded, carrying a barely perceptible hint of curiosity. She ceased restraining herself. For the first time in battle, her 6 wings unfurled completely. Black and silver radiance braided together, dispelling the shadow domain the Wolf King had cast. The stones that had been dragged aloft fell back to the earth. She raised her right hand and the light and dark sword coalesced in an instant. Across the blade the flowing runes gleamed clearer and more resplendent than before, exuding a pressure that subtly warped the surrounding space. In the Wolf King's ember-like pupils fear at last revealed itself. It tried to flee, but the Shadow Devourer had not yet finished it. The skill itself bound it temporarily in place. Lucifer gave it no quarter. She merely set the sword's tip against the tuft of glowing silver fur on the Wolf King's brow. Then she pierced gently. The motion was unhurried, almost casual. Where the tip passed, space seemed cut like black cloth, leaving a slender rift whose edges flowed with silver flame. The Wolf King issued its first, and final, piercing despairing howl since the battle began. It struggled wildly, shadow energy surged outward in a frantic attempt to resist. But before the amplified light and dark sword, every defense dissolved like mist beneath the sun. SSS, a sound so faint it was almost inaudible. The sword's tip sank into the silver fur, pierced the skull, and emerged at the nape. The Wolf King's vast body froze. Its ember-like pupils dimmed and were extinguished. The seething shadow that enveloped it receded like a falling tide. It staggered and collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up a plume of dust. Your hero Lucifer has slain Shadow Demon Wolf 8. Your hero Lucifer has slain Shadow Demon Wolf King Lin Chen. Peak Special Elite 1. Gained experience medium. Obtained materials Shadow Wolf Pelt 8, Shadow Roding Fang 16, Shattered Shadow Core 8. Obtained special items Small Sin Crystal 3. Dropped blueprint for Shadow Leap Boots 5. Global announcement. Congratulations to Lord Lin Chen, anonymized, for being the first to slay a special elite monster. Reward 200 prestige. Special title Elite Hunter. The world channel erupted into chaotic commotion, but Lin Chen could no longer spare attention for it. He hurried to Lucifer's side, eyes bright. How is it? How is the amplification? Does it feel stronger? Faster? Like a VIP upgrade? Lucifer dissipated the light and dark sword and slowly folded her wings. She turned her molten gold eyes fixed on Lin Chen with a complex expression, surprise, inquiry, and an almost indescribable stir. Master's power, she said slowly, her voice a touch deeper than usual. It truly exceeded expectation. It does not directly grant strength, but rather briefly elevates my very being to a higher plane. A very peculiar sensation. She paused, searching for the right metaphor. It is as if one accustomed to swinging a 100-pound hammer suddenly discovers it can will become 1,000 or 10,000 pounds. The rules themselves are rewritten. Lin Chen grinned from ear to ear. If it works, that's enough. Next time we fight, I'll give you the buff, you slice them like melons, and I'll cheer you on. Perfect coordination. Lucifer watched his triumphant demeanor, the corner of her mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. She bent and retrieved from the Wolf King's corpse a noticeably pure dark crystal core with shadows drifting within and the tuft of silver fur, dulled yet resilient, and handed them to Lin Chen. Spoils, she said succinctly. Lin Chen took them and examined them. Shadow Demon Wolf King Core, Fine Shadow attribute usable for Shadow-type hero cultivation or forging. Wolf King's Forehead Silver Fur Special material contains a faint spatial affinity useful for crafting special equipment. Blueprint Shadow Leap Boots, can craft fine-grade short-range Shadow Leap Boots. Requirements Shadow Leather 2, Spatial Material 1, Mana Thread 5. Good stuff. Lin Chen tucked them away with delight. But spatial materials. That'll be for later. Crystals. Our crystals are complete. With these 3 added, he possessed 7 sin crystals. Task rewards and earlier skirmishes had accumulated just enough materials to exchange for 2 more. The system offers a crude material exchange, bringing the total to 10. Let's go. Back home to build the spring. Lin Chen waved with high spirits. The 2 returned to the territory center. Lin Chen opened the construction interface, selected the Fountain of Sin and invested 10 sin crystals, 100 stone and 50 wood. Construction commenced. Fountain of Sin, estimated time 1 hour. Your hero Lucifer can assist to accelerate construction. Sister Lu, could you lend a hand? Lin Chen looked to Lucifer. She nodded and stepped into the area shrouded by the construction hologram. Placing a hand on the floating core schematic, she infused it with pure light and dark energy. The progress bar visibly flew forward. Seizing the lull, Lin Chen tallied the day's gain. Stone and wood were ample, the well could be built, an arrow tower could be erected as a guard, and they had gained an extra boot blueprint and a pile of materials. Lord experience rose a notch, though they remained some distance from the late Lingjing stage. Take it slow, you can't rush a comfortable life, he said patiently. In under 20 minutes the construction hologram dissipated. A strange structure now stood beside the thatch hut. Its core rose from gray-white stone, forming an irregular circular pool roughly 3 meters across. At its center churned not water but a slowly rotating abyssal black vortex. In the vortex's heart flickered faint dark golden lights like stars born of sin. Ancient indecipherable patterns were carved along the pool's rim, exuding an unsettling yet inexplicably alluring aura. Building Fountain of Sin Level 1. Function 1 automatically produces 10 drops of Sin Spring liquid. Daily output increases with building level. Function 2 can expend Sin crystals to accelerate production. 1 crystal, 10 drops of liquid, up to 10 crystals per day. Function 3 heroes aligned with the 7 sins who drink the liquid gain accelerated cultivation, purification of their source, and wound recovery. Function 4 unlocks when territory reaches dominion level. Current storage Sin Spring Liquid 0-100. Each drop requires 10 minutes to condense. Done. Lin Chen rubbed his hands excitedly. He noticed that 10 small stone basins had thoughtfully formed beside the spring, each with a slight indentation above as if meant to hold a single drop. Sister Lu, come try it, he called. Lucifer approached the pool, her molten gold vertical pupils fixed upon the black vortex. She could sense within it a power of sin that shared origin with her own, yet was purer and more ancient. She extended a finger and gently touched the carved patterns at the pool's edge. A low hum, the vortex spun faster. A drop black as ink yet streaked with dark golden light separated from the center, floated and settled into the nearest stone basin. The instant the droplet entered the basin, an ineffable aura spread, not malevolent nor defiled, but weighty, ancient and resonant with primal law. Lucifer lifted the droplet with her fingertip and without hesitation placed it in her mouth. She closed her eyes. Lin Chen watched anxiously. Around Lucifer the aura that had always been restrained yet formidable seemed to coalesce a fraction more densely. The black and silver luster at the edges of her folded wings deepened ever so slightly. Seconds later she opened her eyes, the molten gold light played within them. The effect is pronounced, she evaluated. 1 drop roughly equals 3 days of my solitary cultivation. It also exerts a mild purifying influence upon my origin. Wonderful! Lin Chen exclaimed. Then drink more. Today's yield is all yours. Lucifer shook her head. The spring's output is limited, and my master must also advance. Moreover, the effect diminishes with repeated consumption. 3 to 5 drops a day are sufficient. She regarded Lin Chen and added, the urgent matter is to raise the territory's level, unlock more functions and acquire more sin crystals to upgrade the spring and increase its yield. Lin Chen nodded vigorously. Makes sense. So then our next, before he finished, a new faintly blinking point appeared on the territory map at the northern edge, roughly 5 kilometers away. At the same time a system notification popped up, detected small resource point, sin crystal vein slightly damaged. Description: a naturally formed sin crystal vein damaged for unknown reasons. Leaking aura has attracted monsters. If occupied and repaired, it can periodically produce sin crystals. Guards unknown recommended Ling Jing Peak Squad to probe. Status capturable. Lin Chen and Lucifer exchanged a glance. Looks like, Lin Chen grinned, the next meal of comfort. I mean the next target has been found. Lucifer inclined her head, her wings had already begun to spread slightly. My lord, when shall we set out? Let me first finish the well and the arrow tower. Lin Chen opened the construction interface with renewed vigor. With a secure rear base we can go roaming with peace of mind. The sun sank in the west as the wasteland wind ruffled the new fountain of sin, sending faint ripples across its vortex. Beside the thatch hut, a simple wooden well and a crooked but standing wooden arrow tower were taking shape. Lin Chen stood with his hands on his hips, watching the scene and musing, great edifices rise from plain ground, a glory must be earned. Or hung on to. Lucifer stood beside him and emitted a barely audible hum. In her molten gold eyes the afterglow of the sunset reflected along with the Lord's abstract yet lively silhouette. Lucifer loyalty 100 steadfast. Current appraisal of the Lord, the amplification's power is indeed a surprise. Construction efficiency is acceptable. Resource planning shows method. Though still weak, growth is promising. The spring liquid. Tastes pleasant. Night fell like ink and the wind sweeping across the desolate plain carried a bone-chilling cold. Lin Chen crouched beneath a newly erected rudimentary wooden watchtower, hugging his arms tightly as he trembled. His coarse hemp robe offered virtually no warmth, white mist streamed visibly from his lips. A miscalculation. I focused solely on digging the well and building the tower, forgetting to construct even a simple windbreak or kindle a fire. His teeth chattered as his gaze drifted with quiet resentment toward the distance. Lucifer stood by the sin spring, eyes closed in deep concentration, sensing the direction of the mineral vein. Her 6 wings shimmered faintly in the night with a soft silvery black radiance, as if she bore her own eternal climate control and ambient lighting. As if sensing his stare, Lucifer opened her eyes, the molten gold slits of her pupils turning toward him. My lord, are you cold? I'm quite all right. Lin Chen forced a dignified posture, striving to project the gravitas of a sovereign lord. A mere gust of wind? Hardly worth mentioning. Achoo! A subtle furrow appeared between Lucifer's brows. One of her silver wings unfurled gently behind her and a soft luminous barrier descended, enveloping Lin Chen completely. The piercing cold vanished instantly, replaced by a gentle warming current that wrapped around him like a living embrace. Whoa, heat is on. Lin Chen sprang to life, rubbing his hands together, eyes brimming with gratitude. Sister Lu, you're my god. A walking central heating system? Lucifer offered no reply to this abstract praise. Instead, she stated calmly, the mineral vein's location has been confirmed. The guarding fiends emit chaotic auras, strongest among them approaches the apex limit of the spirit realm, likely the guardian of the vein's core. The remainder, approximately 24, are distributed across the mid to late stages of the spirit realm. She paused briefly. My lord, the vein lies 5 kilometers hence. Fiends grow markedly more active and volatile under cover of night. Shall we launch a nocturnal assault, or wait until dawn? Lin Chen nestled deeper into the warm luminescence, his eyes darting shrewdly. A night raid sounds heroic, but pitch darkness makes it easy to step in dog dung. I mean, walk straight into an ambush. We've only just established our base. Caution is wise. Yet. His gaze shifted to the resource panel where 3 droplets of Sin Spring essence rested quietly. Another had formed after 1 hour, alongside the refined demonic core of the Shadow Wolf King and a tuft of silvery fur. Have you consumed the spring essence yet? Lucifer shook her head. Not yet. Drink it, now. All 3 at once, let's see if it further enhances your condition. Should the vein's guardian prove exceptionally formidable, we'll need every advantage, and must elevate our foundational attributes to their peak. Lucifer regarded him silently for a moment before replying, the essence is precious. My lord should partake first. What use would it be for me? Lin Chen replied with unflinching self-awareness. At my current cultivation level, 1 drop would yield negligible effect, pure waste. You are our primary force. Drink, don't hesitate. After a brief silence, Lucifer approached the sin spring. With a light tap of her fingertip, 3 droplets, ebony black with veins of dark gold, rose and flowed seamlessly into her mouth. She closed her eyes once more. This time the effect was markedly stronger than before, when she had consumed only a single drop. Her aura thickened perceptibly, growing denser and more profound. The silvery black luminescence edging her wings intensified, swirling faster, fleeting arcane sigils shimmering momentarily at their periphery. Moments later she opened her eyes, the molten gold within them now purer, fiercer, incandescent. "How do you feel?" Lin Chen asked eagerly. "My primordial essence has advanced slightly. Strength has returned to its optimal state and my perception of light and dark laws has sharpened ever so faintly." She assessed her inner transformation objectively. 3 droplets equal roughly 10 days of my ordinary cultivation. Incredible. Lin Chen raised a thumb in admiration. "Then tomorrow at first light, we strike without warning. But tonight, Sister Lu, how long can this barrier last? Can you brighten it further? I'd like to study that boot schematic." Lucifer nodded. The barrier's luminosity increased, transforming into a compact focused beam illuminating the area beneath the watchtower with crisp clarity. She herself moved aside, leaning against a boulder with wings folded, like the most loyal sentinel, entering a state poised delicately between meditation and vigilant watchfulness. Lin Chen withdrew the Shadow Leap Boots schematic and studied it closely under the radiant glow. Its inscribed patterns were intricate immaterial requirements, precise shadow-infused leather, shadow wolf hide should suffice, and spatial-grade components, the silver fur from the Wolf King's brow fit perfectly. Magical thread was also required, a substance he lacked, but the system noted it could be substituted with pure magical energy or certain fibrous materials. Leather, check. Fur, check. Thread. He sifted through today's spoil, shattered shadow core's mutated fangs, nothing resembling thread emerged. His gaze finally settled on a piece of coarse beast hide. Could this be twisted into thread? He picked up a strip and tried tearing it, only to find it astonishingly resilient, utterly impervious to bare-handed force. He paused, then selected a sharp-edged stone fragment and began laboriously cutting and scraping. Half an hour later, a small pile of uneven, fragile leather fibers lay before him. Forget it. This quality would yield only a defective product. Lin Chen abandoned the effort. Tomorrow at the vein, we may discover better resources. Or failing that, perhaps upgrading the territory will unlock advanced material processing functions. He gathered his tools, then yawned widely. Warmth from the barrier and fatigue from yesterday's exertions pulled insistently at his consciousness. He glanced at Lucifer, still motionless as a statue, seemingly requiring no rest. "Sister Lu, won't you rest a while? I require no conventional sleep, meditation suffices for restoration." Her eyes remained closed. "Then you stand guard, I'll close my eyes for a moment." Lin Chen wasted no time. He found a relatively flat patch of ground, laid down a coarse beast hide as a mat and draped 2 more over himself. Though still uncomfortably hard, the warmth of the luminous barrier made sleep possible. Just before drifting off, he murmured drowsily, "Once resources allow, first thing build a proper bed." Night deepened. Distant unearthly howls echoed across the wasteland, but under Lucifer's imperceptible aura of authority and the barrier's shielding presence, not a single fiend dared approach this nascent domain. At dawn's first gray light, Lin Chen awoke, shivering. Lucifer had withdrawn the barrier and now knelt by the spring, cupping water to wash her face. Her movements remained effortlessly elegant, as though the water were sacred dew. "Good morning, Sister Lu." Lin Chen rose and stretched his stiff limbs. "Shall we depart?" "Yes." Lucifer shook the water from her hands and spread her wings. "I have reconfirmed, the Guardians' positions remain unchanged." They performed a swift, morning ritual. Lin Chen splashed water on his face, then ate the remnants of last night's roasted earthroot tubers. Cold, they had grown tougher and drier, nearly inedible. The 5-kilometer journey would take Lucifer but an instant, yet with Lin Chen the anchor, pace slowed considerably. Still, having recently ascended to the midstage of the spirit realm, his physical endurance had improved markedly. He no longer struggled merely to keep up. Along the way scattered fiends were dispatched effortlessly by Lucifer, yielding several fragments of sin crystals, low-droprate loot from minor foes requiring multiple shards to synthesize a complete crystal, as well as assorted raw materials. An hour later a rugged expanse of jagged ash-gray boulders came into view. The soil here ran darker, the air hung thick with a faint acrid scent, sulfur mingled with metallic tang. Between the boulders clusters of faintly glowing dark purple crystals protruded from the earth. Arrived sin veins slightly damaged and warning entering high concentration sin aura zone, non-sign aligned beings suffer continuous erosion. Endnote your territories, 10,000 sins divine domain, trade is active, granting 10 to all attributes for you and your heroes within this zone. N, a regional bonus. Excellent, excellent indeed. Lin Chen's spirits lifted. He noticed Lucifer's aura grew subtly more vibrant upon entering the zone, her wings' silvery black halo brightening perceptibly. The guardians dwell within a natural cavern at the vein's heart. Lucifer pointed toward the depths of the boulder field where a dark yawning cave mouth loomed. 4 eroded stone lizards of late spirit realm patrol the entrance, over a dozen more lurk inside. Their leader guards the vein's core, a large cluster of sin crystals, in the deepest recesses of the cavern. What is your plan? Lucifer asked, turning to him. Lin Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Same old routine, you lead the assault, I support. But this time, let's try something different. His eyes gleamed. You charge straight in, swift, decisive, ignore the minions, go straight for the leader. I'll stay at the entrance cheering you on, and picking up whatever drops. Lucifer sighed inwardly, she'd known it. Your safety, my lord, I'll stay far back, Lin Chen assured her with practiced self-awareness. Before you begin, cast that same barrier, no, not warmth, protection, for me. I'll crouch behind that massive boulder over there. Won't poke my head out, not even once. Lucifer studied the enormous rock, roughly 100 meters from the cave mouth, and met Lin Chen's earnest, unmistakably cautious gaze. After a beat she nodded. Await my signal. With that she flared her wings and shot forward, a blurred streak of black and silver, silent and impossibly swift, vanishing toward the cave entrance before Lin Chen could fully register her movement. Lin Chen scrambled to the boulder's shelter, crouched low and cautiously peered out with half his head exposed. At the cave mouth 4 eroded stone lizards, each the size of a calf's skin, like weathered gray stone, yellow eyes aglow, lazed indolently. Suddenly all 4 snapped upright, yellow eyes blazing with alarm and fury. They'd sensed the imminent lethal approach. But it was already too late. Lucifer materialized above the entrance, hovering without landing. With a synchronized sweep of 3 black wings she unleashed 3 crescent-shaped winged blades, razor-edged, soundless, and devastatingly precise. Thwip! 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 The lizards didn't even cry out. Their stony hides parted as if carved by divine knives, bodies cleaved cleanly into pieces before collapsing in heavy lifeless heaps. Annihilated, instantly. Without glancing at the corpses, Lucifer vanished into the cavern. Immediately furious roars, thunderous crashes of splintering rock and concussive bursts of clashing energies erupted from within. Clearly the interior lizards had been roused, the battle had ignited in full fury. Lin Chen remained crouched behind the boulder, ears straining, heart pounding with restless curiosity, but fear held him fast. He focused instead, channeling his sovereign link to sense Lucifer's state, steady, overwhelming, and curiously almost effortless. Indeed, within 2 minutes the frenzied shrieks from the cavern's depths escalated into a bestial, agonized roar, raw with fury and pain. A terrifying aura, vastly superior to any prior lizard surging at the very zenith of the spirit realm, exploded outward, making the very air outside the cavern vibrate with palpable force. The boss has awakened. Lin Chen clenched his fist. Almost simultaneously a terse, urgent thought surged along their bond, my lord, amplification. Now. Lin Chen's focus sharpened. Instantly he reached deep into his sovereign core and channeled the familiar, potent, multiplicative, rule force, pouring it entirely without reserve along their sacred link. Deep within the cavern, a colossal lizard, larger than an elephant, stood rampant, armored head to tail in jagged dark purple crystalline plates, a triangular skull, a rows of serrated fangs, and a massive hammer-like tail end. It swung claws and tail with berserk fury, striking at a flickering black-silver blur, too nimble, too elusive to grasp. This was the guardian sovereign of the vein, the eroded crystal giant lizard king. Each of its blows carried cataclysmic force, claws wipes cleaving stone, tail hammer strikes cratering the cavern floor. A pit. A dark purple guilt-tainted aura suffused its body, corrosive to the core. Even a peak Ling Jing would begin to melt away upon contact. Yet every strike missed. Lucifer moved like a petrel through a storm, slipping past each attack by the slimmest of margins. Her gaze never left the spot behind the Jushi King, a basin-sized dark purple crystal cluster set into the rock, its core shimmering with inner light, the vein's heart. Roar. Frustrated by its failure, the Jushi King grew more feral. It opened its massive maw and a dark purple glow seethed in its throat, preparing to unleash a devastating breath or energy attack. Now, the amplifying force arrived exactly as promised. Lucifer felt that familiar surge that transiently elevated her presence to a higher plane. This time she did not dodge. Hovering in midair, the sword of light and shadow condensed in her hand. Black silver veins flared along the blade and the tip exhaled a blinding keenness. The Jushi King's breath was about to erupt. Lucifer moved. First strike, a vertical slash, simple, direct, utterly unadorned. Black sword light tore the air and struck first, cleaving precisely at the throat where the monster's energy congealed. The gathered force detonated before it could be expelled. The Jushi King's head snapped back, crystalline plates along its neck shattered as dark purple ichor and turbulent energy sprayed forth. It howled in pain and rage, its upper body staggered by the blast. Lucifer trailed the recoil like a shadow riding the reverse current. Second strike, a thrust. The sword light condensed into a pinpoint of absolute black and pierced the exposed seam in the Jushi King's breastplate, revealed by its rearward lurch. The sword chi drove straight to the heart. The Jushi King uttered an earth-rending wail as its enormous bulk convulsed and its life force bled away. In a death throw it lashed out, its tail hammer swept toward the airborne Lucifer with the last of its strength. She showed no alarm, 3 silver wings folded behind her like a shield and took the blow. Clang! The tail hammer struck the wings with a dull thunder, yet failed to budge them. The recoil cracked the hammer itself, riven by several seams. Lucifer rode the force and drifted back several meters, wrist turning. Third strike, the fall. She lifted the sword high and released it. The blade became a black-silver comet, austere as judgment, and plunged straight down through the gaping wound in the Jushi King's chest. With a final rasp, the Jushi King's last cry was cut off. Its vast body went rigid for a heartbeat, then collapsed like mountains, toppling, smashing into the cavern and making the whole cave tremble. Dark purple blood trickled from beneath it and was soon corroded and vaporized by the guilt-tainted aura it exuded. The remaining Shusher she hissed in terror and scattered into fissures, disappearing from sight. Lucifer alighted lightly, her wings folding. With a gesture, the sword of light and shadow flew from the corpse into her hand and then dissolved. Without glancing at the corpse, she strode to the rock face and, hand armored in gauntlet, took hold of the basin-sized dark purple crystal cluster. With a little force, crack, rumble, the cluster came free, the surrounding rock yielding, and she removed the section intact. The instant the cluster left the vein, the guilt-laced atmosphere of the mine quivered, then slowly began to settle and recover. A system bulletin announced Lucifer's slayings and the occupation of the guilt vein resource point with minor damage. The notice listed repair materials and potential daily yields and confirmed that Lord Lin Chen, though anonymous, was the first to occupy this rare small resource point. The rewards included reputation and a special title, 500 reputation, and the appellation Resource Pioneer. A server-wide achievement for the first kill of a Ling Jing Pinnacle Extreme monster was also unlocked. An additional reward granted further reputation and a special treasure chest called Extreme Challenger. 2 consecutive global announcements sent the World Channel into an uproar. The World Channel exploded. Again, it's him. A small resource point and it's rare class. I haven't even found a wild fruit thicket. Ling Jing Pinnacle Extreme, that's practically a step from the King Realm, killed that now. What level are this Lin Chen's heroes? King Realm? Impossible, how could a novice have King Realm heroes? Report him. He's cheating. We've got proof. Calm down, the system hasn't judged anything yet. Are you better than the system? Boss, please share a strategy. Recruit your hero for me. I'll give everything. Anonymous benefactor, look at me. I'll sign myself away. Just a bowl of soup. Lin Chen peered from behind a rock, watching the flood of envy and covetous chatter. He felt pleased, and yet a sliver of caution rose within him. A tall tree draws the wind, even anonymous, this will attract those with ill intent. He stroked his chin. We must speed up, at least beef up domain defenses and my personal power. I cannot always rely on Sister Lu alone. At that moment Lucifer stepped out of the cave carrying the massive cluster. She was immaculate, not a trace of blood on her. Noticing Lin Chen peeking from behind the rock, she inclined her head slightly. The vein is occupied and the leader has been slain. Remaining monsters in the cave have fled, there is no further threat. Lin Chen jumped out and took the heavy shimmering cluster, his eyes wide. Such a large piece. We're rich. He attempted to decompose it. The system prompted a choice: decompose into 20 small gilt crystals or retain it as advanced building material or a core for special crafting. Keep it, Lin Chen decided decisively. This cluster was a vein core capable of producing small crystals. Decomposing felt wasteful. He carefully stowed it in his resource inventory. The system ignored size and weight. Then he turned to Lucifer with a grin. 3 swords, 3 strikes, and it's done. Sister Lu is magnificent. Lucifer's face remained calm. Thanks to my lord's amplification. Without that it would have taken 5 strikes. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless at her modesty. Ahem, in any case, well, he changed the subject. Let's repair the vein quickly and then return to upgrade the domain. I have a feeling the starter village rankings will shift. At the vein core they invested 500 stone and 5 small gilt crystals. The crystals fused into the damaged rock and the stone coalesced into points of light that mended the structure. Soon the vein's emission stabilized and a miniature phantom of dark purple motes formed above it, indicating repair complete and the beginning of automatic production. On the way back to his domain, Lin Chen could not resist opening the extreme challenger chest he had received. The chest yielded a domain core upgrade blueprint, late Lingjing 1 random fine equipment blueprint, a basic resource pack containing stone and wood, and 5 medium energy crystals. Blueprints. Blueprints once more. Lin Chen, who most needed them, immediately used the random fine equipment blueprint. He obtained the Heiyu bracer blueprint, a fine light armor design. Requirements: dark attributed leather X3, sturdy metal X2 or fine stone substitute magical thread X5, and 1 shadow energy core. Effect: increases arm defense and slightly enhances the power and casting speed of darkness type skills. Perfect, it'll make a pair for Sister Lu. Lin Chen noted the materials. He had the dark leather and thought the shadow energy core might be taken from the Shadow Wolf King's core, while the metal and thread would need sourcing. By the time they returned to the domain it was midday. A few more drops had gathered in the gilt spring. Lin Chen immediately used the domain core upgrade blueprint, elevating the core from mid to late Lingjing. The domain radius expanded to 1,000 meters, resource production and collection speed increased slightly, and a more detailed domain map and resource management functions were unlocked. Most thrilling to him was the starter village ranking. He opened the regional starter village leaderboard for his area. The leaderboard displayed Region 114514, first place the Lin Chen Domain Wanzue Divine Realm, total score 2,875, second Xiaoquang Domain Quang Beast Wasteland score 892, third Su Muyu Domain Muyu Spirit Grove score 765, and so on. He grinned broadly. He led the second place by more than 2,000 points. The rankings considered domain level buildings, resources, hero combat power achievements, and more. His unique chaos domain, the SS Steer hero Lucifer, and a slew of first kill and first occupation achievements gave him an unquestionable advantage. The regional channel had already lit up with comments about the update. Look at the leaderboard, Lin Chen is first. He gained over 3,000 points. My goodness, I only have 100 and some points. Lin Chen. Is that the real name of the anonymous benefactor? He's in our region. Boss, carry me. Friend request. Zhao Kuang got overtaken by so much, he was first for so long. Zhao Kuang, an attire hero with a tire domain, worked hard for this, then some god from the sky drops in. Stage whisper scriptwriting. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. Zhao Kuang sounds like a troublemaker. He's beyond 1,000 kilometers away, and we won't run into him for now. Ignore it for now. He closed the channel and looked over his refreshed domain, technically only with an added spring, a well and a crooked tower yet full of latent promise, and felt a rush of ambition. Sister Lu, next our goal is to upgrade the domain to the Lingjing Pinnacle, craft the Heiyu bracers and maximize the veins output. He planted his hands on his hips as if surveying a kingdom. We will build here in this starter village an unassailable abstract, Noah Wanzue Empire. Lucifer stood beside him, her molten gold pupils reflecting the Lord's wild yet vigorous silhouette. She inclined her head slightly, her voice remained cool and measured yet carried the faintest, scarcely perceptible note of approval. As you wish, my lord. Under the sun the gilt spring's whirlpool turned slowly as though brewing some deeper potency. Lucifer's loyalty 100 unbreakable. Current evaluation of the Lord, tactical execution adequate, though hiding behind rocks is noted, resource acquisition efficiency greatly improved, clear plans for domain development. His words remain abstract but his actions are competent. The bracer blueprint is a thoughtful touch. Lin Chen crouched by the sin spring, gazing at the fifth drop of sin essence that had just condensed in the stone trough, his brow furrowed. Holding the black feather bracer blueprint, he sighed at the material requirements. Where can we find this solid metal? Other ordinary stones do not meet the standards. Lucifer was using a sharpened demonic tusk to carve something on a flat stone slab. It was the game board that Lin Chen had described based on his vague memories, preparing to teach her how to play Gamoku to pass the time. Upon hearing this, she paused her movements, her molten gold vertical pupils glancing at the blueprint. There may be associated metal ores deep within the mine. Her tone was flat. The crystal-eating giant lizard feeds on ores, and there may be undigested metal fragments or mineral seedlings left in its lair. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Sister Lu, you are truly clever. He immediately jumped up. So what are we waiting for? Let's explore the mine again. Lucifer put down the tusk, stood up and stretched her wings slightly. My lord may wait here. I will go investigate alone. How can that be? Lin Chen said with righteous indignation. As the Lord, I must go to the front lines and understand every inch of resource distribution in the territory. This is a responsibility. A duty. Lucifer quietly stared at him, saying nothing, but her gaze clearly conveyed speak plainly. Ahem. Fine, I admit I'm a bit bored being alone. Lin Chen rubbed his nose, speaking honestly, and if you find the metal I can collect it on the spot, saving you another trip. Lucifer let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Follow me. The two returned to the sin mine. The repaired mine exuded a steady aura. If the four corpses of the crystal-eating lizard at the entrance had already refreshed and disappeared, either recovered by the system or decomposed naturally, leaving only some traces of battle. Lucifer entered the cave first, with Lin Chen closely following, holding a torch made of rough beast skin and thin branches dipped in some flammable resin. Since the light was dim, he needed illumination. The torch was lit with the previous unstable lighter magic core fragment crackling softly and emitting a faint burnt smell as it burned. The interior of the cave seemed deeper than it appeared outside. Besides the main passage, there were several narrow forks. Lucifer had a clear goal, heading straight to the deepest part, the area previously occupied by the giant lizard king. There was a relatively spacious natural stone chamber with many scattered fragments of stone and crystal clusters on the ground and deep claw marks left on the rock walls from the struggles of the giant lizard king. In the corner there were some grayish-white rough-surfaced oval objects. These were the eggs of the crystal-eating lizard, though most had been broken or lost vitality, evidently affected by the previous battle. Lucifer ignored those eggs and walked to the innermost wall of the stone chamber. There was a smooth depression caused by the long-term friction of the giant lizard king's body, surrounded by some dark purple angular stone fragments and a small amount of deep black metallic-looking debris. Found it. Lucifer picked up a thumb-sized heavy black metal chunk and handed it to Lin Chen. Acquired black iron or quality good one can be refined into solid black iron ingot. Requires a furnace. Lin Chen picked up several more pieces varying in size and ended up with a total of 7 pieces of black iron ore. Not bad. Although it's a bit short, it should be enough to make a bracer. He was satisfied as he stored them away, but the furnace. That's another new building. He wondered where to get the blueprint. No need for a furnace, Lucifer suddenly said. Huh? Lin Chen looked at her. Lucifer extended a hand palm up. A wisp of pure silver flame ignited from thin air, yet the center of the flame was a deep black. The temperature was extremely high but strangely contained without a burning sensation radiating outward. The light dark purifying flame can temper anything. She said this as she suspended the several pieces of black iron ore Lin Chen handed her above the flame. Under the embrace of the silver flame, the hard ore softened and deformed at a visible speed while the impurities inside were stripped away and vaporized. Soon several pieces of ore merged into a fist-sized dark metallic sphere glimmering with a dull sheen. With a slight movement of her mind, Lucifer adjusted the flame's temperature. The metal sphere began to stretch and take shape, gradually turning into a rough form of a left bracer with an unpolished texture. Then with her other hand she began to sketch in the air. Lines of miniature rule-infused runes were imprinted into the bracer's rough form. The entire process was fluid, filled with a beauty of power and skill, leaving Lin Chen in awe. Sister Lu, you have this skill? He blurted out. Lucifer remained expressionless, her molten gold pupils focused intently on the bracer in the flame power micromanipulation basic application. Minutes later the flame subsided. A left bracer completely black with faint dark silver patterns swirling on its surface, simple in design yet exuding a chilling aura, floated in the air. The joint of the bracer was designed to be flexible with a soft inner side radiating a faint dark energy wave. Lucifer took it off and handed it to Lin Chen. Item: unfinished black feather bracer, rough form, quality good, can be improved, status requires final enchantment and binding requirements, shadow energy core 1, magic thread 5, 1 drop of user's blood, current effect, defense 15, dark skill power 5. Awesome. Lin Chen cradled the still warm rough bracer, reluctant to let go. Just need the energy core and thread. I have the core but the thread. His gaze swept across the stone chamber, finally landing on the 6 splendid and powerful wings behind Lucifer, especially the 3 black wings. A bold and self-destructive idea emerged. Sister Lu. He stepped closer, his eyes glimmering. Look at your wings. The feathers are black and shiny, of high quality. They look like good stuff. Could you spare a few? Just 5 or 6, and you'll see if I can twist them into thread. Lucifer's body clearly stiffened for a moment. She slowly turned her head, her molten gold vertical pupils fixated on Lin Chen as if her gaze said, say that again. Lin Chen felt a chill but still steeled himself, forcing out a flattering smile. Just a few. Really? You see, this bracer is called black feather bracer, made with your feathers as material. Doesn't that make it truly exclusive? This is called custom made? A symbol of status. In the future, when people see this bracer, they'll know it was crafted by the proud goddess Lucifer herself. I mean from her feathers. Instant prestige. Lucifer remained silent. The cave echoed only with the crackling of the torch. Just when Lin Chen thought she would refuse or even strike him, Lucifer slightly turned her body and extended her left black wing in front of him. Only this once. Her voice revealed no emotion, but Lin Chen felt as if her ears were slightly flushed. From the outermost end, new fine feathers. You may select 5. Wonderful. Sister Lu, you truly understand righteousness? Lin Chen exclaimed happily, cautiously approaching the black wing, exuding a faint pressure. He held his breath, gently grasping a relatively small and soft black feather at the tip of the wing, attempting to pull it. It didn't budge. The feather looked soft but was extremely tough. He applied more force, yet it still didn't move. The base of the feather seemed to be seamlessly integrated with the wing. Lin Chen looked up, seeking help from Lucifer. Lucifer closed her eyes and the base of the feather glimmered slightly before it detached on its own, drifting into Lin Chen's hand. The feather felt cool to the touch, smooth as satin yet with an unusual elasticity, and a faint dark glow flowed within. Lin Chen repeated the process, requesting to pull 4 more. 5 black fine feathers lay in his palm, resembling 5 exquisite art pieces. Acquired Lucifer's Black Feather Special Material 5 Quality Legendary Pseudo Effect contains pure Pride's original sin, and the power of light and darkness can replace the vast majority of magical threads with a high probability of granting additional properties to equipment. Legendary Pseudo. Lin Chen was taken aback. Sister Lu, your feathers are amazing. Lucifer had already retracted her wings, facing away from him, her voice muffled. Hurry up. Right away. Lin Chen quickly took out the magic core of the Shadow Wolf King Shadow Energy Core, also producing a small knife sharpened from the demonic tusk. Gritting his teeth, he pricked his fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood. He placed the rough bracer, the magic core, 5 black feathers, and the drop of his blood together, then looked at Lucifer. What do we do next? Lucifer turned around, pointing her finger in the air. The 3 materials and her 5 black feathers flew up simultaneously, enveloped by a denser black-silver flame. This time the flickering of the flame seemed to carry a strange rhythm. The 5 black feathers slowly melted in the flame, not turning to ashes but transforming into 5 strands of pitch-black thread sparkling with silver dots actively entwining around the rough bracer. The shadow magic core transformed into a dark stream of light, merging into the core of the bracer. Lin Chen's drop of blood served as a catalyst, linking the bracer with the power imprint of Pride's sin. The entire process lasted about a minute. The flame dissipated. A bracer completely different from before floated in the air. It was entirely black, and the surface no longer bore simple patterns, but rather intricate dark silver patterns resembling wing veins with glimmers of light flickering between them as if breathing. The edges of the bracer were sharp like blades, radiating a restrained yet noble pressure as well as an aura that resonated with Lucifer. Item: Bracer of Black Feather of Pride. Left quality epic. Can grow. Binder Lucifer Pride Sin. Effect 1. Defense 50. Arm Strength 20. Effect 2. Dark Light Skill Power 15. Release Speed 10. Effect 3. The wearer can slightly invoke the power of Pride's domain, weakening surrounding enemies by 5 in all attributes. Range 10 meters. Passive effect. Effect 4. Wing Protection active. After activation generates a small black feather shield that can withstand 1 full force attack not exceeding the initial level of a king. Cooldown 12 hours. The special effect Mark of Pride. Unique. This bracer carries the original mark of the proud goddess Lucifer, growing with her power and having a chance to awaken deeper abilities. Note: Armor of Pride woven from the feathers of a deity. Mortals cannot gaze directly and ants must not profane. Epic. Can grow. And it has domain passives and life-saving skills. Lin Chen's mouth formed an O-shape. Sister Lu, we've struck gold. He carefully offered the bracer to Lucifer. Quick, put it on and try it. Lucifer took the bracer, her fingertips brushing over the wing-like patterns on it, a glimmer of light flashing in her molten gold pupils. She donned the bracer on her left forearm and its size adjusted automatically. Buzz! The patterns on the bracer suddenly glowed and a denser, more powerful aura surged from Lucifer. Although it dissipated in an instant, the air in the entire cave stilled. She moved her wrist slightly, feeling the power contained within and the connection as if it were linked by blood. A hint of clear satisfaction finally flashed in her eyes. Very good. She offered a succinct evaluation. Lin Chen beamed, his grin wide. Of course. Who designed this? Who provided the ideas and materials? He opened Lucifer's attribute panel and indeed saw the bracer of Black Feather of Pride left appearing in her equipment slot, her overall combat strength rating jumping up slightly. Not bad, not bad. Starting with a knife, all equipment relying on riding the goddess feathers. Lin Chen was very pleased with his contribution. Just then the regional channel suddenly began to flood with messages filled with hostility. Lin Chen, don't think you're impressive just because you ranked first. Turtle, dare you report your coordinates? I Zhao Kuang will teach you how to behave in minutes. Brother Kuang is mighty. This Lin Chen must have just gotten lucky summoning a powerful hero. He's definitely a newbie. Exactly. Brother Kuang's a great hero. Earth-shattering bear is no pushover. The territory level is also nearing the late stage of the spirit realm. Lin Chen, be careful. Zhao Kuang and his crew are numerous. They have been collecting protection fees in the region, forcing other lords to hand over resources. Shut up upstairs. Keep talking and they'll rob you too. Zhao Kuang. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at the chats in the channel. Zhao Kuang. Isn't that the one who used to rank first? He rubbed his chin. Seems like a bully collecting protection fees. Lucifer also saw the channel content, a hint of coldness flashing in her molten gold vertical pupils. A jumping clown. My lord, if he dares to come, I will ensure he returns without a trace. He can't come, it's 1,000 kilometers away. He would tire himself out flying here. Lin Chen waved his hand, not worried at all, but rather a sly smile crept across his face. But since he's so arrogant, if I don't respond, won't it make me look timid? He cleared his throat and began composing a message in the world channel, this time without anonymity. Soon a uniquely styled message appeared in the regional channel. Zhao Kuang, brother Kuang, right? Hello. I heard you want to teach me how to behave. That's great. I've been worried no one would teach me the 100 ways a lord can die. But is the delivery free on your side? 1,000 kilometers express delivery with shipping due on arrival, okay? By the way, my local specialties are Sister Lou's glare and sinful barbecue. Would you like to reserve a portion to taste first? Guaranteed crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, melting in your mouth, sending your soul to heaven. Heart dog head. As soon as this message was posted, the regional channel fell eerily silent for a few seconds. Then it exploded. Fahahaha. What kind of express delivery is that? Sister Lou's glare. Is that the hero of that big shot? Sounds terrifying. Sinful barbecue. Is it made from magical creatures? The deeper you think, the creepier it gets. The big shot is too humorous. I'm a fan now. Zhao Kuang must be turning green with rage. Lin Chen is awesome. That was a beautiful retort. Zhao Kuang was indeed furious. Lin Chen, you're asking for death. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you had some luck. Once the beginner protection period ends, I will be the first to wipe you out. Lin Chen replied, oh dear brother Kuang, don't be angry. Anger is harmful to your health. The protection period still has 2 days left, so what's the rush? Why don't you work hard first and try to catch up in the rankings? You're 2,000 points short. Good luck. I believe in you. Striving expression. You. Zhao Kuang seemed to be choked into silence, or perhaps he went to throw something as he didn't reply for a long while. The regional channel was filled with a lively atmosphere. Many small lords who had been oppressed by Zhao Kuang's gang gave Lin Chen thumbs up, invisibly boosting Lin Chen's reputation. Lin Chen concealed his accomplishments and fame, shutting down the channel, and shrugged at Lucifer. You see, dealing with such trolls requires abstract magic to defeat magic. Lucifer looked at him. Although she didn't quite understand the meaning of abstract and magic in this context, she could sense that Lin Chen had effortlessly neutralized the other party's provocation in a way she couldn't comprehend, even gaining the upper hand. After a moment of silence, she commented, words are also weapons. The way my lord uses them is unique. Lin Chen chuckled, about to speak, when suddenly a system prompt sounded repeatedly. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Lord Lin Chen for being the first to manufacture epic quality equipment. Reward reputation 1000. Special title Godsmith Apprentice. Unlocked new achievement Equipment Pioneer. Reward random epic equipment blueprint fragment 1. Collect 3 fragments to synthesize a complete blueprint. The world channel was once again flooded with the name Lin Chen, and other lords in different regions were astonished by the appearance of epic equipment. It should be noted that at present the majority of lords do not even possess a single piece of good equipment. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. It's announced just like that. Epic equipment, is that rare? He glanced at the bracer on Lucifer's wrist and thought, with the goddess' original feathers used, how could the quality be poor? Good things. Another wave of reputation and rewards for free. Lin Chen happily stored the blueprint fragment. Looks like I need to create more high-quality equipment in the future. Sister Lu, I'll take care of your equipment. The feathers. Lucifer immediately interrupted, absolutely not. Lin Chen. I was just saying that. He glanced at the time, realizing that he had unknowingly spent most of the day in the mine. There should be a few more drops of essence produced in the Sin Spring, and the mine's output for today should also be collected. Let's head home and gather the harvest. Lin Chen called out, holding the nearly burnt-out torch, and walked out of the cave with Lucifer. The sunset's afterglow spilled over the wasteland, casting long shadows of the two. Lin Chen walked ahead, humming a tune out of rhythm, his steps light. Lucifer followed half a step behind the black feather bracer on her left wrist, shimmering with a deep luster in the sunset. Occasionally she raised her hand, her fingertips brushing over the patterns on the bracer. In her molten gold eyes a faint softness quietly settled. The territory was in sight. Simple, yet it was the only home they had in this different world, and it was becoming increasingly solid. Lucifer's loyalty 100 form of eternal contract. Current evaluation of Lord the Bracer. Suits my taste. Although the request for feathers was bold and rude, the outcome is acceptable. The approach to dealing with provocations. Difficult to evaluate but effective. The territory's resources are steadily accumulating. Perhaps following such a master may not be an unacceptable thing. Sister Lu, don't you feel that this place is a bit desolate? Lin Chen squatted by the Sin Spring, eagerly waiting for the next drop of spring liquid to condense while trying to make conversation. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon and the night enveloped the wasteland. Only the eternal floating summoning core in the center of the territory and the faint light emanating from Lucifer beside it dispelled the surrounding darkness. Lucifer was meditating with her eyes closed on a flat stone, the newly acquired black feather bracers shimmering with a deep luster under the dim light. Hearing this, she slightly fluttered her eyelashes but did not open her eyes. What does my lord mean? It's just that the territory is vast, and with just the two of us it feels rather empty. Lin Chen gestured. Look, the mines need someone to watch over them, right? Although the monsters are too afraid to come for now, what if the well needs someone to draw water, right? Although I can draw it myself, it would be beneath the Lord's dignity to do so. The arrow tower needs someone to operate it, right? Although it seems capable of firing on its own, its accuracy might be questionable. We need a team. A group that can help with miscellaneous tasks, keep watch, and when necessary strengthen our presence. I mean bolster our forces. He grew more excited as he spoke. Just think, in the future when we go out, you lead the way, I'll be in the center, and behind us will be a whole line of little brothers following. How imposing would that be? When encountering enemies, you wouldn't even need to lift a finger if the little brothers would rush forward and crush them. This truly fits my identity as the Lord of Sin and the King of Newbies. Lucifer finally opened her eyes, her molten gold vertical pupils bright against the night. She looked at Lin Chen, paused for a moment, and slowly said, troops. Yes. Troops. Lin Chen slapped his thigh. Heroes are the high-end combat power, but troops are the foundation. The system must have this function, we just haven't unlocked it yet. Lucifer stood up and walked to the summoning core, gently placing her bracer-clad left hand on the surface of the crystal. My power is still shallowly linked to the territory. Previously I could only maintain my existence and combat. She felt the pulse of the core now. With the territory reaching the later stage of the spiritual realm, the Sin Source Spring is also stabilizing its output. My essence has been nourished and replenished, allowing me to attempt to communicate deeper rules and unlock exclusive troops. Exclusive troops. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Sister Lu, what's your troop like? Do they have wings? Are they powerful? Are they cool? Lucifer didn't respond directly. Instead, she retracted her hand and her 6 wings fully unfurled. Black and silver light intertwined, and a far more grand and ancient pressure slowly rose. In her molten golden pupils runes flickered as if communicating with the rules in the void. I am the sin of pride, wielding the glory of the fallen in the heavenly realm and the majesty of the abyss. Her voice became ethereal and grand, echoing in the night. My followers shall be the warriors of the black wings, upholding the will of pride, clearing all obstacles for my lord. She formed a complex and profound seal with her hands in front of her chest. At the center of the seal, a point of pure darkness and a point of extreme silver interwove and rotated. In the name of pride, summon, boom. The summoning core seemed to be infused with boundless power, erupting with an intensity far more fierce yet restrained than Lin Chen's first summon. No longer a soaring beam of light, but transforming into a 10-meter radius ring of light, distinctly black and white, suddenly unfolding on the ground centered around Lucifer. Within the ring, countless fine runes resembling wing patterns rapidly flowed. The debris and dust on the ground were pushed aside and purified by an invisible force. Lucifer stood at the center of the ring, her silver hair moving without wind, her 6 wings fully spread, the patterns on her black feather bracers resonating with the aura around her, emitting a deep humming sound. Lin Chen was forced back several steps by this sudden momentum, hiding behind the sin spring, peeking out with just half his head and staring wide-eyed. At the edge of the light ring, 10 indistinct silhouettes slowly emerged. The silhouettes shifted from virtual to solid, rising from the ground. They were 10 female warriors, approximately 175 centimeters tall, slender and agile. They all wore fitted, simply styled yet exuding a cold texture dark silver light armor which covered critical areas, designed to be flexible at the joints, glimmering with a faint cold light in the night. Behind them were pairs of folded pure black wings. These wings were not like Lucifer's radiant energy form, but rather like substantial black feathers exuding a metallic texture. Their faces were mostly obscured by similarly dark silver helmets with wing-like reliefs, revealing only elegantly shaped jaws and pairs of cold eyes, faint golden flames flickering deep within their pupils. Each held a standard approximately 1 meter long black straight blade long knife, the blade narrow, reflecting a cold gleam. The 10 stood still, their movements perfectly synchronized without any excess. The black wings completely folded behind them like keen blades waiting to be unsheathed. Throughout the summoning process, aside from the initial light ring explosion, there was no other sound. Their appearance was silent and solemn, carrying an innate pride that seemed to transcend the mundane. Lucifer slowly lowered her hands, and the ring and runes dissipated. She scanned the 10 newly summoned warriors, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her molten golden pupils. "My lord." She turned to face Lin Chen, her voice returning to its usual cool tone. "These are my exclusive troops, Black Feather Angels. The initial 10, all at the early stage of the spiritual realm." Lin Chen walked out from behind the sin spring, his mouth slightly agape. Circling around the 10 suddenly appeared black-winged female warriors, his eyes filled with amazement. "Cool. So cool." He clicked his tongue in wonder. "This design, this aura, this equipment. They look like top-notch goods. Sister Lu, your taste is impeccable." He tried to check the panel of one of the Black Feather Angels, but only received basic information. Troop Black Feather Angel, Pride type, level early, spiritual realm, quantity 1010, morale 100, locked, maintenance cost requires a small amount of sin aura. Sin spring liquid daily, can be automatically supplied by the territory. Abilities: Black Wing / basic battle formation, light and dark resistance, aerial maneuverability. Characteristic: offspring of Pride under direct command of Lucifer. Combat power increases with Lucifer's strength. Slight intimidation effect on non-Pride units. Early spiritual realm. 10 of them. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, excited. "Now we really have a basic troop. Sister Lu, quick, let me see you train them. Let me witness the might of our Black Feather troops." Lucifer nodded and walked in front of the 10 Black Feather Angels. She didn't speak, only calmly scanning each masked face. Without needing words, the 10 Black Feather Angels seemed to receive an invisible command and moved simultaneously. Swish! 10 pairs of black wings instantly unfurled. The pitch-black wings cut through the night, creating a slight sound of airflow. They lifted off the ground, hovering half a meter above, moving in perfect unison as if they were one. "Blade." Lucifer uttered a single word. 10 black long knives were simultaneously raised, positioned in front of their chests with the tips pointing upwards, their edges reflecting cold light. The grip of the knives, the angle of the bent arms, all were precise to the last detail. Formation. The 10 shifted their formation, alternating front and back and left and right, forming a simple triangular assault formation. The distances and angles between them were as precise as if measured with a ruler. Slash. At Lucifer's command, the 10 long knives were simultaneously swung forward. Not a chaotic hack, but 10 blades of pitch black edged with a slight silver gleam slashed through the air in a fan shape towards an open space 20 meters ahead. Boom! The blade aura struck the ground, producing a dull thud instead of a deafening explosion. The ground was neatly plowed with 10 deep trenches, their edges smoothed the soil, turned over, leaving faint black glimmers and a sharp aura of blades. The entire movement from wing-spreading knife-raising formation changed to slashing, flowed like water, containing terrifying efficiency and discipline in its silent execution. The 10 operated as one without any signs of hesitation. Lin Chen watched dumbfounded. Is this what a professional troop looks like?" He murmured. "These are at least 100 times better than the clumsy classmates I trained with." Lucifer raised her hand and the 10 black feather angels sheathed their knives, folded their wings and landed, returning to a standing posture as if that fierce strike had never occurred. The foundation is acceptable, Lucifer evaluated, then looked at Lin Chen. However, without combat experience it's hard to say they are elite. They must be tempered in blood and fire. Lin Chen nodded vigorously. Train. We must train. Tomorrow we'll take them out to hunt. No, tonight. He looked at the pitch-black sky and changed his mind. Tomorrow morning. He suddenly smiled and leaned closer to Lucifer. Sister Lu, look, we have troops now. Shouldn't you as their commander say a few words to them? Inspire their morale. Something like, to fight for the Lord is your honor, or, let the enemies tremble under our black wings, or something like that. Lucifer glanced at him, her eyes seemingly looking at a fool. But she turned around facing the 10 quietly standing black feather angels. The night wind blew, lifting a few strands of her silver hair. She stood straight with her black and silver wings harmonizing beautifully with the pure black wings of the warriors. The patterns on the black feather bracers flowed with a ghostly light in the night. She didn't shout slogans, her voice remained calm yet carried an undeniable inherent authority, clearly reaching every warrior's ear. You exist because of my pride, upholding my will. My Lord is the only one to whom you owe loyalty. Your wings shall shield him from the wind and rain, your blades shall clear away the thorns. This body, these wings, these blades are all the sword and shield of my Lord. Remember, your existence has but this meaning. With her words silence fell. The 10 black feather angels, their pupils hidden beneath their helmets flickering with faint golden flames, all turned their gaze towards Lin Chen. In their gaze there was no fervor, no excitement, only a chilling absolute loyalty and obedience that seemed to be carved into their souls. Lin Chen felt a bit unnerved under their stare, but more so he was shaken by Lucifer's words. There were no flowery words, no emotional appeals, yet it carried more power than any slogan. Especially that line, this body, these wings, these blades are all the sword and shield of my Lord, was simply badass. Sister Lu. Your speech skills are amazing. Lin Chen gave a thumbs up, though it sounds a bit juvenile. But it's so inspiring. Lucifer paid no heed to his praise, only ordering the black feather angels dismissed. Familiarize yourselves with the territory and take turns on night watch. Yes. The 10 responded in unison, their voices crisp and cold like blades clashing. They then split into 2 groups. 5 took off silently, flying towards the territory's edge, vanishing into the darkness to begin their patrol. The other 5 moved to key positions by the Sin Spring and Arrow Tower, standing quietly like sculptures merged into the shadows. Their efficiency was astonishing. Lin Chen watched the black feather angels instantly step into their roles, his heart filled with joy. This was the lordly life he had imagined. With high-end combat power and loyal subordinates, all he needed to do was, well, manage abstractly and enjoy the benefits. By the way, Sister Lu, regarding their consumption of that small amount of sin aura, will the territory be enough to supply it? Lin Chen recalled the maintenance costs. The aura produced by the sin source spring daily is more than sufficient. Lucifer walked to the edge of the spring, looking at the slowly swirling black vortex. If they drink the spring liquid, it can speed up their growth and evolution. But at this stage it is unnecessary to waste it. Lin Chen nodded and then thought of something. You said they can grow stronger with you. Does that mean when you level up they level up too? In theory, yes. But the exact increase depends on territory level, resource supply and combat experience. That's good enough. Lin Chen beamed. That's like buying a growth stock. I mean a growing troop. Guaranteed profits. He brought up the Lord's panel and indeed saw the newly added black feather angels in the military section. Quantity 10, status good. The territory's overall score jumped significantly due to the addition of the troop, further distancing it from the second place Xiao Kuang. That guy Xiao Kuang is probably even angrier now. Lin Chen could almost visualize him stomping his feet in frustration. The night deepened. Lin Chen lay on the rough beast hide in Lucifer's warm light curtain, feeling too excited to sleep. He looked at the black feather angels standing quietly nearby like exquisite statues, then glanced at Lucifer, who was meditating by the spring, feeling a sense of safety filling his heart. Tomorrow I'll take them to level up. He thought drowsily. I've even thought of a name for the operation. Let's call it Dance of the Black Wings. No, that sounds too artistic. How about Abstract Wild Team? That also doesn't seem right. Forget it, I'll think about it tomorrow. Just as he was half asleep, suddenly a short and sharp warning sound came from the edge of the territory. It was the Black Feather Angels alerting. Lin Chen jumped up with a start. Lucifer also instantly opened her eyes, her figure flashing to Lin Chen's side, her wings slightly spread to shield him behind her. At the same time, through her thoughts, the Black Feather Angels on guard throughout the territory quickly converged towards the warning direction. What's happening? Lin Chen asked nervously. Lucifer concentrated on sensing, her molten golden pupils gazing towards the southeast where the territory's edge was near the well. A small group of monsters attracted by the aura of the newly summoned troops in the territory. There are about 15, mainly at the midstage of the spiritual realm, with one leader at the late stage. The type: Night Screech Bat, adept at sound wave attacks and ambushes. Night Screech Bat. Lin Chen sprang up. Perfect. Let's have our Black Feather Angels practice. Lucifer nodded, mentally issuing commands to the 5 gathered Black Feather Angels. Southeast, low altitude targets 15, annihilate. Understood. The 5 Black Feather Angels showed no hesitation, simultaneously unfurling their wings, transforming into 5 streaks of black light, silently swooping towards the darkness at the territory's edge. Lin Chen and Lucifer followed behind, watching from a safe distance. They saw over the territory's edge in the night sky more than a dozen bat-like monsters with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, their bodies gray-black, their eyes crimson, continuously emitting invisible sound wave ripples, attempting to break through the invisible barrier at the territory's edge territory boundary. The sound waves they emitted had a disorienting effect, but it seemed to have little impact on the Black Feather Angels. The mental resistance granted by the Pride lineage was in effect. The 5 Black Feather Angels plunged into the bat swarm. No shouts, no chaos. They formed 2 simple yet effective cooperative formations in an instant, 3 in one group, 2 in another. The knife light shone in the darkness. The pitch-black long knives precisely slashed towards the wing joints, necks, and heads of the Night Screech bats. Their attacks were efficient and lethal, fully utilizing their aerial maneuverability, weaving through the bat swarm, each strike accompanied by a piercing wail and the dull sound of monsters falling. The latest Night Screech bat leader tried to direct the swarm, breathing out a more solid sound wave ball, but one Black Feather Angel blocked it with her wings, while another seized the opportunity to charge in and decapitate it with a single blow. The battle began quickly and ended even faster. In less than 2 minutes, all 15 Night Screech bats were slain, their bodies plummeting to the ground like dumplings, rapidly corroded, purified, and absorbed by the aura of sin permeating the territory's edge, leaving behind only some materials. The 5 Black Feather Angels sheathed their knives and folded their wings, hovering in midair, their bodies free of any dust. One of them dove down to quickly collect a few fallen sin crystals and magic core fragments before returning to formation. The entire process was quiet, neat, and astonishingly efficient. Your troop Black Feather Angels participated in the battle and gained experience. Killed Night Screech Bat 15, gained a small amount of materials. Black Feather Angels coordination slightly improved. Beautiful. Lin Chen couldn't help but cheer. So cool. This combat power, this cooperation. Sister Lu, you trained them so well. Lucifer's expression remained calm, as if this was merely a trivial matter in their first real battle. Their response was acceptable. However, there are still flaws in their coordination. Their grasp of enemy weaknesses needs to be more precise. They require further training. Lin Chen. Aren't your expectations a bit too high? He looked at the 5 silently hovering Black Feather warriors awaiting further orders, then glanced at the strict and almost harsh 6-winged goddess beside him, suddenly feeling that as a soft rice lord he seemed to have been swept into an extraordinary, elite training class. But it didn't feel bad. He grinned and waved at the returning warriors. Great job. You did well. Rest now. Tomorrow we'll add more. Train harder. The Black Feather Angels nodded in unison, then dispersed, blending back into the shadows of the territory, continuing their patrol. The night returned to tranquility, as if the earlier small-scale conflict had never occurred. Lin Chen stretched, feeling drowsy again. Having troops is so good. He mumbled, walking back to his beast skin bed. I don't even have to worry about night watch. Sister Lu, good night. Lucifer watched him curl up in the beast's skin, waved her hand to cast the warm light curtain again. Rest well, my lord. She walked to the edge of the sin spring, gazing at the starry reflection and vortex in the spring, then glanced at the black-winged figures patrolling loyally like night elves. In the depths of her molten golden eyes a faint emotion called peace of mind, which even she was unaware of, quietly spread. The territory was no longer empty. Lucifer's Loyalty 100 imprint current evaluation of the Lord troops have appeared, and the territory is beginning to take shape. Though the Lord is still weak, there are unique insights into the use of forces. The Black Feather Angels need rigorous training to live up to the name of pride. Tonight is relatively stable. Morning sunlight pierced the thin mist over the wasteland, refracting a strange halo from the dark purple crystalline clusters exuding from the sin or vein. Lin Chen crouched at the mouth of the vein, watching the numbers flicker on the virtual panel. Sin crystal small today, output 2. After combining yesterday's accumulation with the leftover shards, he now had 5 whole crystals in hand. Not bad, not bad. Steady trickle, steady trickle. He nodded with satisfaction and stowed the crystals. Rising and stretching, he cast his gaze toward the center of his domain. Beside the sin spring, 10 black feather angel guards stood like javelins, motionless, their coal-black wings ruffled by the morning breeze. Lucifer stood before them, molten gold vertical pupils sweeping over each warrior as if appraising them. Lucia. Good morning. Lin Chen jogged up, brimming with energy as he greeted her. Any plans today? Are we taking our black feather guards out to spill some blood? Lucifer turned to him and inclined her head. That is precisely my intention. She continued, in the eastern sector we detected several scattered monster clusters yesterday, ideal for drill. There is also a small stone deposit with weak defenses. We can take it in the same sweep. Excellent. Let's do that. Lin Chen rubbed his hands, his eyes bright. By the way, Lucia, now that we have troops, shouldn't we have a grand operation codename? He suggested with a grin, like the first cry of Black Wings. Operation Arrogant Sweep. Or Abstract Wild Hunt Battalion's Maiden Expedition. Lucifer. She deliberately ignored the last option and issued orders to the Black Feather Angel Guards, objective east of the domain. Fan-shaped reconnaissance. Eliminate all threats along the route and mark resource points. Operate in squads and maintain communication. Yes. 10 voices answered in unison, crisp and cold. They split into 2 5-man teams and took wing arrows loosed from a top bough, sliding soundlessly toward the eastern horizon until they were 10 black specks. Wait. I haven't said depart yet. Lin Chen shouted after them, but the angel guards were already gone. He scratched his head and looked at Lucifer. Lucia, your troops. Their execution is a bit too efficient. Don't they need a pre-battle pep talk from their lord? Lucifer's expression was calm. When the objective and the master's intent are clear, redundant steps are unnecessary. Efficiency first. Fine, you're right about everything. Lin Chen conceded helplessly. Shall we follow them to take a look? Lucifer let her wings unfurl slightly and looked at Lin Chen. My lord, will you walk or? Lin Chen stared at her broad, sumptuous black silver wings, each able to bear several people. His heart betrayed him with a few too quick beats. The thought of riding the 6-winged goddess was almost too beautiful to contemplate. Ahem. Ilwa, he said, recovering his composure. To exercise, to reach the grassroots, to understand the people's conditions. No, to inspect the battlefield. He spoke earnestly but began to stride eastward. Lucifer said nothing as she folded her wings and kept pace, a single step behind him. The two moved one ahead of the other, mainly Lin Chen in front, toward the direction where the Black Feather Guards had vanished. Along the way they passed scattered signs of recent skirmish, monster corpses neatly cleaved in half, mostly early-stage Ling realm wasteland hyenas and spined scorpions, and marked patches of herbs or small exposed mineral points that shimmered faintly. The Angel Guard's efficiency far outpaced Lin Chen's walking speed. By the time he and Lucifer strolled to the first scheduled monster cluster, a hollow choked with deformed shrubs, the fight had already ended. 5 black feather angel guards hovered in midair, blades sheathed, wings partially folded. In the hollow below lay more than 20 corpses, earth-colored beasts resembling armadillos but far larger, their backs bristling with razor spikes. 2 other angel guards were busy gathering the fallen materials. System: your troop Blackfeather Angel Guards eliminated Spineback Earth Dragon 23. System: gained experience minor. System: obtained materials Earth Dragon Scale Armor 46, Sharp Bone Spikes 69, Earth Magic Core Fragments 23. System: Blackfeather Angel Guards combat experience increased. Lin Chen gaped. That's it. I wanted to observe and learn a bit more. Lucifer sensed the lingering battlefield aura and offered critique. Coordination was acceptable, but when countering the Spineback Earth Dragon's rolling charges, the formation became slightly disordered. One member's left flank was grazed by a spine. They need to strengthen training against sudden clustered impacts. Lin Chen studied the guards. Indeed, one angel guard's left wing edge bore a small patch of disheveled feathers dusted with earth, though no obvious wound could be seen. Lucifer's observational acuity bordered on the abnormal. The named angel guard stiffened slightly, then bowed his head. Your subordinate failed. It matters not, it is your first battle, Lucifer replied evenly. Remember the lesson. Yes. Lin Chen hurried to smooth things over. For a first real fight you did very well. Everyone worked hard. Return and train more. He almost said eat more again, but corrected himself on remembering the angel guards drew sustenance from the sin aura rather than ordinary food. The angel guards bowed to Lin Chen and resumed clearing and scouting. Lin Chen and Lucifer turned their steps toward the small stone deposit. A dozen or so rock-like elementals had been occupying the deposit, but faced with Lucifer they offered no real resistance and were swept aside without ceremony. Lin Chen successfully occupied the deposit and gained another steady daily source of stone material. Eastern sector clearance progress about 1/3, Lucifer reported, receiving continuous updates from the angel guards. No traces of other Lord activity detected. Normal if this place spans 1,000 kilometers. You would not encounter others so quickly, Lin Chen said casually as he integrated the new deposit into his management. Yet no sooner had he spoken than the edge of the expanded domain map flickered with several extremely faint red dots, indicators of non-affiliated units. The red dots moved slowly but were clearly approaching the eastern boundary of the domain. Lin Chen sharpened his vigilance and zoomed in on the map. About 7 or 8 kilometers away from them 5 red dots clustered together, moving in a small area, sometimes splitting and sometimes converging. Humans? Or high-tier monsters? Lin Chen asked Lucifer. She concentrated and a cold gleam passed through her molten gold pupils. Human Lord Auras 5 in number. One is latestage Ling realm, the other's midstage Ling realm. They have troops mostly low-tier beast forms with weak combat power. They are besieging a lone latestage Ling realm monster. She paused and added, one of them bears an aura similar to the lackey under Zhao Kuang on the area channel. Lin Chen's brow lifted. Zhao Kuang's people? Traveling this far? I thought it was 1,000 kilometers. It is likely an affiliated lord or an early ally, Lucifer analyzed. The initial 1,000-kilometer interval refers to the cores of lords' territories. A lord may leave his domain to operate. They may have joined forces by some means. I see. Lin Chen rubbed his chin, eyes flickering. So they are outside their safe zone, essentially in the wild. He continued, and it looks like they're fighting monsters for resources. His eyes rolled and a bold, characteristically abstract plan formed in his mind. Lucia, he leaned close to Lucifer and lowered his voice, though no one was near, a roguish smile across his face. Shall we go say hello to them? Lucifer looked at him. Does my lord intend to start a fight? No, no, no. We are civilized people and we cannot resort to bloodshed at the drop of a hat. Lin Chen waved his hand. I mean a friendly exchange and mutual assistance between lords. Look, 5 of them struggling even to fell a single latestage Ling realm monster, imagine how hard that is. Let's help, and while we're at it, negotiate a fair split of the spoils. Surely that's not unreasonable. Lucifer was silent for 2 seconds, then grasped Lin Chen's unstated implication. The corner of her mouth twitched almost imperceptibly before resuming its usual ice-cold line. Very well. It's settled then. Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Let's go deliver some warmth. He immediately sent a command through the Lord Link to the two Black Feather Guard squads clearing nearby, 8 kilometers southeast. 5 friendly forces are engaged in a hard fight. Proceed to support them quickly and protect them until my arrival. Orders received. 10 black streaks of light instantly changed course and shot toward the red dots. Lin Chen and Lucifer followed at a leisurely pace. Lin Chen even plucked a few strangely colored trumpet-like flowers from the roadside that emitted a paralytic powder, saying he might study whether they could be used as a gift for friendly exchanges. 7 or 8 kilometers was a blink of an eye for the angel guards. When Lin Chen and Lucifer arrived, they found a scene that bordered on the comic. On a field of broken stones, a hulking creature sheathed in blue-gray stone armor and crowned with a single horn, a stone-armored rhinoceros latestage Ling realm, battered the ground with wild charges. Its hide had been pierced many times and earthy yellow blood flowed, yet its fury remained undiminished. Surrounding it were 5 male lords, their faces tight with anxiety. Next to them were roughly 30 troops in total, mostly Fdire or Atir wasteland hyenas, rock-hide boars, venom spiders, and the like. Small in size and weak in attack, they could only harass the beast with numbers. Occasionally a troop would be tossed by the rhino's horn or stomped into paste. Among the 5 lords, a broad-shouldered man carrying a great axe, his face pitted with scars, was a latestage Ling realm powerhouse and likely their leader. The other 4 were midstage Ling realm, armed in a motley array of blades, spears, and clubs, clumsy in technique and worse at cooperation. They often got in each other's way. Brother Wang. This beast's hide is too thick. My boar can't bite through, a lanky lord cried anxiously. Stop whining. Exhausted to death. Well, split the materials. Brother Wang swung his axe into the rhino's hind leg, sparks flying, leaving only a pale mark while the recoil numbed his arm. Careful. It's about to charge, another lord shouted. The rhino's red eyes locked on a spear-bearing lord positioned slightly forward. It lowered its head, aimed its horn, dug its hind hooves into the earth, and prepared to surge forward. That lord went white with fear. His troops were slow rock-hide boars and could not reposition in time. At that critical instant. Whoosh! 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 10 black shadows descended like phantoms, landing precisely to the side and front of the rhino's charge path. Their coal-black wings opened, dark silver armor flashed coldly in the sun. Plated helmets hid their faces, revealing only pairs of pale, disdainful golden eyes. 10 black feather angel guards stood silently between the rhino and the targeted lord. Who are you? Brother Wang and the others recoiled, stunned and instinctively stepping back, eyes fixed on these sudden, imposing black-winged warriors. The angel guards paid them no heed. Facing the charging stone-armored rhinoceros, the 3 warriors at the front raised their black longswords simultaneously. There were no shouts, no flashy flourishes. The 3 formed a triangular stance and struck together. Slash! 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 3 streaks of black blade energy cut in a pattern like rushing rivers, striking precisely at the rhino's massive front knee joints. Crack! Squelch! The sickening sounds of bones splintering and blades biting flesh rang out together. The rhino's charge was arrested mid-hunder. Its colossal body lost balance as its forelegs were crippled, and it toppled forward with a pitiful howl, carving a deep furrow through the ground as dust billowed. Before it could struggle upright, the 7 remaining angel guards descended in a shadow-like onslaught. Blades flashed like black lightning, finding the rhino's eyes, throat, and heart with chilling precision. A final piercing wail escaped the creature. Its limbs convulsed a few times and then stilled. Dark red blood spurted from multiple wounds and soaked into the earth. From the angel guard's appearance to the rhino's death, the entire episode lasted less than 10 seconds. Efficient, clean, and utterly crushing. Brother Wang and the others gaped, mouths wide, stunned into silence. Their long, grueling struggle against a latestage Ling realm monster had just been erased in an instant. These black. Who is this winged woman? At that moment a lazy, amused voice drifted from behind them. Well, friends, busy at work. The 5 men whirled around in alarm only to see a young man clad in coarse hemp robes, unremarkable at first glance, approaching with a warm knowing smile. Beside him walked a being beyond mortal description, silver hair cascading like a moonlit waterfall, features flawless and ethereal, golden vertical pupils gazing down with detached indifference, as if observing mere insects beneath her feet. 6 vast wings, woven in shimmering black and silver, slowly unfurled from her back, radiating an aura of such overwhelming majesty and oppressive authority that their very souls trembled. A single glance from those molten gold eyes sent their knees buckling, nearly driving them to kneel in submission. Who are you? Brother Wang strained to hold his composure, his voice trembling as his axe wavered in his grip. His subordinates had already collapsed to the ground, whimpering in primal terror. Lin Chen stepped forward, glanced briefly at the carcass of the stone-armored rhinoceros, then swept his gaze over the 5 ashen-faced lords, his smile growing ever more benevolent. No need to be nervous, no need at all. We're just passing by, a pair of helpful local lords who noticed your struggle and kindly dropped in to lend a hand. He gestured toward the black-feathered angelic guard. There, my troops. Perhaps they moved a bit too swiftly. Didn't frighten you, did they? Brother Wang and his 4 companions fell silent. This wasn't merely a matter of moving too swiftly. And much thanks for your aid, brother. Brother Wang forced a smile more painful than tears, while inwardly every instinct screamed danger. Years spent surviving in the underbelly of this world had honed his intuition, and it now blared one unmistakable warning: these newcomers meant trouble. May we ask your name? Are you also a lord of this region? A simple matter, I'm Lin Chen, he replied cheerfully, offering his name without hesitation. Lin Chen. The 5 men turned ghost white on the spot, the undisputed one on the regional leaderboard, the legendary figure commanding terrifying heroes, forging epic tier gear and claiming every first kill and first conquest record imaginable. The same Lin Chen who'd driven Zhao Kuang into apoplectic rage, trading razor-sharp banter with him across public channels. What was he doing here? His domain lay leagues away. Ooh. So it's Master Lin Chen himself. Brother Wang instantly bowed deeper, his tone shifting with dizzying speed, now dripping with obsequious reverence. Long have we heard your illustrious name. It rings through the heavens. I am Wang Meng, honored beyond words to meet you. These are my brothers. We merely ventured out to hunt wild game, never imagining we'd disturb a master of your stature. Our deepest apologies. Think nothing of it, think nothing of it. Mutual aid among lords is only natural. Lin Chen waved dismissively, projecting easygoing charm, yet his voice lingered meaningfully. Still, assistance is one thing, and spoils quite another. His gaze drifted slowly toward the rhinoceros's corpse. Wang Meng's heart clenched, but he declared instantly, Master, you intervened decisively. The spoils rightly belong to you alone. We raise no objection, not in the slightest. Ah, but how could I possibly accept? Lin Chen feigned reluctance. After all you discovered at first, and fought valiantly for quite some time, exhausting yourselves. Let me propose fairness, let us divide according to contribution. You drew its attention, wore down its stamina, and even gave it a vigorous scraping massage, so to speak. Clearly you bore hardship. My guard delivered the final strike. Therefore, materials shall be split 7 parts for me, 3 for you. Fair, wouldn't you agree? Wang Meng and his companions stared wordlessly. Fair? To hell with fair? Was that final strike not utter annihilation? And scraping massage? We were fighting for our lives. Yet faced with 10 black-feathered angelic guards exuding palpable dread, and the 6-winged goddess whose mere presence stole their breath, Wang Meng swallowed his bitterness, forcing a smile. Fair? Utterly fair? Master Lin's magnanimity knows no bounds. Then it's settled. Lin Chen clapped once, signaling the guards to begin dissecting the carcass and gathering materials. He then sidled up to Wang Meng, slinging an arm companionably over his shoulder. Wang Meng stiffened instantly. Brother Wang, I must say, you and your comrades possess admirable strength. To converge here upon this wasteland is no coincidence, it's fate. Tell me, what faction do you serve? Are you under Zhao Kuang's command? Wang Meng's heart lurched. Cold sweat broke across his brow. Why, wise, we follow Brother Kuang. Just scraping by, sir. We're lowly foot soldiers, bound to obey his orders without question. I understand, I truly do, Lin Chen said, patting his shoulder with paternal warmth. In this world, duty binds us all, even when it chafes. Still, I've heard Zhao Kuang is quick-tempered, and not especially generous toward those beneath him. You ventured out hunting today. How many of your troops fell? And what portion of your haul must you surrender upon returning? Wang Meng's expression darkened further. Indeed, they've lost nearly half their forces and would be forced to hand over 70% of their spoils to Zhao Kuang, leaving barely enough to sustain themselves. To serve such a leader offers no future, Lin Chen sighed, shaking his head, then pivoted smoothly, flashing a sincere, perhaps smile. I see great potential in you all. Have you ever considered changing employers? Join me instead. Wang Meng and his 4 companions froze in stunned silence. Under my banner I offer several guarantees. Lin Chen began painting his vision. First, troops. Behold. The Black-Feathered Angelic Guard, each at least Spirit Realm Initiate level and destined to grow stronger still. Serve me and you too may one day command elite forces. Second, resources. My territory boasts rich veins and sacred springs, abundance guaranteed. Third, security with Lady Lucifer standing watch. No monster nor rival lord poses any true threat. Fourth, harmony. I value autonomy above coercion. Ours is a partnership built on mutual respect and shared growth. Observe my guard, efficient, disciplined, never complaining. You'd join us not as frontline fighters but as resource stewards, surveying mineral veins, managing nodes, or accompanying expeditions to gather spoils. Safe, steady, and rewarding. So, what do you say? Consider it carefully. They exchanged glances, hope flickered in their eyes. Lin Chen's terms dwarfed Zhao Kuang's in every regard. Zhao Kuang offered only exploitation and abuse, blows and curses for the slightest misstep. Lin Chen by contrast commanded 10 angelic warriors and a 6-winged sovereign whose power defied comprehension. Not to mention his legendary first kills, territorial conquests, and mythic-grade equipment. Yet betrayal carried dire consequences. Sensing their hesitation, Lin Chen remained unruffled. Of course, I press no demands. Take time to reflect. But know this: today's encounter, and my offer, must remain unknown to Zhao Kuang. You understand my meaning? His smile remained unchanged, but his eyes sharpened with icy resolve. Wang Meng and his men shuddered, nodding rapidly. Understood. Absolutely understood. Master, rest assured, we merely hunted today, found nothing, lost many troops, and encountered no one at all. Good. You're wise. Lin Chen nodded, satisfied. By then the Black-Feathered Angelic Guard had completed their collection, a refined earth element spirit core, intact rhino hide and horn, and copious blood, flesh and bone. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Chen allocated roughly 30%, common hides, bones, and fragmented spirit cores, to Wang Meng and his companions. Here, your share per our agreement. They accepted the materials, hearts heavy with ambivalence. Though valuable to them, these paled beside the refined core and pristine horn, yet protest was unthinkable. Many thanks, Master. Off you go then. Travel safely, don't let monsters ambush you again. Lin Chen waved casually as if shooing flies. Wang Meng and his men fled like men released from death's threshold, dashing away without glancing back, terrified he might rescind his mercy. Watching their hasty retreat, Lin Chen stroked his chin and turned to Lucifer. Lady Lucifer, do you deem them trustworthy? She replied coolly, the faith of ants bears no consequence. Should they betray us, eradication suffices. Lin Chen, Lady Lucifer, sustainability matters. Constant violence solves nothing. This is strategic seeding, sowing division within our enemy's ranks. It may yet bear fruit. He turned to his 10 black-feathered angelic guards standing motionless in perfect formation awaiting command, his grin radiant. Outstanding performance today. Swift, precise, and a masterclass in friendly diplomacy. Let's head home. Early dismissal today, I grant you, half a day's leave. Free activity? The black-feathered angelic guard stared blankly. Leave. Free activity? The concepts felt alien. They knew only obedience, waiting for commands, executing orders. Lucifer cast a glance at Lin Chen, then addressed the guard. The sovereign's decree is law. You may explore the territory's periphery, or conduct foundational drills. Yes, my lord. At last they acknowledged the order, spreading outward with synchronized wing beats. Lin Chen and Lucifer returned to their domain bearing the day's principal treasures, the refined spirit core and intact horn of the stone-armored rhinoceros. Along the way Lin Chen hummed cheerfully. Not only had his troops trained successfully and secured vital resources, but he'd also subtly undermined Zhao Kuang's influence. Even if recruitment failed, sowing discord was victory enough. He opened the regional channel, and there was Zhao Kuang once again erupting in impotent fury, berating a subordinate for catastrophic losses and negligible returns. Below, his followers stood mute, paralyzed by fear. Lin Chen chuckled softly, and typed. Lovely weather today, perfect for hunting wild game. Grateful to an anonymous local lord's team for generously drawing aggro, allowing my black-feathered guard to debut flawlessly. Attached screenshot, refined stone-armored rhinoceros spirit core. P.S. Rhino horn steeped in wine is reputed to enhance vitality. Zhao Kuang, brother Kuang interested? I'll offer a discount. Grinning face. The channel erupted anew. Black-feathered guard. Master's new troops. Sounds incredible. Stone-armored rhinoceros? Late spirit realm surely. A refined spirit core? I'm weeping with envy. Drew aggro, I see what happened. Master's trolling brother Kuang again, haha. Rhino horn for vitality. Master, your account's doomed. Winking face. Zhao Kuang didn't reply, not even with rage. He vanished entirely, likely hemorrhaging rage blood while beating his subordinates senseless. Lin Chen closed the channel, his deeds accomplished, his name unspoken. Back at the domain, the sinful spring had yielded several new droplets. Generously he allowed Lucifer 2 more, while he himself examined the rhinoceros's spirit core. Earth aligned. Can Lady Lucifer absorb it? It may be absorbed, but mismatched attributes render its efficacy negligible, she replied. It serves better for reinforcing domain structures, or future trade with other lords. Then we'll keep it for now. Lin Chen stowed the core, surveying his burgeoning resource ledger and maturing domain, a quiet pride swelling within him. Lady Lucifer, shouldn't we bestow an official name upon this domain? Domain of 10,000 sins sounds rather dramatic. Lacks approachability. As you wish. Lucifer murmured. Lin Chen stroked his chin in thought. Abstract abode. Soft living manor. Blackwing sanctuary? No. Domain of 10,000 sins it remains, dramatic yes, but undeniably imposing. Lucifer, if it pleases you, so be it. Night descended. The black-feathered angelic guard rotated watch duties, peace reigned across the domain. Lin Chen reclined upon furs beneath the starry sky, then asked quietly, Lady Lucifer, when will the other 6 sins arrive? Lucifer stood silently by the spring. Her molten gold pupils flickered faintly. When sin coalesces. When the domain calls. When the hour ripens. Her voice lowered, resonant and deep, they shall come, drawn by origin, bound to the sovereign. What manner of beings will they be? Lin Chen mused, eyes alight with anticipation. Greed, wrath, lust, gluttony, envy, sloth. Their names alone promise brilliance and eloquence. Beyond pride, new sins stir in darkness, awakening, coalescing. And their sovereign meanwhile yawned contentedly beneath the stars, murmuring, tomorrow more soft living, before slipping into sleep. Lucifer loyalty 100 eternal mark. Current assessment of the sovereign, troop training complete, external threats deterred, enemies fractured and weakened, methods unconventional yet highly effective. Mastery of strategic momentum grows increasingly refined. Though his remarks remain startling, they pose no substantive harm. The black-feathered guard requires further tempering in blood and fire. The domain grows ever more like a true home. So he slunk off like that? Didn't even muster a parting threat. Lin Chen squatted by the Zuichuan, idly prodding the slowly rotating black vortex in the pool with a thin twig as he listened to Lucifer recount the pitiful spectacle of the 5 Zhao family troops fleeing yesterday. Yes. Laconic Lucifer's molten gold vertical pupils turned toward the eastern horizon where dawn was thin. According to Heiyu Weiss' distant follow-up observation after they returned to their temporary gathering point, there was an argument. They then split up in haste and fled in different directions, likely afraid Zhao Kuang would hold them to account, so they scattered. Tisca rabble, Lin Chen shook his head chuckling. And they still dare to collect protection fees? Zhao Kuang's management is pathetic. Team cohesion is basically zero. He rose and brushed the dust from his hands. Still, after this fight, that Zhao Kuang fellow will hate me even more. He was strangely silent in the region channel yesterday, probably stewing some mischief. No sooner had he spoken than, as if to prove his point, the region channel was flooded by a vehement announcement signed by Zhao Kuang. Region announcement: Lord Zhao Kuang. Lin Chen. You treacherous little man. Sneaking under my nose, stealing resources meant for my people. Do you think Zhao Kuang is someone to be trifled with? Don't imagine that having a formidable hero lets you run rampant. This no. 114514 Rookie Village is not your place to set yourself up as king. Hereby announce I Zhao Kuang together with Sun Hu of the Iron Blood Alliance, Zhou Lai of the Wilderness Wolves, and Shi Lei of the Rock Shield have formed the Chuchen Alliance. We swear to drive you this meddlesome pest out of the Rookie Village. Lin Chen, you like to act anonymous and grandiose, right? Then show your coordinates. Let's settle this with real blades and real blood. See whether your wings are tougher or our fists are stronger. The moment the announcement appeared, the region channel erupted. What the? The four major powers united. Zhao Kuang attire hero, Sun Hu be Zhou Lai be Shi Lei be defensive specialty. This lineup is top tier for a rookie village, isn't it? Lin Chen, boss, you're in danger. Up there, do you misunderstand danger? Lin Chen has epic equipment and a mysterious unit. But those are four lords. At least four heroes together and probably hundreds of units? Two fists can't beat four hands. Boss, run. A brave man does not suffer a loss now. Run. Run where? Lin Chen, beat them up. We support you. Even if only spiritually. Lin Chen watched the channel divide swiftly into a worried faction and a passionate faction, rubbed his chin, and instead of fear his face brightened with an excited eagerness as if itching for the fight. Chuchen Alliance. The name has zero creativity, he remarked, then turned to Lucifer with eyes shining. Sister Lu, did you hear that? Someone's forming a raid party to clear our dungeon. And it's led by four elite bosses. Lucifer's expression remained impassive, a faint contempt flickering in her eyes. A gathering of birds and dogs, their will is as insignificant as ants. Impressive. Lin Chen gave a thumbs up. But since they've issued a challenge, shouldn't we respond? It's polite. He cleared his throat and began typing in the region channel. This time he did not hide his identity. Zhao Kuang, Sun Hu, Zhou Lai, Shi Lei, good morning, brothers. I saw your Chuchen Alliance announcement. The name has a certain charm, it reminds me of the old Four Pests campaigns I played as a kid. Nostalgic. As for giving coordinates, it's not that I don't want to. My sister Lu said the front yard hasn't been swept yet and it's not suitable to receive guests. How about this? You clear the monsters around your own territories, occupy resource points, raise your levels a bit. When you can roughly handle monsters at the peak of Lingjing, come find me to play, okay? After all, playing house with kids has its thresholds. Attached screenshots of Dark Wolf King Skull, censored crystal cluster of the devouring crystal lizard, partial close-up of stone armored rhino horn. PS, steeping rhino horn in wine really helps with internal heat, give it a try, brothers. This reply detonated the channel to its peak. Ha ha ha. Playing house with kids. The boss kills and shames. 3 boss loot screenshots. Barefaced flaunting. But I like it. Rhino horn wine to quell internal heat, are you implying they're too hot-blooded? What a burn. Zhao Kuang and them must be furious. Lin Chen, boss, I'm not targeting anyone, I'm just saying everyone present is trash. Leaning back theatrically. Sure enough, Zhao Kuang's reply shot back almost instantly, full of flustered fury. Lin Chen. You damn well are asking for death. Don't think hiding will save you. We've locked your general location. In at most a day we'll find you. Clean your neck and wait. Sun Huzhou Lai and Shi Lei also appeared and spat vows of shared hatred and promises to annihilate Lin Chen, but their momentum was noticeably weaker, likely cowed by those 3 screenshots. Lin Chen closed the channel, he was too lazy to continue watching. He looked at Lucifer. Sister Lu, they say they'll find us in a day. Do you believe it? Lucifer sensed the spatial fluctuations around their territory and the continuous reconnaissance reports from the Heiyu Wei, then shook her head. The atmosphere of sin here disrupts detection naturally. Besides, we have not made large-scale movements that would expose energy signatures. Without special tracking methods, even after 10 days they might not locate us precisely. So they might be bluffing, or else they have some other means. Lin Chen stroked his chin. Whatever, we'll meet force with force and adapt to circumstances. If they come, well fight, if they don't, well keep developing. We have mines, the spring, and troops, we can afford to wait. He paused, then a thought struck him. By the way, Sister Lu, your Aoshi domain, what exactly does it do? You mentioned it last time when we killed the Wolf King. Lucifer explained, my domain unfolds from the primal source of arrogance. Within its bounds my potency increases while enemies are suppressed. The exact effect varies with my strength and the domain's integrity. In its current nascent form it can suppress roughly 30% of an equal-tier enemy's combat power and instill spiritual intimidation in lower-tier units, sapping their will to fight. Suppress 30%. Lin Chen's eyes widened. That's strong. So an equal opponent entering your domain would be crippled. You may understand it that way, Lucifer nodded. If the enemy's resolve is weak or the disparity in strength vast, the suppression is even more pronounced. Amazing plus. Lin Chen rubbed his hands with excitement. What are we waiting for? Train hard, expand the domain, strengthen it. When they come, you open the domain and we won't even need to lift a finger, they'll fall to their knees on their own. Lucifer glanced at him. Domain cultivation is not achieved in a day. One must comprehend the source and refine the laws. The Zrikan's tainted waters and real combat can accelerate the process. We have more than enough spring liquid. As for real combat, Lin Chen surveyed their territory. The scattered monsters outside are no true test for you, are they? We need something with real weight. Before he finished, a sharp piercing shriek with terrible penetration echoed from the southwest of their domain. A short alarm whistle from the Heiyu Wei followed immediately. Something's happening. Lin Chen and Lucifer turned southwest at once. Lu Xifa's perception snapped wide, her molten gold pupils narrowed. A large swarm of flying monsters has gathered, nearly 100 in number, of mixed species, with the strongest at latest stage Lingjing rapidly closing on our territory. Among them, there is a peculiar energy fluctuation resembling a beacon that continuously emits positional information. A beacon. Lin Chen's heart chilled. Is that Zhao Kuang's doing? Found us so quickly? Not likely, Lucifer carefully discerned. This beacon's energy is cold and obscure, closer to that of monsters or some cursed construct. Someone must have attached a special beacon to the leader of those monsters, driving it to lead its pack to assault our territory, both a probe and a means of attrition, while continuously revealing our position. Using a tiger to swallow a wolf. Killing with a borrowed blade? Lin Chen sneered. Can that beacon be shielded or jammed? Lucifer tried but shook her head. The beacon has temporarily fused with the monster's origin. Forcibly tearing it away would instantly detonate it and make a far greater commotion. Only by slaying the monster leader carrying the beacon will the beacon dissipate on its own. Then cut it down? Lin Chen decided instantly. Sister Lu, hold the territory and prevent any decoy maneuvers. Heiyu Wei split into 2 squads, one accompanies me to meet the enemy, the other strengthens territorial patrols. My lord must not risk himself, Lucifer immediately objected. A mere monster tide is something I can handle alone. This time is different, Lin Chen's gaze was resolute. They clearly are probing for me. If I keep hiding behind you, they'll only think me easy prey and grow bolder. This time I will show them that even without you taking action, my Heiyu Wei are not to be trifled with. He grinned, revealing white teeth. I also want to see what it's like to personally command troops under the blessing of your domain, Sister Lu. Consider it practical combat training. Lucifer studied the rare fighting spirit and resolve, and his eyes fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Very well. But my lord must remain within my absolute protective range. Deal. Lin Chen turned to the 10 Heiyu angels assembling, quickly drew a deep breath, and made his voice carry with added vigor. Heiyu Wei, he orders. Southwest, enemy attack. Nearly 100 predominantly aerial units. Our mission: smash them, slay their leader, destroy the beacon. Show those rats hiding in the dark what it means to provoke the domain of 10,000 sins. The 10 Heiyu angels drew their blades in unison, black wings unfurling, pale gold pupils burning like fire. At your command. Sister Lu, domain. Lin Chen low called. Lucifer stepped forward, her 6 wings suddenly spread in full behind her. A black-silver radiance shot heavenward, and an immense ancient pressure, as if she stood above all living things, burst outward from her in a thunderous wave. An invisible force field instantly enveloped an area centered on Lucifer with a radius of roughly 300 meters, enclosing Lin Chen and the 10 Heiyu Wei completely within it. Within the domain, light seemed to dim and the air grew heavy, a soul-deep oppression spread. Yet Lin Chen, standing inside it, felt a warm current flood his limbs and bones. His mind sharpened and an inexhaustible confidence welled up. The Heiyu Wei's momentum leapt as pale black-silver light swirled about them. Dazed, the long blade in his hand hummed, and a fierce battle intent surged forth. Is this the power of the domain? Lin Chen clenched his fist, feeling invigorated. Let's go. He was the first to charge towards the southwest direction, his speed significantly faster than usual. 10 black feather angels followed closely behind like 10 black arrows shooting towards the sky. Lucifer remained in place, wings slightly folded, his golden eyes gazing towards the battlefield, continuously channeling the power of the domain while remaining vigilant of movements in other directions of the territory. Soon Lin Chen and the black feather guards encountered the incoming swarm of monsters. A dense mass of creatures appeared, diverse in type. There were blade-winged bats with wingspans exceeding 3 meters and covered in bone spines, acidic moths oozing corrosive slime, melodious demon birds emitting disturbing shrieks, and a few larger 2-headed flying snakes that spit poisonous fire or icy breath. They seemed to be driven by an invisible whip, readied and emitting chaotic screeches, charging like a locust swarm. At the center of the monster horde, a particularly large creature covered in dark golden scales with twisted horns and eyes burning with ghostly green flames, the ghost scale dragon bat, late stage of spiritual realm, was continuously emitting urgent screeches commanding the swarm. One of its claws was entwined with an extremely dim gray mist, constantly emitting spatial fluctuations. This was the beacon. That's it. Lin Chen locked onto the target. Black feather guards formed the sharp arrow formation. Piercing through them, head straight for the leader. Be cautious of ranged attacks and sonic disturbances. Yes. The 10 black feather angels instantly changed formation, forming a sharp arrowhead shape with Lin Chen protected in a central rear position as the focal point, fiercely crashing into the tide of monsters. The battle erupted in an instant. The long blades of the black feather guards transformed into the scythes of death, their dark blade energy intertwining. In the domain they moved with ease, their speed, strength, and reflexes significantly enhanced. As soon as the monsters entered the domain's range, it was as if they were trapped in a quagmire. Their movements slowed and their ferocity greatly diminished. Some lower-tier monsters were so frightened that they stiffened, easily cut down. The bone spines of the blade-winged bats clanged against the dark silver light armor of the black feather guards, leaving only faint white marks. The acidic moth's slime was swept back by a flap of the black feather guard's wings. The shrieks of the melodious demon birds, suppressed by the domain, lost much of their power, unable to shake the resolute will of the black feather guards. Their cooperation was exquisite, 3-person teams taking turns to cover each other as they rapidly advanced. Everywhere they passed, monsters fell like harvested wheat. Lin Chen, protected in the center of the formation, observed the battlefield with excitement and tension. He realized that through the Lord's link he could vaguely sense the status of each black feather guard and the surrounding environment, even issuing some minor adjustment commands. The 3 2-headed flying snakes on the left are about to spit poison fire. Evade from the right while focusing fire to eliminate the nearest one. Watch out for the blade-winged bats diving from above. Upper team intercept with arc-shaped blade energy. The swarm of acidic moths is attempting to encircle from behind. Rear team switch to the front counterattack and scatter them. His commands were swiftly conveyed through the link and the black feather guards executed them meticulously. The entire team moved like a precise killing machine, tearing through the siege of nearly 100 monsters, continuously closing in on the central ghost-scale dragon bat. The dragon bat leader clearly did not anticipate that these black-winged warriors could be so formidable, nor did it expect the enemy to advance so rapidly under the assault of its kind. Its eyes flickered with ghostly green flames emitting sharper and more urgent screeches, ordering all nearby high-tier monsters to stop them at all costs. Instantly the remaining 7 or 8 two-headed flying snakes, over a dozen elite blade-winged bats, and several bulky corruption-noxious moths disregarded their injuries, lunging forward to block the path of the black feather guards. A cornered beast fights back. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. All forces. Prepare black wing slash. Target straight ahead, clear the path. The 10 black feather angels raised their long blades above their heads, and on their blades the dark power of sin rapidly converged with the arrogant pressure permeating the domain. Slash. 10 terrifying blades of energy, thicker and more solid than before, with edges entwined with silver and black lightning, slashed out in a fan shape. The 10 blades of energy seemed to merge in the air, transforming into a destructive black and silver tide, instantly engulfing all the monsters obstructing their path. Booming. The deafening sound of explosions erupted. Flesh and blood flew, bones shattered, poison fire and acidic slime were directly obliterated by the tide of blade energy. A path leading to the ghost-scale dragon bat, littered with severed limbs and broken bodies, was forcefully carved out. At the end of the path, the large compound eyes of the ghost-scale dragon bat finally revealed clear fear. It attempted to flee, but as it spread its wings, a terrifying pressure, seemingly gazed upon by a higher existence from deep within its soul, suddenly descended from the territory's center hundreds of meters away. At this moment, Lucifer's domain power was deliberately directed, concentrating and suppressing this leader. The dragon bat's movements instantly stiffened as if gripped by an invisible hand. Now's the time! Lin Chen shouted. The 10 black feather angels shot forward like 10 bolts of black lightning, racing down the cleared path. They instantly crossed the last few dozen meters surrounding the ghost-scale dragon bat. The blade light descended like a net from all directions. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed densely. The ghost-scale dragon bat let out a desperate wail, struggling desperately, spewing poison breath and slashing with its claws, but under the domain suppression and the onslaught of 10 elite warriors, it was utterly ineffective. In just 3 seconds, the blade light faded. The massive body of the ghost-scale dragon bat froze midair, then shattered into countless fragments mixed with dark golden blood falling. The gray mist beacon entwined on its claw also dissipated and vanished. With the death of the leader, the remaining monsters instantly lost their command, plunging into complete chaos. Some scattered in flight while others attacked even more frantically, but it no longer posed a threat. Pursue. Completely crush them. Lin Chen commanded. The black feather guards scattered in pursuit like tigers among a flock of sheep, slaying the fleeing monsters one by one. The few that escaped quickly were no longer given any thought. The battle from start to near finish lasted no more than 10 minutes. When the last monster's corpse fell, the sky in the southwest returned to clarity. Only the lingering smell of blood and faint traces of monster remains proved that a fierce battle had occurred. The 10 black feather angels sheathed their blades and folded their wings, landing around Lin Chen. They were somewhat stained with blood and their light armor had a few minor scratches, but no one was seriously injured and their morale remained high. Lin Chen looked at them, then at the ground covered in monster corpses being slowly purified and absorbed by the territory's sin energy, feeling a surge of pride. This is my army. Under Sister Lu's domain enhancement, they are more than capable of directly defeating a monster tide 10 times their number. Zhao Kuang Sun Hu Zhou Lai Shi Lei. What do you have to fight me? Well done. Everyone deserves great credit for this. Lin Chen generously praised. After we return, each of you, well, take a half day off for free activities. Your unit Black Feather Angels has experienced high-intensity combat, greatly improving their experience. The degree of cooperation has significantly increased, gaining insight into the basic combined attack technique Black Wing Torrent/Prototype. Your Lord's command experience has improved, deepening the link with the unit. Successfully repelled and defeated the first organized attack, enhancing the territory's cohesion. A series of system notifications echoed in Lin Chen's mind. He led the victorious Black Feather Guards back to the territory. Lucifer had already retracted the domain and stood by the Sin Spring waiting. Upon seeing Lin Chen safe and sound, a trace of imperceptible tension in her eyes quietly dissipated. "My lord, I have fulfilled my duty." Lin Chen approached her, smiling widely as he reported, "The enemy has been completely annihilated. The beacon has been destroyed. Our side has only minor injuries and no casualties. A glorious victory." Lucifer nodded slightly. The command was adequate and the unit was used appropriately. The prototype of the Black Wing Torrent Slash has emerged. Given time, it can become a killing move. To receive Lucifer's evaluation of adequate was already a great satisfaction for Lin Chen. Just as he was about to boast a little more, suddenly a prominent global announcement resonated in every lord's mind. Global announcement: congratulations to Rookie Village Lord No. 114514 Lin Chen for successfully repelling and defeating the first attack by a monster swarm guided by other lords exceeding 50 in scale. Reward: Reputation 1000. Special Title: Unbreakable. Achievement unlocked: Territory Guardian. Reward: Intermediate Territory Defense Array Blueprint Superior 1 Energy Crystal Medium 10. The world channel shook once again because of the name Lin Chen. Other Rookie Village lords were marveling at who this Lin Chen was and why he was constantly in the announcements. Meanwhile, the lords of Rookie Village No. 114514 had even more complicated feelings. Zhao Kuang and others removed Chen Alliance had just made a high-profile declaration of war, and in the blink of an eye Lin Chen had achieved the defensive counterattack achievement of Unbreakable, slapping their faces hard. In the regional channel, Zhao Kuang and others fell silent. Even some lords who were originally neutral or even leaning towards Zhao Kuang began to waver and observe. Lin Chen looked at the newly acquired Intermediate Territory Defense Array blueprint and grinned widely. "What a good thing. Just when I was worried about weak defenses. This will do the trick." He immediately studied the blueprint requirements: a large amount of stone and wood, as well as at least 10 energy crystals as the core of the formation. He was not lacking in stone and wood, and the energy crystals he obtained from opening treasure chests combined with this reward were just enough. "Sister Lu, once the crystal output from the mine is ready today, let's start setting up the formation. I'm full of energy. Once the defense array is set up, even if they really come knocking, we can wait and ambush them." Lucifer watched him with spirited enthusiasm, a trace of subtle amusement flashing in her molten golden eyes. "As you wish, my lord." As night fell in the center of the territory, the Sin Spring vortex continued to swirl, slowly reflecting the newly risen starlight. The 10 Black Feather Angels stood like the most loyal sentinels, hidden in the darkness, vigilant of all directions. Lin Chen lay on the animal skin, resting his arm behind his head, gazing at the starry sky, murmuring to himself, "The king of Rookie Village. Sounds pretty good." Beside him, Lucifer sat cross-legged with closed eyes. Hearing this, the corners of her mouth seemed to subtly curl upward. In the night wind, it felt as if an arrogant whisper echoed, "King. No. The one my lord should be is the only god." Lucifer's Loyalty 100 Divine Contract. Current evaluation of the Lord commanding in battle showing initial prowess. Facing a weaker force against a larger enemy and winning the battle, this is commendable. The defense of the territory will be established and the foundation will gradually stabilize. The Black Feather Guards will become increasingly elite. Perhaps following such a lord to reach the peak and overlook the heavens is also a direction of my arrogance. The remains of the ghost-scale dragon bat had yet to be fully absorbed by the territory, and the air was still filled with a faint smell of blood and charred flesh. Lin Chen crouched beside the Sin Spring, holding the newly acquired blueprints for the basic territory defense array, his brow furrowed. The runes on the blueprints were as complex as a piece of modern abstract art, and the material requirements were giving him a headache. 300 units of primary stone high-quality obsidian powder needed to guide the energy veins. Obsidian. Where can I find obsidian in this wasteland? He scratched his head and looked at Lucifer, who was beside him, eyes closed as she sensed the veins. Sister Lu, can we dig out obsidian from our veins? Lucifer opened her eyes, a hint of helplessness flashing in her molten gold pupils. Obsidian is volcanic glass. The veins here are derived from sin crystals and their properties are entirely different. Then we're done for. Lin Chen spread the blueprints on the ground. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. This defense array won't be feasible for now. Not necessarily. Lucifer walked over to the blueprints and bent down to examine the runes closely. The core of this array lies in the flow of energy and the reinforcement of rules. The use of obsidian is in its stability and energy inertia, serving as the foundational array carrier. Without obsidian, we can use alternative materials. Alternatives? What can replace it? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Lucifer pointed to several key nodes on the blueprints. Here, and here we need high-density, high-energy-resistant materials to support the array eye crystal. She pondered briefly. The dark gold scale armor of the ghost scale dragon bat, refined repeatedly with my light and dark purification flame, can yield ghost scale gold, which is sturdier than steel. While its energy conductivity may not be as stable as obsidian, it is more than sufficient to bear the initial array eye. Moreover, it possesses inherent resistance to darkness, enhancing the array's defense against shadow-type attacks. Dragon bat scales. Lin Chen recalled the shards of scales that had been flying around yesterday. But they were all shattered. Can we still use them? Fragments can suffice as well. As Lucifer spoke, a silver wing behind her gently waved and several palm-sized thick scales with dark gold patterns flew in from the distance, hovering before her. We managed to collect about 30 intact pieces. After refining, it should be enough. Great. It's all thanks to you, Sister Lu. Lin Chen beamed. What about the other materials? The primary stone is easy, we have mines. The energy crystals are sufficient too. But this starlight sand and moonlight dew? Just hearing the name sounds mystical. Where can we find them? Starlight sand is the debris of fallen stars containing weak stellar power, which can enhance the resonance of the array with the starry sky, expanding its nighttime defense range. Moonlight dew is the essence of moonlight, possessing purifying and restorative effects, Lucifer explained. These two are not strictly necessary. A basic array can operate without them, albeit with reduced effectiveness and lacking night enhancement and self-repair capabilities. Lin Chen understood, so we can first set up a beggar version of the defense array and upgrade it later when we have the materials. Precisely. Then let's set it up. Lin Chen decided, better to have something than nothing. Sister Lu, I leave the refining of the scales and the array set up to you. They'll go supervise the black feather guards to clear the surrounding area again and see if we can find some starlight sand. What if a meteorite has fallen? With clear rolls, the two immediately sprang into action. Lucifer walked to a relatively flat area in the center of the territory, the core zone she had chosen for the array. She piled up the collected fragments of the ghost scale dragon bat, igniting the peculiar silver-black light and dark purification flame in her palm, and began the refining process. Enveloped by the flames, the shattered scales gradually softened and merged impurities stripped away, ultimately transforming into a small pool of flowing dark gold liquid that sparkled with starlight. As she directed it with her thoughts, the liquid slowly flowed, outlining the most basic circular outline and several main veins of the array on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Chen led 10 black feather angels, conducting a net-style cleaning and searching operation with a radius of 5 kilometers centered around the territory. This was to eliminate potential hazards and also to take a chance at finding starlight sand. The cleaning process went smoothly. After yesterday's battle, the practical abilities and teamwork of the black feather guards had improved significantly, making them more adept at dealing with scattered monsters. Lin Chen even attempted to have them split into 2 teams of 5 for simple tactical drills such as luring enemies, flanking and encirclement, and the results were surprisingly good. Indeed, practical combat is the best teacher. Lin Chen was quite satisfied. As for the starlight sand, not a trace was found. The wasteland was just that, a wasteland. Besides rocks, there were only monsters, not even a decent tree, let alone a meteorite. Forget it, a beggar version is just a beggar version. Lin Chen was optimistic. Once we get to a higher level map, what sand and dew won't be easy to collect. By evening the two returned to the territory. Lucifer had already completed the basic outline of the array. A complex circular pattern about 10 meters in diameter was drawn on the ground, the dark gold lines of ghost scale gold gleaming under the sunset contrasting sharply with the gray-white stone floor. In the center of the pattern 10 grooves were reserved for placing the energy crystal array eyes. The outer perimeter had 8 smaller nodes for connecting subsequent expanded arrays. Though it was just a basic framework, one could already feel the subtle flow of energy and a sense of stability and solidity within it. The core framework of the array is complete. Lucifer pointed to the central groove. All that remains is to embed the energy crystals, activate the main veins, and finalize the binding with the Lord's authority to enable initial operation. The defensive range can cover the core area of the territory with a radius of about 150 meters. It can withstand continuous attacks of peak spiritual realm level or a single powerful strike from early king level. That's enough. Lin Chen was very satisfied. Xiao Kuang and the others are at most peak spiritual realm heroes, and their unit types are even weaker. This array will be enough to make them drink from the bitter cup. He immediately took out 10 medium energy crystals and carefully embedded them into the central group. The moment the crystals were embedded, the dark gold lines of the array seemed to be infused with life, glowing faintly as energy began to flow and circulate slowly along the veins. Activating Basic Territory Defense Array Simplified Version. Please inject mental energy to complete the final binding and basic rule setting. Lin Chen pressed his hand on the central control ghost scale gold plate of the array, focusing his mind. He saw a simplified control interface for the array. He could adjust the defense intensity high, medium, low corresponding to different energy consumption, set enemy recognition rules, currently only default recognizing Lin Chen, Lucifer, Black Feather Angels, and territory buildings, and turn the array on-off. He chose medium defense intensity, balancing defense effectiveness with energy consumption. The array was officially activated. Buzz. A deep humming sound resonated. At the center of the array, a very faint, nearly imperceptible dark gold light membrane like an inverted bowl slowly rose, enveloping an area with a radius of about 150 meters, protecting key structures such as the Sin Spring Summoning Core, Thatched Hut, Arrow Tower, and Water Well. On the surface of the light membrane, dark gold runes flowed faintly, emanating an aura as solid as a mountain. Basic Territory Defense Array Simplified Version activated successfully. Current status: operating well. Energy reserve: 110 energy crystals can sustain full power operation for about 30 days. Defense intensity: can withstand peak spiritual realm attacks, continuous early king level attacks, single. Special effect: ghost scale protection weak, additional 5 resistance against shadow type attacks. Upgrade requirement: supplement complete materials to enhance range intensity and additional effects. It's done. Lin Chen felt the solid light membrane, feeling much more at ease. Though it was just a simplified version, it provided basic defensive capabilities, no longer leaving him in a vulnerable state. Having an array feels completely different from not having one, he sighed. Sister Lu, you've worked hard. Lucifer shook her head slightly. It's part of my duty. She looked at the array's light membrane runes flashing momentarily in her molten gold eyes. This array is still crude, its rules simplistic. Once we have all the materials, I can personally inscribe higher-level defense glyphs drawing upon the power of Sin's origin. By then the defensive power will be incomparable. I look forward to that day. Lin Chen grinned. With Lucifer, this all-round deity, he felt a bright future ahead. Night fell once more. With the defense array in place, Lin Chen slept exceptionally well. The Black Feather Guards remained loyally on guard, and the territory was peaceful. However, this tranquility was shattered at noon the next day. A Black Feather Angel on high alert in the southeast sky sent an urgent warning through the link. Large groups of human units had gathered and were rapidly approaching the territory from the southeast. The number exceeded 50, with a chaotic mix of unit types, but a massive total around 200. Among them, 4 presences were particularly powerful, all above late spiritual realm, with the strongest one having reached peak spiritual realm. They're coming. Lin Chen instantly woke up, leaping up from the animal skin. Lucifer was already standing by the Sin Spring, her gaze coldly fixed on the southeast. Her 6 wings had slightly unfurled and the patterns on her black feathered gauntlets were glowing with a ghostly light. Zhao Kuang's son Hu Zhou Lai sure lay along with their gathered affiliated lords and units. Lucifer's voice was icy, less than 10 kilometers away. They really came knocking. It seems yesterday's beacon gave them a rough direction. Well, that's fine, we can settle this in one go, saving us the trouble of worrying about it every day. He immediately issued a command to all Black Feather Angels through the link. All units assemble. Enter level 1 combat readiness. Relying on the defense array prepared to confront the enemy. 10 shadowy figures swiftly flew in from various parts of the territory, lining up neatly behind Lin Chen. They had checked their equipment, half an inch of their long knives drawn, their black wings slightly fluttering, battle intent burning in their faint golden pupils. Lin Chen walked to the edge of the defense array, gazing at the desolate landscape beyond the light membrane, then at the vigilant Lucifer and the black feather guards beside him, and suddenly smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, since the establishment of the 10,000 Sins divine domain, we have been developing low-key, keeping to ourselves. Yet the trees wish for tranquility, but the wind does not cease, yet there are always some blind fools who think we are easy to bully and come to take advantage of us. Today they have come brimming with the arrogance of their so-called alliance and the confidence of sheer numbers, intending to annihilate us and seize our resources and territory. What do you all think we should do? The 10 Black Feather Angels did not respond, but uniformly unsheathed their long knives. The blades were pointed at the direction of the incoming enemies. The cold, killing intent soared to the sky. Lucifer remained silent, but in her molten gold vertical pupils the indifference and majesty of the sin of pride looking down upon ants had already begun to spread. Very well, Lin Chen nodded, his voice low yet carrying an unwavering tone. Let them come and go without return. Let everyone in this wasteland know that the 10,000 Sins divine domain is not to be infringed upon. Those who offend must be punished. Black Feather Guards hold the array's boundary and snipe any units attempting to approach. Sister Lu. Lin Chen looked at Lucifer. Capture the leader first. Those 4 at the front and their strongest hero are up to you. I want them to kneel at our doorstep without even touching the array's edge. Lucifer nodded slightly and stepped out of the light membrane of the defense array. She did not venture far, standing less than 10 meters outside the light membrane, her 6 wings fully spread, black and silver light flowing like a deity descending to the mortal realm, facing the impending torrent alone. My domain will envelop the battlefield, her cold voice rang out. Master, simply observe. Lin Chen nodded, retreating back into the array, finding a stone to sit on by the Sin Spring, and even took out half of the roasted earth root from last night's leftovers, nibbling while mumbling, just consider it a live broadcast. I hope Zhao Kuang and their performance is a bit more exciting, not too boring. In the southeast direction, clouds of dust rolled. Zhao Kuang rode on a 5-meter heavily muscled crack earth violent bear covered in thick rocky armor, wielding a giant axe as large as a door, his face twisted. Beside him were son Hu Zhou Lai Lei and over 20 affiliated lords who had rallied, all riding various mounts or following on foot. Behind the team was a massive throng of over 200 various units: wild hyenas, rocky wild boars, venomous spiders, iron-beaked vultures. Though they were of lower ranks, their sheer numbers created quite an imposing presence. Brothers, up ahead is where that Lin Chen kid is hiding. Zhao Kuang swung his giant axe, his voice rough. According to the last signals from the tracking mouse, it's just behind that rocky slope. That kid must think he's hidden well. Today we will uproot his lair. Steal his heroes. Seize his resources. Let everyone know who the true king of this 114,514 novice village is. Roar. Kill Lin Chen. Steal money, steal food, steal heroes. The subordinates shouted along. Their morale appeared remarkably high. Sun Hu rode a blazing steed, its coat blazing like fire, a faint horn silhouette shimmering upon its brow, and spoke with cautious restraint. Brother Kuang, Lin Chen's hero is unnervingly formidable, his troops are elite in that so-called domain. Shouldn't we first send scouts to test their defenses? Zhou Lai sat astride a gale wolf, its body sleek, silver-gray fangs bared in perpetual snarl, and sneered coldly. Sun Hu, are you afraid? The 4 of us united as heroes, backed by over 200 troops, we could bury him beneath sheer numbers. His forces were surely depleted after yesterday's battle against the monster Tai. Now is precisely when he is weakest. Shirley stood atop a rock-scale tortoise, a living fortress, and boomed in his deep resonant voice, "My tortoise bears the strongest defense. I'll lead the charge. Cover everyone as we break through." Zhao Kuang laughed heartily. "Exactly. Our advantage lies in overwhelming force. Advance straight ahead. See that rocky slope ahead? Break past it, and victory is ours." Yet the moment they rounded the slope, every one of them froze in stunned silence. There was no ramshackle camp, no panicked lord or ragged remnants of an army. Only a vast expanse shrouded in a translucent golden membrane. Within its structures stood in perfect order, springs gleamed with inner radiance. Beyond the membrane 10 female warriors, black wings unfurled, faces masked, blades drawn, stood motionless as statues emanating palpable chilling lethality. And what chilled them most deeply was the solitary figure standing before the membrane. Silver hair. Black armor. 6 colossal black and silver wings unfurled, slowly eclipsing the sky. His molten gold vertical pupils gazed down upon them with detached indifference, as if a deity observed a swarm of insignificant insects. Merely meeting that gaze triggered an indescribable terror and suffocating pressure rising from the very depths of their souls, seizing their throats like an invisible hand. That's Lin Chen's hero, Lucifer. Sun Hu's voice cracked with dry tension. Nonsense. Zhao Kuang roared, forcibly suppressing his dread. Even if your hero is mighty, you stand alone. We outnumber you tenfold. We'll wear you down, even if it takes every last drop of our strength. Brothers, charge. Raise them to the ground. Roar. The Earthshaker grizzly reared upright, unleashing a thunderous bellow, then charged forward with earth-shaking strides toward the golden membrane. Sun Hu's blazing steed, Zhou Lai's gale wolf, Shirley's rock-scale tortoise, and behind them the dense mass of troops, surged forward in unison. The ground trembled violently. Facing this torrential assault, Lucifer did not so much as blink. She merely raised her left hand, clad in black feather bracers, and spread her fingers wide, aiming directly at the onrushing host. Pride brooks no desecration. Domain, activate. A resonant seismic hum erupted, vastly more immense and awe-inspiring than the day before, as oppressive might exploded outward from Lucifer's core. This time she held nothing back. Waves of black and silver light surged forth like tangible tides, radiating fan-wise from her as origin, swirling, consuming, unstoppable. Wherever the light passed, air solidified, light bent, and an absolute sovereign will, pride itself, filled every atom of space. Pride overwhelming domain, full activation. The Earthshaker grizzly leading the charge instantly lost all ferocity, its rampaging momentum severed as though it had struck an invisible wall. Its massive frame locked rigid, the limbs trembled, even its savage bare eyes now reflected unmistakable fear and submission. Zhao Kuang, mounted upon its back, felt as though 10,000 tons of stone pressed upon him. Breathing became agony, his very bones groaned under unbearable strain. Next came Sun Hu's blazing steed, Zhou Lai's gale wolf, and Shirley's rock-scale tortoise, all hero-class units of B and a rank. The instant they crossed into the domain, they froze mid-motion, slowed by more than half as if bound by ancient enchantments. They whimpered in terror, their power forcibly suppressed. Sun Hu, Zhou Lai, and Shirley paled instantly, their strength, speed, and reflexes draining away at terrifying speed, reducing them to mere mortals. As for the 200 low-tier troops trailing behind, the situation was far worse. Many F and A-rank creatures, wild hyenas and rock-hide boars, collapsed instantly upon the domain's descent, bowing low, defecating and urinating uncontrollably, shrieking in abject terror, utterly incapacitated. Slightly stronger units, venom spiders and iron-beak vultures, moved sluggishly, their will to fight extinguished, falling into chaos and disarray. Within the domain, Lucifer reigned supreme, absolute sovereign. Enemy combat effectiveness plummeted by over 50%, especially on the spiritual plane, crushed mercilessly beneath the primal essence of pride. What is this power? Zhao Kuang's eyes bulged with fury and disbelief. He strained desperately, circulating spiritual energy to resist the omnipresent suppression, but his efforts were as futile as an ant attempting to shake a mountain. His vaunted Earthshaker grizzly could barely remain upright. Sun Hu, Zhou Lai, and Shirley stared in utter horror. They had never experienced such devastating domain suppression. This transcended all known frameworks of the spirit realm. A swarm of ants remains but ants, even when gathered in multitudes. Lucifer's frigid voice pierced every enemy ear with crystalline clarity, like the death knell of a god. She lowered her left hand, then in unison her 6 wings swept forward, not a simple flap but a deliberate sovereign gesture. Black and silver radiance blazed across each wing and countless feather-like phantoms, forged from pure light and shadow principles, erupted like a hurricane of divine wrath. Each feather carried the sharpness to rend space-time and the annihilating force to erase all existence. Divine judgment. 10,000 feathers fall. The black and silver tempest engulfed the entire fan-shaped battlefield. Did it ignore friend or foe distinction? No. Under Lucifer's flawless control, each feather possessed uncanny precision, bypassing the already disabled low-tier troops. Killing them would waste energy, instead converging with lethal accuracy upon the 4 heroes, and the lords mounted upon or standing beside them. No. Block it. Run for your lives. Desperate cries tore from throats choked with despair. Zhao Kuang roared, swinging his colossal axe to intercept the descending feathers. Sparks flared, screeching metal grinding against ethereal force. He deflected several, but more pierced through his guard like spectral daggers, embedding themselves deep into his rock armor arms and thighs. Though non-fatal, each feather carried potent corrosive and sealing energies, rapidly dismantling his defenses and draining his spiritual energy. The Earthshaker grizzly tried shielding its master, but dozens of feathers pierced its thick carapace, drawing agonized roars and further crippling its movement. Sun, whose blazing steed unleashed walls of flame. Zhou Lai's gale wolf summoned razor-edged wind blades. Shirley's rock-scale tortoise withdrew fully into its shell, yet against that apocalyptic storm of black feathers resistance proved pitifully futile. Flame walls were effortlessly pierced and extinguished, the wind blades shattered upon impact. Even the rock-scale tortoise, renowned for peerless defense, its legendary shell crumpled like parchment before feathers infused with primordial light and shadow essence pierced through with dozens of clean luminous holes. Shirley screamed, tumbling from the tortoise's back drenched in blood. In a single sweep of her wings, all 4 heroes were grievously wounded, their combat capacity drastically diminished. All 4 lords bore wounds, battered and humiliated. Their subordinate lords fared even worse, many riddled with feathers fallen motionless, fate unknown. As for the troop formations, already shattered, fleeing in blind panic, trampling one another, cohesion utterly dissolved. Total annihilation. Absolute, unassailable, unquestionable domination. Inside the defensive array, Lin Chen paused mid-bite into a rutaber mouth, slightly agape. He knew Lucifer was powerful, knew her domain was extraordinary, but witnessing this cataclysmic spectacle firsthand left him profoundly awestruck. Good heavens! This isn't combat, it's dimensional warfare. He murmured softly. The 10 black-winged sentinels stood solemnly reverent, gazing upon Lucifer's back with unreserved awe and fervent devotion. This was their commander, the living embodiment of the sin of pride. After that single strike, Lucifer did not press the attack. She slowly folded her wings and swept her molten gold gaze across the ruined battlefield before her. Zhao Kuang knelt on one knee, leaning heavily on his axe, coughing up blood, his face twisted in disbelief and utter despair. His Earthshaker grizzly lay nearby, barely breathing. Sun, whose blazing steed lay fallen, he himself pinned to the ground by several feathers, immobilized. Zhou Lai's gale wolf had lost a leg, whining piteously. Shirley suffered most, his rock-scale tortoise nearly destroyed himself, gravely wounded and unconscious. Of the subordinate lords, fewer than 1 in 10 remained standing. In a single exchange, the so-called Chen Extermination Alliance collapsed entirely. Now, Lucifer's voice rang again, icy and immutable. Do you still believe you can raise this place? Silence answered her, only ragged breaths of terror and groans of pain. Only then did Lin Chen step out from the defensive array, walking calmly to Lucifer's side, surveying the devastation with a soft contemplative whistle. Why ever bother, he sighed, shaking his head with feigned sorrow. Couldn't you simply cultivate in peace? Why seek such peril? Now, do you feel satisfied? Zhao Kuang jerked his head up, eyes burning crimson as he fixed a venomous glare upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen, don't get cocky. You may have won today, but this isn't over. I what? Lin Chen cut him off, crouching down to meet Zhao Kuang eye to eye, wearing that infuriatingly casual smile which made Zhao Kuang grind his teeth. Planning revenge? With what? Your hero is crippled. Your allies scattered. Your resources, right. You've traveled far. Surely you brought considerable supplies. As the defeated party, wouldn't it be customary to pay a modest tuition fee? He rose, clapped his hands once, and ordered the black-winged sentinels, "Go, search them thoroughly. Take everything of value, resources, materials, equipment, spirit stones, everything on their persons, mounts, and even beside fallen troops." The Myriad Sin's divine realm believes in sustainable development. Battlefield salvage is a cornerstone of our philosophy. Yes, my lord. The sentinels moved instantly, efficient, precise, and professional, as they began collecting spoils. Zhao Kuang and his comrades watched helplessly, their hard-earned wealth stripped away before their eyes. Soon the sentinels returned bearing mountains of loot, resource crates carried in personal spatial storage, rare architectural blueprints, refined materials, and several pieces of elite-grade armor and weaponry. Lin Chen gave a cursory inspection, yielding abundant rewards: over 100 spirit stones, thousands of base resources, and several rare schematics and materials. Not bad. Enough to cover this semester's tuition. Lin Chen nodded approvingly, then turned to Zhao Kuang and his ashen-faced companions. "Tuition paid, now you may leave. Remember this lesson. Do not let me see you again. Though, if you wish to deliver more tribute, I welcome it. Just schedule ahead, I'll ask Sister Lu to go easy next time." Humiliation, naked, unrelenting humiliation. Zhao Kuang spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Sun Hu, Zhou Lai, and the others stood hollow-eyed, hearts utterly broken. They knew, after this defeat, they were finished in this beginner village. Revenge against Lin Chen was impossible, survival itself hung by a thread. Lin Chen dismissed them with a flick of his wrist, as if swatting flies. "Black-winged sentinels, escort them out. Cast them beyond our territory, don't soil our land." The sentinels advanced immediately, lifting the wounded lords and their maimed heroes like sacks of grain, and hauled them unceremoniously beyond the borders, dumping them onto the barren wasteland. The corpses of fallen troops and lords would be cleansed gradually by the land's innate sin-infused aura. Thus concluded this grandiose campaign, ending not with thunder but with a whimper. From start to finish, Lin Chen never stepped outside the defensive array, and Lucifer struck only once. Global announcement: congratulations to Lord Lin Chen for successfully repelling and crushing a coordinated assault launched by 4 allied lords. Achieving a glorious one against many victory. Awarded 1500 reputation and the special title Solitary Guardian. Regional Event Alliance campaign in Beginner Village 114514 has concluded. Victorious faction Lin Chen, Myriad Sin's divine realm. The power balance within Beginner Village 114514 has undergone a seismic shift. The World Channel and Regional Channel exploded, flooded by successive announcements and the astonished exclamations of distant observers, other lords who had watched from afar. At this moment, Lin Chen had become an unshakable legend within the Beginner Village, and in every mind the de facto monarch of the Beginner Village. Lin Chen muted the cacophonous channels, stretched lazily, and glanced at Lucifer beside him, still serene, unruffled, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. "Sister Lu, thank you for your effort." Lucifer inclined her head slightly, her molten gold gaze sweeping across the quiet wasteland, utterly indifferent, as though the beings she had just obliterated were truly no more significant than dust motes. Lucifer Loyalty 100 Divine Covenant, deepened current assessment of Lord the Domain's majesty has been revealed. Ants lie prostrate. The Lord's practice of resource recovery aligns perfectly with greed, rather with optimal benefit maximization. The realm's authority is now firmly established, no petty troublemakers dare approach lightly. Focus may now shift fully to cultivation, awaiting the arrival of new sins. The tragic state of Zhao Kuang and his companions was like a sandcastle scattered by the wind, leaving little trace upon the desolate land. The aura of sin from the territory diligently worked, breaking down the broken corpses of soldiers and bloodstains, absorbing and transforming them into nutrients for the territory's growth. Only the faint scent of blood that had yet to dissipate in the air and the pockmarked land outside the defensive array bore witness to the unilateral crushing that had occurred not long ago. Lin Chen stood by the fountain of sin watching the 8th drop of fountain liquid condense in the stone trough, humming a cheerful tune. Sister Lu, look, this spring is becoming more powerful and the yield is steadily increasing. He stirred the spring water with a clean wooden stick sharpened from a demonic fung, causing the black vortex to swirl even faster. At this rate you'll soon be able to drink 3 to 5 drops every day and your cultivation speed will soar. Lucifer sat cross-legged nearby, eyes closed in meditation. Earlier she had unleashed the full power of the Overlord's domain and cast the skill 10,000 feathers withering, which consumed little for her, but she remained cautious and continued to recover. Hearing this, her eyelashes fluttered, but she did not open her eyes, only letting out a soft mm. The patterns on the black feathered wrist guards flickered slightly with her breath, as if synchronizing with the pure energy of the fountain liquid. However, Lin Chen shifted the topic, his brow slightly furrowed. Though Zhao Kuang and the others have been severely beaten, that extermination alliance. Or rather, there may still be others behind them. The few veteran lords in the regional channel had remained silent, yet their rankings were quite high. I have a feeling this matter is not over. Lucifer slowly opened her eyes, her molten gold pupils icy and indifferent. Petty creatures, how many come, how many I shall extinguish. Impressive. Lin Chen gave a thumbs up, but we can't always be on the defensive. We must take the initiative to crush threats in the cradle. Or rather, seize resources before others. He pulled up the system interface, looking at the newly issued glittering time-limited quest after defeating the Extermination Alliance Ultimate Challenge of the Novice Village. Dark Abyss description: within the confines of Novice Village No. 114514, an unstable dimensional rift has been detected connecting to the abandoned lair of a certain ancient demonic lord. The rift is slowly expanding, and if not addressed it may lead to a continuous outbreak of demonic tides threatening all novice lords. Objective: enter the Dark Abyss secret realm, eliminate the guardian boss lair, matriarch, half-step king realm, and close the core of the rift. Difficulty: hell. Suggestion: it is strongly recommended that multiple lords form a team to go, at least 5 lords of late spiritual realm and above plus heroes. Reward: massive experience points, rare blueprints and materials, random high-quality equipment chests, and a special item, Seed of Greed. Along with the ultimate title of King of Novices and additional rewards. Time limit: 72 hours. Stabilization period of the rift. Failure penalty: rift goes out of control, significantly increasing the level and number of magical creatures in the novice village area, sharply deteriorating the survival environment. Note: the trial of the brave is also the coronation of the king. Dark Abyss. Half-step king realm. Lin Chen licked his lips, excitement and caution flickering in his eyes. Sister Lu, what do you think? That half-step king realm is stronger than the peak of the spiritual realm, right? Half-step king realm has touched the threshold of the king realm, initially mastering the embryonic form of the domain or a certain pseudo-law power with the quality and total amount of spiritual energy far surpassing that of the peak of the spiritual realm. Lucifer provided a professional explanation. In my current state, in a normal battle I could kill within 10 moves. If they have special talents or advantages it might take 20 moves. If enhanced by the master. She paused. Within 5 moves they will surely die. It's settled. Lin Chen slapped his thigh. Then what are we waiting for? This ultimate challenge, this title of King of Novices should be mine. Let's go clear it. Lucifer, however, shook her head slightly. Do not rush, my master. The lair is a secret realm and the situation inside is unclear. Aside from the final guardian, there may be many elite magical creatures and traps. Additionally, the system's prompt strongly recommends forming a team, indicates that the environment within may be unfavorable for individuals. Not to mention, other lords will also be heading there. Other lords? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Zhao Kuang's group has been crippled, but the remaining ones. Su Mu Yu, the one ranked 3rd, seems to be a farming type with a support type hero. There are also several others ranked in the top 10. Their strength should be below Zhao Kuang and his group, right? Precisely for this reason they are more likely to choose to unite. Lucifer analyzed calmly. If they are incapable of challenging alone, they will huddle together for warmth. At that time within the lair we will not only have to deal with magical creatures but also guard against other lords' ambushes, monster thefts, or even being stabbed in the back. Lin Chen stroked his chin, pondering. That makes sense. Human hearts are hard to gauge. So what should we do? Should we also find people to form a team? But I looked around and found no one I liked. Besides, we have too many secrets and your strength is likely to attract attention, Sister Lu. No need to form a team. Lucifer's tone was calm yet carried absolute confidence. My master and I along with the Black Feather Guards will be sufficient. We just need to devise a comprehensive strategy, advance steadily and strike down the matriarch with a thunderous momentum. The other lords are not to be feared. She looked at Lin Chen, a glint of sharpness flashing in her molten gold pupils. If they know their place, all will be well. If they dare to obstruct or ambush, it will be their own demise. Lin Chen shivered at the killing intent in her words but quickly became excited. Yes. What we are playing is elite speedrunning. We won't carry those who hold us back. As for tactics, he rolled his eyes revealing a familiar slightly mischievous smile. We can do this. You lead the Black Feather Guards forward and clear the obstacles. I'll use my specialty from behind to provide mental support and tactical guidance, and by the way, see if there are opportunities to pick up some scraps or create some little troubles for those who want to cause a ruckus. Lucifer looked at him. What does your so-called specialty refer to? Adaptability? No, I mean flexible response. Lin Chen declared with righteous fervor. In any case, you can rest assured to slash ahead and leave the back to me. I guarantee not to hold you back and might even surprise you. Lucifer was silent for a moment before finally nodding. As you say, my master. Then it's settled. Lin Chen was filled with fighting spirit, but before we set off we need to make some preparations. The Black Feather Guards need further coordination. It would be best to train a combo attack or something. We need to stock up on fountain liquid for your recovery. Someone should stay to watch the defensive array. How about we leave 5 Black Feather Guards to guard the home? That works. Lucifer agreed. The territory has a defensive array and common threats can be ignored. Leaving half of the Black Feather Guards will suffice. With the plan finalized, the two immediately took action. For the next day and a half, Lin Chen entered a frenzied preparation state. He had Lucifer lead 10 Black Feather Angels in high-intensity practical drills, no longer limited to clearing scattered magical creatures but actively seeking small groups of magical creatures or treacherous terrains, simulating possible ambushes, traps, and narrow space combat scenarios they might face inside the lair. Lucifer also opened parts of the Overlord's domain's power for the Black Feather Guards to acclimatize, teaching them how to cooperate more efficiently under domain suppression and how to resonate their own power with the domain to unleash greater combat strength. The effects were significant. The combat experience of the Black Feather Guards rapidly increased and their mutual understanding reached a level of deep connection. During an encirclement of a group of Shadow Blade Panthers that excelled in cooperation, they even spontaneously executed a simplified version of a combined technique, a temporary fusion of 10 people's sword chi transforming into a massive black crescent blade wheel, instantly clearing all enemies in the front fan-shaped area. Lin Chen named this move Black Wing Wheel Dance, and although its power was far inferior to Lucifer's 10,000 feathers withering, it was exceptionally effective against groups of magical creatures in the mid to late stages of the spiritual realm. In addition to training soldiers, Lin Chen was also busy. He utilized the resources he had seized to supplement Lucifer and the Black Feather Guards with consumables, mainly simple energy recovery potions and healing ointments made from scraps of energy crystals and certain magical creature blood, with Lucifer providing the formulas and guidance for production. Although their effectiveness was far inferior to the fountain liquid, they could still provide a temporary boost in critical moments. He also attempted to craft each Black Feather Guard a small oval-shaped arm shield that could be strapped to the arm using the leftover ghost scale gold to enhance their defensive capabilities. Of course, the most crucial preparation was intelligence. Discussions about the Dark Abyss had already reached a fever pitch in the regional channel. Countless lords were inquiring about the specific location of the lair, internal information, and team formation. Through some anonymous accounts and previously unsuccessful but still in contact rogue lords, Lin Chen gathered a few scattered pieces of information. The entrance to the lair was located deep within a region known as the Despair Abyss, shrouded in black mist just north of Novice Village. The abyss itself was already inhabited by numerous mid to late stage magical creatures, and the environment was perilous. At least 3 sizable Lord teams had publicly stated their intention to challenge it, one centered around the 3rd-ranked Sumu Yu, gathering 7 or 8 Lords ranked in the top 30 taking a stable support route. Another was hastily assembled from several loner Lords ranked around the top 10 looking rather unreliable, and the last was the most mysterious with unknown members, but someone had seen the 2nd-ranked and previously low-key shadow dance Qingchen seemed to be making moves. Additionally, Zhao Kuang's group's crushing defeat seemed to have a strong deterrent effect. In public discussions, hardly anyone regarded Lin Chen as a challenge anymore, but many speculated whether Lin Chen would go, and if he did, how the other teams would cope. It seems we have already established a fearsome reputation. Lin Chen stroked his chin, quite satisfied with the effect. This way we can avoid attracting the attention of some unwary individuals. Finally, as the last 24 hours of the time limit approached, Lin Chen decided to set off. He left 5 black feather angels with one of the most stable serving as temporary captain to guard the territory, activating the defensive array to medium strength. Lin Chen then set off towards the Despair Abyss with Lucifer and 5 additional black feather guards. Before departing, Lin Chen stood at the edge of the defensive array, glancing back at the initially scaled territory, the fountain bubbling arrow towers standing tall, wells intact, and the black feather guards standing at attention. A strange sense of responsibility surged within him. We must guard our home well, he instructed the black feather guards left behind. If you encounter something you cannot defeat, just retreat into the array and wait for our return. If we don't come back. He paused, grinning, then Novice Village will probably be doomed too, and everyone will go down together, not a loss. The leader of the Black Feather Guards bowed respectfully. Rest assured, Master, as long as the territory stands, we will stand. Good. Let's go. Lucifer unfurled her wings, a soft black and silver energy lifting Lin Chen, allowing him to sit steadily at the base of a silver wing after Lin Chen's persistent requests and Lucifer's reluctant agreement. The 5 accompanying black feather angels extended their black wings, guarding on either side. A group of 7 gods transformed into streams of light rushed northward. Flying was much faster than walking. In less than 2 hours, a massive chasm with steeply descending terrain, as if the earth had been cleaved by a giant axe, appeared at the horizon. Above the chasm, a gray-black, constantly swirling thick fog enveloped it year-round, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate, casting the valley into darkness. Faint roars of various magical creatures and eerie howls of the wind echoed from within. That's the place. Lin Chen pointed towards the chasm, speaking loudly within Lucifer's energy shield as the wind was strong. Lucifer lowered her altitude, landing on a high slope a few miles from the chasm's entrance. The fog within the valley interferes with perception and direction, and the anti-flight force field is extremely strong. Forcing a flight is extremely consuming and prone to attack. Lucifer sensed the environment of the chasm. Walking in would be prudent. Lin Chen slid down from her wings, stretching his somewhat numb legs. All right, then we walk. Black feather guards maintain a vigilant formation. Let's go. The 5 black feather angels immediately changed formation, 2 leading the way, 2 guarding the flanks, and 1 in the rear to watch, keeping Lin Chen and Lucifer protected in the center. Lucifer retracted most of her wings' radiance, maintaining only the most basic expanded state, her molten gold pupils scanning the surrounding environment, the power of the domain contained and ready to unleash at any moment. The group stepped into the range of the chasm. The light abruptly dimmed and gray-black mist swirled around them, bringing a damp chill and a faint sense of decay. Visibility dropped to less than 50 meters, and a cacophony of various indistinct and bizarre sounds filled their ears, causing a sense of disorientation. The ground was uneven, covered in jagged rocks and bottomless fissures, and occasionally they could see some eerie plants or the bones of animals glowing faintly. This place, you wouldn't even need to set up a scene for a horror movie. Lin Chen muttered, tightening his rough beast skin coat. They hadn't walked far when the attack came. Several shadow snakes, pitch black and as fast as lightning, suddenly leaped out from the fog and shadows of the rocks, targeting the flanks and rear of the team. Their sharp fangs were venomous, and their attacks were silent. However, the black feather guards reacted even faster. The 2 warriors on the flanks didn't even turn around, their black wings swept back as if alive, accurately swatting the attacking shadow snakes away. The 2 warriors in front drew their long knives, the blade flashing, slicing the few burrowing corpse bugs trying to leap out from behind the rocks into 2 pieces. The warrior in the rear immediately turned around, slicing apart a ghost vine that had emerged from the ground, attempting to entwine Lin Chen's ankles. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye, clean and efficient even without alarming more lurking magical creatures. "Beautiful," Lin Chen whispered in applause. The Black Feather Guards had indeed undergone a transformation through this period of training, becoming a true elite force. Lucifer nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Her gaze was always directed toward the depths of the chasm, where a presence far stronger, more chaotic and ferocious than the surrounding magical creatures shone like a lighthouse in the darkness, clearly indicating the direction. That was the entrance to the dark abyss. The team continued to delve deeper. Along the way they encountered several waves of magical creature attacks, including mist wraith bats descending from the sky, gargoyles emerging from the rock walls, and swarms of corpse mice charging fearlessly. But under the tight protection and efficient slaughter of the Black Feather Guards, these attacks were easily neutralized. Lin Chen didn't even find an opportunity to strike. In truth, he hadn't planned to, only responsible for shouting 666 from behind and collecting a few dropped materials. Mosquito legs are still meat. As they ventured deeper, the strength of the magical creatures slowly increased, transitioning from mid to late stages of the spiritual realm, and their numbers grew. However, with the occasional assistance of a tinge of domain pressure released by Lucifer, the Black Feather Guards remained steady, advancing cautiously. Finally, after defeating a group led by two late-stage abyss worms, the mist ahead suddenly thinned, revealing a relatively open valley before them. In the center of the valley, a twisted entrance over 20 meters in diameter, continuously spewing thick black gas with its edges shimmering with unstable spatial ripples, loomed like a festering wound on the earth. Surrounding the entrance were numerous large unidentified biological skeletons, along with some obvious signs of man-made destruction, broken weapon fragments, charred ground, and dried bloodstains. It was evident that other Lord teams had arrived earlier and a battle had taken place here, or an attempt to enter. Discovery: entrance to the dark abyss, dimensional rift status unstable, severe spatial fluctuations, warning internal environment unknown, energy chaos, high intensity magical creature reactions, and unknown dangers present, multiple residual auras of lords detected, the earliest not exceeding 6 hours ago. Someone has gone in, and not just one team. Lin Chen observed the surrounding traces. Looking at the extent of the destruction, the battle seems to have been quite fierce. I wonder how far they have progressed. Lucifer approached the edge of the rift, reaching out to sense the spatial fluctuations. The rift is still within the stabilization period, but the internal spatial structure is chaotic, with multiple forks and independent spatial bubbles. The flow of energy points towards several different directions deep within. The core of the matriarch should be in the deepest, most concentrated energy area. She looked at Lin Chen. How shall we enter? Should we follow the traces of others or explore on our own? Lin Chen considered for a moment, grinning. We are here for a speed run to claim the first kill. Following in others' footsteps to eat dust is not interesting at all. Let's carve our own path. Sister Lu, you can sense the direction of the matriarch's core, right? Let's head straight for the objective. If we encounter mountains, we will open mountains. If we encounter monsters, we will slay monsters. At the fastest speed, we will strike straight at the heart. Exactly to my liking. A glint of approval flashed in Lu Zaifa's eyes. Then, my master, please stay close. She was the first to step into the rift entrance, where black gas continuously surged, her figure instantly swallowed by darkness. Lin Chen took a deep breath and waved to the 5 Black Feather Guards. Let's go. We are going to meet that half-step King Realm fellow. The 5 Black Feather Angels followed suit without hesitation. Lin Chen also stepped into the rift. A sense of weightlessness and spatial tearing overwhelmed him, as if passing through a viscous black tunnel. Moments later his feet landed solidly and the scenery before him opened up. It was not the deep cave he had imagined. They stood on a vast desolate land with an eternally dark red sky. The ground was cracked with dark red rivers flowing like lava, and the air was filled with the scents of sulfur and charred matter. In the distance one could vaguely see twisted pulsing rock formations resembling biological intestines and enormous rib-like pale bone columns standing tall. Here was the first layer of the layer's interior, scorched wasteland. Not far in front of them, on a relatively flat blackened ground, dozens of lords and their troops were gathered, divided into 3 vaguely opposing camps, seemingly engaged in some debate. The sudden appearance of Lin Chen and the others instantly attracted everyone's attention. When they saw that iconic figure with 6 wings and silver hair along with the 5 cold female warriors with black wings and blades, the entire scene abruptly fell silent. All discussions and arguments ceased abruptly. Numerous gazes filled with suspicion, awe, fear, jealousy, and complexity were directed at Lin Chen and his group who had just entered this place. The uncrowned king of Novice Village, accompanied by his terrifying goddess who swept through the Extermination Alliance and her mysterious troops, had finally arrived at the dark abyss. Lin Chen faced the gazes of the crowd, revealing his characteristic slightly cynical smile as he waved his hand. Yo, everyone busy with something. Did I interrupt your meeting? Lucifer loyalty 100 gods contract mark current evaluation of lords. The lair has arrived. All ugly faces are revealed. The master's decision to strike at the core is very much in line with the path of arrogance. These ants are not to be feared. Only the matriarch and potential variables need to be noted. The safety of the master is of utmost importance. The air in the parched wasteland became more stagnant with Lin Chen's arrival, even more so than the acrid scent of sulfur. Dozens of gazes concentrated like solid entities on the figure surrounded by 5 black-winged warriors who bore a seemingly kind smile, as well as on the 6-winged goddess beside him who stood still as if draining all light and sound from the surroundings. After a brief silence, whispers spread like a tide. Lin Chen. He's really here? Of course, it's the ultimate challenge. How could the king of newbies not come? Is that Lucifer beside him? Hiss. That aura makes my legs weak even from this distance. Those 5 with black wings, are they his troops? They look incredibly strong. So Zhao Kuang and the others were taken down by these people? No, by this goddess alone. What do we do now? With him here, what are we playing for? Su, say something. The one called Su was a young woman standing at the front of the largest team consisting of about 20 members. She wore a simple light blue robe exuding a gentle aura, accompanied by a young elven hero with a green vine staff surrounded by a refreshing scent of grass and wood. It was Su Muyu, ranked 3rd, famous for her support and planting abilities. At this moment, Su Muyu's beautiful face bore a solemn expression and the other lords beside her appeared tense. In front of another smaller team of about 7 or 8 members, a burly man with a scarred face and a sinister gaze snorted coldly. So what if he came? The dark nest is so vast, everyone relies on their own abilities. No matter how strong Lin Chen is, can he kill us all? He is Wu Zhen, ranked 9th, following the path of violent output, and his hero is a raging minotaur wielding dual axes. The 3rd team was the most peculiar, with only 3 members, yet each exuded a contained aura, their positions seemingly casual but forming a mutual angle. The leader, dressed in black, had an ordinary appearance, sporting 2 unsheathed short blades at his waist. He was Yi Qingchen, ranked 2nd, who had always been elusive. 2 companions with similarly elusive auras accompanied him, their true faces indistinguishable. They made no move, simply watching Lin Chen quietly. Lin Chen seemed unaware of the strange atmosphere. He smiled and stepped forward a few paces, his gaze sweeping across the 3 teams before finally resting on Su Muyu, mainly because she looked the most approachable. Ah, isn't this the esteemed Su Muyu? It's an honor to meet you. I've been envious of your moon. Well, when shall we exchange planting experiences? Lin Chen appeared overly familiar, saying these 2 must be the esteemed Wu Zhen and Yi Qingchen, right? It's a pleasure to meet you all. We are all here to conquer the nest and protect the novice village. Truly heroes see eye to eye. Though his words were polite, accompanied by his grinning face and Lucifer's intimidating aura behind him, it made everyone feel somewhat sardonic. Su Muyu composed herself and said warmly, Lord Lin Chen is joking. It's our honor to meet you here. The nest is dangerous. May I ask what your plans are? She clearly returned the ball to him. The implication was obvious. You are the strongest, you speak first and we will see the situation. Wu Zhen snorted but said nothing, his eyes filled with vigilance and defiance. Yi Qingchen remained silent like an observer. Lin Chen scratched his head, an expression of difficulty on his face. Plans? What plans can I have? Just coming in to fight monsters, level up and see if I can take down that Mother Empress for a first kill and earn a title. What? Do you esteemed ones have any thoughts? Are we forming a super team to push together, or are we playing our own games? His casual words made everyone's hearts tighten. Form a large team? Who dares to team up with you, Lin Chen? Who gets the credit? How do we divide the loot? If Lucifer is unhappy with a wave of her hand, we all become burdens or punching bags. Playing our own games. That won't do either. With such a freak as Lin Chen around, the first kill is definitely out of the question. We might not even get a drop. For a moment the atmosphere froze again. Lin Chen seemed oblivious to the awkwardness. He looked around and suddenly pointed to an area on the wasteland where dark red magma was continuously erupting, surrounded by numerous fire elemental monsters, asking that over there. Seems to be the entrance to the next level. Looks quite lively. Su Muyu nodded indeed. According to our investigations and the information brought back by lords who entered and exited earlier, there are 3 entrances to the next level, the Shadow Corridor in the Scorched Wasteland. But each entrance is guarded by numerous magma puppets and lava monsters at the late stages of the spirit realm, and the environment near the entrances is harsh, extremely difficult to breach. We are debating whether to concentrate our forces to break through one entrance or to split our troops to try. Oh, Lin Chen elongated his voice, pretending to realize something. So that's why everyone is having a meeting here. I was wondering why everyone was gathered here. He stroked his chin, looking at the 3 entrances emitting thick smoke and flames, then glanced at the 3 teams with differing thoughts before suddenly breaking into a grin. Esteemed ones, it's tiring to deliberate back and forth. How about this? He cleared his throat, raising his voice slightly. Let's not form any teams, but engage in free competition relying on our own abilities. Each of you teams selects one of these entrances and finds a way to proceed. As for me, I won't compete with you. The crowd was taken aback. Not competing? Then what do you want to do? Just head back? Lin Chen turned around, addressing Lucifer casually as if discussing dinner plans. Sister Lu, that crowded entrance looks boring. Let's find a quieter place to go down, shall we? Lucifer's molten gold pupils scanned the wasteland and nodded slightly. Okay. There are more than just 3 weak points in this layer's space structure. 7 miles to the southeast there is a spatial fold with energy flow connected to the lower layer, and the guards are weak. Just break through. Lin Chen clapped his hands, agreed. Let's go there. He turned to the astonished crowd and waved. Esteemed ones, take your time deliberating, we will go ahead. See you in the lower layer. Oh, by the way, just a reminder, it seems that the small monsters in this layer will respawn, so if we delay we might have to clear them again. Everyone hurry up. After saying that, he waved to the 5 black feathered angel guards. Let's go, brothers, we are going to open a VIP passage. Lucifer's wings slightly spread once again, lifting Lin Chen with gentle energy. The 5 black feathered guards followed closely behind. A group of 7 under the gaze of dozens of eyes swaggered towards the southeast direction, which was completely different from the 3 conspicuous entrances, quickly disappearing into the dark red mist and jagged rocks, leaving the lords of the 3 teams at the spot staring at each other in silence. After a while, Wu Zhen finally managed to utter, "Damn it. Can we play like that?" Su Muyu smiled bitterly and shook her head, opening a new passage. Requires precise spatial perception and powerful dimensional breaking ability. We cannot do it. Yiqing Chen's gaze shifted for the first time with evident fluctuation. He looked in the direction Lin Chen and the others disappeared, muttering softly, "Spatial folds. I can sense them, but forcibly breaking through carries risks. What level is that hero of his?" The other lords had complicated feelings. They were here fighting over 3 known heavily guarded entrances, while he simply went to find a weakly guarded VIP passage. That gap. What are we waiting for? Wu Zhen shouted anxiously. Hurry and choose an entrance. If we wait for him to go down and take out the Mother Empress, we won't even get a crumb. Right. Hurry and choose. Su, we will follow you through the left one. Wu, the middle one is ours. Yi, the right side. The scene erupted into chaos once again, but this time there was an urgent sense of being stimulated within the disorder. Lin Chen's alternative path struck everyone like a whip. 7 miles to the southeast there lay a relatively flat area of charred rock with dark red light seeping through the cracks in the ground, the temperature noticeably higher. The air was filled with highly active fire elements. Lucifer brought Lin Chen down to an unremarkable rocky area. "This is the place." She pointed to a section of rock below. "The spatial structure here is distorted and overlapped, forming a natural weak door seam. The energy flow inside leads directly to a secluded corner of the next level, the shadow corridor." Lin Chen looked at the charred rocks below, which seemed no different from other places, scratching his head. "How do we open it?" "Smash it open. No need for violence." Lucifer extended her left hand, adorned with black feathered bracelets, palm facing down, aiming at the rocky ground. The molten gold pupils flickered with rapidly flowing runes. She did not use light and dark cleansing flames, but purely relied on mental strength and spatial perception, like the most precise probe delving beneath the rock layers to touch the invisible spatial fold. "Open." She softly uttered a word. With a gentle grip of her 5 fingers, it was as if she grasped something formless, then pulled it to the side. A tearing sound reminiscent of heavy fabric being ripped apart echoed. Suddenly a 5-meter-long, 2-meter-wide spatial rift appeared in the charred ground, with edges flowing with dark red and black colors. Inside the rift it was not magma or rocks, but a bizarre, constantly twisting dark light passage, faintly sensing a colder, darker aura coming from the other end. The rift appeared silently, with no earth-shattering explosions, only the strange fluctuations of space forcefully torn apart. Lin Chen stared in awe. "Holy crap! Tearing space with bare hands. Sister Lu, your skill set is too broad." Lucifer retracted her hand, maintaining a calm expression. "The space is weak, it's just a clever maneuver. If it were stable space, it would require 10 times the effort." She looked at the rift. "The passage is open but unstable. Here we need to pass quickly. I will go first and the master follows closely." After saying that, she transformed into a black and silver stream of light shooting into the rift. Lin Chen nodded to the 5 black feathered guards. "Keep up." The 5 black feathered angel guards entered without hesitation. Lin Chen took one last look at the direction of the scorched wasteland, grinned, and jumped into the bizarre spatial rift. At the moment his figure vanished into the rift, the forcibly torn gap began to close at a visible speed, and within a few seconds it completely disappeared, leaving behind what appeared to be an unremarkable charred rock. As if everything that had happened moments ago had never occurred. The sensation of passing through the spatial rift was even more uncomfortable than entering the nest, with intense dizziness and weightlessness, nearly causing Lin Chen to vomit. Fortunately, the process was extremely brief. After 2 or 3 seconds he felt solid ground beneath his feet, and the surroundings had changed dramatically. No longer was it the dark red scorching wasteland, but a broad, deep corridor, seemingly endless. The sides and the ceiling of the corridor were made of some pitch-black material, neither metal nor stone, with a surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting a faint blue light coming from an unknown source. The air was cold and damp, filled with a musty scent of dust and a faint fishy odor. The corridor was eerily quiet, with only the faint sound of dripping water coming from an unknown source, along with a light rustling as if countless tiny legs were brushing against the ground, emanating from the darkness deep within the corridor. "Is this the shadow corridor?" Lin Chen shivered, rubbing his arms. "The ambience is quite fitting, chilly and eerie." Lucifer had already minimized her wings, her molten gold pupils shining like 2 bright lamps in the dim environment, scanning the surroundings. She frowned slightly. "This place has numerous life signatures lurking, and the energy quality." The atmosphere was cold and eerie, adept at concealment and ambush. The corridor was complex, with many branching paths resembling a maze. Lucifer focused for a moment, pointing to a narrower side path to the left where light barely reached. "That direction has the strongest aura of sin and darkness, along with a powerful nest intent emanating from it. That must be where the Mother Empress is located. But along the way, there are traps and guards everywhere. As long as there is a path," Lin Chen declared fearlessly. "Traps? In the face of absolute strength, traps are mere decorations. Sister Lu, lead the way." Lucifer nodded, not deploying her domain, revealing her full strength too soon in an unknown environment could attract unnecessary trouble, but the 3 black wings behind her subtly extended forward, their tips shimmering with a faint silver light akin to the most sensitive detectors as she stepped forward. "Black feather guards, protect my lord. Be cautious of both sides and overhead," she commanded. 5 black feather angel guards immediately surrounded Lin Chen, their long blades half-drawn, their dark wings slightly trembling as their faint golden pupils scanned the surrounding darkness vigilantly. The team began to advance along the left side path. The corridor was eerily silent, with only their soft footsteps and the sound of wings brushing through the air. On the smooth walls to either side, their blurred, distorted silhouettes were reflected, adding to the eeriness. Not long after, Lucifer suddenly halted. 15 meters ahead, there is something unusual on the ground, she whispered. Lin Chen squinted ahead. The ground looked the same as elsewhere, dark and smooth. One of Lucifer's silver wings gently flicked and a faint silver beam shot out, landing on that patch of ground. Buzz! The layer of black material on the ground suddenly rippled like water, then abruptly bulged and twisted upward. It transformed into more than a dozen completely black suction cup-covered grotesque tentacles with jagged teeth at the ends, wildly whipping and coiling towards them. Simultaneously, countless holes silently opened up in the walls and ceiling, shooting out a rain of bone spikes imbued with a faint blue cold light. Traps. Moreover, they were living traps that mimicked the environment and were extremely concealed. A mere trick, Lucifer scoffed, not even moving. She merely released a hint of pressure from her proud domain. The originally violently thrashing black tentacles, upon touching the edge of the domain, stiffened as if burned by a hot iron, then began to convulse and shrink rapidly, emitting a silent cry, if it had a sound, retreating back into the ground, returning to a calm black material, albeit much dimmer in color. The bone spikes shot forth also drastically slowed within the domain, their trajectories altered, clanging as they ricocheted off the surrounding walls, not even grazing the black feather guards. Continue moving, Lucifer said indifferently, as if she had merely brushed off a bit of dust. Lin Chen watched in amazement. So this is how you can use a domain? Passive counterattack and confusion. Energy level suppression and will interference, Lucifer explained briefly. Such low-tier traps and creatures lack true intelligence, driven only by instinct and the will of the nest. Under the interference of a higher tier, will their logic collapses. Impressive. Lin Chen gave a thumbs up. The team continued forward. Indeed, as Lucifer had said, this shadowy corridor was filled with traps of various kinds. There were walls disguised as sudden closing walls, strong acid globs dripping from the ceiling, deep pits that suddenly caved in on the ground, and invisible phantom monsters that emitted mental shocks. But under Lucifer's precise perception and a hint of domain power interference, all were rendered ineffective. Occasionally encountering guards or creatures that couldn't be fully interfered with by the domain or were stronger, like the shadow assassins lurking in the shadows late stage of the spirit realm, or the soul-eating mosquitoes that came in swarms mid-stage of the spirit realm but in terrifying numbers, were handled by the 5 black feather angel guards. They coordinated seamlessly, their blades flashing fiercely, showcasing their combat artistry even in the narrow corridor as they swiftly cleared the obstacles. Lin Chen followed behind the whole way, occasionally collecting some seemingly special materials like the shadow dust dropped by the shadow assassins, while also responsible for cheering 666 and contemplating life. This isn't a dungeon, it's a sightseeing tour. He lamented. It's more like VIP guided service, all-inclusive. Just as the team cleared away, a wave of about 20 bone-eating beetles of fork appeared in the corridor ahead. One path continued downward, growing ever darker. The other path slightly ascended, and faint sounds of water flow could be heard. Lucifer stopped, carefully sensing. The downward path has a stronger aura of the Mother Empress, but the guards must be stronger as well, and it may lead directly to her core nest, leading to inevitable confrontation. The upward path has moisture and life energy, and the energy flow is complex, hinting at natural caverns or resource points. It may offer a detour or perhaps a shortcut, but the unknown risks increase. Lin Chen stroked his chin, his eyes scanning back and forth between the two paths, when suddenly he twitched his nose. Sister Lu, do you smell that? He pointed towards the upward path. It seems there's a faint fragrance. Like fruit or herbs. Lucifer carefully sensed, nodding. Indeed, there is a faint, unusual fragrance seemingly containing pure energy, and it resonates subtly with the essence of greed. Greed? Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Sister Lu, are you suggesting? I'm not certain. But it's worth investigating. The Mother Empress nest will surely involve a fierce battle. If we can gain something beforehand to enhance our power or obtain special assistance, it would be much safer. Then let's take the upper path. Lin Chen decisively declared, we must take risks for riches. What if we stumble upon treasure? Even if there's no treasure, exploring is worthwhile. Lucifer had no objections, turning to walk towards the upward fork. This path was gently sloped but remarkably slippery, with the walls covered in slimy moss. The moisture grew heavier and the sound of flowing water gradually became clearer. After about a quarter of an hour they reached a wide open space. A massive naturally formed cave with stalactites appeared before them. Countless stalactites emitting a faint blue glow hung from the cave's ceiling, illuminating the inside like a dream. In the center of the cave there was a small pool of water, clear and translucent with a faint milky white glow. And at the center of the pool on a protruding rock grew a peculiar plant. The plant stood half a person tall, entirely transparent with a crystal-like texture, its branches and leaves carved like the finest jade, and at the top 3 fruits the size of longan, each a different color, one blood red, one deep blue and one pitch black. All 3 fruits emitted a rich fragrance and a surge of energy fluctuations. Just the scent invigorated the spirit. This is... Lin Chen quickly approached the edge of the pool, his eyes sparkling. A treasure. Absolutely a treasure. Lucifer also stepped closer, her molten gold pupils fixating on the plant and the 3 fruits, examining them closely. Blood crystal fruit enhances vitality and physical body. Deep sea soul crystal fruit nourishes the soul and spirit. Shadow deception fruit contains a fragment of shadow and deception laws, capable of slightly enhancing corresponding abilities or used to refine special potions. All our earth-grade spiritual items appearing here is truly rare. They must have been nurtured over the years by this moonlight spiritual pool and mutated due to the special environment of the nest. Earth-grade spiritual items? Lin Chen nearly drooled. We're in luck. Let's pick them all. Just as he was about to reach out, Lucifer stopped him. My lord, please wait. She glanced towards the shadows surrounding the pool. There must be guardians by the side of spiritual items. This place is too quiet. As soon as her words fell, the still surface of the pool suddenly erupted. 3 monstrous silver-white fish with single horns on their heads, red eyes, and over 5 meters in length leaped out of the water, opening their mouths filled with sharp teeth, lunging at Lin Chen, Lucifer, and the nearest black feather angel guard. Their speed was akin to 3 bolts of silver lightning. Their aura reached the peak of the spirit realm. Moreover, they were wrapped in dense water and ice energy, freezing the air into shards of ice wherever they passed. Cold-horned silver dragon eel? Or a variant? A hint of surprise flashed in Lucifer's eyes, but her movements were even quicker. Facing the charging silver eel, she didn't even use her wings, but simply raised her left hand, adorned with a black feather, bracer, fingers spread and pressed towards the silver eel from a distance. Thump! The peak spirit realm cold-horned silver dragon eel seemed to slam into an invisible iron wall, its large head instantly deformed and caved in. Without even a scream, it was blasted back into the pool by an irresistible force, splashing a huge wave, its fate unknown. The other 2 attacking Lin Chen and the black feather guard were intercepted by the 5 black feather angel guards working together. Their blades wove a net, clashing against the icy breath and sharp teeth of the silver eels, producing a series of clanging sounds. The black feather guards were pushed back a few steps but successfully blocked the attack, quickly counterattacking and forcing the 2 silver eels to retreat repeatedly. These fish have some tricks up their sleeves, Lin Chen commented while hiding behind Lucifer, peeking out. After Lucifer dealt with one, she refrained from further engagement, leaving the other 2 for the black feather guards to practice against. The milky white pond water soaked his limbs and bones, and Lin Chen felt so comfortable that he was almost about to hum. The energy of the moonlight spirit pool was gentle and continuous, like the most delicate massage, gradually washing away the fatigue from days of travel, nourishing his recently upgraded mid-stage spiritual realm cultivation, even hinting at signs of moving toward the late stage. He squinted, gazing at the glowing stalactites on the cave ceiling, his thoughts beginning to wander. Sister Lu said this fruit would take half a day. I wonder how those teens outside are doing. The molten fire puppet sounds quite formidable, yet should be enough to give them a hard time, he smirked to himself. By the time they painstakingly open the entrance, they'll probably find that the Mother Queen has already been taken down by us, and their expressions will surely be quite entertaining. But his gaze shifted to the three increasingly brilliant fruits on the rock in the center of the pond, red, blue, and black, each shimmering and exuding an alluring fragrance. How useful can this thing really be? Sister Lu said it's an Earth-grade spiritual item, which sounds impressive, but will I explode if I eat it? That's how it's described in novels. Just as he was lost in thought, a black-feathered angel guard on watch suddenly emitted a faint warning sound along with a message through the link. The concealed barrier at the cave entrance detected an extremely weak but continuous energy probing fluctuation. It was not an attack, but rather something like a scan. Lin Chen jolted upright from the pond. Lucifer instantly opened her eyes, her molten gold pupils fixed on the entrance, sharp and piercing. Has someone discovered this place? Or is it the defense mechanism of the lair itself? Lin Chen lowered his voice. Lucifer carefully sensed for a moment, her brow slightly furrowing. Non-living entity detection energy characteristics. Greedy, predatory with strong material analysis and tracking properties. It seems to be targeting the spiritual pond and the fruits. Greedy. Lin Chen's heart raced as he recalled Lucifer's earlier mention of greedy source resonance. Could it be? Before he could finish his thought, the unseen barrier laid by Lucifer, imperceptible to the naked eye, suddenly rippled violently like water. In the next moment, a dazzling pure purple light unexpectedly ignited outside the barrier. The purple light was only the size of a soybean, yet it seemed to contain a depth capable of swallowing all light. It adhered to the surface of the barrier, beginning to spin rapidly, emitting a grating zzz sound akin to a drill scraping against metal. The barrier's glow dimmed at a visible speed, being frantically gnawed at and absorbed by the purple light. What the hell is that? Lin Chen's eyes widened. Lucifer snorted coldly, raising her hand to point in midair. A slender silver-black beam shot from her fingertip, precisely striking that point of purple light. Poof! The purple light shattered in response, transforming into countless tiny purple light points that dispersed. However, the part of the barrier that had been gnawed away left behind a fist-sized, irregularly shaped hole that would be difficult to restore in a short time. Almost simultaneously with the shattering of the purple light, a charmingly seductive voice laced with a hint of laziness and endless desire drifted in through the hole. Oh dear, I've been discovered. How perceptive. But what a delicious smell. I can't help it. The voice was sweet, as if it had hooks scratching directly at the deepest part of the heart. Accompanied by the voice, a slender and graceful figure seemed to flow in through the hole in the barrier, lightly landing on the ground at the cave entrance. It was a woman. A woman of breathtaking beauty, born to seduce. She appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and graceful, wearing an exquisitely fitted gown that seemed woven from countless tiny purple crystals, the hem cut high, revealing two long straight legs that glimmered like ivory under the dim blue light. Her long purple hair cascaded down to her waist, the ends slightly curled, gently swaying with her movements as if it had a life of its own. Her features were delicately sculpted, as if crafted with utmost care by the finest artisans, with narrow eyes that sparkled with shifting purple light, radiating brilliance, carrying a natural allure mixed with a kind of lofty laziness and playful interest that seemed to see through all desires. With a delicate nose and cherry lips, the corners of her mouth naturally curled up in a smile. Most striking was the small, exquisite swirling mark on her forehead, made of pure purple crystal, seemingly spinning inward, emitting a mesmerizing glow. She stood there barefoot, her slender ankles and 10 toes glistening like jade, her nails painted a seductive deep purple. She casually stood there, yet it felt as if she were the focus of the entire cave. Even the glowing stalactites and the dim light from the spiritual pond seemed to fade merely to highlight her presence. Her gaze immediately locked onto the three nearly ripe fruits in the center of the pond, and her amethyst-like eyes burst with unrestrained, almost greedy fervor. Crimson blood crystal fruit, deep sea soul crystal fruit, shadow deception fruit. She extended her long jade-like fingers, lightly tapping them, each tap eliciting a satisfied sigh, as if counting her most beloved treasures. 3. All are top grade, I really want them. Her voice carried an unusual charm that made hearts race and mouths dry, even provoking an absurd thought of, as long as she likes it, I'm willing to give her anything. Lin Chen was stunned, his mouth slightly agape, his mind racing with one thought: what the hell? Which deity is this? The atmosphere is completely different from Sister Lu. Is this the wrong set? The 5 black-feathered angel guards had already gone on high alert the moment the woman appeared, their long knives fully drawn, dark wings spread wide, pale golden pupils fixated on this unexpected and powerful intruder. They could sense the pressure emanating from this woman. Though it was not as pure and vast as Lucifer's arrogance and divinity, it was equally unfathomable, yet even more mesmerizing and elusive. Lucifer stood up as the woman appeared, placing herself between Lin Chen and the pond. A hint of cold disdain flashed in her molten gold vertical pupils, along with a trace of vigilance that even she herself had not noticed. The sin of greed. Lucifer spoke slowly, her voice colder than the chill in the cave. Mammon, you indeed followed the trace here. The purple-haired woman, Mammon, then shifted her gaze from the fruits, looking at Lucifer and Lin Chen, who was protected behind her, with great interest. Upon seeing Lucifer's signature 6 wings and molten gold vertical pupils, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by even greater interest. Oh dear, isn't this the arrogant sister? Mammon giggled, her voice sweet to the point of cloying. What a coincidence, I didn't expect you to arrive before me. And even found such a good place. Her gaze swept over the black-feathered bracers on Lucifer's wrist, her purple eyes brightening slightly. Oh? This bracer is quite interesting, made from your feathers, arrogant sister. That's quite generous, however it seems to be quite effective. Lucifer's brow furrowed even tighter, her aura growing colder. Mammon, mind your words and gaze. The things here already have an owner. Owner? Mammon blinked, her amethyst-like large eyes finally landing her gaze on Lin Chen, who had just clambered out of the pond, hastily donning a coarse outer garment. She looked Lin Chen up and down, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, soon replaced by a deeper curiosity and evaluation. This is the master recognized by the arrogant sister. She tilted her head, her purple hair flowing over her snow-white shoulders. Looks quite special midst its spiritual realm. Your strength seems a bit lacking, but to be able to command the arrogant sister, you must have some remarkable qualities. As she spoke, she took a step forward, gracefully gliding towards Lin Chen. Her steps seemed slow, yet they carried a peculiar rhythm, as if treading upon the heartbeat's cadence. As she drew closer, a rich and captivating fragrance evoking all desires within spread through the air. The 5 black-feathered angel guards stepped forward simultaneously, their blades aimed directly at Mammon, cold, killing intent locking onto her. Lucifer's 6 wings behind her also fluttered, slightly black and silver light swirling as the embryonic form of her domain began to brew the air in the cave, suddenly growing heavy. Halt! Lucifer's voice was like an ice blade. Mammon indeed stopped just shy of 3 meters from the blades of the black-feathered guards. She seemed unfazed by the piercing, killing intent and the imminent eruption of Lucifer's domain, instead extending her slender finger to lightly tap her smooth chin, a look of mock distress on her face. Oh dear, don't be so fierce, I just wanted to say hello, and by the way. Her gaze drifted back to the 3 fruits, swallowing her saliva. The action she performed was unexpectedly captivating. To discuss the ownership of those 3 little fruits, share and share alike, right? The arrogant sister wouldn't be so stingy, would she? At this moment Lin Chen finally finished putting on his clothes, though still quite simple. He took a deep breath, suppressing the stirring of his heart caused by Mammon's astonishing charm and aura, stepping out from behind Lucifer. He looked at Mammon, trying to maintain his composure, though inside he was quite flustered, clearing his throat. Ahem. This lady is Mammon, right? Hello, my name is Lin Chen, am Lucifer's master. You just said share and share alike. Mammon's eyes sparkled, her purple gaze smiling at Lin Chen, her voice growing even more sultry. Yes, little brother, you see, the spiritual pond fruits are treasures born from heaven and earth, unowned objects. Whoever discovers them first belongs to them. Although you arrived first, I found them too, and I really need them. How about you share one with me? Just that shadow deception fruit will do. I'll trade something for it, okay? As she spoke, she lightly swayed her waist, the purple crystal gown shimmering enticingly with her movements, her tone deliberately soft and almost coaxing, paired with her stunning beauty. It could melt even the hardest of hearts. Lin Chen's heart raced uncontrollably, but the string in his mind, named protection and guarding what's mine, tightened immediately. Unowned object. He raised an eyebrow pointing at the pond and the surroundings. Miss Mammon, take a good look here. We discovered this first. The barrier was set by us and the cold-angled silver dragon eel guarding it was driven away by us, though mainly by Sister Lu. This spiritual pond and the fruits now belong to Lin Chen, understand? He paused, a familiar, slightly mischievous smile appearing on his face. As for what you need, I need them too. I plan to use them to level up and conquer, reaching the peak of my life. So I'm sorry, Miss Mammon, but I can't share a single fruit. Mammon's smile slightly faded, a hint of displeasure flashing in her purple eyes, but it was soon overshadowed by a deeper smile. Little brother, don't be so absolute. What can I exchange for affection? Information? Resources? Even myself. Lucifer's aura suddenly dropped to freezing point, his molten gold pupils filled with a palpable killing intent. Mammon, do not be so reckless. Lin Chen's face flushed red from the bluntness of her words, but he straightened his neck and said, stop. The beauty trap won't work on me. My only virtue is my unwavering stance. Sister Lu's support is my greatest reliance. I am immune to other temptations. His words, said with righteous fervor, along with his coarse linen clothes and somewhat comical expression, eased the tense atmosphere considerably. Mammon stared at Lin Chen for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter, her purple hair swaying as she giggled. Interesting, truly interesting, young man, you are much more amusing than you seem. After laughing enough, she wiped the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand, though there were no tears, her purple eyes focusing back on Lin Chen with even more playfulness and interest. All right, since the young man is unwilling to share, I won't force it. Would the sin of greed so easily give up a piece of meat right at its mouth? Mammon shifted her words, her purple eyes narrowing like a cunning fox. However, I am increasingly interested in a young man who can handle the proud sister. How about we change our approach? She raised her right hand palm facing upwards. A deeper, more substantial purple light gradually gathered and swirled in her palm, gradually transforming into a small peculiar rune that seemed to be made up of countless tiny purple crystals continuously collapsing inward. This is the catalyst for the greed contract. Mammon's voice carried a strange allure. I can sense that the young man's territory seems quite special, filled with the tantalizing aura of sins. I am very curious and would like to take a closer look. She gently pushed the purple crystal rune towards Lin Chen, not truly attacking, just showcasing. By signing this contract, I will temporarily join you, helping you in battle, finding treasures, and dealing with that hideous Mother Empress. As for the return, I only ask for the priority selection rights of a portion of the spoils obtained in battle, as well as the permission to temporarily reside and visit your territory. What do you think? Sounds quite profitable, right? Lin Chen stared at the slowly rotating, mysteriously attractive purple crystal rune, then at Mammon's charming yet inscrutable face, quickly calculating in his mind. The sin of greed is actively requesting to join, or in a form similar to mercenaries plus tenants. It sounds like it might not be a loss. Having another powerful ally, especially one on par with Sister Lu, would make dealing with the Mother Empress more stable. The priority selection rights for spoils. It stings a bit, but it's better than getting nothing. As for temporary residence and visits, there doesn't seem to be anything in the territory that can't be seen. He instinctively looked towards Lucifer, silently asking Sister Lu, is this woman reliable? Can we trust her? Lucifer and Mammon exchanged glances, and between the two equally beautiful but distinctly different goddesses, it felt like invisible sparks were crackling. After a few seconds of silence, Lucifer coldly spoke, addressing Lin Chen. Words of greed should not be fully trusted. However, her combat power can indeed be utilized. The contract must strictly define the scope and duration and be witnessed by the core of the Lord and the source of sin to prevent backlash. This means it can be used, but the contract terms must be watertight and risk control must be ensured. Lin Chen understood. He turned to Mammon, puffed out his chest, trying to project authority. Ms. Mammon, I can consider your proposal. However, the terms of the contract must be set by me. Mammon's purple eyes lit up, smiling even more seductively. Of course, please go ahead. Lin Chen began counting on his fingers. First, during the cooperation period, you must obey my basic commands and cannot deliberately cause trouble, backstab, or steal and run away with the goods. That can be done. I am very obedient. Mammon nodded. Second priority selection rights for spoils are limited to non-binding items obtained during this nest operation, and only one item can be selected at a time with a total limit of 3. Maman frowned slightly, seeming to think this was a bit too little, but after glancing at the watchful Lucifer and the Blackwing Guard, she reluctantly nodded. All right, they'll take a little loss. Third, visiting and residing in the territory must be done under my company. You cannot wander off, steal, or cause destruction. Oh, are you treating me like a thief? Maman pouted playfully at Lin Chen, her charm overwhelming. Fine, fine, you'll comply. Fourth, and most importantly, Lin Chen's expression turned serious. The contract must be witnessed and bound by my lord's core and the source of pride from Lucifer. If there is any violation, the consequences will be borne by you. Maman's smile finally faded somewhat, her purple eyes deeply scanning Lin Chen, then glancing at the cold-faced Lucifer, she finally smiled charmingly. You are very cautious, young man. However, that makes it all the more interesting. It's a deal. The purple crystal rune in her palm suddenly brightened, splitting into 2 streams of purple light, one drifting towards Lin Chen and the other towards Lucifer. Please inject a trace of your recognized power, both of you. Lin Chen looked at Lucifer, saw her nod slightly, and then focused his mind, communicating with his lord's core, separating a trace of extremely faint spiritual power imbued with the aura of myriad sins, merging it into the purple light. Lucifer then snapped her fingers, sending out a trace of pure black silver source of pride power. The 2 streams of power merged into the purple light, which rapidly transformed and intertwined, ultimately forming 2 illusory contracts composed of countless fine runes suspended before Lin Chen and Maman. The contract content was precisely the 4 terms Lin Chen had just proposed, with the seals of the Lord's core and the source of pride below. Maman extended her slender finger and gently tapped the contract, floating towards her, leaving a purple crystal vortex-shaped mark. Lin Chen mimicked her, using his spiritual power to leave his own soul imprint. The contract was established. The 2 illusory scrolls transformed into flowing light, merging into Lin Chen's Lord's core and Maman's purple crystal mark on her forehead. A peculiar link was formed between Lin Chen and Maman. Although it was far from the profound and solid Lord-Hero contract he had with Lucifer, he could indeed sense her presence and approximate state constrained by the contract rules. All right, now I am your temporary partner. Maman clapped her hands, looking delighted, as if she had gained a great advantage. Her gaze turned eagerly towards the fruit in the center of the pond. So as partners, can we perhaps advance a little benefit? For example, when the fruits ripen, can I take a whiff? Just a whiff? Lin Chen. This demand for benefits is quite unique. Lucifer coldly replied. The contract did not mention the ownership of the fruits. Maman, you have overstepped. Maman pouted with a wronged look, but did not insist further. She simply gazed longingly, as if looking a little longer would relieve her craving. Lin Chen sighed in relief. In any case, he had temporarily resolved a major trouble and even got a top-notch ally for free. He glanced at the status display of Maman within the contract link. Temporary contractor Maman, sin of greed, level mid-royal realm, invincible, of the same tier, status good, filled with desire for the spiritual pond's fruit, contract binding power strong, bound by both the Lord's core and source of pride, mid-royal realm. Higher than Sister Lu by a whole realm? Lin Chen's heart shook violently, but soon he felt relieved. Sister Lu was held back by his level, and judging by her calm demeanor, she probably wouldn't fall short in a real fight. Ms. Maman, Lin Chen steadied himself and asked, how did you find this place? Also, how much do you know about this nest? Maman finally tore her gaze away from the fruit, looking at Lin Chen, a hint of cunning flashing in her purple eyes. I have my ways of finding delicious things. As for this nest, she licked her lips, revealing a mysterious smile. That big spider, the Mother Empress, guards a lot of good stuff, especially its egg-laying chamber, where the monster eggs and stored nutrient crystals are piled up, all of excellent quality. I've long wanted to make a move on it, but it was a bit troublesome alone. Now that I have the proud sister and the young man to help, it's just perfect. Lin Chen and Lucifer exchanged glances. It seems Maman knows much more about the nest than they had imagined. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Lin Chen extended his hand. Maman looked at Lin Chen's outstretched hand, her purple eyes crescent-shaped as she extended her own long pale hand with deep purple nails, gently shaking his hand. Her hand felt cool and smooth, as if holding a piece of fine purple jade. Pleasant cooperation, young man. Maman's voice carried a smile, but her fingers lightly scratched Lin Chen's palm before she let go. Lin Chen quickly retracted his hand, feeling a bit of heat in his ears. This woman truly knows how to seduce. Lucifer shot a cold glance at Maman, her wings slightly folding behind her, bringing Lin Chen closer to her. Maman seemed not to notice, walking over to the edge of the pond, crouching down and playing with the milky white water, her purple eyes sparkling. Moonlight spiritual pond, its quality is also quite good, too bad we can't take it. She suddenly turned to Lin Chen with a radiant smile. Young man, after we finish off the big spider, shouldn't we also fairly distribute the things here? Lin Chen. He knew it. This greedy nature cannot rest for a moment. The atmosphere in the cave had become quite strange. On one side stood the cold and proud six-winged goddess and the vigilant black-winged warriors, while on the other stood the charming yet inscrutable purple-haired enchantress, and in the middle was the abstract lord trying to maintain order while feeling anxious. In the center of the pond, the luster of the three spiritual fruits grew increasingly brilliant and the fragrance became more intense. There were less than 2 hours until maturity. Lucifer's loyalty 100 divine contract gaze current evaluation of the Lord. Greed has reached its peak and the contract has been established. The master handles it fairly well, not bewitched by her charm. However, this woman is cunning and should be guarded against at all times. The battle for the Mother Empress nest may utilize her strength, but the core must remain in the hands of the master. New temporary link. Maman sin of greed current evaluation of the contractor Lin Chen, an interesting little lord. His strength is pitifully weak, but he has considerable guts. He is able to resist my charm though his heart is racing. His relationship with the proud sister is also intriguing. The aura of his territory makes me drool. Perhaps this cooperation will yield unexpected surprises. Greedy smile. Time within the cavern flowed slowly, thickening amid the increasingly heady perfume of the spirit fruits and the unabashed, almost tangible hunger in Maman's gaze. Lin Chen sat on a relatively dry stone by the pool, forcing himself to ignore the violet-haired goddess beside him, whose scorching look seemed ready to consume him and the spirit fruit whole. He pretended to study a few silver scales he had collected from a cold-horned silver dragon eel, but in his heart he was grumbling wildly. This woman, her eyes are unbearably predatory. Lu Jie's stare says, let the ant crawl for me. Hers says, darling, come right into my bowl. Ugh, the pressure is overwhelming. Lucifer sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, seemingly meditating. In truth, the power of her proud domain spread like the keenest web, quietly cloaking the entire cavern and keeping a particular unnerving watch over every move Maman made. Any stray fluctuation of energy or the smallest furtive motion that hinted at theft drew the instant molten gold gaze of her pupils. 5 black-feathered angel guards kept the highest alert, 2 fixed on the entrance. Even though the barrier was mended, Maman's method of intrusion left no room for carelessness, while 3 formed a triangular cordon around the pool, both to guard against outsiders and to silently prevent Maman from approaching the spirit fruits too closely. Maman seemed utterly unconcerned by the defensive display. She padded barefoot across the cavern, her amethyst gown shimmering with a dreamy luster as she moved. Now she stooped to sniff the luminescent moss on damp stone, only to wrinkle her nose at its mildew tang. Now she poked at a milky stalagmite that held a faint energy, then turned up her nose at its poor purity, like a child told she may look but not touch in a candy shop, every inch of her radiating a restless, excited energy. At last, on her 10th attempt to accidentally edge closer to the pool, she was driven back by one cold look from Lucifer and the barely lifted blades of the black-feathered guards. She could not contain herself any longer. Oh, my proud sister, and you little black-winged sisters, don't be so tense. Maman stopped, hands on her hips, and gesture that only accentuated her astonishing curves, and with aggrieved violet eyes looked at Lin Chen. Big brother, look at them. I was only looking and sniffing. I wouldn't actually take them. The contract is signed anyway. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. He thought your look is no different from actually making a move. He cleared his throat. Miss Maman, calm yourself. The fruits are not yet fully ripened. If you crowd them now, you might interfere with their maturation and diminish their potency. Wouldn't that be a great loss? I know, Maman sang out in a drawn-out voice, then her eyes brightened as though she had thought of an excellent idea. Oh. Since we must wait anyway, why not tell me about your territory, big brother? Through the contract I only sense a delicious tempting aura of sin. What does it actually look like? Are there spirit pools like this? Are there other tasty playful glittering things? She took a few steps closer, violet eyes sparkling with eager expectation. Lin Chen, caught off guard by this sudden interview, glanced instinctively at Lucifer. Lucifer did not lift an eyelid. She coldly transmitted into his mind, choose your words carefully. Greed is endless. Lin Chen understood and quickly forced a laugh. Ah ha ha ha, my territory huh? It's just a humble little place in the wasteland, practically nothing very poor. Just a few ramshackle huts, a bitter water well and a handful of farm fowl, no I mean a few guard fighters. There's truly nothing to boast about, Miss Ma Man. You should lower your expectations a bit. She eyed him suspiciously. Really? But the aura I sensed, an illusion? Definitely an illusion. Lin Chen declared firmly, my greatest virtue is honesty. The land is poor and shabby, its only merit is that Lu Jia stands watch, safety. He almost convinced himself with the words. One of the black-feathered guard's shoulders trembled imperceptibly. Ma Men studied Lin Chen for a few seconds, mischief flashing in her violet eyes before melting into a coquettish smile. All right then, if you say it's poor, fine, poor it is, but after this cooperation ends I will certainly come to visit, it's a promise. Absolutely, absolutely. Lin Chen wiped away a non-existent cold sweat. At that moment the three spirit fruits perched on the central rock of the pool underwent a sudden transformation. The scarlet blood crystal fruit flared like congealed blood, a rising haze of sanguine mist coiling from its surface, within which a low roar rolled as if dragons and tigers were announcing themselves. The deep-sea soul crystal fruit blew as the abyss unfurled a tide-like radiance. Within that glow countless specks of light turned and vanished like a miniature ocean of stars. The shadow paradox fruit, as black as ink, was the strangest of all. Its own light retreated inward, yet the surrounding shadows writhed and twisted like living things, whispering as if myriad voices murmured from the dark. Three utterly distinct surges of energy, each pure and immense, burst forth like geysers. The cavern air trembled, ripples lashed the surface of the Yuehua Lingtan, and the glowing stalactites on the ceiling flickered uncertainly. The fragrance intensified tenfold in an instant. One inhalation sent the spirit soaring and the blood racing. They're ripe. Lucifer and Ma Men spoke almost at once. Lucifer rose in an instant, six wings slightly unfurling as her domain's force seeped outward, containing the explosive energy and the intoxicating aroma within the cavern as tightly as possible to avoid summoning unwanted trouble. Ma Men's eyes shone. She lunged instinctively, only to be pinned in place by Lucifer's cold stare and the sudden escalation of oppressive domain pressure. She pouted in displeasure, but faced with Lucifer's unequivocal posture she dared not act rashly. Still, the desire in her violet eyes nearly took on the form of flames. Black-feathered guards keep vigil around and prevent energy leakage that might trigger a hive reaction. Lucifer ordered, then turned to Lin Chen. Master, the spirit fruits are ripe and may be harvested. However, their energy is violent. They must be contained in jade vessels or objects that isolate energy. Touching them with bare hands risks injuring oneself or dissipating their medicinal power. Lin Chen stared at the three dazzling, awe-inspiring fruits, then at his empty hands and the crude materials in his inventory, stunned. Jade vessels? Energy-isolating containers? Where am I supposed to get those? Ma Men's eyes lit up and she immediately raised a hand. I have one. I have a Zijin treasure casket. Specifically for storing celestial materials and treasures, guaranteed to prevent energy leakage and preserve potency. At her words, a purple light flashed in her palm and a palm-sized casket fashioned from translucent amethyst, its surface flowing with arcane sigils, manifested. It opened to reveal three hollows perfectly sized for fruits the size of longan. She proffered the casket as if making an offering, violet eyes pleading for praise, and you see. It fits perfectly. I'm very useful, you know. Lin Chen examined the casket. It was indeed exquisite and clearly high grade. He did not take it at once but looked to Lucifer. Lucifer studied the amethyst casket for a few seconds. Runes flickered in her molten gold pupils as if scanning for trickery. After a moment she nodded slightly. This casket is safe to use. Lin Chen then accepted it. Cool and weighty in his hands, he could feel the stable force of contained space within. Thanks, Miss Ma-men. He offered his thanks, then looked across the pool again and hesitated. But, how do we pick them? Swim over? Lucifer had long since decided. One silver wing brushed forward and 3 filaments of silver-black energy, thin as hair and supremely resilient, shot out like the most deft fingers. They coiled lightly around the stems of the 3 fruits and tightened a fraction. 3 soft snaps as the stems severed. The filaments cradled the glowing fruits and flew back steadily, placing each into its corresponding hollow within the amethyst casket. The instant the lid closed, the cavern's surging energy and the intense fragrance were abruptly sealed away as if confined utterly. Only the casket itself gave off a faint, restrained purple glow. Done. Lin Chen held the casket, a great weight lifting from his chest and a satisfying thrill rising within him. These were terrestrial-grade spirit treasures. Even if he could not use them himself, exchanging them for resources or giving them to Lu Jia and the others would be an outright windfall. He cracked the casket open a slit to glimpse the 3 sleeping beauties, then hurriedly shut it for fear of leakage. Now the matter of division. Lucifer looked at Lin Chen, her gaze sweeping to the expectant Ma-men. According to the contract, Ma-men had no claim to these fruits. As expected, Ma-men immediately sidled forward, violet eyes almost glued to the casket. Big brother, the fruits are picked now. See, I provided the precious casket. Even without merit, I must have earned some reward, right? Can you spare just a tiny share? Just a little bit? For example, that shadow paradox fruit, I really need it to perfect a secret technique. Her voice was soft and saccharine, a pleading that combined with her breathtaking beauty was devastatingly effective. Lin Chen felt his heart race, but he took a deep breath, gripped the casket and shook his head. Miss Ma-men, the contract is explicit. Only those who plunder the hive have priority. These fruits were discovered before we entered the hive, so they do not count. But I helped. Without the casket it would have been so troublesome to harvest and preserve them. Ma-men refused to give up. We could use other containers. At worst we sacrifice some potency for safety. Lin Chen remained unmoved. The spirit of the contract is important. When softness failed, Ma-men's violet eyes shifted. She sighed and put on a pitiable expression. Fine. I understand. Big brother is truly cold and heartless. She bowed her head, shoulders trembling as if about to sob. Lin Chen. Sister, could your acting be any more overdone? Just as Lin Chen thought she would continue the performance, Ma-men lifted her head. There was no trace of tears, only a sly, dangerous smile as her violet eyes fixed on the casket in Lin Chen's hands. If you insist so firmly, then I have no choice but, she prolonged the tone, when we fight the Mother Queen later, the spoils. I will certainly exercise priority. I hope you won't be stingy then. That was a naked threat and a pre-announcement at once. Lucifer snorted coldly and stepped forward, placing herself between Lin Chen and Ma-men. Her molten gold vertical pupils met the amethyst gaze in the air. Greed, attend to your proper duties. Or the taste of contractual retribution is something you will not wish to sample. Ma-men shrugged, took a step back and reverted to languid coquettishness. Got it, proud sister truly has no sense of romance. She ceased to pester the spirit fruits, but her eyes kept darting to the casket in Lin Chen's hands. She had not given up hope. Lin Chen carefully stowed the casket into his inventory. The system space provided some isolation, and together with the casket itself it was double insurance, and began to calculate the potential uses of the 3 fruits. The scarlet blood crystal fruit could strengthen the body, perhaps enough for him to push into the later stages of the spiritual realm. The deep-sea soul crystal fruit nourished the soul and might be more useful to Lucifer or Ma-men. The shadow paradox fruit contained fragments of law, useless for now but a bargaining chip or material for special concoctions later. All right, the fruits are secured. This place is no place to linger. Lucifer glanced toward the entrance. Other teams may break through to the upper levels at any moment and enter the corridor. We must move quickly to the Mother Queen's lair. Lin Chen nodded and turned to Ma-men. Miss Ma-men, lead the way? You're familiar with the Mother Queen's egg chamber, aren't you? Ma-men instantly perked up, violet eyes shining. Oh right, I almost forgot the matter. Come with me, I know a shortcut that bypasses most guards and traps and leads straight to the back entrance of that old spider's nest. With that she turned and strode toward a narrow fissure deeper in the cavern obscured by stalactites and shadow, a slit scarcely wide enough for a single person. Lucifer frowned and sensed the path. It did indeed lead deeper into the corridor, and the energy currents were complex, but there seemed to be no sign of strong guardians. "Master, stay close to me," she murmured to Lin Chen, then signaled the black-feathered guards to maintain formation and trailed after Ma Men. Ma Men moved like a nimble fish threading through the cramped, jagged fissure with effortless grace. Her amethyst gown bore not a single scrape. She even had the leisure to call back a warning, "Watch your step, some of the stone slabs are hollow, fall and you'll drop straight into the lava river below." Lin Chen followed within Lucifer's energy shield, treading cautiously. The 5 black-feathered guards used agile footwork and slight wing assistance to keep close. The so-called shortcut was indeed concealed. Along the way they encountered only sporadic weak monsters hiding deep in fissures, and the guards dispatched them easily. Yet the environment was brutal. At times they had to squeeze sideways through passages that allowed only one person. At times they climbed near vertical slippery rock faces. About half an hour later Ma Men suddenly halted and signaled everyone to fall silent. She swept aside the heavy black curtain of moss before them to reveal a slit barely wide enough to peer through. Beyond the fissure lay a vast underground hall of unimaginable scale, like a subterranean palace. The space was irregularly circular and likely measured over a kilometer in diameter. The dome soared above, from which innumerable thick vein-like appendages drooped and faintly pulsating dark purple tumor-like tissues emitted a nauseatingly sweet odor. The ground was covered with a thick, gooey dark green substance that resembled biological mucus, which would surely produce a squelching sound when stepped on. In the center of the space there lay a massive nest shaped like a hill, constructed from ghastly white bones, pitch-black carapaces, and countless glimmering viscous liquids. The surface of the nest was riddled with densely packed holes from which various bizarre and differently sized magical creatures were constantly entering and exiting. At the highest point of the nest, a particularly large opening emanated a vast, chaotic and brutal aura akin to that of a slumbering volcano. It was the nest mother. Surrounding the nest, as well as at the edges of the space, were dozens of varying-sized egg chambers piled high with countless magical eggs, some crystalline and some murky, as well as numerous energy-emitting crystals of various colors and heaps of materials which were clearly remnants collected by the nest mother or leftovers from magical creatures' digestion. The air was thick with a strong scent of blood, decay, and a peculiar sweet and fermented energy aura. "This is the place, Mother's nursery and treasure trove," Mammon whispered, her purple eyes glinting with unabashed greed as she pointed to a relatively concealed large egg chamber on the side of the nest where the guards seemed fewer. "Look over there. The energy crystals in that egg chamber are of the highest quality. And those magical eggs have several rare varieties. Over there in the relatively open area in front of the nest, 7 or 8 large elite guard magical creatures whose auras ranged from latest age to peak spiritual realm were lurking, some clad in heavy armor and spitting acid known as corrosive giant worms, others with 8 compound eyes and scythe-like forelimbs called blade prowlers, and some floating in midair constantly emitting waves of mental disturbance known as ghost jellyfish. Those are the frontline guards, not to be trifled with. Well, circle around from the side and first stealthily. Collect the resources from that egg chamber." Mammon rubbed her hands together, unable to contain her excitement. Lin Chen gazed at the scene before him, reminiscent of a kingdom of magical creatures, swallowing hard. This was more formidable than he had anticipated. The aura of the nest mother made his scalp tingle even from this distance. Lucifer was also observing intently, the molten gold of her pupils flashing with analytical light. The nest mother is in a semi-sleep state, digesting energy and preparing for the next laying of eggs. The frontline guards are highly vigilant, but those at the sides and back are relatively lax due to proximity to the nest's body, obscured by a large amount of secretions and structures, making it suitable for infiltration. She looked at Mammon. "Are you sure that shortcut can get us around to the rear of the side egg chamber?" Mammon confidently nodded. "Of course. I've already marked the spots. However, there are a few guards over there that need to be dealt with quietly so as not to alert the nest mother and those big guys at the front." Lin Chen steadied his mind, knowing the critical moment had arrived. He looked at Lucifer and Mammon, whispering, "Plan I and the Black Feather Guard will stay here to provide support, while Sister Lu and Miss Mammon will infiltrate and quickly gather the high-value resources from that egg chamber." Be cautious, focusing on stealth and speed, and try to avoid combat. Once we have what we need, we retreat immediately. Then, we will decide whether to directly assault the nest mother or continue to collect from other egg chambers. He paused and added, Miss Mammon, according to our contract you have the right to choose one item from this collection. But it must be allocated after we retreat to a safe location. Mammon's purple eyes curved into crescent moons. No problem, you're really a good brother. Then, arrogant sister, shall we set off? Lucifer shot her a cold glance, nodding to Lin Chen. Be careful, master. Then the radiance from her 6 wings retracted completely, her figure blending into the shadows as she silently slipped towards the direction pointed by Mammon. Mammon also concealed her flamboyant purple light, her purple crystal gown deepening to near black. She moved like a weightless specter, closely following Lucifer, and the two quickly vanished into the shadows and complex terrain composed of secretions on the side of the nest. Lin Chen and the 5 black feather angels hid behind a moss curtain, anxiously watching the enormous nest and the patrolling guards in the distance. Time passed second by second. Occasionally from deep within the nest, the heavy breathing of the nest mother, reminiscent of a bellows, could be heard, along with the faint rhythmic pulsations of the magical eggs. The elite guards at the front occasionally turned their heads or tentacles restlessly, but they did not detect anything unusual. About a quarter of an hour later, Lin Chen sensed through the Lord Link a brief message from Lucifer. Got it, retreat. Almost simultaneously from the direction of the egg chamber targeted by Mammon, faint sounds like bubbles popping and the subtle friction of something being quickly dragged and stowed into spatial equipment reached their ears. Next, 2 blurry figures darted like phantoms from the shadows, returning rapidly towards Lin Chen's hiding place. However, just as they were about to reach the moss curtain, an unexpected change occurred. Near the side egg chamber, a previously calm slime-covered membrane of flesh suddenly swelled and exploded. A gigantic burrowing sandworm covered entirely in dark golden armor with a head resembling a drill and a diameter of over 2 meters erupted from the ground. Its ring-shaped mouth lined with sharp teeth opened wide, emitting a low yet piercing shriek, simultaneously releasing a thick yellow toxin mist with strong paralyzing and corrosive effects enveloping Lucifer and Mammon, who were retreating. Clearly this sandworm was a hidden sentry of the egg chamber, having been lying in wait underground, now disturbed. The toxic mist spread widely and moved quickly. Lucifer reacted swiftly, a black wing unfurling behind her, converging forward to form a massive wing shield blocking all the toxic mist. The mist corroded against the wing, producing sizzling sounds and wisps of green smoke, but it could not break through the defense of the wing. However, the shriek of the sandworm and the commotion of the toxic mist had already alarmed the elite guards at the front of the nest. The 2 nearest blade prowlers, with their 8 compound eyes, instantly locked onto this direction, emitting sharp cries as they flapped their sheath wings and pounced forward like 2 fleeting shadows. Further away, the corrosive giant worm raised its head, acid coalescing in its mouth. The mental disturbance waves from the ghost jellyfish also suddenly intensified, spreading toward this direction. We've been exposed. Quick and decisive. Lucifer barked, her black wing that blocked the toxic mist suddenly flapping forward. A condensed black wind blade edged with silver flames howled out, precisely slicing toward the connection point of the burrowing sandworm's head. The sandworm seemed to sense danger and tried to retreat underground, but the speed of the wind blade was too fast. Sizzle! The sound of its shell shattering echoed. The sandworm's menacing head was severed cleanly, dark yellow blood and entrails splattering out, its massive body convulsing violently before crashing to the ground. At this moment, 2 blade prowlers had already pounced close. Their side-like forelimbs sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, crossing to slash at Lucifer. Just as Lucifer was about to turn to respond, a flash of purple light appeared beside her. Mammon's figure had somehow appeared above the side of one of the blade prowlers. She still wore that charming smile, but beneath her purple eyes lay a cold greed. She extended her right hand, fingers claw-like, aiming at the head of the blade prowler, and gently grasped. There was no earth-shattering boom, nor was there a grand explosion of energy. The blade prowler, in the late stage of the spiritual realm with a hard shell and great speed, suddenly froze in mid-leap. Its menacing head, compound eyes and mouthpiece seemed to lose all color and vitality in an instant, becoming gray and withered. A stream of pure light purple energy mixed with the essence of life and shadow energy was forcibly extracted from its head, flowing into Mammon's palm like a stream. Meanwhile, the massive body of the blade prowler slumped to the ground as if it had been drained of all support, its shell losing its luster and becoming frail and brittle. Devouring origin life drain? Another blade prowler's attack was already upon them. Lucifer's other silver wing lashed out like a whip, striking precisely against its side-like forelimb, knocking it askew, while the edge of the wing shimmered with silver light slicing through its compound eyes and weak joints. The blade prowler let out a pained shriek, its movements faltering. Mammon like a shadow moved in synchrony, appearing behind the injured prowler and similarly clawed out. Light purple energy was extracted once more. The two elite guards in the late stage of the spiritual realm fell instantly thanks to the tacit cooperation of Lucifer and Mammon. The entire process from the sandworm breaking ground to the two prowlers collapsing took no more than 5 seconds. The distant corrosive giant worm and ghost jellyfish seemed momentarily stunned by this thunderous kill, their offense slightly slackening. Retreat! Lucifer commanded, no longer wishing to linger in battle. She spread her wings, sweeping Lin Chen and the 5 black feather angels along, while her other wing unleashed a torrent of black and silver energy, temporarily repelling the other guards approaching and the more common magical creatures pouring from the nest's openings. Mammon transformed into a streak of purple light, closely following behind. The group darted back into the previously narrow shortcut without pausing, racing towards their original direction. Behind them, a furious roar erupted from the nest mother's direction, as terrifying as the grinding of countless bones. The entire underground space trembled violently. Clearly the nest mother had been thoroughly awakened. But at this moment Lin Chen and the others had already burrowed deep into the complex and winding rock crevices, leaving the enraged nest mother and the surging tide of magical creatures behind. After running for several miles and confirming their temporary safety, they finally stopped to catch their breath at a relatively concealed fork in the path. Lin Chen patted his chest, still shaken. That was close. I almost got wrapped up. Lucifer's breathing was steady, though the edges of her wings were slightly stained with the corrosive residue from the toxic mist which was gradually being purified by her power. She looked at Mammon, her expression somewhat complex. Devouring origin. Quite convenient. Mammon proudly raised her chin, a strand of light purple energy still swirling in her palm. Of course, wasting is shameful. She drew the energy into her body, squinting in satisfaction, then eagerly glanced at Lucifer. Arrogant sister, let's check our haul. With a wave of her hand, a pile of items radiating various colors appeared on the ground. There were mainly 3 types: dozens of fist-sized high-quality energy crystals with dark earth and poison attributes, 5 or 6 magical eggs of different colors and formidable auras, one particularly eye-catching with its dark golden hue and natural runes, and several fragments of equipment looking like they were salvaged from some powerful magical creatures or unfortunate lords. Mammon's eyes went wide, particularly fixating on the dark golden magical egg and a few of the purest dark attribute crystals, nearly drooling. Lin Chen was also dazzled if these were all hard currency. According to our contract, Lin Chen cleared his throat and looked at Mammon. Miss Mammon, you can choose one item first. Without any hesitation, Mammon pointed directly at the dark golden magical egg. I want this one. Lucifer glanced at Lin Chen and nodded slightly, indicating that this egg was indeed one of the most valuable, containing a trace of dragon bloodline and powerful shadow talents. Though Lin Chen felt a pang of regret, the contract was set in advance, so he could only nod. All right, it's yours. Mammon cheered, hugging the dark golden egg tightly and affectionately rubbing it against her cheek before carefully stowing it away. As for the rest, shall we split it evenly? Lin Chen asked Lucifer. But Lucifer shook her head. Master can keep it. I have no need for these. The Black Feather Guard has no use for them either. She understood that Lin Chen's territory development required a large amount of resources. Lin Chen also did not push back, collecting all the remaining energy crystals, magical eggs, and materials into the resource bar. This wave, though perilous, yielded substantial gains. He looked toward the depths of the nest, where the angry roars of the nest mother and the restless sounds of magical creatures could still be heard. The nest mother has awakened, and the difficulty of a frontal assault has significantly increased, Lin Chen analyzed. Moreover, other Lord teams may have been alerted by the earlier commotion and are likely on their way. Lucifer nodded. With the nest mother awake, her strength can be fully exerted and she can mobilize all the magical creatures in the nest. A direct attack is not advisable. Mammon, holding her newly acquired treasure, was in good spirits. Upon hearing this, her purple eyes twinkled as she cheerfully suggested, the big spider is surely furious now, and its defensive focus will be on the front and its lair. Why don't we visit some of the other egg chambers? Or perhaps search for its energy reserve? To maintain such a vast nest and hatch magical creatures, it must have a huge energy supply. If we steal its energy, it will weaken by a third. Lin Chen and Lucifer exchanged glances. This greedy goddess was indeed bold, and her appetite was truly vast. But it had to be said, this idea was very tempting. Lucifer's loyalty 100 gods contract profound. Current evaluation of the Lord, the infiltration was relatively successful, and the power of devouring indeed has its uses. However, Mammon's greed is excessive, requiring constant vigilance. The nest mother has awakened, and the situation has changed. The next step may be to follow her suggestion and cut off its roots. Mammon temporary contractor favorability 10 due to acquiring a precious magical egg and pleasant cooperation. Current evaluation of the contractor, the young brother is relatively trustworthy. The dark golden dragon shadow spider egg, fantastic. Following them has truly yielded good things. Continuing to cooperate might just net even more, the nest mother's energy reserves. Just thinking about it makes me drool. The dark golden creature egg was carefully cradled by Mammon as if it were a child, her amethyst-like eyes sparkling with satisfaction, but soon that light was replaced by an even fiercer greed. She licked her lip, her gaze seemingly piercing through layers of rock walls, directly targeting the depths of the Mother Empress nest. Energy repository. Storage room. All the good stuff must be hidden there. She murmured to herself, then turned to Lin Chen, her smile sickly sweet. Big brother, let's not rest while that big spider is dazed and has its guards focused on blocking the other fools. Let's go grab something big. This time let's change direction. I know there are a few small vaults. Lin Chen looked at her, who was rubbing her fists together, eager to pull off a big score, then glanced at Lucifer. Lucifer's molten gold pupils remained calm, but he nodded slightly, clearly believing this was a feasible strategy, one that could weaken the Mother Empress while enriching their own resources. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do it. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and made the decision, but this time we must be more careful. Miss Mammon, make sure to figure out the route and guard situation. Sister Lu, something's wrong. Retreat immediately, no fighting back. Don't worry, I want to live more than you do. I haven't gathered enough treasures yet. Mammon was full of confidence. Her purple shadow flickered, and she vanished into the shadow of the rock wall like the most skilled thief beginning a new round of scouting. Lucifer then unleashed a miniature form of his proud domain, attempting to conceal Lin Chen and the 5 black feather guards' presence and forms as much as possible. The power of the domain acted like the most precise filter, reducing their energy fluctuations and life signs to a minimum, blending them almost entirely with the environment. Soon Mammon relayed information, having found a relatively safe path leading to a concealed storage room at the rear side of the nest. There, a collection of various energy ores, rare metals, and fragments imbued with special laws of energy accumulated over the years by the Mother Empress lay untouched, unable to be absorbed or used for hatching. The guards consisted of only 2 late-stage spirit realm shell collectors, creature-like larger versions of dung beetles responsible for transporting and organizing materials, and several lurking sentinel worms hidden underground. What a great opportunity! Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Quick battle, quick victory. Grab it and go. It was still Lucifer and Mammon leading the attack, while Lin Chen and the black feather guards provided ranged support. This time the infiltration went even more smoothly. The 2 shell collectors hardly reacted before being instantaneously killed by Lucifer's wing blades and Mammon's greedy claws, their life essence and the faint energy within their shells mercilessly drained by Mammon. A few sentinel worms barely poked their heads out before being accurately pinned to the ground by the black feather guard's blade energy. The storage room had no door, only a heavy slimy biological curtain. With a flick of Lucifer's wings, the curtain silently fell. The scene inside made Lin Chen, who was used to seeing the world, unable to suppress a gasp. In the small cave there was a mountain of various ores piled high. There were magma heart cores glowing with dark red light and extremely high temperatures, ice crystal shards radiating icy cold with snowflakes dancing inside, thunderstones flowing with liquid lightning, and starlight iron that was incredibly heavy and metallic in sheen. Along with a large number of exotic metals and crystals that Lin Chen couldn't name, which were clearly not ordinary. In one corner lay several severely damaged pieces of armor and weapon fragments from which the original ornate styles could still be faintly discerned, evidently stripped from some unfortunate intruders, perhaps former lords. Lin Chen was ecstatic, almost shouting, "We've struck gold. This time we've really hit the jackpot." He quickly covered his mouth, his eyes wide. Ma Men's eyes sparkled even brighter, her breath quickening as if a hungry wolf had spotted a fat sheep, and she immediately lunged at the pile of the strongest energy ores. She even forgot to use her purple crystal treasure box, directly waving her hands to stuff the priceless ores and metals into her seemingly bottomless personal space. Her speed was so fast that only a purple afterimage could be seen. Lucifer frowned slightly but did not stop her, only vigilantly sensing the movements outside. She also waved to collect a portion of the relatively pure crystals that had energy properties compatible with the laws of light and darkness. The 5 black feather guards were responsible for guarding and quickly collecting the scattered metals and armor fragments. Lin Chen was also busy, the resource bar flashing wildly as he stuffed the remaining ores into it in piles. The system space was almost full and warnings of overloaded space kept popping up, but he paid no mind. In just 2 or 3 minutes the once mountainous storage room became empty, leaving only a mess on the ground and a mingled energy aura lingering in the air. "Retreat!" Lucifer shouted, rushing out first. Ma Men, still unsatisfied, licked her lips, her purple gaze scanning the empty cave as if regretting there was no more, but she quickly followed. The group swiftly retraced their steps, moving with precision and speed. However, just as they were about to slip into a narrow rock crevice after leaving the storage room, an unexpected change occurred. The entire underground space of the nest began to tremble violently. It was not the Mother Empress' angry roar causing the tremors, but rather the pulsation of energy from deeper, more primal sources. It felt as if something had been thoroughly provoked, or the core had been touched. Immediately after, a wave of terrifying energy fluctuations, far more violent and chaotic than before, erupted from the very core of the nest like a volcanic explosion. A dark red energy pillar shot up into the sky, though blocked by the dome. The momentum was palpable, accompanied by the Mother Empress' shrill, twisted scream that had gone completely mad. "Hiss! Who is it? Who has meddled with my heart core furnace?" The fury and pain embedded in that voice made Lin Chen even from afar feel his scalp tingle and his soul shudder. Heart core furnace? What is that? It sounds like the Mother Empress energy core or power source. We didn't touch that thing. We only stole a storage room. Lin Chen looked at Lucifer and Ma Men with uncertainty. Lucifer's expression was grave, his molten gold pupils rapidly shifting with runes, seemingly analyzing the burst of energy. "No. This energy eruption is not just anger. It feels more like some kind of connection or symbiosis. Core has been forcibly extracted or destroyed." Ma Men's expression was also somewhat stiff. She seemed to realize something, a flicker of guilt and incredible excitement flashing in her purple eyes. She suddenly looked at the personal space she had just filled to the brim, then back towards the core direction of the nest. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. "Ma Men?" Lucifer's icy gaze instantly locked onto her. "What did you take that you shouldn't have?" Ma Men, intimidated by Lucifer's aura, instinctively took a half step back, but then puffed out her chest, trying to maintain her alluring smile. "Nothing much, just some ores maybe. Maybe one of them is a larger, hotter one that's connected to the magma heart core." Her voice got softer as she spoke, almost turning into a mumble. Lin Chen and Lucifer instantly understood. This woman, her greed was insatiable. Not only did she steal from the storage room, she even casually took a core energy crystal that connected the Mother Empress heart core furnace to the Earth's energy, or perhaps was even part of the furnace itself. No wonder the Mother Empress reacted so strongly. This was equivalent to directly digging out her furnace's core. "You." Lin Chen pointed at Ma Men, his hand shaking with anger. "You call that some ores? You've endangered the Mother Empress' life. You've put us all in danger too." Now the Mother Empress was no longer just enraged but was completely mad and on a rampage. Moreover, with the energy core damaged, she might spiral into a frenzy or prematurely enter some final form or self-destruct mode. Oh dear, I didn't know that stone was so important. I just thought it had the most energy, was the brightest, and looked the best. Ma Men protested, but her gaze was evasive. Now, what do we do? What else is there to do? Run. Lin Chen decisively commanded, no longer caring about hiding, calling to Lucifer and the Black Feather Guards to sprint in the direction they had come from. Ma Men also realized she had caused a disaster and moved faster than anyone else. Behind them, the Mother Empress' roar mixed with extreme pain and madness grew ever closer, accompanied by the sound of a tidal wave of creatures surging forth. The entire underground space was shaking, loose stones falling as if it would collapse at any moment. Faster! 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 Lin Chen's heart raced, adrenaline surging. He could feel an incredibly terrifying, brutal aura far exceeding that of a half-step king realm rapidly closing in behind them. That was the completely crazed Mother Empress and her endless horde of creatures. They were dancing on the edge of a cliff, racing against death. Using the memories from their earlier scouting and Lucifer's precise perception, they navigated through the maze-like rocky passages at the fastest speed. When encountering scattered creatures blocking their path, Lucifer directly cleared the way with his wings, while the Black Feather Guards slashed with their blades, avoiding entanglement and prioritizing speed. Ma Men also played a significant role this time, her purple light akin to the sharpest drill. When encountering narrow paths or blocked passages, she raised her hand to unleash that strange greedy purple glow, instantly decomposing and devouring obstacles to create a path. Though it consumed considerable energy, the results were outstanding. In the face of life and death, everyone's potential was pushed to its limits. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes of frantic running, just as the suffocating pressure from behind was about to press against their backs, they dashed back into the cave that housed the Moonlight Spirit Pool. Block the entrance. Set up defenses. Lin Chen shouted hoarsely, leaning against the cold rock wall, gasping for breath. Lucifer did not pause at all, her 6 wings unfurled and her proud domain fully activated. This time it was not about hiding, but rather a complete defense and pressure. The black-silver domain power was like the most solid dam, instantly filling the entire entrance and extending outward for dozens of meters, forming a solid barrier. Within the domain, the arrogant will crushed everything, delaying and weakening all enemies attempting to intrude. The 5 Black Feather Angels did not enter the cave, but instead expertly split into 2 groups, leveraging the rocks and stalagmites on either side of the entrance to establish 2 crossfire points. They held their long blades diagonally, their pitch-black wings slightly trembling, their pale golden pupils filled only with cold, killing intent, preparing to greet the upcoming wave of creatures. Ma Men also shelved her nonchalant demeanor, her purple eyes sparkling with intensity. She did not stand at the forefront but retreated to a relatively safe position inside the cave, her fingers glowing with dangerous purple light, seemingly preparing some powerful spell or ability. Lin Chen quickly checked his resource bar, distributing some possibly useful energy crystals and simple recovery potions to Lucifer and the Black Feather Guards. He himself gripped a long spear made from a magically sharpened tusk, barely considered a weapon, though he knew it might be useless in the upcoming battle, his heart pounding but his gaze exceptionally resolute. They are coming. Outside the cave, in the narrow passage, first came a spine-chilling sound like the crashing of waves, accompanied by shrieks growing closer. Following that, countless creatures of various forms surged forth like a flood, appearing at the edge of Lucifer's domain outside the cave. The weakest among them were mid-stage spirit realm bone-eating beetles, shadow mosquitoes, and gargoyles, mixed with many late-stage spirit realm blade predators, corrosive giant worms, and phantom jellyfish, and there were even a few particularly large ones reaching pinnacle spirit realm, the nest guardians. Their eyes were bloodshot, completely devoid of reason, driven solely by the Mother Empress' frenzied will to destroy everything. They recklessly charged towards the seemingly thin yet unyielding black-silver domain barrier. Boom! 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 The creatures exploded against the domain's edge like waves crashing against rocks. The weaker ones were immediately crushed by the domain's pressure, their spirits shattered. The slightly stronger ones were severely delayed and weakened, moving sluggishly and awkwardly, and upon breaching the domain they had to endure the omnipresent pressure of the arrogant will. But this was only the first wave. There were simply too many creatures. They were madly crashing and consuming the energy of the domain with their bodies and lives. The brightness of the domain barrier began to dim at a visibly rapid pace. Black Feather Guards free fire. Target and eliminate the elite units breaching the domain. Lucifer's cold voice rang out. Yes. The 5 Black Feather Angels moved simultaneously. They did not charge out of the domain but instead used the terrain to turn their long blades into throwing spears, infusing them with sin power and domain enhancement, becoming dark death rays that accurately targeted the elite units attempting to break through. The weak points of the domain, or the latest spiritual realm, and peak demonic creatures that exert great pressure on the domain barrier. Their attack efficiency is extremely high. With every strike a demonic creature's head explodes or its vital spot is pierced. However, the number of demonic creatures is simply too many, endlessly slaughtered. Ma Men also began to take action. She did not use wide-range attacks. Instead, her 10 fingers danced as if playing a piano, sending out slender, nearly invisible purple threads that silently pierced into those demonic creatures, suppressed and slow in their movements. Then she suddenly clenched her 5 fingers. Those demonic creatures struck by the purple threads, regardless of size or strength, would tremble violently before rapidly withering away. As if their vitality, energy, and even the essence of their flesh were instantly drained. They fell to the ground as mere desiccated husks. Meanwhile, her own aura slightly increased, replenishing the power she expended. The ability of devouring the origin group energy absorption. It is more efficient and has a wider range, but seems to impose a greater mental burden. With Ma Men acting as an energy perpetual motion machine and the Black Feather Guards precise sniping, although the wave of demonic creatures crashing against the domain remained terrifying, they were temporarily held at bay outside the cave entrance, unable to truly breach the defenses. However, this was only the beginning. Moments later, a suffocating, terrifying pressure like the heavens collapsing rolled in from the depths of the passage. All the demonic creatures parted like a tide, making way for a road. At the end of the passage, a massive twisted shadow radiating endless brutality and a sense of destruction gradually emerged. The Nest Mother Queen has personally descended. It was completely different from the semi-dormant state sensed earlier. At this moment, the Mother Queen seemed to have swelled again, her body covered in pale white bones and dark shells riddled with dark red cracks that flowed like lava, exuding a scorching and chaotic aura. Her head, originally resembling the compound eyes of an insect, now only held 2 blazing red orbs burning like hellfire. 8 limbs as thick as palace pillars struck the ground, causing the rock layers to tremble and shatter. Beneath her abdomen, the massive ovipositor resembled a burning furnace, continuously spewing forth dark red energy streams and filthy mucus. Her aura had clearly surpassed the half-step king realm, infinitely approaching the true king realm. Moreover, it was filled with instability and a sense of destruction. Ants! Thieves! Return my core! The mental roar of the Mother Queen swept in like a storm, crashing against Lucifer's domain barrier, causing it to shake violently and dim rapidly. Even Lin Chen, hiding within the cave, felt a sharp pain in his head. The threshold of the king realm. And it's extremely unstable. At any moment it could self-destruct. Lucifer's molten gold vertical pupil flickered with a hint of gravity, but more was a cold battle intent. Master, amplify. Understood. Lin Chen suppressed his shock and immediately connected with the Lord's core, pouring all his strength along with the auxiliary energy extracted from the recently harvested pure energy crystals unreservedly into Lucifer. Buzz! Upon receiving the amplification, Lucifer's aura suddenly surged. The 6 wings behind him appeared to ignite, burning with black and silver radiance as fierce as the sun. The range of the dominance domain suddenly expanded, its intensity increased, firmly withstanding the Mother Queen's mental storm and energy oppression. Within the domain, I am the sovereign. Lucifer stepped out of the domain barrier, actively advancing toward the terrifying Mother Queen. Ma Men, Black Feather Guards, eliminate the minions and be ready to disrupt the Mother Queen. Ma Men's purple eyes flashed with surprise, not expecting Lucifer to be so assertive, but she did not hesitate, her 10 fingers glowing even brighter, countless purple threads shooting toward the surrounding wave of demonic creatures like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, frantically absorbing energy. Meanwhile, she flickered, beginning to search for the Mother Queen's vulnerabilities. The 5 Black Feather Angels focused even more on sniping the demonic creatures attempting to flank Lucifer and attack the cave. Before the cave, a lopsided yet unpredictable battle erupted with a thunderous roar. Lucifer faced the wildly aggressive near-king realm Mother Queen alone. She did not choose to confront Hedon but instead maximized the power of the dominance domain, using the domain's suppression and her own exceptional speed and agility to maneuver around the Mother Queen. Each of the Mother Queen's frenzied attacks, acid sprays and energy beams, were narrowly avoided by her or cleverly blocked and deflected with her wings. At the same time, her counterattacks were incredibly sharp. The wing blades, infused with the power of light and darkness, left deep scars on the Mother Queen's hard shell, with each strike eroding its vitality. Although the Mother Queen possessed terrifying strength, she had lost part of her core furnace, causing her energy flow to be disrupted, and with Lucifer's domain continuously suppressing and weakening her, coupled with her body being extremely unstable due to forced enhancements, she was temporarily unable to handle Lucifer and instead continued to suffer new injuries, growing increasingly frenzied. Ma-men, like the most insidious snake, slithered along the edge of the battlefield. She never directly confronted the Mother Queen, but whenever the Mother Queen exposed a flaw due to Lucifer's pressure or a brief gap in her energy release occurred, she would appear like a ghost, using devouring to strike at the Mother Queen's wounds or energy nodes, forcibly extracting a sliver of pure origin energy. Although the amount extracted each time was negligible compared to the Mother Queen's massive size, little by little it added up, and this blood-sucking behavior greatly enraged the Mother Queen, disturbing her battle rhythm. The Black Feather Guards, while clearing up the leftovers, would occasionally focus fire on the joints and compound eyes of the Mother Queen, which were relatively weak spots. Although it was difficult to inflict fatal damage, the harassment effect was significant. The battle situation actually reached a temporary stalemate. Lin Chen hid in the cave, feeling both terrified and exhilarated. This was the clash of high-level combat power. Lucifer's incredible combat skills and domain usage, Ma-men's unpredictable devouring ability, and the precise and efficient cooperation of the Black Feather Guards all opened his eyes. But he also knew this stalemate would not last long. After all, the Mother Queen's power level was higher and she could completely lose control and self-destruct at any moment. Lucifer maintained the domain and fought intensely, consuming vast amounts of energy. Ma-men's devouring also had its limits. They had to find a way to break the deadlock and deliver a fatal blow. His gaze locked firmly on the bulge beneath the Mother Queen's neck, which quivered with each enraged roar, internally flickering with dangerously unstable dark red light resembling a tumor. Was that her forcibly activated temporary energy core replacing the damaged core furnace? Or was it a sign that she was about to self-destruct? Regardless of what it was, that was definitely her vital point. Sister Lu. Lin Chen transmitted his discovery and speculation through the link. Attack the bulge beneath her neck. The energy there is the most chaotic and vulnerable. It might be her current lifeline. Lucifer instantly received the information, a fierce glint flashing in her molten gold pupils. She had been searching for the Mother Queen's weakness, and at that moment, with Lin Chen's reminder, she immediately sensed the unusualness of that bulge. Ma-men, Lucifer coldly commanded as her form suddenly shot upward, all the light from her 6 wings converging at the tips. The power of the entire domain also swirled toward her like a vortex. Ma-men and Lucifer exchanged a glance, instantly understanding her intention. Her purple eyes shone brightly, and with a sudden thrust she plunged her fingers into the ground. Countless thick purple energy tendrils erupted from the earth around her like frenzied vines, instantly wrapping around the Mother Queen's 8 limbs and body. Though it could not truly bind the Mother Queen, it caused her movements to falter, creating a momentary disruption in her energy flow. Now's the time. Lucifer hovered in midair, her 6 wings, 3 black and 3 silver, came together as one. At the tips of the 6 wings, an ultimate point that seemed capable of devouring all light and darkness suddenly materialized. Arrogant judgment, the needle of finality. That point transformed into a slender, hair-thin, pure black beam of light, silent yet faster than perception, instantly crossing several dozen meters to precisely embed itself into the throbbing dark red tumor beneath the Mother Queen's neck. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. All of the Mother Queen's actions, roars, and energy eruptions became still. In her burning red compound eyes, madness, brutality, pain, and unwillingness. All sorts of emotions intertwined, ultimately transforming into a dead silence of gray-white. The next second. Boom. An indescribable terrifying explosion erupted centered around the Mother Queen's body. Dark red energy mixed with filthy flesh, shattered shells and fragmented laws surged like the most violent annihilation storm, instantly sweeping away everything within hundreds of meters. At the moment the attack was unleashed, Lucifer had already retracted her wings, transforming into a stream of black and silver light shooting back into the cave at the fastest speed, while also minimizing the domain to protect herself and Lin Chen. Ma Men also screamed, her purple light flashing, instantly vanishing into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. The 5 black feather angels had already received orders, retreating back into the depths of the cave, wings closing to protect their vital areas. The destructive energy storm slammed violently against the cave entrance and Lucifer's domain. Crack! Boom! The rock layers at the cave entrance crumbled and collapsed like paper. Lucifer's domain barrier emitted a groan of being overwhelmed, twisting and deforming violently before finally shattering. The residual shockwave surged into the cave, violently throwing everyone against the rock walls. For a moment the earth shook and the mountains trembled, falling rocks rained down. The entire cave groaned as if it would completely collapse at any moment. No one knew how long had passed, maybe just a few seconds, maybe several minutes. The remnants of the destructive explosion gradually calmed down. Inside the cave, dust hung thick in the air, leaving a scene of devastation. The Moonlight Spiritual Spring was buried by rubble, with glowing stalactites scattered across the ground. Lin Chen, covered in dirt, crawled out from the rubble, coughing incessantly, feeling as if all his bones were about to fall apart. The 5 black feather angels struggled to rise, having sustained numerous scrapes but without serious injuries. Lucifer stood at the forefront, her wings partially closed, covered by a faint black and silver aura protecting her and Lin Chen. Her complexion was somewhat pale, her aura considerably weakened, clearly exhausted from withstanding the explosion, yet she still stood tall. Ma Men flowed out from a shadow, her purple crystal gown covered in dust, somewhat damaged. She appeared a bit disheveled, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, but the light in her purple eyes was unusually excited, fixated on the direction of the explosion's center. As the dust slowly settled outside the cave, the originally narrow passage had vanished, replaced by an enormous pit as if struck by a meteor. The pit was charred black, with residual high temperatures and chaotic energy currents. In the center of the pit, some of the Mother Queen's immense and shattered remains could be vaguely seen, rapidly being decomposed and absorbed by the nest's own sinful aura. Your hero Lucifer and temporary contractor Ma Men have slain the nest Mother Queen, half-step king realm frenzied. Completed the ultimate challenge of the novice village dark nest. Acquired massive experience points. Your lord level has increased to mid-stage spiritual realm, late-stage spiritual realm, peak spiritual realm. The level of the 10,000 sins divine domain has increased to peak spiritual realm. Acquired rare blueprints and materials in large quantities. Acquired random high-quality equipment treasure chest 1. Acquired special item seed of greed. Acquired the ultimate title King of Novices. Additional rewards: reputation 3000, special building blueprint 10,000 since training ground, basic form 1, construction permission for the heavenly teleportation array beginner. A global announcement is about to be released. A series of system prompts cascaded through Lin Chen's mind like a waterfall, but he was too preoccupied to read them in detail. His gaze, along with Lucifer and Ma Men, was fixed on the bottom of the pit, where the core of the Mother Queen's remains revealed itself, a fist-sized crystal spinning with a purple vortex emanating endless allure and a sense of desire. The seed of greed. And beside the crystal, a portal leading to an unknown realm slowly opening, resembling a swirling starry sky. The story of the novice village seemed to be drawing to a close. A new journey lay ahead. Lucifer's loyalty 100, divine contract transcendence. Current evaluation of the Lord. The formidable enemy has been slain, the Master commanded well, timing was spot on. Greed, though troublesome, has also become an asset. The Master remained calm under pressure, and the advancement is commendable. A new world awaits conquest. Ma Men temporary contractor affection 20, due to shared life and death experiences and acquiring the seed of greed. Current evaluation of the contractor exciting. It was too thrilling. My brother is indeed my lucky star. Following him I can seize even the Mother Queen's treasures. The seed of greed is mine. It must be mine. This temporary contract. Perhaps it could turn into a long-term one. I need to discuss this thoroughly. With a greedy and sly look. The crackling sound emitted by the disintegrating remains of the Mother Empress echoed distinctly in the vast explosion pit, resembling a greedy monster sucking marrow. The air was thick with the scent of burnt flesh, a sweet metallic tang, and a faint odor of ozone from the evaporation of a peculiar energy. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the pit, one hand covering his mouth and nose, the other on his hip, gazing at the colossal remains below that were rapidly shrinking, clicking his tongue. Tisk, the recycling system of this nest is more efficient than the rubbish disposal station in a neighborhood. Just as he finished speaking, a flurry of notifications appeared in the resource panel. Acquired Mother Empress Core Shell Fragment, Epic Material acquired, Berserk Magic Crystal Special, usable for Hero Berserk or crafting Berserk Potions acquired. The list of rewards was dazzling to his eyes. However, at this moment both he and Lucifer and Mammon were not focused on these conventional spoils. In the center of the pit, where the remains of the Mother Empress were about to vanish completely, two objects radiated an undeniable brilliance. One was a seed the size of a fist with a purple vortex slowly swirling inside, seemingly capable of absorbing all attention and desires, a seed of greed. The other was a portal quietly hovering half a meter off the ground with a diameter of about 2 meters, its edges flowing with mesmerizing starlight, a starry vortex portal. Within the portal, light and shadow transformed, revealing glimpses of countless twinkling stars, and deeper within, a blurry and vast scene that seemed to belong to another world. Ancient runes were engraved on the frame of the portal, emanating stable and mysterious spatial fluctuations. That is, the passage to leave the novice village and venture into the broader realms. Lin Chen looked at the portal, his heart racing uncontrollably. He felt excitement mixed with a subtle reluctance for the novice wasteland he had spent a relatively short time in, yet experienced so much. It is a directional teleportation portal to the Dark Star Domain primary battle zone. Lucifer approached him, her molten gold vertical pupils fixed on the portal, providing a more precise assessment based on the spatial coordinates and energy properties it emits. This is a primary lord battlefield that is broader, richer in resources, and more competitive than this place. The King Realm is where it all begins. The King Realm beginning. Lin Chen touched his recently ascended peak of the spiritual realm, feeling the disparity, but more so a sense of eagerness. No worries with you here, Sister Lu. The King Realm is just a bunch of weaklings. Right, Sister Lu? Lucifer threw him a glance, not engaging in the banter, but the slight tilt of her chin clearly indicated her agreement. Oh dear, let's not worry about that portal for now. Mommon's charming voice rang out impatiently. With a flash of purple, she had already appeared at the bottom of the pit, reaching out toward the seed of greed, her purple eyes almost extending claws. This one. This is the focal point right now. According to the contract, I have priority in selecting the spoils. I want this. Her fingers were nearly touching the purple crystal, exuding endless temptation. Wait. Lin Chen called out. Mammon paused, turning back, a flicker of caution and displeasure crossing her purple eyes. Little brother, are you having second thoughts? Contract backlash is no joke. Who said anything about backing out? Lin Chen slid down from the edge of the pit, not very gracefully approached the seed of greed, and said, I just wanted to say this thing looks rather sinister. Are you really going to take it just like that? Aren't you going to check for any curses or mental pollution left by the Mother Empress? Upon hearing this, Mammon's caution eased slightly, replaced by a hint of pride. Don't worry, I am far more sensitive to greed than you might imagine. This seed is very pure. It is a crystallization of the laws born from the Mother Empress, devouring countless desires and wealth, a great boon for me moreover. She suddenly smiled slyly, her fingers delicately pinching the crystal. I am the sin of greed itself. Even if there is a curse, it would be me cursing others. As she grasped the purple crystal, she let out a satisfied, almost moaning sigh, her aura becoming deeper and more substantial, the purple vortex mark on her forehead glowing a bit brighter. She played with the crystal lovingly, as if she had obtained the world's most precious treasure. Temporary contractor Mammon acquires seed of greed, source is supplemented and enhanced, potential increased. The system notification confirmed Mammon's words. Seeing this, Lin Chen said nothing further. The contract spirit must be honored, and Mammon's enhanced strength was beneficial for the current team, though this woman could cause trouble at any moment due to her greater greed. He turned his gaze toward the starry portal and the other piled spoils nearby. In addition to the seed of greed, there were several pieces of equipment and materials dropped by the Mother Empress glowing with a dark golden light, as well as a random high-quality equipment treasure chest awarded by the system. Sister Lu, you can pick through these first. Take what you can use, Lin Chen said generously. He knew Lucifer had high standards and would overlook ordinary items, but things produced by the Mother Empress should have some value. Lucifer was also unreserved as her molten gold pupils scanned the pile of items. She reached for a pair of wrist blades that looked as light as feathers and had sharp edges, as well as a diamond-shaped crystal that seemed to seal a flicker of dark red flame within. Shadow Ripper wrist blades. Epic increases attack speed and armor penetration. Attacks inflict shadow corrosion. Mother Empress Heart of Fury Special contains the Mother Empress frenzied will and essence of life, can be absorbed by specific heroes to unleash potential or enter a temporary berserk state, and can also be used as advanced forging alchemy material. The wrist blades may be useful for the Black Wing Guards. I'll put away this heart for now. Lucifer handed the wrist blades to the vigilant captain of the Black Wing Guards, who bowed to receive them and kept the Heart of Fury for herself. Lin Chen opened the random high-quality equipment treasure chest. A flash of light revealed a heavy chest piece entirely red, seeming to have flowing magma within its design, fierce and imposing. Molten Lord's heavy armor. Epic requirements. Strength attribute must meet certain standards. Affinity for fire or earth elements. Effect provides extremely high physical and fire defense. Weakens damage from ice or water attacks slightly. Enhances the wearer's strength and fire resistance. Comes with the skill Lava Shield. Activates to generate a lava armor that absorbs damage lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown of 30 minutes. Note: crafted for battling in the land of lava, as heavy as a mountain and as blazing as the sun. Good stuff. It's a pity I can't wear it or use it. Lin Chen weighed it in his hands. This armor must weigh hundreds of pounds. Besides, as a lord who specializes in abstract support, what use would he have for such a violent heavy armor? I'll keep it for now, see if I can trade it for resources later or give it to someone more suited. He thought of the third goddess he might summon soon, the Sin of Wrath Samo. Her name suggested a violent nature, and this armor might just suit her taste. He also collected other fine and rare materials and equipment. Even a mosquito's leg is neat. Just as they were counting their gains, with Mammon immersed in the seed of greed and Lin Chen planning for the future, boom, boom, boom. 3 beams of energy, each a different color yet equally formidable, surged into the sky without warning from a distant direction, presumably from other regions of the novice village. The beams were thick and solid, tearing through the perpetually dark clouds above the wasteland, exuding a chilling pressure that hinted at the King realm. Immediately 3 powerful consciousnesses crossed the vast distance, clearly using some special means, locking on to the area where the dark nest was located, ultimately focusing on Lin Chen and his companions in the pit, especially the still active starry portal beside them and the conspicuous seed of greed in Mammon's hand. A rough, domineering voice rumbled like thunder. "Humph. I didn't expect that in this remote novice village someone could actually break into the dark nest and obtain the cross-domain key," referring to the seed of greed or portal rights. "Kid, hand over the key and all the spoils of the nest, and this king may spare your life." Another voice, cold as a viper, followed immediately. "What are you wasting words on him? With just a peek in the spiritual realm, relying on 2 female heroes to get through by luck. The key and treasures belong to the capable. Kid, if you don't want your soul to be extinguished, obediently offer everything and scram." The third voice was relatively calm but carried an undeniable authority. "We are the lords of the Black Iron Fortress, Phantom Ridge and Cracked Stone City, already entered the King realm. The resources of the novice village are merely trifles to us, but the cross-domain key and core items of the nest are beyond your capability to keep. Hand them over and you may live, even join us and gain a place to reside." 3 voices. 3 waves of pressure from the early King realm bore down like 3 invisible mountains from 3 directions. Though the distance was extremely far, certainly over 1,000 kilometers, causing the pressure to weaken somewhat, the essence of that pressure belonging to the King realm, transcending the spiritual realm, still made Lin Chen feel a momentary difficulty in breathing, his heart heavy. The Black Wing Guards instantly entered the highest state of battle readiness, drawing their long blades, wings slightly unfurled, vigilantly watching the direction from which the pressure emanated. Mammon also put away her laziness in playing with the seed of greed. A flicker of seriousness and excitement crossed her purple eyes. She licked her lips, those old geezers from the king realm. Wanting to snatch food even from this far away. Quite bold how Lucifer stepped forward, completely shielding Lin Chen behind her. Her 6 wings slowly unfurled. The black and silver light, though restrained, resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. A force no less than those 3 distant pressures, even more pure and proud, rose from her, directly countering the pressure that came from afar. 3. Early King Realm. Lucifer's molten gold vertical pupils were icy and indifferent, as if she were not looking at 3 strong enemies, but rather slightly stronger ants. Master, how shall we respond? Lin Chen had already regained his composure from the initial shock. He glanced at the glowing seed of greed in Mamon's hand, then looked at the stable starry portal beside him, as well as the imposing Lucifer and eager Mamon, along with the 5 silent but determined black wing angels beside them. Suddenly he smiled. There was no fear in his smile, but rather a sense of playful satisfaction and an uncontainable excitement for mischief. I knew it, the title of King of Novices isn't so easy to obtain. Freshly cooked buns always attract wild dogs. He flexed his wrist, though it didn't do much, and said to Lucifer, Sister Lu, how are you feeling after fighting the Mother Empress? 50% consumed, but I still have enough strength left. The enhancement can be maintained for a short time. Lucifer answered succinctly. That's enough. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Miss Mamon, your greed absorption. From this distance, can you borrow a bit of strength? Or can you create some interference for them? Mamon's purple eyes brightened, grinning. Directly extracting is a bit difficult if the distance is too far and energy transfer losses are too great. However, I can try to interfere with their perception or transmit some false information or fake images. That's what I'm best at. Good. Lin Chen nodded, having already formed a plan in his mind. He took a deep breath, directed his energy toward the source of the 3 pressures, channeling all his spiritual power. The peak spiritual power was significantly stronger than before, and his voice resonated clearly and firmly, even if it couldn't match the thunderous momentum of the others. You 3 seniors from the Black Iron Fortress, Phantom Ridge and Cracked Stone City, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Chen, new here, and by a stroke of luck I made it through this novice village. In the copy I received a bit of hard-earned reward. I didn't expect to disturb the arrival of 3 esteemed seniors. I am truly terrified. However, I am a bit unclear about what the seniors just said. What does it mean to hand over the key and all gains? What does it mean by not something you can keep? This key was awarded to me by the system as the king of newbies. These gains were seized from the Mother Empress through blood, sweat, and effort by me and my heroes. How did it become something to be offered to you in the mouths of the seniors? Does strength allow one to seize what belongs to others at will across the myriad realms? Then can I also say today, seeing that the territories of the 3 seniors are not bad and the heroes are quite impressive, why not give them to me as a greeting gift? This remark was laced with sarcasm. Presumptuous. The coarse voice erupted in anger. Sharp-tongued brat. If you don't take the chance when offered, then don't blame this king for being ruthless. Do you think that over 1,000 kilometers apart we can do nothing about you? What are you wasting words on him for? Activate interdimensional projection. Although it consumes a lot and lasts only a short time, it is enough to crush this ant. A cold voice commanded. The relatively calm voice also turned icy, stubborn, and unyielding. If that is the case, let you witness the vast difference between the king's realm and the spirit realm. As the words fell, 3 towering light pillars suddenly blazed even brighter. Following that, 3 giant phantoms standing dozens of meters tall, somewhat illusory yet exuding tremendous pressure, stepped forth from the light pillars. The phantoms' faces were indistinct, but their forms and auras corresponded to the coarse, cold, and calm individuals. They were indeed their energy projections. Though merely projections, their power was not as strong as the originals, yet they emanated genuine king realm pressure and were rapidly stepping towards Lin Chen and the others. With each step it felt as though they crossed dozens of miles. This was a distant projection attack method that consumed a vast amount of energy. Even before the projections arrived, the terrifying pressure surged forward like a tsunami. The rocks around the deep pit once again fell in clumps. Ma Man's expression changed slightly. Projection attack. These old fellows are truly willing to spend. What should we do, brother? Stand firm or retreat into the teleportation portal? Lucifer had once again expanded the Overlord's domain to protect everyone, his molten gold pupils filled with battle intent. My lord, amplify. Within 5 moves I can slay 1 projection. The remaining 2 will need you to hold off the Black Feather Guard and Ma Men for a moment. She actually intended to take the initiative using her peak spirit realm after amplification touching the threshold of the King Realm body to counterstrike the King Realm projections. Lin Chen watched the 3 rapidly approaching giant phantoms seemingly about to crush everything. He then looked at the battle-hungry Lucifer beside him, the flickering gaze of Ma Men, and the silent yet resolute Black Feather Guard. He knew that this battle was unavoidable and he absolutely could not avoid it. This was the final battle of the novice village. It was also his declaration to all onlookers of who the true king was. Sister Lu. Lin Chen's eyes were resolute as he poured the newly attained yet still not fully stabilized peak spirit realm energy along with his lordship authority wholeheartedly into Lucifer. I give you the strongest amplification. Go tell them what arrogance truly means. Buzz. An unprecedented sense of connection surged. Lin Chen felt as if his soul was being drained, yet he gritted his teeth and held on. The originally restrained black and silver radiance on Lucifer burst forth like a supernova. Her aura surged, instantly breaking through the constraints of the spirit realm, officially stepping into the realm of kings. Although it was only a temporary amplification, the more solid and vast sense of power that belonged to the king realm was unmistakably clear. The 6 wings behind her, each feather seemed to transform into the sharpest divine weapon, flowing with the radiance of judgment over all. First move. Lucifer's cold voice echoed as her figure vanished from the spot. In the next moment she appeared directly in front of the projection of the Black Iron Fortress Lord, exuding a rough and domineering aura. The size difference between them was enormous, like an ant facing a giant. But Lucifer showed no fear, not even using any technique. She simply raised her right hand, fingers clenched into a fist, and on the fist's edge an extreme black radiance condensed as if it could swallow light itself. Then she punched out. Simple, direct, and domineering. Boom. The fist collided with the projection's massive energy palm, which was attempting to crush down. There was no stalemate, no explosive sound. Only a clear, heart-stirring sound like the shattering of glass. That projection in the early stage of the King Realm began to crack, with dark fissures spreading across its body like a spider web from the point of collision. Within the cracks was pure void darkness. This is impossible. The Black Iron Fortress Lord's terrified roar echoed from within the projection. Before the words fell. Bang! The entire massive projection exploded like an ice sculpture smashed by a hammer, shattering into countless black light points dispersing into the air. One punch. Just one punch. A King Realm projection turned to ashes. In the distance a faint sound of painful groaning and the explosion caused by energy backlash could be heard. The Black Iron Fortress Lord's original body had evidently also suffered significant backlash. Everything happened too quickly, the other 2 projections had yet to react. Second move. Lucifer's figure flashed again, appearing beside the projection of the Ghost Ridge Lord, which exuded a cold aura. This time she pointed like a sword, her fingertips swirling with an extreme silver-black sword light, gently aiming at the side of the projection's torso, where energy was flowing. The cold projection reacted swiftly, instantly transforming into a flickering ghost shadow to evade, while countless soul spikes from all directions stabbed towards Lucifer. However, in front of Lucifer, who had stepped into the realm of kings and was amplified to the extreme, all this seemed futile and slow. The sword point silently touched a spot on that ghost shadow. Swish! Like a red-hot iron pressed into snow. The ghost shadow twisted and boiled violently, emitting a silent shriek, rapidly fading and dissipating. Another projection was easily shattered. Third move. Lucifer didn't even pause, turning to face the last projection of the Crackstone City Lord, which appeared relatively calm but emitted the most solid aura. Seeing the situation was dire, this projection had already stopped forming hand seals, and a heavy rune-covered rock giant shield appeared in front of it, clearly determined to fully defend, and by time waiting for the projection's time limit to end or for the original body to come up with another plan. Lucifer looked at the giant shield, a trace of disdain flickering in her molten gold pupils. Her 6 wings closed in unison, resembling 6 blades that could slice through the heavens, and struck down fiercely. Swish! 6 blades condensed to the extreme and seemingly able to cut through space crossed and struck down instantly upon that rock giant shield. Crack. Boom. The giant shield couldn't withstand even half a second, easily torn apart and shattered by the light blades. The remaining force ruthlessly struck the projection's body behind it. The Crackstone City Lord projection let out a muffled groan, 3 massive wounds nearly splitting it in two, energy wildly leaking out, its form instantly becoming illusory and transparent, clearly on the verge of collapse. 3 moves. 3 King Realm projections, 2 destroyed, 1 severely wounded. The entire process took merely 3 breaths of time. At the edge of the deep pit, men watched with sparkling purple eyes, unable to help but clap and giggle. Wow, Sister Allure is so cool. I love it. The 5 black feather angels looked at her with fervent admiration for their commander. Lin Chen, however, sat down on the ground, pale and panting. The last full amplification nearly drained him completely. But he wore an incredibly bright smile, shouting at the Sun to dissolve Crackstone City projection. Senior, do you still want the key? Do you still want the gains? Do you still want to take me as your little brother? The Crackstone City projection could no longer emit a complete sound, only using its last strength to glance deeply at Lucifer, whose aura had begun to recede but still stood proudly in the arena, and at Lin Chen, who was sitting on the ground with a cheerful smile before ultimately dissipating. In 3 distant territories, almost simultaneously, furious roars and the explosive sounds of uncontrolled energy erupted. Clearly the 3 King Realm Lords had suffered significant losses in their failed attempts and would not dare to target this area again in the short term. Global announcement. Congratulations to No. 114514 Newbie Village Lord Lin Chen for successfully repelling the cross-border attack of 3 early-stage King Realm Lords, achieving the legendary feat of overcoming the above. Reward: reputation 5000. Special title: King Realm Bane. The barrier of the Newbie Village area is about to be lifted, and the King of Newbies Lin Chen receives a special reward: territory resource supply large 1, mysterious gift pack 1. Announcement: the first King of Newbies of No. 114514 Newbie Village has been born, and the area is about to merge into the broader battlefield of the myriad realms. All lords are advised to prepare. A series of even more impactful announcements once again shocked the globe. Lin Chen listened to the announcement, watching Lucifer returning to his side. Her aura had returned but remained strong, then looking at Man, who had a please praise me expression, and finally at the quietly rotating starlit teleportation portal as well as the rewards he had just obtained. He knew that the chapter of the Newbie Village had truly come to an end. Let's go. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his body, and smiled at everyone. We have played to the end in this Newbie Village. Next stop, the Dark Star Domain. Let our name Wanju Shinyu resonate across a broader world. He was the first to walk towards the starlit teleportation portal. Lucifer retracted her wings and silently followed. Men's eyes turned and she giggled as she followed, her purple eyes fixed on Lin Chen's back, contemplating her own schemes. The 5 black feather angels faithfully guarded the rear. Just as Lin Chen was about to step into the teleportation portal, he suddenly turned back to take a look at the charred deep pit and the desolate Newbie wilderness that held his earliest memories. Goodbye, the starting point of the abstract journey. He softly said, then without any lingering attachment stepped into the mesmerizing starlight. His figure vanished. Lucifer, Men, and the Black Feather Guard followed closely, one by one disappearing into it. After they all entered the starlit teleportation portal's radiance slowly receded, ultimately transforming into a point of light and vanishing. In the deep pit, all that remained was a wisp of blue smoke after the Mother Empress remains completely dissipated, along with faint discussions from other Newbie lords filled with shock, envy, or fear. The Newbie Village no longer with Lin Chen. But the story of the Lord of 10,000 Crimes was just beginning. Volume 1 Spirit Realm Start. Arrogance descends invincible in Newbie Village completed. Volume 2 Dominance in the King Realm. Greed and temptation both descend invincible in the Star Domain. Opening. Lucifer Loyalty 100 Divine Contract. Eternal Current Evaluation of the Lord King Realm Projection. Nothing more. My Lord's amplification is just right. The Newbie Village has no rivals, and the new battlefield perfectly aligns with Arrogance's desire for conquest. My Lord grows swiftly. Men temporary contractor favorability 30 due to witnessing Lucifer's divine might and greatly enhancing her assessment of Lin Chen's potential current evaluation of the contractor. So interesting. So thrilling. Following this little lord can even defeat the old geezers of the king realm. His potential, his territory, his heroes. All make me want him more and more. This temporary contract must find a way to become permanent. I need to carefully plan this out. Gleaming with a determined light in her purple eyes. The sensation of being transported through the starry sky was peculiar, as if one had been stuffed into a high-speed spinning washing machine or gently tugged and pushed from all directions by countless tender hands. Lin Chen tightly closed his eyes, gripping the base of Lucifer's wings. His grasp was on the cold, smooth, metallic-feeling feathers, accompanied by a reassuring, arrogant chill. Sister Lu. Could we apply for a smoother mode of transportation next time? Like a luxurious carriage, he shouted amidst the howling energy currents. In response, Lucifer's calm voice replied, spatial displacement is inherently like this. If the master is uncomfortable, one may attempt to meditate. Lin Chen. If he could meditate amidst this mixed experience of bungee jumping and roller coasters, he would have already ascended. Fortunately, the process did not last long. After about 10 seconds, the dizzying sensation abruptly vanished and he felt the solid ground beneath his feet. The starlight enveloping him quickly faded and fresh air imbued with an exotic fragrance of flora filled his lungs. Lin Chen staggered slightly before steadying himself, hastily opening his eyes while releasing his grip on Lucifer's feathers. The base of the feathers seemed slightly deformed from his clutch and Lucifer glanced at him without speaking. The scene before him was starkly different from the barren desolation of the novice village. They stood at the edge of a gently rolling lush green hill. The grass was soft and thick, occasionally dotted with unfamiliar low shrubs emitting a faint blue glow and brightly colored exotic flowers. In the distance, layers of mountains loomed, their outlines appearing soft and mysterious under the pale purple sky. The sky was no longer a dull gray but displayed a deep purple blue with two moons of varying sizes radiating silvery and orange hues quietly hanging in the heavens. They cast a cold yet warm light down. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air far exceeded that of the novice village. Even with each breath he could feel weak energy circulating within him. So this is the Dark Star Domain? Lin Chen took a deep breath, sensing the peak of his cultivation in the spiritual realm stirring within him. The environment is quite good, much better than that broken place of the novice village. He immediately opened the system map. Indeed, the light representing his territory appeared in an area marked as Dark Star Domain Emerald Shadow Hills. The map's scale was countless times larger than that of the novice village, allowing him to see other scattered light points representing other lords or resource points within the field of view. However, the nearest one was still over 300 kilometers away. The regional channel also automatically switched to Dark Star Domain Eastern War Zone Beginner. The information scrolling through the channel moved at a moderate pace, but the content was significantly more advanced than that of the novice village. Purchasing Fire-type beast cores at the initial stage of the King Realm, exchangeable for 3rd grade spiritual herb Frost Bloom, bulk orders preferred. Recruiting a fixed team to explore Howling Wind Canyon, requiring at least initial stage King Realm heroes. Defenders preferred loot will be distributed based on contributions. Warning: members of the Blood Wolf Alliance are active around the Black Marsh Forest. Single lords should be cautious as they specialize in ambushing isolated individuals to plunder resources. Tisk just took down an oblivious shadow leopard. Dropped a piece of shadow stone. Luck is not bad. Does anyone know the respawn pattern of Stellar Iron Mine? Prices are negotiable. King Realm 3rd grade spiritual herbs Blood Wolf Alliance Shadow Stones Stellar Iron. One unfamiliar term after another flashed before his eyes, each highlighting that this was a higher level, more dangerous and more prosperous world. King Realm is as common as dogs. Lin Chen sighed, casually changing his Lord ID to 10,000 since Lin Chen, previously anonymous or directly displayed as Lin Chen, then sent a message. Newcomer reporting in. Hello to all friends in the Dark Star Domain. Just arrived, please take care of me. I enjoy peace, excel at farming, mining and chatting with goddesses, sincerely seeking reliable neighbors for mutual development. Fighting is not welcome. Unless paid. Doghead. After sending the message, the channel fell silent for a few seconds. Then, newcomer. Just ascended from the novice village. At this time those who could come up were all tough characters. 10,000 sins Lin Chen. That name seems a bit arrogant. Enjoying peace. I believe you not. Who from the novice village isn't a killer? Bro, which novice village? What rank? Goddess. What goddess? Hero. Sounds impressive. Lin Chen chuckled, not replying further, hiding his accomplishments and fame. He closed the channel and began checking his own status. First, the Lord's level. After defeating the Queen Mother and repelling the King Realm, projection and immense amount of experience had pushed him to the peak of the spiritual realm, just a step away from the King Realm. His internal spiritual power surged, his perception range expanded, and his control over the Lord core grew stronger. Next, the territory. Although the core buildings of 10,000 Sin's divine domain summoning core source of sin had been transmitted along with him, automatically selecting a relatively flat area on the hill under his feet, the range had shrunk to about a 500-meter radius, and many functions needed to be adapted to the new world's rules. The output efficiency of the source of sin seemed to be affected by the new environment's spiritual energy concentration slightly improved, but the mine's wells, arrow towers, and other auxiliary buildings and resource points had not followed, requiring him to find and construct them anew. However, the system's rewards of territory resource supply large and mystery gift pack had already arrived. Lin Chen first opened the resource supply. Inside were mountains of standard resources: stone 5,000, wood 3,000, standard energy crystal 1,000, various basic metal ingots 500, and a small bag, 100 pieces of low-grade spirit stones rich in spiritual energy. This was undoubtedly a boon for a newly emptied lord arriving in a new map. The system is quite generous. Lin Chen beamed as he collected it, then looked at the mystery gift pack that was radiating a hazy glow. Opening it. Acquired territory function upgrade module 1 can specify one existing building function for a slight upgrade. Acquired random special resource point coordinates 1 marked on the map, located about 80 kilometers southeast of Emerald Shadow Hills. Acquired soul contract scroll blank 1 can be used to formally sign a soul contract with a willing non-hostile unit with strong binding force. Good stuff. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The upgrade module was just right for enhancing the source of sin or the summoning core. The special resource point meant a stable additional income, and that soul contract scroll. He instinctively glanced at Mammon, who was curiously examining the new environment while toying with the seed of greed next to Lucifer. Mammon seemed to sense his gaze, turned her head, her purple eyes narrowing with a seductive yet cunning smile. Hey there, are you looking at me? Do you think I look prettier in this new map? Lucifer coldly stepped aside, distancing herself from her. Lin Chen coughed awkwardly, not responding, and instead took out the soul contract scroll. The scroll was neither paper nor silk, feeling warm to the touch, emanating a faint soul fluctuation. He looked at Mammon wearing a kind smile. Miss Mammon, shouldn't we upgrade our temporary contract now? Mammon's smile remained unchanged, but a flicker of understanding passed through her purple eyes. She swayed her hips over, reaching out to take a look at the scroll, but Lin Chen slightly withdrew his hand. Don't be hasty, Lin Chen shook the scroll. You see, we had a pleasant cooperation in the novice village, facing dangers together, sharing loot, and dealing with old Wang. I mean the veteran King Realm. Now that we are in a new map, unfamiliar with the environment, surrounded by strong enemies, it is precisely the time for sincere cooperation and mutual development. That temporary contract with numerous limitations and minimal benefits does not reflect our deep bond, nor does it match Miss Mammon's strength and beauty. Right? Mammon's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. You are absolutely right. That temporary contract is too rudimentary, not at all reflective of my value and sincerity. Therefore, Lin Chen revealed his true intentions. I have a soul contract, formal, long-term, with good benefits and strong binding force, and it also allows sharing of certain territorial rights and profits. Once this is signed, we will truly be one family. My territory is your home, my resources. Our resources will be your support. How about it? Will you consider it? Lucifer quietly watched from the side, her molten golden pupils reflecting Lin Chen's smile, which resembled that of a human trafficker, then glanced at Mammon's seemingly innocent yet calculating purple eyes and subtly shook her head. These two characters. One dares to deceive, the other dares to pretend to be foolish. Maman pretended to think for a few seconds, then clapped her hands. All right. I also feel a special connection with you, big brother. I will sign this contract. Her swift agreement momentarily stunned Lin Chen, leaving him at a loss for the follow-up lines he had prepared. He had initially thought it would take considerable persuasion, even a bit of forceful intimidation, referring to Lucifer. But Maman's tone shifted, her purple eyes narrowing like a cunning fox. Since it's a formal contract, the terms cannot be worse than the temporary contract. My demands are not high. First priority selection of loot is reserved, but the frequency can be negotiated. Second, I want the freedom to move, study, and appropriately utilize idle resources within your territory. Third. She leaned closer to Lin Chen, her breath fragrant. I am very curious about that source of sin liquid. Could you spare me a few drops to taste every day? Lin Chen's mouth twitched. The first condition was negotiable, the second must have restrictions. The term appropriately was too vague, and the third. He wouldn't even dare to drink too much of the source of sin liquid himself. After much bargaining, mainly Lin Chen and Maman verbally sparring with Lucifer, occasionally interjecting cold remarks to set the boundaries, the final terms were reached. 1. Maman officially became Lin Chen's second hero, greed sin, enjoying equal treatment and basic respect as Lucifer. 2. Priority selection of loot is reserved, but limited to one item after each major operation, requiring the Lord's Lin Chen's consent, and cannot select items that significantly impact territory development or the core of the team. 3. Maman has the freedom to move within the territory, but must report in advance or be accompanied by Lin Chen Lucifer when entering key areas such as the source of sin, summoning core, and resource warehouse. She can utilize unowned or abandoned resources for research or experimentation, but must not damage the territory's foundation. 4. She will receive 2 drops of source of sin liquid daily as salary, with additional rewards based on contributions. 5. The soul contract is bound by the Lord's core and the origin of 10,000 sins divine domain, with unilateral breach resulting in soul backlash and territorial power suppression. With the terms agreed upon, Lin Chen activated the soul contract scroll. The scroll transformed into 2 streams of light, merging into Lin Chen's brow, the Lord's core, and Maman's purple gem mark on her forehead. A link established that was 100 times more solid and 1,000 times more profound than the temporary contract. Lin Chen could clearly sense Maman's existence status and even some of her emotional fluctuations, primarily her cravings for wealth and treasures. At the same time, a pure greed-infused source power also fed back into the territory, making the aura of 10,000 sins divine domain more vibrant, with the vortex of the source of sin spinning slightly faster. Maman closed her eyes, feeling the constraints and conveniences brought by the new contract. While there were indeed constraints, the 2 drops of source of sin liquid daily and the formal hero status, along with the potential of her new master and territory, made her feel that this deal was quite worthwhile. Her purple eyes opened and she looked at Lin Chen with a more genuine smile. Then please take care of me from now on, Lord Master. This address, Lord Master, twisted and turned, made Lin Chen's bones feel weak, but upon catching Lucifer's suddenly cold gaze, he immediately straightened his face and nodded seriously. I'm looking forward to our cooperation, Maman. Hero contract updated. New formal hero, Maman Greed Sin. Level mid, King Realm invincible at the same tier. Loyalty 100 locked by soul contract. Current evaluation of the Lord officially joined. The big brother is a little more generous than I imagined. Though still a bit stingy, but this territory is really becoming more and more enticing. Source of sin liquid 2 drops daily, barely satisfying my cravings. They'll perform well and perhaps I can get more in the future. Calculating secretly. Having secured Maman, Lin Chen felt elated. He immediately used the territory function upgrade module, choosing to upgrade the source of sin. The module transformed into a stream of light, merging into the spring. The black vortex spun faster, expanding in size, increasing the number of stone slots from 10 to 15, reducing the output efficiency from 10 minutes per drop to 8 minutes, and the daily automatic output quantity rose from 10 drops to 15 drops. Not bad, 5 more drops daily, both Sister Lu, and you can share more, Lin Chen said to Lucifer and Maman. Lucifer nodded slightly. Maman's eyes sparkled as she began calculating how many drops she could legally obtain each day. Then Lin Chen looked at the marked random special resource point on the map. Located 80 kilometers to the southeast, it wasn't too far, but neither was it close. At their current speed, it would take time to reach, and they might encounter dangers along the way. Sister Lu Maman, should we first seize this resource point, or should we establish the basic territory here first? Lin Chen sought the opinions of the two goddesses. Though he was the Lord, he believed that professional matters should be left to professionals. Lucifer sensed the surrounding environment. The spiritual energy here is abundant, the terrain is decent, and there are no powerful threats nearby. We can establish basic defenses and resource collection points first to solidify our foundation. Since the resource point is already marked, delaying a day or two won't matter. Maman, however, disagreed. Oh, we must seize the resource point early? What if someone else discovers it? 80 kilometers isn't far for us. We can also hunt some wild game and gather materials along the way. It is wise to build a solid foundation first. The two held opposing views and turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen stroked his chin, his eyes darting. How about this? We find a compromise. Today let's set up the most basic fence. I mean defense array and residence here to give the territory a semblance of form. Early tomorrow morning we set off to seize the resource point. On the way, Miss Maman can utilize her strengths to see if there are any windfalls to be gained. This plan accommodated both sides. Lucifer nodded in agreement. Though Maman felt it was still a bit slow, she reluctantly accepted the idea, thinking about the potential for treasure hunting along the way. Without further ado, Lin Chen began construction in the core area of the territory centered around the summoning core and source of sin, using the materials from the resource pack. First, the walls. Lacking stone, he used wood and some metal ingots to create a sturdy wooden-stone mix fence. Though its defensive capabilities were limited, it could serve at least as a warning and block small monsters. Next was the Lord's cabin. This time it was no longer a thatched hut, but rather a respectable wooden structure house. Though not luxurious, it could at least shield from wind and rain, providing a bed and a table. Lucifer was responsible for using energy crystals to lay out a simple alert and defense rune array covering the territory's core area. Maman, along with 5 black feather celestial guards who had also been transmitted here, patrolled around the territory, clearing out some lurking spiritually tiered local minor monsters and collected some plants and mineral samples that seemed potentially useful. Time flew by as they busily worked. The 2 moons of the dark star domain rose alternately, intertwining cool and warm moonlight, draping the emerald shadow hills in a dreamy veil. The territory had taken shape. The wooden stone fence enclosed an area of several hundred meters, with the wooden lord's cabin, summoning core, and upgraded source of sin at the center. The simple rune array shimmered faintly under the moonlight. Though rudimentary, it finally resembled a proper home. Lin Chen lay on the new bed, which had yet to be covered with bedding, gazing at the unfamiliar starry sky outside, feeling contemplative. From struggling for survival in the novice village to now establishing a foothold in a broader world, it had only been a short time. Sister Lu Maman, thank you for your hard work, he said to the outside of the house. Lucifer quietly leaned against the door, eyes closed, and only lightly hummed in response. Maman sat by the source of sin, cradling a small cup of freshly condensed spring liquid, taking small sips, her purple eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Not hard at all. It's worth it for the 2 drops of spring liquid every day. Remember to set off early tomorrow to seize the resource point. Lin Chen smiled, just about to say something, when suddenly his expression shifted. Through the blurred perception of the Lord's core over the territory, he saw a bright firelight shooting up into the night sky in the northwestern direction, about 10 kilometers away, accompanied by faint sounds of energy explosions and human roars and the cries of soldiers. A battle. And not a small one. Almost simultaneously, an urgent message popped up in the regional channel from a lord with the ID Heart of Stone. Help! A small team of the Blood Wolf Alliance is attacking at the edge of the Ashen Plains in the northwestern direction. 3 enemy lords, heroes at the initial stage of the King Realm. We can barely hold on. Is there any brother nearby who can come to help? There will be heavy rewards. Coordinates are Blood Wolf Alliance. Isn't that the group mentioned in the channel that specializes in ambushing isolated lords to plunder resources? Lin Chen exchanged glances with Lucifer and Maman. Master, what do you think? Lucifer asked. Mammon licked her lips, her purple eyes glinting with a dangerous light in the moonlight. Blood Wolf Alliance. The name alone suggests they have quite a bit of stock, plus rescuing people. Shouldn't we also collect some service fees and loot shares? Lin Chen sat up from the bed, a familiar smile of eagerness mixed with mischief appearing on his face. Sister Lu, how's your recovery status? 70%, that's enough. Miss Mammon, is your greed ready to open for business? Anytime. I've already caught a whiff of wealth. Black Feather Guards. Here. The 5 black feather celestial guards appeared instantly outside the door, standing ready. Lin Chen jumped out of bed, stretching his limbs. Let's go, we will do good deeds and simultaneously make our 10,000 sins divine domain known in the Dark Star domain. In the night, several figures quietly left the newly established territory, racing towards the battlefield where the firelight soared in the northwestern direction. Lucifer's loyalty 100, eternal contract solid. Current evaluation of the Lord, a new domain has arrived. The foundation is initially established. Greed has officially joined, though precautions are needed. Its combat power is usable. The Master's decisions are acceptable. This battle could establish our prestige. Mammon's loyalty 100, soul contract, greed bound. Current evaluation of the Lord, the first business in the new map has come knocking. Blood Wolf Alliance. Sounds like there are plenty of rewards. Following the Master, it indeed won't be boring. I hope this time's loot won't disappoint me. Rubbing hands in anticipation. The terrain at the edge of the Ashen Plains stood in stark contrast to the verdant hills, charred earth dotted with sulphurous fumes, cracked fissures crisscrossing the ground like claw marks from a colossal beast. In the distance, a few skeletal trees, reduced to blackened husks by fire, creaked eerily in the night wind, their hollow groans merging with the distant clamor of battle to forge an atmosphere thick with dread. Lin Chen lay prone at the rim of a narrow crevice, peering cautiously outward. Humph, quite the spectacle. Approximately 1 kilometer away on a flat expanse of land, 3 factions clashed in chaotic melee. The besieged force was clearly overwhelmed. Some 30 stone golem soldiers formed a tight circular defense, shielding a middle-aged lord at its center, bearded, clad in ochre-hued armor, wielding a massive stone hammer as he desperately parried blows. Beside him stood 2 heroes, one a stony-skinned giant bearing a rock shield, early king realm, the other a gaunt elderly man who fired sharpened stone spikes, peak spirit realm. Both bore fresh wounds. 7 or 8 stone golems already lay shattered upon the scorched earth. Their attackers were 3 disciplined cavalry units, uniformly mounted on ash-gray dire wolves and armored in blood-embroidered leather, each unit numbering 15 riders. Wielding curved sabers, they charged and wheeled with savage cries, slicing through the formation like scythes through wheat. 3 lords rode atop towering alpha wolves at the rear, directing the assault. Their heroes were equally distinctive, a lean, tall assassin wielding twin daggers, early king realm, a bald, burly warrior swinging a spiked chain mace, early king realm, and a masked woman firing venom-tipped arrows from afar, peak spirit realm. The Blood Wolf Alliance truly lives up to its name. Ruthless tactics indeed, Lin Chen muttered. 3 against 1, and even then they resort to rotating assaults. Shame has no place here. Lucifer knelt beside him, 6 wings folded tightly against her back, molten gold eyes scanning the battlefield with the calm precision of a master tactician. The Stone Lord's defense is tenacious, but prolonged resistance will inevitably collapse. The Blood Wolf assassins and mace wielder press the assault while the poison archer disrupts. Without intervention, the Stone Lord will fall within 10 minutes. Mammon crouched on his other side, violet eyes gleaming, not on the combatants but on scattered satchels and the carcasses of slain dire wolves littering the battlefield's edge. Those wolf pelts fetch a fine price. And those lords' bulging belts surely hold treasures. Is that hero's rock shield alloyed with core earth iron? A rare find indeed. Lin Chen, Miss Mammon, we're here to rescue people. Exactly. Rescue first, then claim just compensation and spoils. A perfect duality. Lin Chen fell silent, utterly speechless. He stroked his chin, pondering how best to intervene, strategically audacious enough to proclaim the might of the divine domain of 10,000 sins, yet subtly preserving his own carefully cultivated reputation as a consummate beneficiary of others' strength, while ensuring the Blood Wolf Alliance suffered agony down to the marrow. Sister Lu, he whispered, voice low, if you were to engage the 3 blood wolf heroes alone, could you eliminate them swiftly? I mean exceptionally swiftly. Lucifer glanced at him. Under my master's blessing, the assassin and mace wielder shall fall within 10 breaths. The poison archer requires 2 breaths more. Perfect. Lin Chen slapped his thigh. Then here's our plan. He murmured the scheme in rapid succession. Lucifer listened, then nodded impassively, acceptable. He big brother, you're so wicked, but I love it. The plan was simple. Abstract. Utterly, unmistakably Lin Chen. On the battlefield, Rockheart Lock, the stone lord of the verdant hills, was nearing exhaustion. His stone hammer had crushed a wolf rider's skull, yet a glancing poison arrow had grazed his left shoulder, numbing his entire arm. Giantrock's shield bore deep fractures, his stone spikes' arcane incantations waned with each utterance. 5 more golems had fallen, the defensive circle now shrank to less than 20 meters in diameter. Damn your blood-drenched filth. Locke spat blood-tinged saliva. Even if I die, I'll drag you all into the abyss with me. Ha ha, ha. Stone Lord, reclaim your land, seize your resources, and take your life as well. The Assassin Lord astride his alpha wolf sneered. Stop wasting words, surrender your Lord Core and we'll grant you a swift end. What's there to talk about? The Mace Lord roared, swinging his weapon and hurling a stone golem skyward, shattering it midair. Kill him now, let's divide the spoils back at camp. Meanwhile, the Poison Arrow Lord drew her bow again, a viridian-tinted shaft aimed unerringly at Locke's exposed back. At that razor-edge moment, boom! A pillar of black-silver light descended from the heavens like divine retribution, striking the battlefield's exact center without warning. Where it struck, a cataclysmic shockwave erupted in concentric rings, flinging the nearest 8 wolf riders and their mounts skyward, their bodies contorting grotesquely before crashing lifeless to the earth. A crater 10 meters wide yawned, open soil turned inside out and charred black. All combatants froze, stunned, disoriented, utterly bewildered. From the swirling dust a voice rang out, cool, imperious, soft, yet piercing every ear. By my lord's decree, vermin shall be purged. As the smoke thinned, they beheld her, a celestial being standing motionless in the crater's heart, 6 obsidian and silver wings folded behind her waist-length raven hair, shimmering features breathtakingly beautiful yet frozen in glacial aloofness. She held no weapon, yet where her molten gold vertically slitted gaze swept, every soul felt as though pierced by icy daggers. A Peak King Realm Cultivator? Or higher? The Assassin Lord gasped, voice cracking. No, wait. She bears a Lord Link. She's a hero. The Massalord's face paled. Whose Lord commands such power? Without another word, the Poison Arrow Lord wheeled her dire wolf, instinct screaming that this being was beyond reckoning. But it was already too late. Lucifer did not even glance at the fleeing riders. Her gaze locked solely upon the 3 blood wolf lords, and their heroes. First breath. She vanished. An instant later, she stood before the assassin hero. He reacted with blinding speed, twin daggers flashing crimson, one thrust toward her throat, the other toward her abdomen, a lethal textbook strike. Lucifer lifted only her hand. Snap! With effortless grace she caught the dagger aimed at her throat between 2 slender fingers. Simultaneously her left obsidian wing lashed sideways like a scythe. Shink! Frozen mid-motion, the assassin hero stared down, where a hair-thin crimson line bloomed across his chest. Then, cleanly bisected from crown to groin, he split apart in silence. Viscera and blood sprayed across the scorched earth. Second breath. Lucifer released her grip, the dagger clattered to the ground, as she blurred, once more materializing beside the mace hero. The bald giant bellowed, swinging his spiked mace in a hurricane of steel and fury. Lucifer neither dodged nor flinched. Her right fist clenched, and slammed straight into the mace head. Crack! The tempered steel shattered like a watermelon, shrapnel exploding backward, embedding itself deep into the giant's own face and chest. He collapsed with a guttural cry, convulsing twice before falling still. Third breath. Lucifer turned her gaze toward the Poison Arrow hero, already 50 meters away. The masked woman sensed death's gaze and shrieked inwardly, spurring her dire wolf into a frantic gallop. Lucifer's right silver wing flickered, once. A filamentous silver beam crossed the void, and pierced the woman's back. She stiffened, slid silently from her mount, her longbow snapping cleanly in two. 3 breaths. 3 heroes, 2 king realm, 1 near king realm, utterly erased. Silence swallowed the battlefield whole. Wolf riders trembled, knees buckling, some dire wolves whimpered, collapsing onto their bellies. The 3 blood wolf lords stood paralyzed, faces ashen, teeth chattering, stripped even of the will to flee. If their heroes fell so swiftly, who could hope to outrun this angel of annihilation? Stone Lord Locke gaped, jaw slack, his stone hammer nearly slipping from numb fingers. His 2 surviving heroes stared dumbfounded. Yet Lucifer acted as though she'd merely brushed dust from her sleeve. Turning to the 3 lords, her molten gold eyes held no warmth, no judgment, only absolute authority. My lord commands, surrender your mount's wealth and all resources, and your lives shall be spared. Her voice remained calm, yet carried the immutable weight of divine edict. The 3 lords exchanged glances, despair mingled with a desperate, fragile hope. If survival was guaranteed, we yield. We surrender everything. The assassin lord scrambled off his wolf first, frantically unfastening satchels and storage pouches. The mace and poison lords followed suit without hesitation. Seeing their leaders submit, the wolf riders dismounted en masse, piling weapons, leathers, and personal effects into a growing heap. Soon a small mountain rose at the field's center, 3 bulging satchels, dozens of storage bags, over 30 living ash-gray dire wolves, heaps of curved sabers and leather armor, and sundry odds and ends. Lucifer surveyed the trove, gave a slight nod, and then turned toward a specific direction. My lord, the task is complete. Every eye followed her gaze. From the same crevice emerged a young man, clean-featured, dressed in crudely stitched beast-hide garments still unworn from his novice village days, wearing an expression of disarmingly innocent charm, and holding half a roasted tuber, apparently a wild sweet potato. Ah, good evening everyone. Lin Chen brushed dust from his clothes, stepped beside Lucifer, and accepted a clean linen cloth she offered, effortlessly wiping his hands, a habit she'd evidently adopted without explanation. Well done, Sister Lu, remarkable efficiency. Then he turned to the pile of spoils, eyes brightening, before instantly schooling his expression into solemn reproach as he addressed the 3 lords. Now really, what possessed you young men to turn to banditry? Don't you know robbery is wrong? It corrupts impressionable youth. The 3 lords stared, speechless. This celestial executioner just slaughtered our 3 heroes, and now lectures us on ethics. However, Lin Chen's tone shifted, a benevolent smile spreading across his face. Given your sincere remorse and prompt restitution, this time a minor correction shall suffice. All possessions are forfeit. Your mounts are confiscated. As for yourselves, you may depart. Just remember, repent, reform, and rebuild your lives anew. The lords bowed deeply, voices trembling, yes, yes. Thank you, great lord. Thank you for sparing our lives. They fled into the plain's depths without daring a backward glance, scrambling, stumbling, utterly undone. Only then did Lin Chen nod in quiet satisfaction, and turn toward the still stunned Stone Lord Locke, his smile now warm, almost paternal. Brother, are you unharmed? Are your injuries grave? Shall I assist with bandaging? Locke finally snapped from his stupor, bowing deeply, voice hoarse, many thanks for saving my life, esteemed lord. I am Locke, Stone Lord of the Verdant Hills. May I ask your honored name? Think nothing of it, Lin Chen waved dismissively. I'm Lin Chen, a newly arrived lord of the Dark Star region. This is my hero Lucifer. And that lady over there, currently tallying spoils, or maintaining vigilance, is Mammon. Locke followed his gaze, and only then noticed the violet-haired, violet-eyed woman in opulent robes kneeling beside a fallen wolf rider, deftly looting pockets, stripping gear, and humming a cheerful tune, all with practiced, joyful fluency. Locke. Is this hero's demeanor intentionally unconventional? Lord Lin Chen? He suppressed his bewilderment and bowed again, deeply reverent. Had you not intervened, Locke would have perished this day. Words cannot express my gratitude. From this moment forward, should you ever require my service, I shall rush to aid you, even into fire and flood. Please, no formalities. Lin Chen smiled warmly, helping him rise. A passerby's duty, to draw the sword when injustice strikes. Nothing more. Still. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, a gesture universally understood. Locke instantly grasped the meaning and declared, "Of course. How could I neglect such a debt? Lord Lin Chen, please wait a moment." He rummaged hastily through his satchel, and produced 3 items. A cloth sack brimming with low-grade spirit stones, nearly 200. A fist-sized chunk of earth yellow or pulsing with faint resonance, vein core essence, a rare material. A crumpled beast hide map sketched in rough strokes. "These are but humble tokens of my gratitude, please accept them. The spirit stones and vein core essence serve as repayment." And this map. It marks known resource nodes and perilous zones near the verdant hills, including the location of a minor stellar iron mine. "I trust it may prove useful to Lord Lin Chen." Lin Chen's eyes lit up, especially at stellar iron mine. Wasn't that precisely the material being sought at premium prices in the channel? "Brother Locke, you're far too generous, I couldn't possibly." "Ah, but since you insist, I'll accept with gratitude." Though his words feigned reluctance, his hands moved swiftly, depositing all 3 items directly into his inventory. "By the way," Lin Chen added as if idly curious, "what exactly is the Blood Wolf Alliance? Sounds rather assertive." Locke's expression darkened. A marauding faction from the eastern theater of the Dark Star region, rumored to enjoy patronage from a major lord in the mid-tier theater. They prey exclusively upon new lords and minor settlements. Brutal. Vindictive. And now, having lost 3 heroes to you, they will not rest until vengeance is exacted. "Oh. Not rest." Lin Chen arched a brow, not fearful but intrigued. "How fortunate. I've been searching for somewhere to hone my skills, or rather, to uphold celestial justice." Locke blinked, then sighed wryly. "Lord Lin Chen's strength is peerless, no wonder you fear them not. Yet they command vast numbers. Their alliance master is said to be a late King Realm expert and his chief hero, a peak King Realm sovereign." "A peak King Realm?" Lin Chen stroked his chin, glancing sidelong at Lucifer. "Sister Lu, does that pose any challenge?" Lucifer's molten gold gaze met his, silent, yet her slightly raised chin spoke volumes. "A peak King Realm. Merely dust." Lin Chen grinned. "Thank you for the warning, we'll remain vigilant. Brother Locke, your wounds run deep, return home to recover. We both dwell in the verdant hills, let us keep close company henceforth." Locke offered further thanks, then cast one last glance at Mammon, already directing shadow-winged guards who knew whence they appeared to haul away the spoils, and at Lucifer standing beside Lin Chen with an aura of terrifying sovereignty, and thought, this newcomer is no ordinary lord. He departed without delay, leading his wounded heroes and the battered remnants of his stone golems from the field of chaos. Once Locke vanished into the distance, Lin Chen dropped all pretense, dashing eagerly toward the loot pile. "Quick, let's tally our gains. Mammon, what treasures did your thorough search uncover?" Mammon held up a blood-glowing ring she'd just retrieved from the assassin, her violet eyes sparkling fiercely. "Master, we've struck gold." She presented her findings with theatrical flourish. Within the 3 lord satchels, over 800 low-grade spirit stones, and 3 mid-grade ones. Assorted metal ingots, beast hides, medicinal herbs, and 5 resource maps far more detailed than Locke's. The Wolf Rider's gear may be crude, but quantity compensates. 30-odd sets of leather armor and sabers, melting them down yield substantial returns. And most importantly, this. She brandished the crimson ring. Bloodthirst ring, fine-tier artifact. Grants modest attack speed increase and life leech effect. Worth a fortune, even if useless to us. And this. She pulled a black heat pulsing stone from the Masaharo's storage bag. Molten fire stone, a rare material. Perfect for enchanting Lucifer's wings, or forging fire-aligned armaments. Lin Chen beamed, stuffing items into his inventory while praising her outstanding work. "Mammon. A commendation is well earned. Tonight you receive an extra drop of spring water essence." "Master is simply the best," Mammon beamed, radiant with delight. Lucifer watched the pair divide the spoils in serene silence, her lips barely twitching yet remaining ever vigilant. Soon the inventory was finalized. All portable spoils secured, the dire wolves tethered in a line, and unsalvageable refuse buried on site. Lin Chen surveyed his swelling inventory, his mood soaring. Let's go, back to base. Tonight's feast: roasted dire wolf. Mammon raised her hand. I want the tenderest hind leg. Lucifer. She turned, spread her wings, and prepared to lead the way. Just then, Lin Chen paused. While sorting the beast hide maps, he noticed faint script on the reverse of one, written in invisible ink. Instinctively he infused a thread of spiritual energy, and the characters shimmered into view. Blood Wolf Alliance Vault coordinates 120 kilometers northeast of the Verdant Hills, in the third rift of Blackwind Valley. Requires simultaneous insertion of 3 Blood Wolf tokens to activate. Within lies the Alliance Master's accumulated wealth, and clues to the Seed of Wrath. Seed of Wrath? Lin Chen's eyes widened, shock rippling across his face. That's the key artifact needed to summon the third goddess, Samel, the Sin of Wrath. He jerked his head up, gazing northeast, eyes blazing with sudden fierce light. Sister Lu. Mammon. His voice trembled, not with fear but exhilaration. Tomorrow, we won't visit resource nodes. Lucifer and Mammon turned to him. Lin Chen grinned, flashing white teeth. We're raiding the Blood Wolf Alliance's stronghold. Under the moonlit sky his eyes gleamed like those of a starved wolf. Far to the northeast, deep within Blackwind Valley, the Blood Wolf Alliance Master suddenly shivered, unaccountably cold. Lucifer's loyalty 100, eternal covenant, stable. Current evaluation of Lord, rescue executed efficiently, results satisfactory. Master's abstract strategy proved highly effective. The Blood Wolf Alliance. Merely insects. The Blood Wolf Alliance, mere insects. As Jiang Chen returned to the temporary stronghold nestled within the verdant Shadow Hills, dawn was breaking. 2 pale moons sank one after another beyond the horizon, while the lavender-hued sky blushed with a warm tangerine glow. Jiang Chen directed over 30 captured grey-furred giant wolves to encircle a makeshift pen outside the palisade, then instructed the black-feathered guard to sort the spoils meticulously into categories, before finally collapsing onto the threshold of the newly built Lord's hut and exhaling deeply. Utterly exhausted. I never imagined battlefield cleanup could be so mentally taxing. He kneaded his aching shoulders, then casually retrieved a roasted sweet potato from his resource interface and began eating, discovered by Mammon in a wolf cavalryman's satchel as a snack. Though cold, it remained fragrant and sweet. Mammon squatted beside the pile of spoils, delicately polishing each metal ingot and gemstone with reverent precision. Her violet eyes glowed with the same tenderness one might bestow upon a newborn infant. Without lifting her gaze, she replied, if your lordship is weary, leave these coarse tasks to me and senior sister Lucifer will handle them. You need only sit back and collect the rewards. Lucifer stood by the sin spring, scooping a palmful of its liquid to cleanse the faint traces of blood from her wings. Upon hearing the remark, she responded coolly, purifying defilement is but our solemn duty. After finishing the sweet potato, Jiang Chen brushed his hands clean, rose, and unfurled the beast hide map marked with the Blood Wolf Alliance's secret vault coordinates. Gather round, let's hold a tactical briefing. Lucifer and Mammon stepped forward. The map was crudely drawn, yet its general orientation remained clear. The verdant Shadow Hills occupied the lower left corner, while a crimson dot labeled Blackwind Gorge appeared northeastward, accompanied by a crude skull glyph. A winding dashed line extended from the hills toward the gorge, annotated along its path with several terse markers: quicksand belt, toxic mist marsh, and stone forest labyrinth. Looks like this route won't be easy, Jiang Chen mused, stroking his chin. Quicksand, poison, mist, a maze. Truly the Blood Wolf Alliance knows how to choose a hideout. Mammon's violet eyes gleamed as she studied the crimson dot. The harder the path, the greater the treasure hidden within. When do we depart, your lordship? Not yet, Jiang Chen waved a hand dismissively. We lack intelligence on the enemy, rash action is unwise. The Blood Wolf Alliance has thrived in the Dark Star region for decades. Their lair must be heavily fortified. We must first conduct reconnaissance. Reconnaissance? Mammon blinked curiously. Scouting, Jiang Chen clarified. We must ascertain Black-Wind Gorge's topography, patrol patterns, precise vault location, even better learn their shift rotations and patrol routes. Know your enemy and know yourself and you shall win 100 battles without peril. Lucifer gave a slight approving nod. A prudent strategy. But who will go? Mammon tilted her head. Senior Sister Lucifer's aura is too formidable, she'd be spotted instantly. I shall go, Lucifer stated calmly. No, Jiang Chen shook his head. Sister Lu is our ace, her exposure must be avoided at all costs. Moreover, your bearing and visage are unmistakable, you'd be recognized from 800 li away. Lucifer pressed her lips together, silent. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered, and settled upon the pack of gray-furred giant wolves penned beyond the palisade. I've got an idea. A familiar mischievous grin spread across his face. Half an hour later, at the edge of the verdant Shadow Hills, a particularly robust gray-furred giant wolf lay sprawled on the ground, irritably scraping at the earth with its claws, while perched atop its broad back sat a rider. Jiang Chen wore blood-embroidered leather armor stripped from a fallen wolf cavalryman, tailored slightly smaller, and a lopsided wolf pelt cap. His face bore streaks of soot and he gripped a whip meant for herding wolves, though the beast paid him no heed whatsoever. Giddy up. Move. He tapped the wolf's rump lightly with the whip. The wolf rolled its eyes, literally, and turned its head to stare at him with the unmistakable expression of someone regarding a fool. Mammon doubled over, laughing uncontrollably. Your lordship. You look so abstract. Lucifer leaned against a nearby tree, hand raised to her brow, molten gold pupils radiating pure unadulterated disbelief. I do not know this person. Be serious. Jiang Chen tried to assume a stern expression. This is camouflage. Don't Blood Wolf Alliance riders mount wolves. My riding one to scout is perfectly logical. But your lordship's horsemanship. Mammon dabbed tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes. I'm afraid you'll be flung off before reaching Black-Wind Gorge, and snap a leg. Jiang Chen flushed, about to retort, when inspiration struck. Sister Lu, could you perhaps use your domain power to persuade this wolf? Make it more cooperative? Lucifer paused for 3 silent breaths, then stepped forward. She extended a slender pale finger and gently touched the wolf's forehead. A thread of barely perceptible black and silver light slipped into its skull. The beast shuddered violently, its fierce defiant gaze melting instantly into something docile. At least outwardly docile. It lowered its head obediently, and even wagged its tail. Wow! Sister Lu is incredible. Jiang Chen raised a thumb in admiration. Lucifer withdrew her hand and remarked evenly, I have only temporarily suppressed its wild instincts, it won't last long. If your lordship insists on going, depart swiftly and return just as swiftly. Rest assured, I'll merely observe from afar, gather the essentials and return immediately. Jiang Chen patted his chest confidently, then swung himself astride the wolf. This time the beast offered no resistance. Mammon handed him a small cloth pouch. These are spirit-concealing stones, they mask one's aura. She produced from seemingly nowhere a palm-sized bronze mirror. The shadow sight mirror, infuse it with spiritual energy to observe remotely up to 3 li in range. Jiang Chen accepted it, mildly surprised. Miss Mammon, you keep quite the arsenal. Mammon lifted her chin proudly. Of course. One must always carry contingencies when navigating the mortal realm. These are treasures accumulated from, well, earlier days. Jiang Chen didn't press further. He secured the items, then checked his gear, the leather armor, the lopsided cap, the whip, the spirit-concealing stones, the shadow sight mirror, and a curved saber looted from a wolf cavalryman which he knew how to wield, only poorly strapped at his waist. Then I'm off. He nudged the wolf's flank, awkwardly, and cried, giddy up. The wolf set off reluctantly, trotting northeastward. Lucifer watched Jiang Chen's lurching silhouette recede, then turned to Mammon. Follow him covertly, ensure his safety. Mammon saluted playfully. As ordered, Senior Sister Lucifer may rest easy, not a single hair on his lordship's head shall be harmed. A flash of violet light, and she vanished. Only then did Lucifer turn and walk back toward the stronghold, resuming her work inscribing defensive talismans, her instincts whispering that the Blood Wolf Alliance's retaliation might arrive sooner than anticipated. Jiang Chen's wolf-riding expedition proved far from smooth. Though temporarily subdued by Lucifer's power, the beast's innate temperament persisted. The ride was bone-jarringly turbulent. Jiang Chen felt as though he were aboard a runaway roller coaster, no seatbelts, no restraints. Clutching desperately at the thick fur around the wolf's neck, he barely kept from being hurled into oblivion. Slower, slower, ugh. His face paled as he fought down nausea. 80-odd kilometers took him over 2 grueling hours to approach Blackwind Gorge's outer perimeter. True to the map's warnings, he encountered both the quicksand belt and the toxic mist marsh en route, but thanks to the spirit-concealing stones and the wolf's detours, no monstrous beasts were disturbed. At noon, he finally reached the gorge's outer rim. A narrow fissure carved between obsidian-black mountains, its entrance flanked by sheer barren cliffs whose iron-gray stone shimmered under the sun. An eerie wailing wind perpetually swept through the canyon, whipping sand and grit into the air, obscuring visibility. Jiang Chen halted 3 li from the entrance, tethered the wolf securely in a rocky hollow, then climbed a nearby boulder and drew out the shadow sight mirror. Infusing it with spiritual energy, its surface rippled like water, and revealed distant imagery. Indeed, guards stood watch at the gorge's mouth. 4 wolf-mounted cavalrymen stood in pairs on either side, curved sabers at their waists, scanning the surroundings with sharp vigilance. Within the entrance, the silhouettes of additional patrols moved restlessly. Defenses are tighter than expected. Jiang Chen murmured, adjusting the mirror's angle to peer deeper into the gorge. Yet the canyon's depth and steep walls obstructed the view, only the immediate vicinity of the entrance came into focus. Frowning, he descended the boulder and circled to the gorge's eastern flank. Here the cliff face, though sheer, bristled with fissures and jutting rocks, ideal for climbing. No choice but to risk it. With a sharp inhale, Jiang Chen began scaling the cliff, hands and feet finding purchase instinctively. His peak spirit realm physique granted him strength and agility far surpassing ordinary mortals. After roughly a quarter-hour, he reached a broad ledge halfway up the mountainside. From here the vista opened dramatically. He retrieved the shadow sight mirror once more, and gazed into the gorge. This time he saw clearly. Blackwind Gorge was vaster than imagined, shaped like a gourd. The outer gorge housed training grounds and barracks where 200 or 300 wolf cavalrymen drilled relentlessly. The inner gorge's entrance bristled with heavy guard detail. Beyond it rose several stone structures built into the mountain's flank, the most prominent among them a 3-tiered black fortress crowned by a blood wolf banner. That must be the Blood Wolf Alliance's stronghold. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, adjusting the mirror to scrutinize terrain, sentry placements, and shift rotations within the inner gorge. With his uniquely abstract yet effective observational acuity, he discerned several critical patterns. Guards rotated every 2 hours. Patrol squads circled the inner gorge every half hour. Hidden sentinels lurked in crevices surrounding the black fortress. And at the gorge's rear flank, a concealed fissure, naturally formed, guarded by only 2 soldiers, matched the map's notation, 3rd fissure. Just as Jiang Chen focused intently, figures emerged within the mirror's reflection, stepping forth from the black fortress. At their head strode a hulking bald man with a grotesque scarred face and a single glaring eye, clad in crimson heavy armor and shouldering a colossal axe broader than a door panel, radiating raw brutal menace. Flanking him were 3 heroes, a gaunt archer with a bow slung across his back, a scar-faced dual-blade wielder, and a robed figure swathed entirely in black, face obscured beneath a deep cowl. That brute must be the Blood Wolf Alliance's leader. Jiang Chen held his breath. Late King Realm? His aura is terrifyingly potent. Yet what truly arrested his attention was the black-robed figure. Though veiled, the figure exuded an unsettling presence, cold, obscure, unlike any ordinary hero. Within the mirror, the Alliance leader addressed his subordinates, his voice drifting faintly. 3 days hence, deliver the cargo, no mistakes permitted. That consignment must remain alive. The Shadow Veil Guild, not to be trifled with, stay sharp. Fragmented phrases stirred Jiang Chen's pulse. Deliver cargo. The Shadow Veil Guild. Living cargo. As he strained to draw nearer for clarity, the black-robed figure suddenly lifted his head, and the shadowed gaze beneath the cowl seemed to pierce directly toward Jiang Chen's hiding place. Jiang Chen jerked in shock, nearly dropping the mirror. He instantly suppressed every trace of his aura and flattened himself motionless behind the rock. The black-robed figure held that direction for several seconds, then slowly lowered his head and murmured something to the leader. The leader nodded and the entourage retreated into the fortress. Too close. Jiang Chen wiped cold sweat from his brow. That robed one's perception is unnervingly acute. I nearly got caught. He dared not linger. Stowing the mirror, he descended the cliff with meticulous care. Back at the hollow, he untethered the wolf, just as commotion erupted near the gorge's entrance. He ducked behind a boulder and peered out. A column of 20 wolf cavalrymen marched forth, escorting several black-shrouded prison carts. The wheels groaned dully over stony ground. Through gaps in the fabric, faint huddled shapes were visible. Living cargo. Jiang Chen recalled the fragmented words, and a chill ran down his spine. So the Blood Wolf Alliance trafficked not merely in plunder, but in people. As he pondered, the column veered northwest, not toward the verdant Shadow Hills but away. Jiang Chen hesitated. Should he follow? Or return immediately? Just then Mammon's soft voice whispered beside his ear, "Your lordship, shall I trail that column and see where they go?" Jiang Chen started twisting around to find Mammon already crouched beside him, violet eyes alight with fascination as she watched the departing carts. "When did you get here?" he whispered low. "I've been shadowing you all along," she grinned. "Your wall-climbing form was quite heroic." Jiang Chen flushed, cleared his throat awkwardly. "Those carts likely hold abducted lords or common folk." "Mammon, can you track them without detection?" "Relax," she declared with confidence. "Stealthy pursuit is one of my signature arts. And their strongest is merely early king realm, their senses won't catch me." Jiang Chen considered briefly, then nodded. "Then go, determine their destination and purpose. Remember safety first. Withdraw immediately if danger arises." As ordered, Mammon bowed playfully, then vanished in a violet flash. Only then did Jiang Chen breathe easier. Mounting the wolf, he rode homeward toward the verdant Shadow Hills. His return journey proved markedly smoother. Perhaps Lucifer's suppression still lingered, lending the beast steadier gait. By dusk, Jiang Chen glimpsed the palisade of his own territory. Lucifer stood waiting by the Sin Spring. At his arrival, her molten gold eyes swept over him, assessing, confirming no injury, before she gave a subtle respectful nod. "Your lordship has labored well." "It went all right." Jiang Chen tumbled off the wolf, legs trembling. "Sister Lu, any food left?" "I'm starving." Lucifer turned and emerged from the lord's hut bearing a platter of roasted wolf meat, prepared from last night's spoils, and a steaming bowl of broth. Jiang Chen nearly wept with gratitude. "Sister Lu, you're an angel." "Lucifer, I am." As he devoured the meal, he recounted every detail to Lucifer: the gorgeous layout, its defenses, the alliance leader and the mysterious black-robed figure, and the convoy of prison carts. Lucifer listened in silence, then spoke. "When he finished, the black-robed one appears to wield a perception-based ability, or artifact. Your lordship must exercise extreme caution should you approach again." "I know." Jiang Chen chewed thoughtfully. "What concerns me more is those carts. The Blood Wolf Alliance deals with the Shadow Veil Guild, selling living cargo. I suspect other lords, or civilians." Lucifer's gaze turned glacial. "Trading in kin, such sin is unforgivable." "Yes." Jiang Chen wiped his mouth. "Which means the Blood Wolf Alliance must fall, not only for the seed of wrath but for those they've stolen." As he spoke, a violet flash heralded Mammon's return. Her expression shimmered with equal parts exhilaration and gravity. "Your lordship." "I've learned everything." "So quickly?" Jiang Chen blinked in surprise. "I pride myself on efficiency." Mammon leaned in, voice hushed. They escorted the carts to a place called Ghost Market, northwest of here. It's the largest black market in the eastern theater of the Dark Star region, where all illicit trades flourish. And inside those carts, indeed, civilians and low-rank lords from other territories, some 20 souls in total. The Blood Wolf Alliance and the Shadow Veil Guild have agreed to trade this cargo at Ghost Market 3 days hence, for a fortune in spirit stones and rare materials. Mammon paused, her violet eyes flashing with icy fire. And I overheard more. The Alliance recently captured a girl of purine constitution, a rare coveted trait. The Shadow Veil Guild covets her highly, and pays a princely sum. She's only 13 years old. Lin Chen dropped his meat onto the ground. Lucifer's ambient air plummeted in temperature, her 6 wings unfurled, fully swirling with black and silver radiance. Purine constitution. Lin Chen's voice hardened. These vermin spare no one, not even children. Mammon nodded. Moreover, the black-robed figure is the Shadow Veil Guild's envoy, here to inspect the girl and negotiate the price. He's staying in Blackwind Gorge for now. A brief heavy silence fell. Lin Chen picked up the fallen meat, dusted it off, shoved it into his mouth and chewed fiercely, then swallowed hard. He lifted his head. Gone was his usual levity, only cold resolve burned in his eyes. Sister Lu. Mammon. His voice was low, unwavering. The plan changes. We wait no longer. In 3 days the Blood Wolf Alliance will transport this cargo to Ghost Market. We intercept them en route. We reclaim the captives, and strike while Blackwind Gorge lies vulnerable. A grim lethal smile curved his lips. We descend upon their lair, seize the seed of wrath and burn their banner to ash. Lucifer's 6 wings blazed with full black and silver radiance, illuminating the entire hut. Precisely my intent. Mammon licked her lips, violet eyes blazing with predatory delight. Ambushing a caravan and raiding their den, double the satisfaction. Lin Chen rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the deepening twilight. For the next 3 days we prepare. Let the Blood Wolf Alliance understand. Some soft meals once consumed become the very instrument of your demise. Night deepened over the verdant Shadow Hills. Within its temporary stronghold, a swift, devastating assault against the Blood Wolf Alliance was coalescing, silent, precise, inevitable. Far away in Blackwind Gorge, the Alliance leader reclined amid stolen wine, dreaming of vast riches 3 days hence, unaware he had already become meat laid bare upon another's cutting board. Lucifer Loyalty 100 Eternal Pact Fury Incandescent. Current assessment of Lord trafficking in kin preying upon children, unpardonable. His judgment aligns with my own. 3 days suffice for preparation. In this battle every villain shall perish. Mammon Loyalty 100 Soul Pact Righteous Avarice. Current assessment of Lord rescuing innocents while profiting and punishing evildoers. An exceptionally sound investment. As for the Purine girl, once rescued, might gratitude compel her to surrender all her wealth. Brief mental reverie. Ahem, focus on righteousness. Yes. Righteousness. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time significant changes occurred in the temporary territory of the Emerald Shadow Hills. The wooden stone fence was reinforced and raised, etched on the surface with some crooked defensive runes crafted by Lucifer himself, yielding excellent results. 2 makeshift refining pools were added beside the sin spring to process the captured metals and leathers. Even an open-air kitchen was set up behind the Lord's cabin, insisted upon by Mammon, who reasoned one must eat well before a battle, during a battle, and after a battle. Lin Chen spent most of his time studying the map and devising plans. The Blood Wolf Alliance's route for transporting the prison cart to the Ghost Market had been figured out, starting from the Black Wind Valley, heading northwest through the Stone Forest Maze, passing the soul-breaking cliff, and finally arriving at the Ghost Market located at the edge of the corrupted Bone Marsh. The journey was approximately 150 kilometers, which at the speed of the wolf cavalry would take about a day and a half. The soul-breaking cliff is the best ambush location. Lin Chen pointed at the map spread out on the wooden table. The terrain here is perilous, with cliffs on both sides and only a 10-jong-wide walkway in the middle. We will set an ambush at the cliff top, and when they reach the middle we will block both ends and catch them like fish in a barrel. Lucifer stood beside him, his molten golden pupils scanning the map. We need to guard against their aerial units. The Blood Wolf Alliance has trained black-feathered vultures for low-altitude reconnaissance. Leave that to me. Mammon cheerfully raised her hand. I've developed a little gadget. She pulled out a handful of purple translucent beads, each only the size of a soybean. The devouring mist pearl. When crushed, it releases a purple mist that disrupts perception, lasting for half a quarter of an hour. Once the vultures enter the mist, they will certainly be disoriented, unable to recognize even their own mothers. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Miss Maman, how many do you have in stock? Not many, just about 30. Maman blinked. The materials are limited, you see. If the master is willing to allocate a bit more Sin Spring liquid for my research, I'll give you 5 extra drops after the battle. Lin Chen waved his hand decisively. Deal. Maman smiled even sweeter. Besides preparing traps and tools, the distribution of personnel also needed careful consideration. The final plan was Lucifer would lead 5 black-feathered guards to block the walkway ahead, responsible for the frontal assault and eliminating the enemy's high-end combat power. Maman would lead the remaining 5 black-feathered guards, temporarily condensed from the territory's energy, to block the rear, responsible for releasing mist, disrupting and preventing anyone from escaping. Lin Chen would be responsible for commanding the overall situation at the cliff top and providing remote fire support when necessary, which essentially meant throwing stones. Regarding this arrangement, Lin Chen asserted confidently, I am the Lord. A lord must have the demeanor of a lord. Strategizing in the shadows, determining victory from 1,000 miles away. Do you understand? Lucifer glanced at him without saying a word. Maman covered her mouth and giggled. The master is right. Just stay up there and watch how we and Sister Lucifer sweep through the battlefield. The plan was set, waiting for the right moment. On the 3rd day, early morning before dawn, Lin Chen and his companions quietly left the Emerald Shadow Hills, heading towards the soul-breaking cliff. To avoid alarming the enemy, they did not ride wolves. Those captured giant wolves remained behind to guard the territory and walked the entire way. Fortunately, they were all cultivators, so their pace was not slow. At noon, they arrived at the soul-breaking cliff. This cliff lived up to its name, over 100 jung high, standing tall and steep, with a rushing black river below, the sound of water thundering. The walkway was artificially carved, winding closely along the cliff face at its narrowest point, allowing only 2 horses to walk side by side. The cliff top was strewn with jagged rocks and thick bushes, making it an excellent ambush location. Take your positions, Lin Chen quietly ordered. Lucifer nodded, her 6 wings unfurling behind her as she and 5 black-feathered guards vanished like phantoms around the bend of the walkway. There they would wait for the signal. Maman meanwhile took the other 5 black-feathered guards around to the back of the walkway, similarly hiding. Lin Chen climbed behind a protruding boulder at the cliff top, crouching down, and pulled out a spying mirror to begin observing the approaching direction. The waiting time was always long. He chewed on jerky, counting the clouds in the sky, lost in thought. I wonder what that pure-eaten body girl looks like. How should she be settled after being rescued? Would the Shadow Merchant Association retaliate? How many treasures are there in the Blood Wolf Alliance's nest? Lost in thought, he suddenly realized a problem. If this operation succeeded, rescuing people and taking down their nest, the 10,000 Sin Divine Domain would become famous in the Dark Star Domain, though whether it would be infamous or renowned was hard to say. Would more forces set their sights on them afterward? Who cares? Lin Chen scoffed. If soldiers come, we'll block them. If water comes, we'll dam it. With Sister Luo and Maman here, we'll take down 1 if they come, and a pair if 2 come. Just as he was rallying himself, movement finally appeared in the spying mirror. In the distance, clouds of dust billowed as a group of wolf cavalry approached the soul-breaking cliff along the mountain path. Leading the way were 10 cavalrymen with 4 prison carts covered in black cloth pulled by giant wolves in the middle, followed by more than 20 cavalrymen providing support. On each side of the formation rode a lord atop a large-headed wolf, likely responsible for this transport. What was even more eye-catching was above the formation, a trio of black-feathered vultures with wingspans exceeding 2 zhang were circling low, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. They've arrived. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement as he conveyed the information through the soul contract to Lucifer and Maman. Received. Maman's voice was laced with excitement. Lucifer replied with a single word: wait. The wolf cavalry squad gradually approached the entrance of the soul-breaking cliff. The leading cavalry appeared vigilant, slowing their pace as they looked up at the steep cliff and then at the vultures in the sky. The vultures circled a few times, finding nothing unusual, and emitted a few sharp calls. Only then did the leading cavalry relax, waving their hands for the squad to continue forward. The prison cart rolled over the walkway's wooden boards, emitting a creaking groan. Through the seams of the black cloth, figures could be seen curled up inside, some softly sobbing while others hung their heads in numbness. Lin Chen clenched his fists. The squad slowly entered the middle section of the walkway, the most narrow part. Now is the time. Attack! Lin Chen shouted through the contract. Almost simultaneously, a black-silver domain barrier suddenly unfolded at the bend ahead on the walkway, like a wall appearing out of nowhere, blocking the path. Within the proud world domain, the air became thick and heavy, and all the movements of the wolf cavalry suddenly froze. Enemy attack! The leading cavalry's alarm was only half exclaimed. Lucifer had already stepped out from the domain, her 6 wings radiating light, her molten golden pupils coldly sweeping across the entire squad. Halt! Just 2 simple words, yet they carried an undeniable pressure combined with the domain's suppression, causing the frontline wolf cavalry and giant wolves to retreat in unison, their formation thrown into chaos. Enemies are also in the rear, shouted the cavalrymen in panic. Behind the walkway, purple mist was rapidly spreading out. Maman stood in the mist, her purple hair flying, each hand holding 3 already crushed devouring mist pearls, a sweet smile on her face. This route is blocked. Oh! As the mist spread, the visibility and perception of the wolf cavalry were severely disrupted. Even the giant wolves beneath them began to become restless, pacing in circles. Strangely, the mist was also interspersed with tiny purple light spots that upon contact quickly drained the target's stamina and spiritual energy. Though the amount drained each time was small, it added up. The 3 vultures in the air tried to dive for reconnaissance, but as soon as they entered the mist they became disoriented, as if drunk, flapping their wings desperately to avoid falling, providing no effective intelligence at all. With obstacles in front and back and restraints above and below, the wolf cavalry squad instantly fell into chaos. Don't panic. Form a defensive formation. A lord riding the large-headed wolf shouted harshly. He was a one-armed middle-aged man with a fierce scar on his face, his aura at the midstage of the king realm. The other lord was a gaunt old man with a sinister gaze, also at the midstage of the king realm. They are coming for the prison cart. Protect the cargo. The 2 quickly commanded the cavalry to tighten their formation, enclosing the prison cart in the center. Their heroes also appeared. Behind the scar-faced lord came a robust man wielding a giant axe, early stage of the king realm. Beside the gaunt old man was a woman wearing a veil and holding a serpent staff, early stage of the king realm. For at the king realm, one of them in midstage, a bit tricky. Lin Chen observed from the cliff top, but Sister Luo should be fine. Sure enough, Lucifer had no intention of wasting words. She stepped forward, her black-silver wings simultaneously thrusting forward. 6 blades of light honed to perfection shot out, each aimed at the scar-faced lord, the gaunt old man, and their 2 heroes. The speed was so fast that it almost exceeded the limit of visual capture. The scar-faced lord's expression changed dramatically as he drew his long knife to block. The gaunt old man quickly threw out several talismans, forming a light shield in front of him. The robust man with the giant axe roared and swung his axe towards the blades. The woman with the serpent staff waved her staff, summoning several energy snakes in an attempt to intercept. Boom! 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 4 explosions echoed almost simultaneously. The scar-faced lord's long knife broke with a snap, and he was sent flying against the cliff wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The gaunt old man's light shield shattered in an instant, the talismans turning to ash, and he staggered back, his face pale. The robust man's axe was cleaved in half by the blades, and he was knocked to the ground by the residual force. Only the woman with the serpent staff barely used the snakes to dissipate part of the power, but she was also shaken, her blood surging. With one strike all 4 were injured. This was the arrogance of being invincible at the same level, amplified by the Lord's enhancement, though this time Lin Chen only provided basic enhancement, resulting in terrifying power. Peak of the king realm. No, perhaps even higher. The gaunt old man exclaimed in horror. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Can we retreat? Lucifer coldly replied as her wings shone again. At this moment Maman also began her performance. Hee, it's my turn now. She formed hand seals, a swirl of purple in her eyes, devouring illusion realm, insatiable desire. A purple mist enveloped her. Begin to surge and change. In the mist golden mountains silver seas divine weapons stunning beauties and supreme secrets faintly emerge. Various illusions strike deep into the most primal greed within the human heart. The wolf cavalry already disturbed by the mist were further entranced by the illusions, their eyes glazed over. Some reached out to grasp treasures that did not exist, some lunged towards the illusory beauties, and others even began to attack their companions for the treasures within the illusions. Wake up! It's an illusion, the scarred lord roared, yet he too was affected with fleeting images of the family treasures he lost flashing before his eyes, shaking his mind. The emaciated old man was even more unbearable. Obsessed with alchemy, the illusions displayed numerous lost formulas and rare materials, nearly captivating his gaze entirely. The two heroes fared slightly better but still had to divert their attention to resist the encroaching illusions. This maneuver from Mammon had incapacitated most of the wolf cavalry's combat effectiveness. 5 black-feathered guards seized the opportunity to burst forth from the mist, their blades like lightning precisely harvesting the lives of those cavalry members ensnared in the illusions and caught off guard. Their coordination was impeccable, their swordsmanship ruthless. With each strike a cavalryman fell. Damn it! The scarred lord suppressed the greedy illusions in his heart and gritted his teeth at the emaciated old man. Hold, ghost, use that technique. Otherwise we all die here. The emaciated old man's eyes hardened. All right. The two bit their tongues simultaneously, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, their hands quickly forming seals. Blood wolf secret technique, pack of wolves devouring the moon. The essence blood transformed into countless crimson runes in the air, merging into the bodies of the surrounding wolf cavalry and giant wolves. The eyes of those wolf cavalry instantly turned blood red, their auras surging, momentarily shaking off the influence of the illusions. The giant wolves also expanded in size, their fangs elongated, emitting bloodthirsty roars. A technique that burns essence blood? Quite generous. Lucifer raised an eyebrow slightly but remained unfazed. The 6 wings behind her, 3 black and 3 silver, simultaneously shone with entirely different glows. On the black wings shadow runes that devoured all light emerged, on the silver wings the holy radiance that purified all things flowed. These two radically opposing powers perfectly merged within her. Arrogant judgment, light and dark symphony. She held her hands in a virtual grip, a black and a white sword of light coalescing in her hands, then slowly brought them together. Black and white intertwined and spun, transforming into a swirling vortex of light and darkness with a diameter of about 10 feet, steadily pressing down towards the area where the wolf cavalry was most densely packed. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a suffocating pressure, as if even the soul itself would be ground to dust. Wherever the vortex passed, the crimson runes shattered inch by inch. The frenzied wolf cavalry fell in droves as if being harvested like wheat, their bodies rapidly disintegrating under the alternating erosion of light and darkness. The giant wolves emitted piercing howls, their massive bodies melting away as if encountering blazing sunlight. The scarred lord and the emaciated old man were bloodshot with rage, trying to stop it, but as they approached the edge of the vortex they were torn to shreds by the violent energy currents, forced to retreat in disarray. This strike directly wiped out nearly half of the enemies in the middle of the path. A monster. This is a monster. The emaciated old man finally broke down, turning to flee. However, behind him was Mammon's misty illusion. He had only taken a few steps when countless rare alchemical materials appeared before his eyes, causing him to halt. In that moment of hesitation, a pitch-black long knife silently pierced through his back. The captain of the Black Feather Guards slowly withdrew the blade, expressionless as he watched the old man fall. Seeing this, the scarred lord understood there was no hope for survival today. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. He'll fight you to the death. Again he spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his aura surging to the late stage of the king realm. Swinging his broken blade towards Lucifer, he was actually attempting to self-destruct for a mutual demise. Lucifer merely glanced at him indifferently. One of her silver wings lightly flapped. A pure silver beam of light shot ahead, piercing the scarred lord's brow. The scarred lord's movements froze, the madness in his eyes rapidly fading into confusion, and then he collapsed weakly. The violent energy within him had yet to ignite before it was purified and dispelled at its very source by the power of the holy light. With the deaths of the two lords, the remaining wolf cavalry completely lost their fighting spirit, crying and fleeing in all directions, but most were caught and slain by the Black Feather Guards, with a few jumping off the path into the Blackwater River, their fates unknown. The battle from start to finish lasted less than a quarter of an hour. The 4 King Realm leaders were all annihilated and 50 wolf cavalry were either dead or injured, while the prisoner cart remained unscathed. Lin Chen watched from the cliff top, his heart surging with excitement, nearly wanting to stand up and applaud, but to maintain the image of being in control he forcibly held it back. Clearing his throat, he stepped out from behind the boulder and shouted down, "Sister Lu Maman, well done. First check the prisoner cart to see if anyone is injured." Lucifer retracted her wings, nodded slightly and walked towards the prisoner cart. Maman had already started to gleefully loot the bodies. "We hit the jackpot, we hit the jackpot, so many storage bags, let me check the main leader first." Lin Chen climbed down from the cliff, his posture not very graceful, and walked to the side of the prisoner cart. Lucifer had already cut open the chains on the prisoner cart with her wing blades and lifted the black cloth. Inside the cart were over 20 people, both men and women, young and old. Most of them were ragged, gaunt, their faces filled with fear and confusion. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Lucifer, some instinctively shrank back. "Don't be afraid," Lin Chen tried to make his voice gentle, "we are here to save you. The people from the Blood Wolf Alliance are already dead, you are safe now." A middle-aged man looking like the leader asked tremulously, "Really? Really? You are not from the Blood Wolf Alliance?" "Of course not." Lin Chen pointed to his ordinary clothing, not wolf cavalry leather armor. "Do we look like it?" The crowd scrutinized him closely. Though Lin Chen was young, his eyes were clear, and the female hero beside him had an extraordinary aura, making them seem far from vicious criminals, which allowed them to relax a little. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you for saving us." The middle-aged man was the first to kneel and bow, and the others followed suit. Lin Chen hastily helped them up. "Quickly, please rise, you are embarrassing me." "Were you all captured by the Blood Wolf Alliance?" "Yes," the middle-aged man said, his eyes reddening. "We are from Qingstone town, west of the Chuaying Hills. 3 days ago the Blood Wolf Alliance suddenly attacked the town, killed the guards, and captured us all, saying they would sell us at the ghost market. My daughter is only 13 years old, and they locked her up separately, saying she has a special physique." He spoke until he was choked with tears. Lin Chen's heart sank. "Is your daughter a purine body?" The middle-aged man suddenly looked up. How do you know?" "We had heard some news before," Lin Chen said solemnly. "Rest assured, we will definitely rescue your daughter. We will also eliminate the Blood Wolf Alliance's lair." "Benefactor?" The middle-aged man was about to kneel again, but was stopped by Lin Chen. Lucifer had by now checked all the prisoner carts, walked up to Lin Chen and said softly, "There are 23 people in total. 3 have minor injuries, the rest are unharmed. They just need to rest due to long-term imprisonment." Lin Chen nodded and addressed the townsfolk. "Everyone please rest here for a while, eat something and drink some water. Once we finish dealing with things here, we will take you to a safe place." He took out some dry rations and clean water from the resource bar and distributed them to the crowd. The townsfolk expressed their heartfelt gratitude, beginning to wolf down the food. Maman had also finished looting the bodies, running over with several bulging storage bags, her face beaming with joy. "My lord, we struck big this time. Spirit stones, materials, potions, and a few manuals of the Blood Wolf Alliance's techniques. Though rudimentary, they can be sold for money." Lin Chen took the storage bags, checked them briefly, and indeed found them quite fruitful. However, he was currently more concerned about another issue. Maman, that girl with the purine body, should still be in Black Wind Valley. We need to hurry over there and raid their lair before they can react. Maman's smile faded, a hint of seriousness flashing in her purple eyes. "My lord, it seems that old ghost crushed a communication jade talisman before he died. Although he was interfered with by the mist, I can't guarantee the message didn't get out." Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. "Are you saying the Blood Wolf Alliance may already know that the transport team is in trouble?" Lucifer interjected. "Though they might not know it was us, they will definitely strengthen their defenses." Lin Chen frowned in thought for a moment, then decisively said, "Then we need to be quicker. Take them by surprise while they are still unprepared." He turned to the townsfolk. "Everyone, we are now going to attack the Blood Wolf Alliance's lair to rescue the others who are imprisoned. This place is not very safe, please head back along the path. About 30 miles away there is a hidden cave where you can take refuge. Once we finish our business we will come to get you. He handed some defensive talismans and dry rations to the middle-aged man, take these for self-defense. Remember, don't look back, just keep walking. Although the townsfolk were scared, they also knew that staying would only be a hindrance, and after expressing their thanks again they helped each other towards the entrance of the path. Watching the townsfolk leave, Lin Chen looked at Lucifer and Mammon, rest for a quarter of an hour, then charged directly into Black Wind Valley. Lucifer's loyalty 100 eternal contract killing intent not dissipated current evaluation of the Lord, the ambush was successful, the enemy chief has been slain. Yet in Black Wind Valley there are surely more sins to cleanse. The Lord's act of rescuing people aligns with the heavenly path. In a quarter of an hour all remnants must be exterminated. Mammon's loyalty 100 soul contract joy of harvest current evaluation of the Lord, we struck it rich, we struck it rich. From Duanhuan Cliff to Hafen Valley, a 7-tile mountain path, Lin Chen and his companions covered the distance in less than an hour. This was true forced marching. Lucifer unfolded a portion of his domain power carrying Lin Chen in low-altitude flight. Mammon darted as a violet blur leaping from treetop to treetop. 5 black feather guards, 10 had been dispatched with the other 5 assigned to protect the townsfolk, followed silently in their wake uttering not a word, only the whisper of wings cleaving the air. Lin Chen dangled by the back of his collar like a rabbit seized by an eagle tossed wildly in the wind. Sister Lu, might we adopt a different posture? He asked meekly, this one undermines my dignity as Lord. Lucifer cast him a sidelong glance, and released her grip. Aha! Lin Chen shrieked as he plummeted, only to be gently cradled midair by Lucifer's wings now holding him horizontally. Like this, she asked expressionless. Lin Chen. Fine. Horizontal it is, at least better than being hauled like luggage. He turned toward Mammon beside him seeking solace, only to find her mid-leap already tallying her spoils from the corpses, 872 spirit stones assorted materials 3 cultivation manuals. Blood wolf saber art incomplete swift wind steps yellow rank blood coagulation technique heretical, should fetch a handsome price. Lin Chen. Never mind. I didn't speak. By dusk Hafen Valley loomed faintly on the horizon. Unlike 3 days prior when they had scouted the site, the valley entrance now bristled with heightened vigilance, guards doubled from 4 to 8 and a heavy crossbow carriage had been added. Muffled shouts and wolf howls drifted from within, the valley was clearly on full alert. They've received word, Lin Chen signaled for Lucifer to land in a secluded mountain gully. But judging by this setup they still don't know who struck, only that danger approaches. Mammon alighted lightly beside them, her violet eyes sweeping the gate, guards doubled 1 crossbow carriage, patrols inside must have increased too. Forcing entry would alarm them, giving the black-robed man and the Alliance Lord time to flee. Lucifer set Lin Chen down, her molten gold pupils scanning the terrain. We may infiltrate from the cliffside. Clifftop sentries must be neutralized first. Infiltration, excellent, brilliant, Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, eyes glinting. I have an idea. He leaned close, whispering into both their ears. Mammon's eyes sparkled. My lord, that plan, so abstract. Yet I adore it. Lucifer paused in silence, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. Feasible. A quarter hour later at the eastern cliff face of Hafen Valley, 2 sentries clad in Bloodwolf Alliance uniforms crouched behind a boulder scanning the valley entrance below with wary vigilance. Both were elite cultivators at the late spirit realm, masters of concealment and reconnaissance. Brother Sixth, do you truly believe the convoy met disaster? Asked the younger sentry in a hushed voice. 90% certain, replied the middle-aged sentry called Brother Sixth, his face grim. Scarfaces and ghost elders' life-bound jade talismans have shattered, and the entire convoy has gone silent. What else could it be? Could it be Shadow Syndicate double-crossing us? Impossible, the Syndicate depends on our supply chain. I suspect we've crossed paths with someone far more formidable. Brother Sixth spat. Damn it all, these days every new lord seems fiercer than the last. Heard rumors from Chuaying Hills, some prodigy named 10,000 Sins emerged, a hero of preternatural strength. Before he could finish, a sudden chill prickled the nape of his neck. "You're absolutely right," a cool feminine voice murmured beside his ear. Brother Sixth froze entirely, unable even to turn his head. In his fading vision, the younger sentry slumped soundlessly, a slender crimson line tracing his throat. His own consciousness blurred swiftly. Lucifer withdrew her fingers, both sentries collapsed without a sound. Her silver wings shimmered once, then the sentries' bodies dissolved into ash, purified utterly by sacred light. No trace remained. Below, Mammon had already guided Lin Chen up the cliff. All cleared. Lin Chen peered over the edge. Lucifer nodded, pointing downward along the cliff face. "Sentries neutralized. From here we descend directly into the inner valley, bypassing most patrols." Lin Chen looked down. The cliff was sheer, but studded with protruding rocks and fissures easily navigable for cultivators. More crucially, this vantage aligned precisely with the third rift, the hidden vault's location. "Proceed as planned." Lin Chen drew a deep breath. "Sister Lu, you confront the Bloodwolf Alliance Lord and the black-robed man directly. Delay them at all costs. Mammon, you accompany me to the vault and the prison cells. We rescue captives and secure the artifacts. Upon success signal, we rendezvous outside the valley. My lord, stay safe." Lucifer held his gaze a long moment, then unfurled her 6 wings and vanished into the dusk as a streak of black-silver light gliding noiselessly toward the obsidian fortress at the valley's heart. Mammon rubbed her palms together, violet eyes gleaming with exhilaration. "Shall we go, my lord, raid their treasury bare?" And the two began descending the cliff face. Inside Hafen Valley's inner sanctum atop the 3rd floor of the Black Fortress, Tu Gang, the Bloodwolf Alliance Lord known as Blood Axe, paced restlessly through the Grand Hall. A massive bald brute 8 feet tall, his corded muscles rippled beneath thick scarred skin. Across his shoulders rested a door-sized battle-axe reeking of dried blood. His single eye burned with raw, brutal fury. Scarfaces and Ghost Elders' life-bound jade talismans are shattered, and not a single soul from the convoy returned. Tu Gang roared. "Worthless. All of them worthless. 50 elite warriors, including 4 kings. And they couldn't even guard a single prisoner cart." In a shadowed corner of the hall stood the black-robed figure, voice rasping from beneath his hood. "Lord Tu, now is no time for rage. The convoy's silence means someone has marked the Bloodwolf Alliance. And whoever annihilated it possesses terrifying strength. Of course I know that." Tu Gang kicked aside a nearby table with a thunderous crash. "If I ever learn who did this, I'll flay him alive." After a pause, the black-robed figure said, "What matters now is securing the cargo, especially the girl with the purine constitution. The Shadow Syndicate presses urgently. Half the deposit is already paid. Should we fail to deliver? Lord Tu, you understand the consequences?" Tu Gang's face tightened, clearly wary of the Shadow Syndicate. "The girl is locked deep within the lowest dungeon guarded by elite troops, no mishaps there." "But the vault's contents?" "The vault is warded by lethal mechanisms and binding seals," the black-robed figure explained. "Unless all 3 Bloodwolf tokens are used simultaneously, forced entry triggers self-destruction. Still, as precaution, I recommend you inspect it personally. I shall remain here, ready to counter any intruders." Tu Gang considered it, then nodded. "Fine. Let's see who dares defile Hafen Valley." He hoisted his colossal axe and strode out of the hall. Watching his retreating back, the black-robed figure emitted a barely audible chuckle from beneath his hood. "Brute, perfect, go scout the path for me." Almost the instant Tu Gang departed, the hall's window slid open soundlessly, and a black-silver figure drifted inward. Lucifer stood motionless in the center, molten gold eyes locking onto the black-robed man, representative of the Shadow Syndicate. The black-robed figure stiffened visibly, clearly unprepared for such silent infiltration into the fortress's core. Yet he quickly steadied himself, his voice a guttural rasp. "Who are you? Why trespass upon Bloodwolf Alliance sovereign ground?" "An executor of karmic reckoning," Lucifer replied, her 6 wings unfolding slowly behind her. "You traffic in souls, slaughter children, your crimes demand death." The black-robed man recoiled sharply, hands flashing through rapid seals. His robe billowed unnaturally, unleashing a wave of chilling, suffocating aura. "Arrogant fool. A mere hero dares, his words died mid-sentence as Lucifer moved. She employed no flashy technique, only a single devastating fist. Yet that fist transcended time and space itself, its passage compressing the very air into visible concussive ripples. With a shriek, the black-robed man unleashed dozens of jet-black chains from his robe, each tipped with a snarling skull emitting soul-rending wails coiling toward Lucifer with lethal intent. His infamous ultimate art, grudge soul chains, each link bound the tormented spirit of a victim he'd tortured to death, venomous soul-corroding designed to shatter divine sense. Yet the chains disintegrated inches before reaching Lucifer, shattering against an invisible barrier. The skulls screamed anew in agony, dissolving into wisps of smoke beneath her radiant silver light. Impossible! The black-robed man gasped in disbelief, just as her fist struck his chest. There was no cataclysmic boom, only a muffled thud. His body rocketed backward like a battering ram, crashing into the stone wall with such force that cracks spiderwebbed across its entire surface. He spat a gout of black blood, his hood slipped, revealing a sallow, emaciated face etched with grotesque writhing tattoos. Sacred, sacred light. You're an angelic clan. Terror flooded his eyes. No, that's impossible. Angels shouldn't exist here. Who are you? Lucifer offered no reply, merely raised her hand once more. This time her index and middle fingers formed a blade, tip blazing with condensed absolute darkness, the void-born shadow force devouring all light. Knowing survival was impossible, madness ignited in his gaze. He bit down hard on his tongue, spraying crimson essence, then sealed a vial, twisting the draw with trembling hands. Shadow secret art, blood soul evasion. His body exploded into a crimson mist, hurtling toward the window at blinding speed, a desperate escape art of the Shadow Syndicate, burning vital blood and fragments of soul for fleeting unblockable velocity, costly yet nearly unstoppable. Yet Lucifer merely glanced. What's? Her 3 black wings swept forward in unison. 3 feathers detached, transforming midair into hair-thin black filaments, arriving before the mist, piercing it seamlessly. A final unearthly shriek tore from the mist, then it thinned, faded, and vanished entirely. The black-robed man, body and soul, was erased. Lucifer retracted, her wings, molten gold eyes sweeping the empty hall, then turned, striding purposefully toward the fortress's depths. She headed for the dungeon. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Mammon had reached the vicinity of the third rift. As marked on their map, only 2 guards stood watch, both at the peak of the spirit realm, leaning lazily against the rock face, chatting. Heard about the convoy incident? Indeed, the Lord's furious. But it's none of our concern. Just guard this wretched vault. What treasures lie inside anyway, so heavily guarded? Who knows? Not that we'll ever get to see them, His voice cut off abruptly. Twin violet lines appeared across both guards' throats, then they crumpled silently. Mammon stepped forth from the shadows. She stepped out, blowing lightly on the violet glow at her fingertip. Done, Master, shall we go in? Lin Chen emerged from his hiding place and gazed upon the fissure's entrance, a narrow natural crevice barely wide enough for a single person, pitch black within, faintly shimmering with flickering runes. Tread carefully, there may be traps, he cautioned. Mammon grinned and produced several violet spheres, greed-devouring, barrier-breaking pearls, designed expressly to dismantle seals and mechanisms. Though singless, their efficacy is absolute. She tossed the spheres into the fissure. They struck the ground, silently shattering into a mist of violet vapor that billowed outward. Faint clicks and sizzling whispers of dissolving energy echoed from within. After a few breaths, the violet mist dispersed, leaving the fissure calm and still. Done. Mammon clapped her hands. After you, Master. Lin Chen entered cautiously. The fissure was shallow, no more than a dozen zhang deep, ending at a smooth stone wall bearing 3 recessed slots arranged in a triangular pattern. This must be where the Blood Wolf tokens belong. Lin Chen retrieved 3 crimson tokens from his storage pouch, the very Blood Wolf tokens he had taken from the convoy's leader. He slotted them one by one into the recesses. A low resonant rumble shook the wall as it slowly parted sideways, revealing a concealed chamber, compact, no larger than 3 zhang square. Yet what lay within made both Lin Chen and Mammon draw sharp breaths. To the left rose a mountain of spirit stones, at least 10,000 low-grade, hundreds of mid-grade, and even a dozen flawless high-grade spirit stones gleaming with inner radiance. Beside the spirit stones lay ingots of rare metals and luminous gemstones, each casting prismatic glints. To the right stood a weapon rack bearing over a dozen elite-tier armaments, swords, spears, halberds, and sabers, and several sets of rune-embossed leather armor. At the far end rested a stone dais holding 3 jade caskets. Mammon had already lunged toward the spirit stone pile, her eyes sparkling like starlight. We're rich, absolutely rich. So many spirit stones. Enough to fund years of arcane research. Lin Chen strode directly toward the dais. He opened the first casket, a weathered tome entitled The Bloodwolf Battle Formation Manual detailing the Bloodwolf Alliance's coordinated combat arrays and training disciplines, a valuable find indeed. The second casket held a fist-sized blood-red crystal, its interior swirling as though with living blood, blood soul crystal, a rare material used in forging malevolent artifacts or nourishing elite esoteric troops. The third casket. Lin Chen took a slow, steadying breath before lifting its lid. Within, resting upon violet velvet, lay a walnut-sized dark crimson crystal veined with molten patterns pulsing with savage scorching heat. Deep inside its core a hazy roaring silhouette writhed in fury. Seed of Wrath, a condensation of the Wrath Law, one of the 7 deadly sins, imbued with ultimate rage and destructive power. Upon activation it would summon the hero Wrath of Sin, Sammo. Found it. Lin Chen's heart surged with triumph as he reverently sealed the Seed of Wrath away. At that very moment Lucifer's voice echoed in his mind through their soul-pact, Master, the dungeon has been cleared. 13 captives rescued, including the girl. But the Bloodwolf Alliance's Grand Master is not at the fortress, he may be en route to the vault. Proceed with caution. Lin Chen's expression hardened. Mammon, hurry. The Grand Master is coming. Here. Perfect. Mammon glanced up, the last high-grade spirit stones vanishing into her storage pouch. I've been itching to test my new technique. Before she finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted beyond the fissure. Who dares defile my vault? With the roar came a violent blood-hued axe blade cleaving through the rock face. The entire fissure trembled violently. Two Gang had arrived. Lin Chen and Mammon burst from the vault just as Two Gang stood at the fissure's mouth, gripping a door-sized battleaxe, his single eye blazing crimson. Behind him marched over 20 elite wolf cavalry, each radiating ferocity and lethal intent. A spirit realm peak brat, and a mid-kingdom woman. Two Gang paused, then barked a laugh thick with fury. You dare desecrate Blackwind Valley? I'll mince you both and feed your flesh to the wolves. Mammon stepped forward, her violet eyes curving into crescents. Big fellow, don't boast too soon. Who cuts whom remains to be seen. She spread her palms, countless violet filaments shot forth, weaving a celestial net that engulfed Two Gang and his cavalry. Greed-devouring celestial net, spirit drain weave. Where the threads passed, the wolf cavalry gasped in horror, their spiritual energy and physical vitality draining away with terrifying speed. More chilling still, the filaments multiplied and branched endlessly, soon blanketing the entire fissure mouth. Two Gang roared, swinging his axe in a horizontal arc. Blood-colored energy severed swathes of thread, but each break birthed new strands, endless and unyielding. Trivial trickery? His solitary eye blazed scarlet, his muscles swelled, his aura surging past the Lake Kingdom threshold into the King Realm's peak. Bloodwolf's secret art, rage-fueled body? He whirled the colossal axe, becoming a vortex of crimson fury, hurtling toward Mammon, every filament in his path snapping like brittle glass. Mammon's expression tightened. She leapt back, fingers flashing through rapid hand seals, greed-devouring mirror image, 10,000 phantoms. Her form split, once, twice, then multiplied into dozens of violet phantoms darting across the fissure mouth, indistinguishable in motion and essence. Two Gang shattered 3 illusions with his axe only to find them hollow. Roaring in frustration, he carved crisscrossing slashes through the air, sending shards of rock flying, but never once touched Mammon's true body. Master, retreat now. Mammon's voice rang from every phantom. He's dangerous while enraged, I need time. Lin Chen knew lingering would only hinder her. Gritting his teeth, he dashed toward a narrow side path leading back to the valley's entrance. But after only a few strides 3 wolf cavalry blocked his way. "Brat, where do you think you're going?" their captain snarled, raising his saber for a killing strike. Lin Chen's pulse spiked, just as a blur of black and silver interposed itself before him. Lucifer's wings stirred gently. The 3 cavalrymen flew backward as if struck by a runaway train, slamming into the cliff face unconscious or dead. "Sister Lu!" Lin Chen cried, elated. Lucifer gave a slight nod, then turned her molten gold gaze upon Chu Gang locked in combat with Mammon. A chill flickered in her eyes, rage-empowered artifice, borrowed strength paid for in life force. Hollow spectacle. Her 6 wings unfurled in unison, bathing the fissure in radiant black and silver light. Pride domain, subjugation. An invisible domain descended without warning. Chu Gang's frenzied movements ceased mid-swing, as if mired in viscous mud. Every motion grew leaden sluggish. The crimson aura wreathing his body dimmed, then guttered out entirely. What is this?" Chu Gang staggered, horrified. He could barely lift his own axe. Mammon dispelled her illusions, violet eyes gleaming with cunning. "Sister Lucifer, perfect timing, now let me take center stage." Her palms pressed together, the violet spiral mark upon her brow blazed with incandescent light. Greed-devouring ultimatum, the abyss of all desire. A tense hang-wide violet vortex erupted around her, spinning with deafening force. From its depths rose whispering voices, seductive, insatiable, and illusory visions designed to consume every craving in existence. Chu Gang stood at its epicenter. Already mentally frayed by his rage-fueled transformation, he was instantly overwhelmed. Visions flooded his sight, mountains of gold enemies kneeling in submission, legions of peerless beauties, all magnifying his deepest, most devouring avarice and lust. No, this is illusion. He shook his head violently, yet his will wavered. And then, Lucifer moved. She raised her right hand, fingers curling as if grasping the void. A spear coalesced, forged purely from intertwined light and shadow. Pride, judgment, spear of the end. She hurled it. Silent, seamless, it transcended distance, vanishing and reappearing buried deep within Chu Gang's chest. Chu Gang convulsed. He stared down at the gaping wound, then up at Lucifer, his solitary eye clouded with disbelief and raw bewilderment. Why? Then, boom. His body, and the great axe in his grip, exploded into a crimson mist. Chu Gang, Grand Master of the Blood Wolf Alliance, was slain. His surviving cavalry, witnessing their leader's annihilation, scattered in blind terror. Lucifer and Mammon made no pursuit. Their mission was rescue and retrieval, not slaughter. "Master, are you unharmed?" Lucifer approached Lin Chen. Fine, just rather thrilling," Lin Chen replied, patting his chest. "And the girl?" "She waits at the dungeon entrance, guarded by the black-feathered guard," Lucifer answered. "The other 12 captives have also been freed, all common folk abducted from nearby towns." Lin Chen exhaled in relief. "Good. The vault's contents are secured. The seed of wrath is ours. Let's withdraw, we've lingered here too long." Mammon bounded back into the vault, scooping up the last treasures before emerging, arms full of a bulging storage pouch. "All done, Master. Shall we rendezvous with the townsfolk, then find a safe haven to divide the spoils? I mean arrange their resettlement?" Lin Chen nodded. "Yes, first meet the black-feathered guard, then proceed to Soul-Severing Cliff to collect them. As for Blackwind Valley, burn it." Lucifer swept her wings, black and silver flames alighting upon the fortress and barracks. The fire spread swiftly, soon consuming the entire valley in an infernal blaze. The trio departed swiftly, guiding the rescued captives from that den of sin and suffering. That night the conflagration painted half the sky blood-red. And nestled within Lin Chen's robes the seed of wrath pulsed faintly, warm, expectant, awaiting the moment of awakening. Lucifer Loyalty 100 Eternal Pact, Settlement complete. Current assessment: the Wolf's Den is raised, the criminal chieftain slain, the abducted freed. This expedition concludes in perfect virtue. The seed of wrath is secured, the third sin draws near. Your domain's martial might ascends anew. Mammon Loyalty 100 Soul Pact, profits overflowing. Current assessment: rich beyond dreams. The vault emptied, the Grand Master's hoard was immense. So many spirit stones and rare materials, I could research for decades. Master, you're truly my fortune star. Next time something this splendid arises, don't forget to invite me, counting coins until my fingers cramp. System alert, seed of wrath detected. Summon hero wrath of sin, Samuel now. Yes, no. Lin Chen gazed at the prompt, and smiled. Not yet. Let us settle first, then grant our newest goddess a grand welcome ceremony. The wildfire in Haifeng-gu raged through the entire night. At dawn the next day, Lin Chen and his group, escorting more than 30 rescued townsfolk, 23 saved from Duanhuan Cliff and 13 freed from Haifeng-gu's dungeons, returned to the temporary territory on Chuiying Jiuling. 5 Heiyu Wei left behind had already set up makeshift tents in the fenced clearing and boiled hot congee. Seeing Lin Chen and the others, they hurried forward to help settle the wounded and the weakened townspeople. The girl with a purine constitution was called Xiaoyun. She was 13, slight and pale, but her eyes shone with surprising clarity. Her father, a middle-aged man named Shijian, clutched her tightly, terrified of losing her again. Xiaoyun wore a clean cloak Lucifer had seized from the Shuolongmeng and followed her father quietly. Benefactor, your great kindness is beyond my repayment, she murmured. After seeing his daughter settled, Shijian knelt and kowtowed repeatedly. From this day forth my life belongs to you, benefactor. If you bid it, I will go through fire and water without complaint. Others in the town also knelt. Lin Chen quickly helped them to their feet. Stand up, stand up. I saved you not to be repaid. We are all victims of the Shuolongmeng. Helping one another is what we should do. He paused and looked at the survivors. However, your original town has been destroyed by the Shuolongmeng. What will you do next? The townspeople exchanged uncertain glances, bewilderment on every face. With homes gone and kin scattered or dead, they truly had nowhere to go. Shijian gritted his teeth and said, if the benefactor does not despise us, we are willing to stay and serve you. Though most of us are not cultivators, we can farm, mine, build, forge, any kind of work. We only ask for a place to live. Yes. We will stay, others echoed. Lin Chen looked into more than 30 hopeful faces and felt something shift within him. His Wanzue Shinyu currently held only him 2 goddesses, and 10 Heiyu Wei manpower was scarce. The territory needed development, resource nodes required exploitation, and myriad chores needed hands. These townsfolk, though not powerful, were honest and diligent, the exact people he needed now. Very well, Lin Chen nodded. If you wish to remain, we will be a family from now on. I promise, as long as I, Lin Chen, have a mouthful to eat, none of you will go hungry. The townspeople erupted in cheers, many moved to tears. Lucifer watched quietly at the side, a soft light flickering in her molten gold pupils. Maman was already calculating how much value 30 more people could generate. Labor itself was a resource. Over the next few days, the temporary territory on Chuiying Jiuling grew lively. Work was quickly assigned. Shijian, once a blacksmith, led a few to process seized metal into tools and simple weapons. 2 former farmers reclaimed nearby wasteland to plant drought-resistant seeds salvaged from Haifeng-gu. Several women cooked, mended, and tended the injured. A young man learned basic sentry and patrol duties from the Heiyu Wei. Lin Chen was not idle either. He inventoried and allocated the resources brought back from the Shuolongmeng treasury. Most spirit stones were reserved for territorial development funds, with a small portion given as wages to the townsfolk. They refused, but Lin Chen insisted. Forgeable rare materials were given to Shijian, alchemical or research-worthy items kept for Maman, and intact weapons distributed to the Heiyu Wei and a few promising youths. As for the Zhangjin Lu and the Shuohuan crystal, I skimmed the Zhangjin Lu, Lin Chen said at the evening territory meeting. It records a combined cavalry charge formation, not very useful to us now. But it contains training methods for troops that can be referenced. I will entrust it to Sister Lu for study. Lucifer accepted the tone, nodding slightly. It can be refined for the Heiyu Wei. Lin Chen then looked to Maman. Maman, are you sure that Shuohuan crystal can be used for anything other than forging forbidden artifacts, perhaps to feed special units? Maman toyed with a high-grade spirit stone and brightened. Of course. The Shuohuan crystal contains concentrated blood qi and vengeful soul energy. Though its nature is sinister if purified and transformed through voracious energy, it can feed constructs like greed devour statues or blood crystal puppets. But it requires auxiliary materials and blueprints. We can search for blueprints slowly, Lin Chen said, handing her the Shuahuan crystal. Begin your research and tell me when you need materials. Maman accepted the task with delighted gratitude. Beyond material allocation, construction of the territory began in earnest. The temporary fence was no longer sufficient. Lin Chen and Shi Jian led the townspeople hauling stone and timber dismantled from Heifenggu to build a proper wall. Lucifer carved defensive runes into the wall, forming a simple protective array over the territory. On the clearing beside the Sin Spring, a two-story stone and wood main house was rising, Lin Chen's manor and the future core of the territory. Barracks, workshops, warehouses, and residences were planned nearby. Most important of all, the system rewarded blueprints for the Wanzue training ground in its basic form could finally be put into construction. The training ground requires at least 200 square meters and the foundation must be paved with sin-afflicted materials. Lin Chen read the blueprint. Sin materials, we only have Zuichuan liquid and some metal tainted by the Shualong Mang. Lucifer suggested, the soil and rock in Heifenggu have long been corrupted by the Shualong Mang's sin. They should suffice. Right? Lin Chen slapped his thigh. Maman take several Heiyue tomorrow and haul a few carts of that soil and stone back. Maman pouted. More hard labor for me, must add more spring liquid. Add. I will give you 3 extra drops. Deal. 3 days later, construction of the Wanzue training ground officially began. It was located in the southeast corner of the territory adjacent to the Zuichuan Spring. The foundation used 10 full carts of soil and stone from Heifenggu dark with a reddish sheen mixed with a little Zuichuan liquid and metal powder. Shi Jian led the townsfolk to tamp the foundation and lay stone slabs according to the blueprints. During construction, Lin Chen noticed an odd phenomenon. Whenever townsfolk or Heiyue moved within the training grounds area, the Zuichuan spring's rotation accelerated slightly and the spring produced a faintly increased amount of liquid. Lucifer concluded after sensing the area, the training ground can gather and refine the territory's sin aura, feeding back to the spring. Once completed, it will benefit territorial development and the growth of heroes and units. All the more reason to hurry, Lin Chen said spiritedly. 5 days later, the main structure of the Wanzue training ground was basically complete. It was a large open-air circular arena about 30 meters in diameter. The surface was paved with dark red stone tiles etched with complex vein-like patterns that Lucifer had personally carved. 12 black stone pillars stood around the edge, each carved at the top with a different emblem of sin, pride, greed, wrath, lust, and so on. At the center of the arena lay a 3-meter-wide circular depression, half a meter deep, its bottom smooth as a mirror. According to the blueprint, the depression needed to be filled with sufficient Zuichuan liquid to form a sin pool in order to activate the training ground's core functions. How much spring liquid do we need? Lin Chen asked. Lucifer looked at the volume and replied, about 500 drops. Lin Chen inhaled sharply. 500 drops. We produce only 15 drops a day now. It would take over a month to accumulate that much. Maman counted on her fingers and said, it does not have to be all spring liquid. We can dilute with other sin materials. For example, grind Shuahuan crystal into powder, mix it with monster blood and crystallize negative emotions, then use spring liquid as a catalyst. That should work. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Are you sure? 80% confident, Maman winked. But I need authorization to use the Shuahuan crystal. Authorized, immediately authorized? Lin Chen waved his hand. Use whatever materials are necessary to get the training ground operational. Maman cheerfully took her orders. For the next 3 days, Maman locked herself in a makeshift alchemy workshop, tinkering with various components. Eerie purple light leaked from the workshop seams from time to time, punctuated by occasional bangs and Maman's exclamations of failure and resolve. Lin Chen watched anxiously, fearful she would blow up their precious materials. Fortunately, though flighty in manner, Maman's professional skill was solid. On the 4th morning, she emerged carrying a basin of dark red viscous liquid that clung like molten rock. Done, pseudo-sin pool original fluid, she announced, face smudged with soot but eyes glittering. It is inferior to pure Zuichuan liquid but should be enough to activate the training ground's basic functions. Lin Chen treated it like a treasure and personally poured the basin into the central depression of the training ground. The moment the fluid touched the stone, the arena's vein patterns glowed a dim red. The carvings atop the 12 pillars seemed to come alive, each emitting a distinct aura. The central depression began to boil, the dark red liquid churned and spun into a miniature whirlpool. A formless wave expanded from the training ground, sweeping across the entire territory. Everyone felt their spirits sharpen and their inner power stir. The Zuichuan spring's rotation visibly quickened and its daily output rose from 15 drops to 20 drops. The Wanzue training ground in its basic form was completed and the territory gained new functions. Unit training speed increased by 30%. Heroes training within the ground gained 20% efficiency. The ground could slowly gather stray sin aura in the territory and refine it into sin energy, currently equivalent to about 5 drops of Zuichuan liquid per day. Special training programs could be unlocked gradually once a hero settled in. It worked. Lin Chen pumped his fist in excitement. Lucifer walked into the training ground, closed her eyes to sense it, and nodded. The effect is acceptable. Further upgrades will improve it. Maman had already begun scheming, training speed plus 30%, the Heiyu Wei will grow faster and can do more work. Training efficiency plus 20%, should I move in and live here too? Lin Chen looked at the nascent territory with a sense of accomplishment. From arriving in the Anshin domain with nothing to now having walls, a manor, a training ground, and more than 30 citizens, he had at least gained a foothold, even if far from the established lords. By the way, he suddenly remembered, the Wrath Seed. Since obtaining the Wrath Seed, he had not summoned Samuel. Partly the territory's construction had kept him busy, partly he wanted to wait until the training ground was finished as a better welcome for a newly arrived goddess. Now that the training ground stood complete, the time had come. Lin Chen took from his bosom a dark red crystal that glowed faintly with heat and placed it at the edge of the sin pool in the center of the training ground. The crystal's magma-like veins flared to life upon contact with the dark red stone. Sister Lu Maman, Lin Chen inhaled deeply. Prepare yourselves. We will greet our third goddess. Lucifer stepped to his side, her 6 wings unfurling slightly. Maman drew back, her smile, purple eyes flashing with expectation and a hint of rivalry. Lin Chen sank his consciousness into the Lord core and communicated with the Wrath Seed. In the name of the Wanzue Lord, summon. A violent crimson light shot up into the sky. The training ground shook violently. The sin pool boiled furiously. One of the 12 pillars, the one carved with the emblem of wrath, erupted in a blazing illusory flame. From the light, a tall silhouette slowly took form. First came a mane of red hair down to her waist, wild and flame-like, thrashing in the radiance. Then a pair of vertical golden pupils burned like molten fire, eyes fierce and defiant as if eager to devour. She wore dark red light armor that seemed fused from cooled lava, exposing a firm abdomen and long powerful thighs. Behind her were 3 pairs, no 6, translucent crimson wings like forged magma, each streaming with searing luster. She gripped an exaggerated greatsword of solidified lava taller than herself, radiating horrific heat that warped the air around it. Her form solidified completely. The Wrath Sin Samuel had descended. Her golden flame pupils swept the surroundings and finally fixed on Lin Chen. A wild, battle-hungry smile spread across her lips. You are my summoner? You look, not very battle-tested. Her voice was hoarse and scorching like the low rumble before a volcanic eruption. Lin Chen swallowed and forced a smile. Miss Samuel, welcome to our side. Let us speak civilly first and perhaps put the sword down. Samuel cocked her head, her red hair dancing like flames. Put it down. Fine, she slammed the greatsword into the ground and the entire training ground trembled. But fight me first. Let me see if you deserve to be my master. Before the sentence ended, she became a crimson afterimage and lunged at Lin Chen. Wait. This is a misunderstanding. Lin Chen stumbled backward in alarm. Lucifer instantaneously stepped before him, 6 wings spread, black-silver light colliding with Samuel's crimson flame. A shockwave roared. Sand and stone flew as the entire training ground was buffeted. Maman covered her mouth and stifled a laugh from a distance. Oh my, the new sister is so enthusiastic. Master, you must do your best. Lin Chen fell silent, suddenly realizing summoning a third goddess might prove to be a very exhilarating decision. Lucifer Loyalty 100 Eternal Pact Guardian Mode. Current appraisal of the Lord Wrath has come. Combat power greatly increased. Her temperament requires strict control. I will guard the Lord's safety. Mammon Loyalty 100 Soul Pact Spectator Mode. Current appraisal of the Lord. Fight. I bet on Sister Lucifer to win, although the new sister looks strong. The territory will be lively. Ready snacks and watch the show. Samuel Loyalty 100 Forced Pact Martial Ardor. Current appraisal of the Lord Summoner. Weak. Too weak. But those 2 women are interesting. Let us fight first. Only after victory will you have the right to command me. In the center of the training ground, the red and black forces clashed violently. The lava greatsword in Samuel's hand created scorching shockwaves, with every swing turning the dark red stone bricks white in its wake. Her attacks were grand and ferocious, filled with a sense of violent power. 6 wings of lava stirred up a searing wind, causing the temperature of the entire arena to rise sharply. Lucifer moved like the most precise battle machine, her 6 wings either blocking or dodging each movement, perfectly avoiding the blade's edge, while the black and silver blades at the edges of her wings accurately struck at Samuel's joints and weak points. She did not engage in a direct confrontation, but instead utilized the suppressive effect of the domain of arrogance, continuously delaying and weakening Samuel's attacks. The 2 goddesses, both with 6 wings but contrasting styles, were entangled in a dazzlingly fast duel. The sounds of explosive energy, metal clashing and lava bursting echoed continuously. Lin Chen had already been dragged to a safe spot at the edge of the training ground by Maman, and the 2 crouched behind a large stone, peeking out to watch. Go for it, Sister Lu. Don't hit her face. Lin Chen couldn't help but shout. The new sister is amazing. If that sword hits, it could probably shatter a small mountain, right? Maman watched with shining eyes, not forgetting to pull out some jerky from her storage bag to share with Lin Chen. Master wants some? Watching the show needs snacks to be enjoyable. Lin Chen took the jerky, feeling both amused and helpless. As he nibbled, he carefully observed Samuel's combat style. One couldn't deny that the battle power of the Sin of Wrath was indeed terrifying. Her attacks were almost entirely offensive, completely replacing defense with aggression, each strike infused with the furious intent to utterly tear her opponent apart. That pure, brutal sense of power formed a sharp contrast to Lucifer's precise, restrained and judgment-laden fighting style. But therein lies the problem: Samuel was too reckless. While her attacks were fierce, they were riddled with openings, relying solely on brute strength and her formidable physical prowess. If she encountered a faster, more skilled opponent, she would be at a significant disadvantage. And Lucifer was precisely the pinnacle of speed and technique. Indeed, after about a quarter of an hour of entanglement, Samuel's breathing grew heavy and her offensive began to wane. The continuous high-intensity exertion was quite taxing on her. Lucifer keenly seized this opportunity. At the moment, Samuel made another empty swing and leaned slightly forward due to inertia. The 3 silver wings behind Lucifer shone with a holy light. Arrogance's judgment, holy light binding. 3 silver light cords shot from the tips of her wings, coiling around Samuel's wrists, ankles, and waist like ethereal serpents. The light cords flowed with runes of purification and suppression, tightening rapidly. Samuel let out a roar, her entire body enveloped in crimson flames, trying to break free from the light cords. However, the power of the holy light inherently counters all chaotic and violent energies. The cords not only did not break, but instead tightened further, binding her securely. Let me go. It's not over yet. Samuel struggled desperately, her lava wings flapping wildly, trying to take flight, but the other end of the cords was deeply rooted to the ground, pinning her in place. Lucifer slowly landed, folding her 6 wings, her molten gold pupils calmly gazing at the bound Samuel. The outcome is decided. Not yet. Samuel gritted her teeth. If you've got the guts, let me go and we'll fight again. A meaningless entanglement, Lucifer said flatly. Your combat style relies too heavily on brute strength with coarse techniques and numerous openings. If it weren't for the master instructing me to stop at this point, you would have been injured long ago. You. Samuel was so angry her hair almost caught fire. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Chen hurriedly ran out from behind the stone wearing a smile on his face. All right, we're all on the same side, it's just sparring, let's stop here. Miss Samuel's sister Lu means no harm, she's just, a bit direct. Samuel turned her head to glare at Lin Chen, her golden flame-like pupils filled with defiance. So you're my summoner? With such weak strength, what right do you have to be my master? Lin Chen was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, revealing his signature slightly mischievous smile. Well, being a master doesn't necessarily mean you have to be strong. Look, I can summon powerful goddesses like you. Isn't that the greatest ability? Samuel paused, clearly taken aback by this twisted logic. Maman chimed in, approaching with a grin. Exactly, although the master isn't great at fighting, he knows how to make money, develop the territory, and cook delicious food, plus he never cuts our benefits. Every day we get to drink from the fountain of sin. Fountain of sin? Samuel sniffed the air and indeed detected a hint of pure sin's aroma. Where is it? Lin Chen pointed to the fountain of sin's spring beside the training ground. Over there. It produces 20 drops each day, and you, Sister Lu, and Maman all get a share. Oh, and there's this. He walked up to Samuel, extending his hand, gathering a ball of energy from the Lord's core in his palm, gently pressing it against Samuel's forehead. This is a basic enhancement, feel it out. The moment the energy was injected, Samuel trembled. She felt a warm and powerful force surging in from her brow, flowing throughout her limbs. The energy she had lost due to the battle quickly restored, even stronger than before. This power not only enhanced her base attributes but also faintly resonated with the wrath laws within her, making her flames even more intense and violent. What is this? Samuel looked at Lin Chen with uncertainty. It's an enhancement from the Lord to the hero, Lucifer explained from the side. The higher the master's level, the stronger the enhancement. What you are feeling now is just the basic enhancement at the peak of the spiritual realm. Should the master advance to the king realm, the enhancement could allow you to briefly compete with peak king realm opponents. Samuel fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly grinned. Interesting. She forcefully struggled, and this time Lucifer voluntarily retracted the light cords. Samuel flexed her wrists and walked up to Lin Chen, looking down at him. She was half a head taller than Lin Chen. All right. I admit you are qualified to be my master. But... She wrapped an arm around Lin Chen's shoulders. The grip was strong enough to make Lin Chen grimace. In the future you must bring me along for battles. Those small skirmishes can be ignored, but if we're fighting, let's go big. The stronger the better. Lin Chen struggled to breathe. Let go. I agree. Maman stifled a laugh from the side. Lucifer shook her head slightly but said nothing. After all, this was just the nature of the sin of wrath. Once they acknowledged their master, their loyalty was the least of concerns. Finally Samuel let go of Lin Chen, hoisting up the lava greatsword stuck in the ground and looking around. Is this my unit? Don't tell me you haven't prepared a barracks for me yet? Lin Chen rubbed his shoulder. There is a barracks, but you need to unlock your exclusive unit yourself. Do you have any unit blueprints or relevant information? Samuel thought for a moment, then extended her right hand, igniting a ball of scarlet flame in her palm. Within the flames, the faint silhouette of a lava-casting barracks appeared, along with several blurred figures clad in lava armor. I have the forging method for lava war maidens in my source memory, she said, but it requires a large amount of fire-type materials, lava cores, and sufficient sin energy as a catalyst. Lin Chen looked at Maman. Do we have enough materials? Maman counted on her fingers. We confiscated some fire-type materials from the Blood Wolf Alliance, enough to produce about 5 or 6 basic units. As for lava cores, we don't have any, but we can use lava stones as a substitute. The effect is slightly inferior, but should be usable. For sin energy, we can extract some raw liquid from the sin pool. Then let's try to create 5 first. Lin Chen decided. How long will it take? Give them half a day, Maman blinked. But master creating units costs money, material costs, labor costs, mental distress costs. Lin Chen replied. What on earth are labor costs and mental distress costs? It's tough for them to work late into the night to create units? And the lava war maidens are clearly violent units. If they destroy the workshop, I'll have to repair it too. Maman argued back. Lin Chen rubbed his forehead. Fine, fine. They'll give you 5 drops of liquid. Hurry up. Maman cheered, grabbing Samuel and rushing toward the workshop. Come sister, let's look into the specific parameters. Lin Chen watched the 2 departing figures relieved and turned to Lucifer. Sister Lu, what do you think of Samuel? Lucifer pondered for a moment. She has strong combat power and can serve as a main force. However, her impulsive personality requires guidance and restraint. Her unit Lava War Maidens should be heavy armor melee units complementing the Black Feather Guards. Lin Chen nodded. That's what I thought too. The Black Feather Guards are agile and adept at quick strikes and precise kills. The Lava War Maidens are tough and strong in frontal assaults. The combination of both will yield a richer tactical approach. He paused, glancing at the sin pool in the center of the training ground. Sister Lu, do you think, if I incubate the seed of wrath in the pool, it would benefit Samuel and the Lava War Maidens? Lucifer nodded slightly. The sin pool gathers pure sin energy, benefiting all associated with the 7 deadly sins. Incubating the seed of wrath will slowly enhance Samuel's purity and potential, also boosting the forging of the Lava War Maidens. Then let's do it. Lin Chen walked to the edge of the pool, took out the dark red crystal and carefully placed it into the swirling dark red liquid. The seed of wrath sank to the bottom of the pool and the magma patterns on its surface glowed brighter as if breathing. The sin energy in the pool began to slowly gather toward the crystal, forming a miniature vortex. The seed of wrath has been placed in the sin pool for incubation. Samuel's all attribute growth speed 10, Lava War Maidens forging success rate 15, initial quality 1 tier, sin pool energy consumption speed 20, current output can cover. Not bad, not bad, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Next we just need to wait for Maman to finish creating the Lava War Maidens. The half-day wait was not too long. Lin Chen and Lucifer inspected the progress of the territory's construction, then checked on the fields and newly built houses cultivated by the townsfolk. The blacksmith's shop, Iron Strong, had been preliminarily established, crafting farming tools and simple weapons from the confiscated metals. Xiao Yun had recovered well, playing joyfully with several children of her age in the open space, finally smiling. As evening approached, a violent energy fluctuation came from the workshop direction, followed by Maman's excited shout, "We did it! Master, come quick!" Lin Chen and Lucifer hurried over. In the open space at the workshop entrance stood 5 tall figures in neat rows. They were all over 1.8 meters tall, slightly shorter than Samuel but more robust. Their bodies were covered in dark red heavy armor, seemingly forged from solidified lava, with crimson flame patterns flowing around the joints. The helmets were fully enclosed, revealing only a pair of eyes burning with golden flames. They wielded lava greatswords similar to Samuel's, though slightly smaller, emitting high temperatures that distorted the surrounding air. The 5 Lava War Maidens stood like 5 war machines emerging from a volcano, silent, heavy, and exuding an oppressive aura. Samuel stood before them, hands on her hips, proudly declaring, "How about that? My unit is impressive, right?" Lin Chen scanned them with the system Lava War Maiden common level, late stage spiritual realm traits, heavy armor, fire damage, high defense, medium speed, skills, lava/active flame armor, passive, war cry, aura, loyalty 100, absolute obedience. Late stage spiritual realm, not bad. Lin Chen exclaimed. Just created and already at this level, even higher than the Black Feather Guards at the beginning. Maman wiped the sweat from her forehead, her purple eyes filled with a sense of accomplishment. I used the best materials and even secretly added a bit of blood soul crystal powder, otherwise they would only reach the midstage of the spiritual realm. Lucifer approached one of the Lava War Maidens, placing a hand on her chest armor and closing her eyes to sense for a moment. The armor's strength is acceptable, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from early-stage kings. The fire attribute resonates with the laws of wrath, meaning their combat power should exceed that of regular units of the same level by more than 30%. Samuel became even prouder. Of course, My unit is the strongest. Lin Chen looked at the 5 imposing lava war maidens and then at the 10 valiant black feather angels nearby, feeling a surge of ambition. With these 2 elite units along with the 3 goddesses, the domain of 10,000 sins finally had the foundation to establish itself in the Dark Star domain. Samuel, he turned to the red-haired goddess, you'll lead the lava war maidens. They'll be responsible for the territory's frontal defense and assault tasks, coordinating with the black feather guards. Samuel patted her armor. Leave it to me. By the way, Master, when will we have a fight? My maidens need real combat training. Lin Chen thought for a moment. No rush, let them get accustomed first. Besides. He gazed towards the northwest, his eyes narrowing slightly. The news of the Blood Wolf Alliance's destruction should have spread by now. The Shadow Trading Association lost its goods and representatives, and they definitely won't let it slide. We need to be prepared. Maman leaned in. Master, I've gathered some intel on the Shadow Trading Association. They are the largest black market organization in the eastern war zone of the Dark Star domain, with a deep background, reportedly backed by a high-ranking lord. They mainly engage in slave trading, contraband deals, and information sales. In short, they're not to be trifled with. Lucifer replied calmly, well, meet force with force. Samuel excitedly licked her lips. The Shadow Trading Association? Sounds stronger than the Blood Wolf Alliance. When are we going to take down their den? Lin Chen replied. Hold your horses. The Shadow Trading Association is large, a direct confrontation wouldn't be wise. Moreover, we just wiped out the Blood Wolf Alliance, and now is not the time to create another strong enemy. My plan is to first consolidate the territory and increase our strength while secretly gathering intelligence on the Shadow Trading Association. When the opportunity arises, we'll eliminate this tumor in one fell swoop. Samuel looked somewhat disappointed but didn't argue. Lucifer nodded in agreement. Maman, however, had a glint in her eyes as if plotting something. As night fell, Lin Chen held a simple celebratory dinner in the newly constructed Lord's Manor Hall, celebrating Samuel's joining and the birth of the Lava War Maidens. The dinner was quite simple: roasted wolf meat, stewed wild vegetables, flatbread, and the sin fruit wine brewed by Maman diluted with the fountain of sin. It tasted strange but could slightly enhance energy. Samuel took her first sip of sin fruit wine, her eyes lighting up as she downed 3 big bowls, then wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's shoulders, enthusiastically recounting her glorious deeds of conquering lands and burning mountains, which were actually just from her source memory. Though somewhat exaggerated, her tales left Lin Chen and the townsfolk in awe. Lucifer quietly sat to the side, sipping the fruit wine, occasionally interjecting with comments like absurd or over-exaggerated, prompting Samuel to jump up in rebuttal. Maman busily poured wine for the Lava War Maidens and Black Feather Guards. Though the units did not need to eat, the energy from the fruit wine was beneficial for them, while secretly stashing away the best piece of roasted meat in her storage bag. The atmosphere was lively and harmonious. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Chen suddenly received a private message on the regional channel. The sender ID was Dark Star Merchant and the content was simple: Lord Lin Chen of 10,000 sins, I heard you wiped out the Blood Wolf Alliance. Well done. However, the Shadow Trading Association has already set their sights on you. Be careful. If you need information or supplies, feel free to contact me. Fair pricing, honest dealings. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, who are you? The other party responded quickly, just a merchant, only doing business, no questions about positions. 3 days later, 30 miles east of the Emerald Shadow Hills under the old locust tree. If you trust me, we can meet and discuss in detail. Just you alone. Lin Chen stared at the message, falling into deep thought. A mysterious merchant? An information dealer? Or a trap from the Shadow Trading Association? He looked up at the laughing crowd in the hall, then glanced at the 3 uniquely characteristic goddesses beside him. It seems the peaceful days are about to end again. He replied with 2 words, see you then. Lucifer's Loyalty 100 Eternal Contract Guardian remains current. Evaluation of the Lord Samuel has acknowledged the Master and her battle strength has increased. The Lava War Maidens are newly formed and the defense system is gradually solidifying. However, the threat of the Shadow Trading Association remains and the Master must proceed with caution. I will secretly protect you during the merchant's appointment. Mamon's loyalty 100 soul contract keen business sense current evaluation of the Lord. The new unit has been completed. The master should give more rewards. Dark Star Merchant. Sounds like a peer. Perhaps we can buy good items or sell off some of our unusable spoils. Rubbing hands in anticipation. Samuel's loyalty 100 forced contract acknowledgement current evaluation of the Lord. Though the master is weak, he is still clever and generous to his subordinates. The fountain of sin is delicious. The fruit wine is also delicious. Bring me along for battles. As for the Shadow Trading Association, when are we going to smash their place? Eager to try. As night deepened, the domain of 10,000 sins in the Emerald Shadow Hills was brightly lit. And 30 miles away under an ancient locust tree, a cloaked figure quietly awaited the meeting. 3 days later. A new storm was brewing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In that time the territory underwent notable changes. The Magma War Maidens, rigorously trained by Samuel, had already grasped the fundamentals of coordinated battle formations. Their heavy footsteps shook the training ground daily like minor earthquakes, leaving deep imprints upon the stone-paved floor. The townsfolk transitioned from initial terror to gradual familiarity, occasionally gathering at a distance to observe, their sense of security bolstered by the territory's formidable martial strength. Samuel herself had fully integrated into this new collective, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. She challenged Lucifer to sparring at least once every day, always losing, but growing ever more resolute with each bout. Pestered Mammon for finer wine and sturdier targets. You dragged Lin Chen into discussions about when to strike the Shadow Guild and where to seek stronger adversaries, and even attempted to exchange techniques with the Black Feather Guards, only to be firmly dissuaded by Lucifer, who cited excessive disparity in combat prowess, risking accidental injury. Lin Chen found this exuberant new goddess utterly exhausting, yet seeing her loyalty steadfastly fixed at 100, though her evaluations invariably asked, "When shall we fight?" he simply let her be. At the very least, Samuel performed her defensive duties with unwavering diligence, leading patrols daily, eyes wide as bronze bells, scanning every passing bird as if it might be a spy. On the morning of the third day, Lin Chen prepared to meet the Dark Star itinerant merchant. In the grand hall of the Lord's residence, the three goddesses held their final pre-departure tactical briefing. "My lord, may I accompany you?" Mammon tugged gently at Lin Chen's sleeve. "If that merchant carries anything valuable, I'll haggle him down." "Guaranteed, he'll hemorrhage 3 liters of blood." Lucifer spoke calmly. "Mammon shall attend openly to authenticate artifacts. I shall follow unseen, guarding against treachery." "Then I'm coming too." Samuel slammed her palm onto the table. "If that fellow dares deceive us, I'll cleave him in two." Lin Chen hastily restrained her. "No, Samuel, you must remain here to hold the territory. What if the Shadow Guild strikes while you're away? This land needs your protection." Samuel paused, conceding the logic, yet unwilling to yield entirely. "Then if fighting breaks out, you must summon me." Absolutely, Lin Chen replied, feigning earnestness. "I'll call you the moment blades are drawn." Thus the plan was settled. Lin Chen and Mammon would proceed openly to the rendezvous. Lucifer would shadow them covertly. Samuel would remain stationed within the territory, overseeing vigilance. Lin Chen donned clean, unadorned linen robes, no armor. After all, this was a business negotiation. Excessive armament would only betray unease. Mammon, by contrast, had meticulously adorned herself. A regal amethyst gown shimmered brilliantly, complemented by several understated yet exquisite jewels seized from the Blood Wolf Alliance, rendering her the very portrait of a noble heiress. "We're conducting commerce, grace and dignity are paramount," she declared. Lin Chen glanced at his own modest attire beside Mammon's opulent ensemble, and felt profoundly that the aesthetic balance had tilted askew. Bathed in morning light, the two departed the territory, heading eastward toward the old locust tree 30 li away. The eastern slopes of the verdant Shadow Hills differed markedly from the west, denser forests, more rugged terrain. After roughly an hour's journey, they arrived at a secluded mountain pass, and there, towering ahead, stood an ancient locust tree so vast it required 5 adults to encircle its trunk, its luxuriant canopy spreading like a celestial parasol. Beneath its broad boughs, a figure cloaked in gray leaned idly against the trunk, as if lost in quiet repose. Beside him rested a half-manhate cargo chest, its lid open to reveal a dazzling array of wares, vials and jars, scrolls, metal components, and oddly shaped objects swaddled in cloth. At the sound of approaching footsteps, the cloaked man lifted his head, a man in his 30s, unremarkable in features, sporting a neatly trimmed mustache and narrow, shrewd eyes. A practiced smile graced his lips as he bowed formally to Lin Chen. "You must be Lord Wanzui Lin Chen. An honor indeed. I am Yun Qi, the Dark Star itinerant merchant, trading across the Dark Star expanse for many years, specializing in modest yet meaningful ventures." "Master Yun, your courtesy is appreciated," Lin Chen replied with a respectful bow. "Might I inquire, what brings you to summon me here?" Yun Qi's gaze swept over Lin Chen, then lingered briefly on Mammon, his eyes flashing with fleeting admiration before settling back into composed neutrality. "To offer counsel? Hardly my place. I merely heard of Lord Lin's annihilation of the Blood Wolf Alliance, delivering justice to the people, and felt compelled to forge friendship, and perhaps conduct some trade." He gestured gracefully toward the chest. "These are but humble curiosities, pray see if any catch your interest." Lin Chen stepped closer to examine the chest. Mammon instantly followed, her violet eyes gleaming as she scrutinized each item in turn. The inventory was indeed diverse: basic elixirs, restorative antitoxic, spiritual energy replenishers, simple rune scrolls, illumination sentry messenger, standardized arms and armor, of middling quality, and sundry materials and tools. Yet Lin Chen scanned the assortment carefully, and found nothing truly exceptional. "Master Yun," he said, meeting the merchant's gaze, "these goods seem unworthy of the title Dark Star itinerant merchant." Yun Qi smiled knowingly. "Lord Lin possesses sharp perception. These are merely for common patrons. The true treasures." He tapped a subtle protrusion on the chest's side. A soft click echoed, and a concealed compartment sprang open. Inside rested only 5 items. A crystal orb the size of a fist swirling with miniature nebulae. A silver gleaming leather map. A small pouch of seeds wrapped in rare resilient fabric. An antique bronze token. And, lastly, a heart-shaped crystal the size of a palm radiating a soft roseate luminescence. Mammon's gaze locked instantly upon the rose-hued crystal. Her violet eyes flared with unmistakable avarice. "This is a shard of the heart of enchantment? At least rare-grade quality?" Yun Qi raised an eyebrow. "Madam, your discernment is extraordinary. Indeed, it is a fragment of the heart of enchantment harvested from the Dreamvale marshes, a rare material used in crafting enchantment-aligned gear or enhancing related heroes' abilities." Lin Chen's pulse quickened. Enchantment affinity? Wasn't Asmodeus, the sin of lust, precisely such a being? This material could prove invaluable for her future summoning. Yet he betrayed no reaction, merely asking coolly, "Master Yun, speak plainly, what do you wish to trade for?" Yun Qi's smile faded, his tone turned grave. "First, I seek to purchase certain Blood Wolf Alliance specialties from you, standard issue arms cultivation manuals, or perhaps rare substances such as blood soul crystals. Price is negotiable. Second, I offer intelligence on the Shadow Guild's movements and likely countermeasures against you. This information I grant freely, as a gesture of goodwill. Third, he pointed to the 5 items. Should Lord Lin find these treasures appealing, we may discuss acquisition terms. Though the price will be steep." Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Mammon. "Through their soul bond," she transmitted, "my lord, he is testing us. Gauging how much we plundered from the Blood Wolf Alliance, and probing our strength and needs." Lin Chen understood instantly, and adopted a look of reluctant hesitation. "Blood Wolf Alliance artifacts? Master Yun, you may not know, when we raised them, most of their vaults self-destructed. We salvaged only fragments. We recovered a few damaged weapons. The manual survives only as a torn half-scroll. As for blood soul crystals, never heard of them." A flicker of doubt crossed Yun Qi's eyes, swiftly masked. "Ah, how unfortunate. Still, I'll take the broken arms and the fragmented manual, for a reduced price. As for intelligence," Lin Chen continued smoothly, "you offer it freely. How extraordinarily generous, Master Yun." "Friendship demands generosity," Yun Qi replied with a genial smile. "Besides, the Shadow Guild's arrogance offends even me. They are currently investigating the Blood Wolf Alliance's annihilation, and have already narrowed suspects. Though your operation was immaculate, traces remain. The inferno at Blackwinged Valley was rather conspicuous. Lin Chen's heart tightened, but his face remained impassive. Oh! What have they uncovered? They've confirmed the Blood Wolf Alliance's escort convoy was obliterated at Soul-Severing Cliff. Residual traces of potent light and dark energies were found, alongside an unusual violet energy signature. Yun Qi held Lin Chen's gaze steadily. Shadow Guild adepts concluded the assailants were at least sovereignty or apex cultivators, and multiple in number. They haven't yet identified specific targets, but have deployed observers throughout the verdant Shadow Hills. Mammon interjected sweetly, what does that have to do with us? We're merely novice lords after all. Yun Qi smiled faintly. Naturally, I believe Lord Lin played no part. Yet the Shadow Guild prefers elimination over error. Any lord under suspicion will receive special attention. I've come to advise caution, avoid traveling alone for now, and reinforce your territory's defense. His words were impeccably calibrated, conveying benevolent warning while silently acknowledging, I suspect it was you, yet I shall say nothing. Lin Chen nodded gravely. Your counsel is deeply appreciated, Master Yun. And these treasures? He gestured toward the hidden compartment. Yun Qi immediately shifted into sales mode. This orb is the stellar divination sphere. Infuse it with spiritual energy to perform rudimentary auguries, aiding exploration and hazard avoidance. The map charts known secret realms within the eastern theater of the Dark Star Expanse, 7 entrances marked with preliminary intelligence. The seeds are moonlight grass, rare medicinal flora, immature specimens, refined pills that enhance mental acuity. The bronze token grants temporary access to the ghost market, 3 months validity, permitting unrestricted trade without scrutiny. As for the Heart of Enchantment Shard, Madam has already spoken its virtues. He paused, then named his prices: the Stellar Sphere 500 low-grade spirit stones. The map 300. The seeds 200. The token 800. The Heart Shard 1,500 spirit stones. Mammon shrieked, instantly exorbitant. The sphere's worth no more than 300. The map, barely 100. Moonlight grass seeds, though rare, suffer abysmal germination rates. 100 stones is already excessive. The token holds value, but 500 is fair. And the Heart Shard? A mere fragment. A complete heart fetches 3,000, this scrap merits no more than 800. Her rapid-fire haggling left Yun Qi speechless, jaw slack. But, madam, your bargaining is ruthless, he lamented, face drawn. I am a professional. Mammon declared, hands on hips. My lord, we depart. This charlatan lacks integrity. She made as if to drag Lin Chen away. Wait. Let us negotiate. Let us negotiate. Yun Qi hurried to intercept. Very well, bundle price 2,500 spirit stones. All 5 items, yours. 2,000 Mammon countered, violet eyes gleaming, plus 3 months exclusive intelligence on the Shadow Guild's subsequent maneuvers. Madam, you drive a merciless bargain. No deal? Then farewell. Mammon feigned departure once more. Done. Done. Yun Qi gritted his teeth, stamped his foot. Alas, this journey was doomed from the start. Lin Chen watched awestruck. He produced 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, looted from the Blood Wolf Alliance's vault, and handed them over. Yun Qi verified the count, then sealed the 5 items into a compact parcel and presented it to Lin Chen. The transaction concluded, the atmosphere warmed considerably. Yun Qi pocketed the stones and resumed his polished smile. Lord Lin's decisiveness is admirable. By the way, one final matter: might Lord Lin have interest in stellar iron ore? Lin Chen's pulse quickened. This was precisely what he needed. Yet he kept his expression neutral. Do you have connections? A minor vein lies 80 li northwest of the verdant Shadow Hills, formerly controlled by the Blood Wolf Alliance. Now that they're gone, nearby lords vie fiercely for control. Yun Qi lowered his voice. I possess a detailed map of the ore vein, and intelligence on current garrisons, for 500 spirit stones. Mammon bristled, but Lin Chen restrained her, producing the coins without hesitation. Agreed. Yun Qi accepted the payment, handed over a far more intricate map, then packed his chest and bowed. Lord Lin's magnanimity is legendary. Should you require anything further, contact me anytime. I reside at the Yun Lai Inn in the East District of the Ghost Market. Mention my name for preferential rates. With that he hoisted the chest and vanished into the dense woods, his form flickering thrice before dissolving completely. Lin Chen and Mammon stood where they were, examining their acquisitions. My Lord Mammon assessed the items. The stellar sphere is genuine, but mediocre. The map's intelligence appears reliable. The moonlight grass seeds do suffer poor viability, but I know methods to nurture them. The token is functional. And the heart shard? Ha, he's been thoroughly fleeced. It commands at least 1,200 on the open market. Lin Chen unrolled the stellar iron ore map, brow furrowed. Garrison deployments suggest at least 3 rival lords contesting the vein, each backed by sovereign tier heroes. Not an easy prize. What's there to fear? Mammon exclaimed, eyes alight. Let senior sister Lucifer and senior sister Samuel lead the assault, flatten them all. The vein becomes ours. Before Lin Chen could reply, Lucifer's voice resonated through their soul bond. My lord, situation report. 3 o'clock direction, 300 meters, within the undergrowth. 3 individuals lie concealed, their presence masked. Likely Shadow Guild scouts. They observed the entire transaction. Lin Chen's heart lurched, but his face remained serene as he chatted lightly with Mammon, feigning casual discussion of their newly acquired goods. How shall we proceed? He asked silently. Elimination is feasible, Lucifer replied, but risks alerting the wider network. Lin Chen hesitated, then decided hold position. Mammon, assist me in staging a ruse. He raised his voice, deliberately addressing Mammon. This haul proves highly promising. Upon our return we'll commence mining the stellar iron ore. With iron in hand we'll forge superior arms, and accelerate our territory's growth. Mammon caught on instantly, and chimed in brightly, precisely my lord. Once our forces swell in strength we'll dismantle the Shadow Guild itself, and teach them the weight of our wrath. Laughing together they strolled back along the path, steps light, faces radiant with imagined triumph. Within the brush 3 figures clad in black exchanged silent glances, utterly still, utterly concealed. They've confessed. Not only confessed, they plan retaliation. Report to the magistrate immediately. This Wan Zui Lin Chen must be eradicated without delay. They withdrew, vanishing as noiselessly as mist. Only when they'd vanished did Lucifer emerge from the shadows, molten gold eyes tracking their retreat. My lord, they're gone. Follow them, Lin Chen commanded, his voice chilling. Ascertain their base. Since they've marked us we strike first. Shall we fight? Mammon asked, exhilarated. No, Lin Chen shook his head. First, gauge their depth. Then. He gazed at the stellar iron ore map in his palm, and a slow razor-edged smile curved his lips. First, we seize the mine. Fortify ourselves. When the Shadow Guild arrives seeking vengeance, we shall greet them with a surprise. The trio departed swiftly from the old locust tree, pursuing the fading trail of the spies. Meanwhile, back in the verdant Shadow Hills territory, Samuel stood beneath the sky, hefting her colossal greatsword, muttering. Why hasn't battle erupted yet? How dreadfully dull. She turned to the magma war maidens. Come, let's rehearse the charge formation again. Not a single rest until that dummy target is ash. Once more the training ground thundered with heavy footfalls and roaring flames. Lucifer's loyalty 100, eternal pact, enhanced vigilance. Current evaluation, Shadow Guild scouts detected. Hostility confirmed. My lord's response was masterful, bluffing to mislead. Pursuit is prudent. The ore vein conflict must be resolved swiftly. Mammon's loyalty 100, soul pact, dual triumph in commerce and combat. Current evaluation, haggling victorious. The heart of enchantment shard secured. My lord spent generously, and wisely. Yet those Shadow Guild vermin dared tail us. Once we locate their lair, every valuable artifact shall be ours. The stellar iron ore belongs to us. Fervent resolve. Samuel's loyalty 100 compulsory pact unquenchable thirst for battle. Current evaluation why hasn't my lord returned? Wasn't combat imminent? I ache to strike something. That dummy target has already been incinerated 7 times. For the Orvain War, I demand command of the vanguard. Restless pacing. Lucifer's pursuit lasted a full day and night. By the time she returned to the territory of the Emerald Shadow Hills, it was already dusk the next day. The setting sun cast a dark golden hue over her 6 wings, and her descent from the sky resembled a deity descending to the mortal realm, if one overlooked the 2 unconscious figures in black attire she was dragging along. Thud thud. The 2 presents were tossed onto the empty space in front of the Lord's mansion. Samuel was training with the lava warriors and immediately rushed over, eyes shining. Did you catch them? Are they from the shadow merchants? Should we interrogate them? They'll do it. I guarantee they will confess even how many times they wet the bed as children. Lucifer glanced at her. Interrogation is already complete. Ah. Samuel's shoulders drooped in disappointment. How did you interrogate them? Did you use torture? Burn their nails or pull their teeth? Arrogant domain mental suppression. Lucifer replied indifferently. They couldn't withstand it and confessed everything. Lin Chen and Mammon also walked out of the Lord's mansion. Mammon immediately crouched beside the 2 black-clad figures, skillfully checking their bodies, rummaging through their pockets and removing their gear, muttering, "Where are the storage bags? Where did they hide them? Oh, found them. Huh. This token." She pulled out a black token engraved with shadow patterns from one of the unconscious men's arms. Lucifer explained, this is the identity token of the Shadow Merchant's Shadow Guard. These 2 were small leaders of spies assigned to monitor the unusual activities in the vicinity of the Emerald Shadow Hills after the Blood Wolf Alliance was destroyed. They have a temporary base located deep within the dim forest 120 miles to the northwest, consisting of 12 people led by a mid-stage Shadow Guard steward. How much do they know? Lin Chen asked as he took the token and glanced at the 2 unconscious individuals on the ground. They know we destroyed the Blood Wolf Alliance but are unsure of our exact strength. Their original mission was merely surveillance and reporting, but after overhearing our conversation under the old locust tree yesterday, they assessed us as a significant threat and decided to return early to report and request reinforcements for an encirclement. Lucifer paused. When I eliminated them, I used the power of holy light to erase their related memories. Once they wake up, they will only remember being attacked by an unknown force and will have lost part of their memories. Mammon held up the 2 storage bags she found on the 2 men, shaking them. Not bad. Each has over 200 spirit stones along with some specially made poisons, hidden weapons, and communication talismans from the Shadow Merchant. The most important thing is this. She pulled out a simple map drawn on animal skin, unfolding in a detailed defense map of the dim forest base. Guard rotation times, trap locations, and warehouse locations. All of it is here. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This is a great find. Now taking down their base will be much easier. When are we going to make our move? Samuel asked eagerly. My warriors are already prepared. Lin Chen shook his head. Not yet. The Shadow Merchant's influence is vast. While taking down a base is easy, it will provoke fiercer retaliation. We need time to develop and shouldn't initiate a full-scale war too soon. So what should we do? Samuel asked anxiously. Are we just going to wait for them to attack us? Of course not. Lin Chen smiled slightly. We won't attack their base, but we can create some trouble for them, making it so they can't bother with us. He unfolded the map of the star mine that Yun Chi had sold him and pointed to the defensive map Mammon was holding. Look, the dim forest base is 120 miles northwest of the Emerald Shadow Hills, while the star mine is 80 miles to the northwest. The 2 are almost in a straight line, only 40 miles apart. If we go and contest the mine making enough noise, the Shadow Merchant scouts will definitely discover and report it. At that time their attention will be drawn to the mine dispute. We can take this opportunity. Lin Chen pointed at the warehouse location on the defensive map. Have Miss Mammon along with the Black Feather Guards go and borrow some items from their warehouse. Just enough to make them feel the pain. Mammon's purple eyes sparkled. Master is brilliant. Faint while attacking the west, taking advantage of the chaos. They will love it. Lucifer nodded, slightly feasible. The contest for the mine must be swift and decisive, creating enough noise. Mamon's infiltration of the warehouse must be timed precisely. Samuel finally understood, slapping her thigh. So I go to fight over the mine while Maman goes to steal? Great. Leave the fighting to me. Lin Chen added, you're not going alone. Sister Lu and you will go to the mine for a swift resolution. Maman will take 5 black feather guards to the base to borrow items while I will stay behind with the remaining people and the lava warriors for safety. With clear division of labor, the plan was set. The next morning the operation began. Lucifer and Samuel set off to the star mine with 5 lava warriors, the other 5 remained behind. Maman took 5 of the best stealthy black feather guards and stealthily headed towards the direction of the dim forest base. Lin Chen stood on the territorial wall watching them leave, feeling a bit anxious. This was the first time he let 3 goddesses carry out tasks separately. Although the plan seemed fine, the battlefield was ever-changing. Rest easy, Master Shi Jian came over carrying a newly forged hammer. Lady Lucifer and Lady Samuel are both extraordinary, they will win the mine contest. Lady Maman is exceptionally clever, the infiltration will also be problem-free. Well, guard the home and wait for their triumphant return. Lin Chen nodded and patted Shi Jian's shoulder. Brother Shi, increase vigilance in the coming days, especially watch for strangers approaching. Having suffered losses, the shadow merchant may act out of desperation. Understood. Shi Jian replied solemnly. The star mine is located in a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The valley entrance is narrow, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. At this moment 3 forces were in a standoff on the open ground outside the valley. On the left was a team of about 50 soldiers, all dressed in uniform gray leather armor, wielding long spears arranged in a strict formation. The leader was a middle-aged lord in a brocade robe, slightly plump, flanked by a male hero with a staff and an effeminate demeanor, early-stage King Realm. This was the lord of Greyrock Fortress at mid-stage King Realm. On the right there was a group of roughly 40 bandits, all dressed haphazardly but fierce with a variety of weapons. The leader, a scar-faced man, rode a black warhorse wielding a ghost-headed broadsword with a fierce breath, mid-stage King Realm. Beside him was a burly one-eyed hero carrying a wolf fawn club, early-stage King Realm. This was the leader of the Black Wind Thieves. In the center was an elite squad of about 30 soldiers, all wearing fine chainmail and wielding sword and shield. The young lord leading them had a handsome face but a sinister gaze, playing with a folding fan in his hand, mid-stage King Realm. Beside him stood a female hero holding an ancient zither-veiled, early-stage King Realm. This was the young master of Flowing Cloud Manor. The 3 sides had been at a stalemate at the valley entrance for 2 days, each hoping the other would make the first move so they could profit. Shall Fatty stop pretending here? The scar-faced bandit mocked. Who doesn't know that Greyrock Fortress is in dire need of iron ore? You want the mine? Show some real skills, don't think you can pick up scraps. The lord of Greyrock Fortress, Shall Fatty snorted coldly. Lou, Scarface, how dare you, a bandit, covet the mine? Aren't you afraid of choking on it? The young master of Flowing Cloud Manor slowly shook his folding fan. Gentlemen, we were the first to discover this mine, so logically. Logically nothing. Scarface Lou interrupted. Whoever has the bigger fist has the say. Just as the 3 sides were arguing fiercely, suddenly a loud cry echoed through the sky. Everyone looked up to see a black-feathered vulture with a wingspan exceeding 3 zhang diving down from the sky, seemingly grasping something in its claws. It's a beast tamer from the Blood Wolf Alliance. How did it get here? Someone exclaimed. Just as the words fell, the thing grasped by the vulture suddenly exploded. It was a large package wrapped in animal skin filled with dark red powder. The powder spread with the wind, instantly enveloping the entire valley entrance. It's frenzy flower powder. It can drive magical beasts mad. The young master of Flowing Cloud Manor's face changed drastically. Quick, hold your breath. Get away. But it was already too late. From the dense forests on both sides of the valley, the roars of beasts echoed one after another. Dozens of magical beasts, including bloodred-eyed iron-backed wolves, clawed mountain cats, and giant horned wild boars, charged out madly, attacking all living creatures within sight indiscriminately. The formations of the 3 sides were instantly thrown into chaos. The soldiers hastily defended themselves, fighting against the frenzied magical beasts. Someone is sabotaging us. Zhao Fatty roared, "Find out who it is." In the chaos, no one noticed two figures silently sliding down from the cliffs on the side of the valley. Lucifer and Samuel, along with 5 lava warriors, stealthily entered the valley like ghosts. "Maman's flower powder is really effective," Samuel grinned. "It's lively outside and we can take advantage of the chaos to sneak in." Lucifer said nothing but expanded her domain, completely hiding their auras. They quickly moved along the shadows of the mountain wall and soon arrived at the core area of the mine. It was a half-open mine guarded by more than 10 soldiers, all left by the 3 forces. They were nervously watching the valley entrance, clearly distracted by the chaos outside. "5 go to me, 5 go to you, and the rest belong to the warriors." Samuel licked her lips, flames dancing in her eyes. Lucifer nodded, swift resolution, "Do not alert those outside." In the next moment, the two pounced like leopards. Samuel transformed into a crimson afterimage, the lava greatsword sweeping through, but the 5 guards didn't even react before being shredded by the terrifying heat and force. Lucifer, like a specter, flashed with feather blades, sending 5 heads flying at once. The 5 lava warriors followed closely behind, their heavy swords crashing down, leaving the remaining guards as nothing but mush. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. "Cleanup complete." Samuel shouldered her greatsword. "What do we do now?" "Blow up the mine." "What the master wants is the mine, not ruins." Lucifer entered the mine, her molten gold pupils scanning the cave walls, embedded with sparkling silver blue, or it was indeed star iron. She pressed her hand against the cave wall, sensing for a moment the quality of the mine is above average, with enough reserves for about 3 months. "We need to leave people behind to guard or extract it quickly." Samuel scratched her head. "So do we guard here or go back to call for help?" "First clean up the mine and set up simple defenses." Lucifer said, "After Maman succeeds, the master will send someone to support us." Just as the two were about to direct the lava warriors to clean up the debris in the mine, sudden sounds of hurried footsteps and shouts came from outside. "There's movement in the mine. Quick, go check. Someone has broken in." Lucifer and Samuel exchanged glances. How could it be that someone responded so quickly amid the chaos outside? Moments later, 3 figures burst into the mine. It was the 3 lords. Zhao Fatty, Scarface, Lu, and the young master of Flowing Cloud Manor, all covered in dirt and injuries, clearly having just gone through a fierce battle. Upon seeing Lucifer and Samuel in the mine along with the bodies of the guards on the ground, their faces turned ashen. "Who are you?" Scarface Lu shouted sternly. "Dare to rob my mine?" Samuel, shouldering her greatsword, stepped forward, her golden flame pupils scanning the 3 grinning 3 mid-stage kings. "Just right, I'm warmed up, it's time for the main course." Zhao Fatty's gaze fixed on Lucifer's 6 wings, eyes narrowing. "6-winged angel. You are the mysterious powerhouse who destroyed the Blood Wolf Alliance. The domain of 10,000 sins." Lucifer. Lucifer calmly stated her name. "The domain of 10,000 sins, Samuel." Samuel pointed her greatsword. "We will take the mine. Will you leave on your own, or shall I send you away?" The 3 lords were both surprised and angry. They had long heard rumors of the Blood Wolf Alliance's destruction, but always thought it was a fabrication. Now, seeing these 2 prominent goddesses, they were convinced it was real. But the temptation of the mine was too great. "Let's go all out." Zhao Fatty gritted his teeth. "No matter how strong they are, there are only 2 of them. Together we might not lose." Scarface Lu and the young master of Flowing Cloud Manor exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. The 3, along with their heroes totaling 6 King Realm fighters, unleashed their strongest momentum and charged towards Lucifer and Samuel. "Come on." Samuel laughed maniacally, her lava wings unfurling, her body engulfed in red flames as she charged ahead. Lucifer shook her head slightly, her 6 wings glowing, unleashing the arrogant domain. The battle erupted violently within the mine. Meanwhile, deep within the dim forest, Maman and the 5 black feather guards moved like 5 shadows of purple-black, silently traversing through the dense forest. They avoided all visible and hidden sentinels, utilizing the information from the defense map to accurately maneuver to the back of the base. It was a semi-concealed stone fortress built against the mountain, not very large but heavily guarded. At this moment, most of the personnel had been dispatched to investigate the unusual activity in the direction of the mine, leaving significantly fewer guards inside the fortress than usual. The warehouse is on the 3rd floor at the east end. Maman whispered. According to the defense map, there are only 2 peak realm guards there now. Black feather guards, you are responsible for dealing with the guards and keeping watch. I will go in to borrow items, you be quick. The 5 black feather guards nodded, their figures scattering like ghosts. Maman approached the side of the fortress, pressing her hands against the wall. Purple light flowed as the wall silently melted away to create a passage for one person. This was another application of her devouring power, temporarily disassembling the material structure. She slipped inside, finding herself in a dim corridor. Following the route in her memory, she quickly arrived at the east side of the 3rd floor. At the entrance to the warehouse, 2 guards were yawning, completely unaware of the impending danger. Swish swish. 2 faint sounds of slicing air. Both guards clutched their throats, eyes widening as they collapsed. In the shadows, 2 black feather guards vanished. Maman pushed open the warehouse door, her purple eyes instantly illuminated by the sight within. The warehouse was not large, but it was packed to the brim. On the left were boxes of spirit stones, at least 1,000. On the right were various rare materials and potions, and in the middle were several locked iron boxes, their contents unknown. Striking gold, Maman rubbed her hands together, unhesitatingly beginning to loot. Her storage space seemed like a bottomless pit, swiftly collecting boxes of spirit stones, materials, and potions. For those locked iron boxes, she directly dissolved the locks with her devouring power, opening them to find they contained intelligence scrolls collected by the Shadow Merchant, confidential documents, and some unsightly transaction records. Take these too. They might be worth money or used for blackmail, Maman said with a mischievous smile, gathering the iron boxes as well. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire warehouse had been emptied, not even leaving behind the shelves. Done. Maman clapped her hands, just about to leave when her ears perked up. Footsteps and voices came from the end of the corridor. The steward is back. There's been a lot of movement at the mine. They say 3 lords are in a scuffle and a mysterious powerhouse has intervened. Hurry and report to the steward. Maman's expression changed slightly. The Midstage King Realm Shadow Guard steward was back. We can't stay here. She signaled to the 5 black feather guards and swiftly retreated through the same route. Before leaving the stone fortress, she casually tossed a few devouring mist pearls at the warehouse door. The purple mist spread, and by the time the guards discovered the warehouse had been robbed, Maman and the others had already vanished into the depths of the dim forest. Inside the star mine, the battle had concluded. Jalfati lay on the ground, clutching his severed arm and groaning. Scarface Liu's ghost-headed broadsword was broken in 2, a charred sword mark across his chest. The young master of Flowing Cloud Manor fared the worst. His folding fan shattered, a bloody wound on his face, and the ancient Zither hero in his arms lay unconscious with broken strings. All 3 of their heroes had also fallen severely injured. Samuel leaned on her greatsword, breathing slightly heavier, but her fighting spirit remained undiminished. Is this it? I'm not done yet. Lucifer, however, remained calm, her wings spotless, as if the battle had just been a stroll. She looked at the 3 lords. The mine belongs to the domain of 10,000 sins. Any objections? The 3 dared not voice any objections, shaking their heads repeatedly. Scram! Samuel waved her hand. The 3, as if granted amnesty, fled the valley in disarray, taking their remaining forces with them. Lucifer exited the mine and gazed in the direction of the Emerald Shadow Hills. Through the soul contract, she sensed that Maman had succeeded and was on her way back. She turned to Samuel and said, clean up the battlefield and set up defenses. The master's people will be arriving soon. Samuel grinned. Finally a fight. Though the opponents were a bit weak. However, acquiring the mine was worth it. As the sun set at the entrance of the star mine, the banner of the domain of 10,000 sins was planted for the first time on someone else's territory. Meanwhile, the dim forest base was plunged into chaos. The warehouse had been emptied and the steward was furious. Reports from the direction of the mine indicated that the mysterious force domain of 10,000 sins, which had annihilated the Blood Wolf Alliance, was involved in the contention. Lin Chen of the domain of 10,000 sins. How dare you provoke us and the 3 lord forces at the same time? The Shadow Guard steward's face twisted with rage. Very well. I will make you understand the fury of the Shadow Merchants. You cannot bear the consequences. He turned and ordered, send a message to headquarters requesting reinforcements. I want to turn the Emerald Shadow Hills into a barren wasteland. The night deepened and undercurrents surged. Inside the Lord's mansion of the Emerald Shadow Hills, Lin Chen was listening to Maman excitedly recount the borrowing incident with a mountain of spoils piled in front of him. He raised a cup of sinful fruit wine, took a sip, and gazed out the window towards the direction of the star mine, softly murmuring, "A storm is coming." Lucifer's loyalty 100 eternal contract achievements added current evaluation of the Lord. The mine has been seized. The enemy chief has fled. Samuel's battle tactics may be reckless, yet her valor is commendable. Mammon succeeded and reaped abundant rewards. However, the retaliation from the shadow merchant may come at any moment. The master must plan ahead. Mammon's loyalty 100 soul contract, great harvest, current evaluation of the Lord. Everything has been cleared out. Spirit stones, materials, confidential documents, and a few decent pieces of equipment. The shadow merchants are truly wealthy. But they must be enraged. Master, should we prepare to escape? Strategically relocate? Counting money until sore hands. Samuel's loyalty 100 forced contract, battle spirit satisfied, current evaluation of the Lord. That was exhilarating. Though the opponents were a bit weak. The mine is ours now. Can we smash things up freely in future fights? When will the shadow merchant come for revenge? My warriors are already itching for action. Patrolling the new territory with a greatsword. The retaliation from the Shadow Merchant Guild came faster than expected. 3 days later, in the dead of night, Lin Chen was studying the confidential documents he had borrowed from the Shadow Merchant Guild's warehouse, trying to uncover more information about the guild's weaknesses. Most of the documents were written in code and required special methods to decipher, making progress slow. Suddenly, the warning runes at the perimeter of the territory emitted a sharp buzzing sound. Immediately, Samuel, who was patrolling, sent an urgent alert through their soul contract. Master, enemy attack. Many. All directions are surrounded. Lin Chen sprang to his feet and rushed to the window. In the night all around the Chuaying Hills, countless torches and bursts of energy lit up. Like a sea of fireflies converging, they were rapidly approaching. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 300 people. Even more alarming was the presence of a dozen figures radiating the aura of King Realm hovering above the flames. The 3 leading auras were particularly strong, all at the late stage of King Realm. The Shadow Merchant Guild has mobilized. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Lucifer and Mammon appeared beside him almost simultaneously. Lucifer's 6 wings unfurled, her molten gold pupils sweeping across the night sky as she spoke coldly. 1 at the peak of Late King Realm, 2 at Late King Realm, 9 at Mid King Realm, 13 at Early King Realm. The rest are at the Spirit Realm. The newcomers are not friendly. Mammon's purple eyes lost some of their usual playfulness, replaced by seriousness. This formation. It seems the Shadow Merchant Guild is determined to eliminate us completely. Master, should we fight or flee? Outside the Lord's manor, everyone in the territory was in an uproar. Shi Jian led the townspeople armed with makeshift weapons gathering around the main house, their faces filled with fear. The Black Feather Guards and Lava Warriors had already taken their positions ready for battle. Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Flee? Where to flee? The enemy clearly had laid a careful ambush, and there were likely traps in every direction. Fight? Their high-end combat power was nearly 10 times that of his own. Lucifer was strong, but at most could handle 3 Late King Realm opponents at once. Samuel could take on 2. Mammon excelled in deception, her direct combat ability slightly weaker. The combined forces of the Black Feather Guards and Lava Warriors amounted to only 15 people, a mere drop in the ocean against hundreds of enemies. What to do? His mind raced, his gaze swept across the documents seized from the Shadow Merchant Guild on the desk, suddenly stopping at a scroll marked with special symbols. That symbol seemed familiar, resembling the Eastern War Zone's secret realm distribution map that Yun Qi had sold him. He grabbed 2 maps and quickly compared them. Indeed, the same symbol marked the entrance to a secret realm called Dream Marsh, located about 200 kilometers southeast of Chuaying Hills. And the scroll contained the text, Dream Marsh opens on March 1st to next opening in 7 days. The main material for Heart of Temptation is rumored to be found here. The guild has dispatched 3 exploration teams, all of whom have gone missing. There are suspicions of ancient restrictions or guardian beasts. The heart of temptation. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. If he could obtain the heart of temptation and summon the 4th goddess as Montes, the tide of battle might turn. But the problem was, it would not open for another 7 days and the enemy was already at the gates. Master. They are starting to communicate. Samuel's voice came from the direction of the walls. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and quickly said to Lucifer and Mammon, I have a plan, but I need time. At least 7 days. We must stall them. Lucifer looked at the dense mass of enemies outside and after a moment of silence said 7 days. That's difficult. If we're stalling for time. I have an idea, Mammon said, her eyes glinting. She leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered a few words. After listening, Lin Chen had a strange expression on his face. Can this really work? Let's give it a try. It can't get any worse. Mammon winked. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. All right. Well, do it your way. Sister Lu, cooperate with Mammon. Samuel, hold the front and put on a show of fighting to the death, but don't actually engage. Wait for my signal. The 3 goddesses responded and left. Lin Chen quickly gathered the necessary items, bottled up all the rage essence, and took a few valuable materials before turning to Shijian. Brother Shijian, take the townspeople through the cellar escape route and meet up with Lucifer and the others at the Star Iron Mine. Remember, don't take anything. Saving your life is the priority. Shijian's eyes were red. But Master, you. I have a way to escape. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. Hurry. This is an order. Shijian nodded with tears in his eyes and quickly evacuated with the townspeople. The Lord's manor was soon empty. Lin Chen stood in the center of the hall, taking out the rage seed that had been nurtured in the pool of sin. The dark red crystal was now slightly warm to the touch and the magma patterns inside seemed to come alive, flowing slowly. The blurry figure at the center of the crystal appeared to be clearer. Samuel said that the rage seed might activate some of its power under extreme emotional stimulation. Lin Chen murmured, I wonder if being surrounded by hundreds of people counts as extreme emotion. He tightly gripped the rage seed in his palm, feeling the surging, seemingly volatile power within. Then he pushed open the door of the Lord's manor and stepped outside. Outside the territory walls, the Shadow Merchant Guild's army had completed their encirclement. Leading them were 3 old men in black robes, their auras cold. The one in the middle, gaunt with deep-set eyes, was the Grand Steward of the Shadow Guards, Ing Ku, at the peak of Lake King Realm. The 2 on either side were named Ing Shi and Ing Fu, both also at Lake King Realm. Behind them stood 9 mid-King Realm stewards and 13 early King Realm Shadow Guard captains, followed by over 300 elite Spirit Realm fighters. Such a lineup was more than sufficient to eliminate a mid-level lord, let alone a newcomer who had only recently arrived in the Dark Star domain. Ing Ku spoke in a hoarse voice amplified by spiritual power to reach the entire territory. Lin Chen of the 10,000 sins, come out and die. If you surrender, I can leave you with a whole corpse. If you resist, I will grind you to dust, leaving not a single creature alive in this territory. As his words fell, Samuel's figure appeared on the walls. She hefted her lava giant sword, her crimson hair dancing wildly in the night wind, and with golden flames in her pupils she swept her gaze over the shadowy mass of enemies below, not only unafraid but grinning. Old fogey, you sure have a loud mouth. If you're capable, come up and see if I won't turn you to ashes. Ing Ku's eyes turned cold. A mere mid-king realm dares to be so arrogant. Who will go retrieve her head? A mid-king realm steward stepped forward. I volunteer. His figure transformed into a shadow, launching towards Samuel on the wall. Samuel let out a wild laugh. Leaping from the wall, her lava giant sword engulfed in blazing flames struck down. Boom! The giant sword collided with the shadow, unleashing a violent energy shockwave. The steward let out a muffled grunt, flying backward with a charred arm, clearly having suffered losses. Samuel landed her giant sword embedded in the ground, surveying her surroundings. Who else is there? Come at me together. Ing Ku's eyes flashed with surprise. This red-haired woman's combat power exceeded the descriptions in the intelligence. Clearly only mid-king realm, but the power of that last strike was already close to late king realm. All together. Quick battle, quick resolution. Inku no longer boasted signaling for 3 mid-king realm stewards to pounce on Samuel. Samuel showed no fear, her lava wings unfurling, flames surging around her as she fought 3 opponents, creating a chaotic battle. Just then a dense purple mist suddenly rose within the territory. The mist spread rapidly, soon enveloping most of the territory and continuing to extend outward. Within the mist, myriad illusions of treasures, beautiful women, and divine weapons flickered, accompanied by tempting whispers. "It's an illusion. Close your eyes and concentrate," Inku shouted sternly. However, it was already too late. Many spirit realm cultivators, having seen the illusions, became entranced, some reaching for treasures that didn't exist, while others leapt toward the beautiful figures in the illusions, causing their formation to collapse in an instant. A trivial skill? Inku snorted coldly, forming hand seals as a chilling black energy spread from him, attempting to dispel the purple mist. Yet the purple mist not only failed to dissipate but grew even denser. Within the mist, Mamon's figure flickered in and out of sight, each hand cradling a fist-sized purple crystal, continuously releasing powerful illusions infused with greed. "2 mid-king realm, go deal with that woman releasing mist," Inku ordered. The 2 stewards immediately charged toward Mamon. However, as they entered the mist, the scene before them suddenly changed. The Mamon who had been within reach suddenly appeared 100 meters away. Meanwhile, their companion had transformed into a monstrous creature, lunging at them without warning. "It's spatial interference and cognitive distortion," one steward exclaimed in shock. "This illusion is no simple matter." The 2 were trapped in the mist, unable to extricate themselves. Inku's expression finally changed. How could 2 mid-king realm heroes temporarily hold back 5 stewards? This combat power was unusual. "Everyone, use all your strength. Directly attack." He no longer held back, soaring into the air alongside Ing-Shi and Ing-Fu, their terrifying late king realm pressure weighing down like a mountain upon the territory. At this moment, Lucifer's figure finally appeared atop the Lord's manor. Her 6 wings fully unfurled, radiating black and silver light that illuminated the night sky like a full moon. The domain of arrogance is fully unleashed, firmly resisting the pressure of the 3 late king realm foes. "Finally, someone worthy has arrived," Lucifer coldly regarded Inku and the others. "Let's go all out together." "Arrogance!" Inku roared in fury, and the 3 of them struck simultaneously. Inku pushed his hands forward. Countless black chains shot toward Lucifer like venomous snakes. These were the cursed soul chains used by the previous black-robed man, but with increased power. Each chain was entwined with rich resentment and death energy, sizzling the air as it passed. Ing-Shi transformed into a black mist, instantly appearing behind Lucifer, 2 black daggers silently stabbing toward her back. Ing-Fu spat forth a stream of emerald green poison mist, within which countless vengeful spirits howled, enveloping Lucifer. The combined force of 3 late king realm experts was overwhelming. Yet Lucifer calmly raised her hand. Her 6 wings glowed with 2 distinct luminescences. On the black wings, shadowy runes swirled, forming a dark vortex that swallowed all light. On the silver wings, radiant light burst forth, coalescing into a sacred domain that purified all things. The 2 opposing forces intertwined and merged in front of her, forming a rotating Taiji diagram of light and darkness about the size of a yard. "Arrogant judgment, light and darkness," she gently pushed. The Taiji diagram slowly flew out, meeting the 3 powerful attacks. There was no earth-shattering collision, only a silent obliteration. The black chains that touched the edge of the Taiji diagram melted away like snowflakes in the blazing sun. Ing-Shi's daggers pierced the diagram as if entering an endless abyss, becoming trapped by an immense force, struggling desperately before managing to escape. The emerald poison mist was directly purified by the holy light, dissipating into strands of green smoke. "What kind of power is this?" Ing-Ku exclaimed, horrified. He could sense that the laws contained within that Taiji diagram far surpassed their understanding. It was not merely a simple light and dark attribute, but a power of a higher order imbued with the meaning of judgment and decree. "This woman cannot be opposed." Ing-Shi screamed, "Use that move. Destroy the territory directly." Ing-Ku's eyes flashed with pain, yet he gritted his teeth and pulled out a black bone card covered in strange runes from his bosom. "Shadow Forbidden Technique, 10,000 Souls Devouring Heaven Formation." He crushed the bone card with a sudden force. In the instant the card shattered, a cacophony of ghostly wails echoed throughout the night sky. Endless black energy surged from the bone card, revealing thousands of twisted, vengeful spirits. These spirits intertwined and fused rapidly, forming a gigantic black formation covering several miles. Within the formation, the wind howled, death energy permeated, and the temperature plummeted. Everyone within the formation felt their life force rapidly draining, as if their souls were being extracted from their bodies. Not good. This is a forbidden technique formation made from a massive sacrifice of souls. Mamon's expression drastically changed. Master. Quickly retreat. Lucifer also displayed a grave expression for the first time. The power of this formation had reached the peak level of King Realm, and it even faintly touched the threshold of the Emperor Realm. In her current state, enduring it would result in severe injury. At this moment, Lin Chen stood in the center of the Lord's Manor Hall. The rage seed in his hand was so hot he could barely hold it. Within the crystal, the roaring figure was clearly visible. It was a red-haired demon god figure resembling Samuel, but much more ferocious and violent. The death energy and resentment from the formation, along with the fear, anger, and killing intent permeating the battlefield. All these negative emotions were frantically stimulating the rage seed. Not enough yet. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, sinking his consciousness into the core of the lordship. Sister Lu, Maman, Samuel, lend me your strength. Through the soul contract, the powers of the three goddesses instantly converged upon Lin Chen. Although due to contract limitations he could borrow only a little, combined with his own peak spirit realm cultivation and the surging power within the rage seed, it was enough. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze ignited with crimson gold flames. He poured all his power into the rage seed without reservation. In the name of the Lord of 10,000 Sins, rage unleash. Boom. A dark red beam of light burst through the roof of the Lord's Manor, shooting straight into the sky. Within the beam, the rage seed completely melted, transforming into an enormous holy red flame demon god figure. The figure towered 100 feet tall, 6 pairs of lava wings blocking out the sun, wielding a giant flaming sword that seemed capable of splitting the heavens. The demon god figure roared to the heavens, the sound waves transforming into a tangible shockwave that shook the entire 10,000 souls, devouring heaven formation violently. What? What is that? Inku was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. The demon god figure lowered its head, its blazing golden pupils locking onto him, and then it raised the giant flaming sword. Simple, brutal, and without any fancy moves, it struck down. The sword fell and the formation shattered. The 10,000 souls devouring heaven formation was torn apart as if made of paper. Countless vengeful souls were turned to ashes in the sacred flames. The backlash force sent Inku, Ingshi, and Ingfu flying, blood spurting from their mouths. The sword's momentum did not stop, continuing to strike at the Shadow Merchant Guild's army. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Inku shrieked in terror. But it was already too late. The flaming giant sword swept through, instantly turning the 3 late King Realm experts to ashes. 7 of the 9 mid-King Realm stewards died. 9 early King Realm perished. The elite Spirit Realm fighters suffered over half casualties. The might of a single sword was terrifying. After executing that sword strike, the demon god figure quickly faded and disappeared. Lin Chen knelt on one knee in the ruins of the Lord's Manor, his face pale as paper, gasping for breath. He felt as if his body had been completely drained, unable to muster the strength to stand. The rage seed was shattered. That last strike had exhausted all its power. But the outcome was worth it. The remaining members of the Shadow Merchant Guild were already terrified, fleeing in all directions, wishing they had been born with 2 extra legs. Lucifer descended from the sky, helping Lin Chen up. Master, are you alright? Still. Okay. Lin Chen smiled weakly, just a bit fatigued. Maman and Samuel also rushed over. Samuel looked at the piles of enemy corpses and rubbed her hands excitedly. Master, that move just now was so cool. When will you teach me? It's a small matter. Maman waved her hand. With so many spoils, we can build an even better one. Lucifer then looked southeast. Master, that commotion was too great. It likely attracted attention from multiple parties. It is not wise to linger here. Lin Chen nodded, looking at his hand. The rage seed had already vanished, but in its place was a drop of crimson gold liquid resembling molten lava. The liquid contained the pure essence of the rage laws. Although the rage seed shattered, its essence remains. Lin Chen carefully collected the drop of liquid. Once things settle, it might help Samuel enhance her strength. Now we must leave this place. To the Dream Marsh. The Shadow Merchant Guild after this battle will not dare to come again for a while. But by the time they react, they will definitely send stronger forces. We must obtain the Heart of Temptation before they find us and summon the fourth goddess. Maman and Samuel both nodded in agreement. The four quickly gathered important items, reuniting with Shijian and the others waiting at the Star Iron Mine, and under the cover of night quietly retreated towards the southeast direction of the Dream Marsh. The 10,000 Sins divine domain of the Chuaying Hills, after experiencing a brief glory, temporarily fell silent. But everyone knew this was just the beginning. When the Lord of 10,000 Sins returns, the sky of the Dark Star domain will surely change. Lucifer's Loyalty 100 Eternal Contract Protection remains. Current evaluation of the Lord Master detonated the Rage Seed, turning danger into safety. However, this action consumed a lot and the territory was also destroyed. The journey to the Dream Marsh is imperative. If the fourth sin is realized, our combat power will surely increase again. The road ahead is fraught with difficulties, and I vow to protect you to the death. Maman's Loyalty 100 Soul Contract. Surviving great calamity brings great blessing. Current evaluation of the Lord, you scared me to death. I almost thought I was done for. But the spoils are so plentiful. Worth it, worth it. The Dream Marsh. I've heard there are plenty of treasures there, Master. Let's hurry there. While counting spoils. Samuel's Loyalty 100 Forced Contract Recognition skyrockets. Current evaluation of the Lord, that sword just now was so cool. Although I'm a bit weak, you really dared to fight at a critical moment. I, Samuel, recognize you as my master. In the future, call me when you fight. The Dream Marsh. Who cares what marsh it is, let's just cut through. In the night, the figures of the group gradually disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Meanwhile, on the ruins of the Chuaying Hills, several mysterious figures quietly appeared, watching the direction Lin Chen and the others had left, whispering to each other that aura just now. Was it the law of rage? Not just that, there's also arrogance and greed. Signs of the 7 deadly sins converging. We must report this. The Lord of 10,000 Sins must not be allowed to grow. Should we pursue? No. Let them go to the Dream Marsh. There someone will naturally entertain them. The figures exchanged glances, slowly dissipating into the air. As if they had never appeared. On the 7th day after leaving the Chuaying Hills, a group of people trudged along the winding mountain path. The team had grown significantly larger since their departure. Besides Lin Chen, 3 goddesses and 15 soldiers, there were over 30 townsfolk as well as several pack animals carrying supplies captured from the Shadow Merchant Guild. The mountain path was rugged and densely wooded, and after 7 days of trekking, everyone was utterly exhausted. Many of the townsfolk were ordinary people, despite the Black Feather Guards and the Lava Warrior taking turns to clear the path and carry the elderly and infirm. Their pace remained slow. Lin Chen was being carried in a simple rattan sedan chair by Lucifer. The after effects of igniting the seed of rage were more severe than he had imagined. 7 days had passed, yet he still felt weak all over, his spiritual energy barely recovering to 30%, making even normal walking difficult. At that moment he lay sprawled in the sedan, his expression one of utter despair. Sister Lu. Where are we now? He asked weakly. Lucifer walked beside the sedan chair, her 6 wings folded behind her, her molten gold eyes scanning the terrain ahead. We have entered the realm of the Mist Mountains. According to the map, once we cross the mountain ahead, we will reach the edge of the Dream Marsh. Maman ran back from the front, excitement gleaming in her purple eyes. Master, I sense a lot of desire auras ahead. Greedy, yearning, obsessed. Chaotic and intense. It must be the Dream Marsh for sure. Samuel, wielding a giant sword, led the way at the front of the group. She swung her sword to clear away the obstructing vines and shrubs, turning back to shout, "How much further? This broken mountain path is suffocating. If it were up to me, I'd rather fly over it." Lucifer shot her a glance. The master needs to rest and the townsfolk cannot fly. If you find it slow, you may scout ahead yourself. Samuel's eyes lit up. Really? Then you'll go take a look ahead. Wait, Lin Chen quickly called out to her, it's too dangerous to go alone. Mom and you accompany Samuel and scout the situation around the marsh. Remember, just scout, don't go in, and don't stir up trouble. Got it. Maman replied cheerfully, a flash of purple light appearing as she jumped to Samuel's side. Let's go, sister, let's scout ahead. The two transformed into red and purple after images, swiftly disappearing into the dense forest ahead. Lin Chen watched the direction they had departed side and said, I hope they don't cause any more trouble. Lucifer said calmly, with Maman around, Samuel won't charge recklessly. Moreover, the dream marsh opens once every 3 months. It should not be time yet, and the periphery should be safe. I hope so. Lin Chen rubbed his throbbing temples. During these 7 days apart from recuperating, he had been studying the essence of rage left behind by the seed of rage. The liquid contained extremely pure laws of rage, and if utilized properly it might elevate Samuel's strength to a new level. But he still had no clue how to use it. Should he absorb it directly? Refine it into a potion? Or use it as forging material? I'll wait until we reach the marsh and find a safe place to study it further, he thought. After about 2 more hours of walking, the group finally crossed the last mountain ridge. Standing on the ridge, everyone was shaken by the sight before them. Before them lay an endless expanse of wetlands shrouded in a light pink mist. The mist flowed as if alive, sometimes coalescing into various vague shapes, the outline of a beauty, phantoms of rare birds and beasts, and illusions of exotic flowers and herbs. Beneath the mist lay a maze of waterways and marshes, with the surface shimmering with a strange multicolored sheen. Occasionally gigantic bubbles would rise from the depths of the marsh, bursting with a pop and releasing a sweet, dizzying fragrance. Even more bizarre was the sound, a faint ethereal song, gentle laughter, and a certain elusive whisper that seemed to stir the deepest desires within. This place feels really eerie. Shijian shivered. It feels like the more you look, the more your soul will be drawn away. Some of the younger townsfolk were already staring blankly, unconsciously stepping forward only to be quickly pulled back by their elders. Lucifer unleashed her proud domain, a faint black-silver glow enveloping the entire group, shielding them from the tempting sounds and fragrances. The dream marsh lives up to its name. This place is thick with the aura of the desire law. Those with weak minds are easily lost. Lin Chen felt his heart racing and quickly averted his gaze. Let's set up camp here and wait for Maman and Samuel to return. The group chose a higher flat area to camp. The Black Feather Guards and the Lava Warriors stood guard on the outskirts, while the townsfolk began to set up simple tents and start fires to cook. In the evening, Maman and Samuel returned. Samuel wore an unhappy expression. What a terrible place. The mist blocks everything. I can't see a thing. I wanted to cut through the mist to take a look, but that girl Maman wouldn't let me. Maman, on the other hand, excitedly reported her scouting results. Master, there are 3 entrances around the outer edge of the dream marsh, but they are all blocked by natural illusionary formations. I sensed that the energy of the formations is gradually weakening, so they should be opening soon. Additionally, she lowered her voice, there are signs of human activity around the marsh's periphery, fresh footprints, recently extinguished campfires, and traces of battles. Not just one group, but at least 3 or more, all with considerable strength, emanating a royal aura. Lin Chen frowned. Other forces are also eyeing the dream marsh. It seems so, Maman nodded. According to the information from Yunqi, the dream marsh attracts many adventurers every time it opens, for aside from the heart of temptation, there are other rare materials and treasures. However, she paused, her expression strange. I also sensed a very peculiar aura deep within the marsh. That feeling. It was like King, but somewhat different. King? Lin Chen was taken aback. Are you saying the aura of the 7 deadly sins? Yes. Maman nodded vigorously. It's very faint, concealed by the aura of desire from the marsh, but it definitely exists. It's likely the seed of desire, or the sin of desire that has already awakened. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. The sin of desire, Asmodeus, was known among the goddesses of the 7 deadly sins for her allure and mental control. If she was already in the dream marsh, the difficulty of obtaining the seed of desire might greatly increase. Regardless, once the marsh opens, we must enter. He made up his mind. Brother Shi. Here. Shi Jian stepped forward immediately. Tomorrow after the marsh opens, the 4 of us will go in. You will stay here with the townsfolk and set up a temporary camp. If we are not out after 10 days, Lin Chen took a deep breath, you must leave on your own and find a safe place to live. Shi Jian's eyes turned red. Master. This is an order, Lin Chen interrupted him. All right, go prepare. Shi Jian withdrew, tears in his eyes. As night fell, the camp at the edge of the dream marsh flickered with campfire light. The townsfolk sat around the fire speaking in hushed tones, the atmosphere heavy. Children were tightly held by their parents, anxiously gazing at the distant pink mist. Lin Chen leaned against his tent, playing with a drop of crimson gold essence of rage in his hand. The liquid flowed slowly in his palm, emitting a warm sensation as if it were alive. The tent flap was lifted and Lucifer entered, carrying a bowl of hot soup. Master, it's time to eat. Lin Chen took the bowl, forced a smile, and said, Sister Lu, I feel like a useless person right now. Master ignited the seed of rage, saving everyone from peril. How can you say you are useless? Lucifer sat beside him. Recovering your spiritual energy takes time, you mustn't rush it. Lin Chen sipped the soup a few times, feeling some warmth return to his body. Sister Lu, what do you think? The sin of desire will be like. Lucifer was silent for a moment. Each of the 7 deadly sins has its own nature. The sin of desire is adept at allure and illusion, wielding desire as a weapon. However, I do not know its specific form and disposition. I hope it's not another battle maniac. Lin Chen mumbled. From outside the tent, Samuel's loud voice called, Master. Come out and see. The mist has changed. Lin Chen quickly walked out of the tent with Lucifer's support. In the distance, the dream marsh's light pink mist was swirling violently. The illusions within the mist became clearer and more vivid. The bowtie's dance became more enchanting, the glow of rare treasures more radiant, and the seductive whispers more distinct. Even more astonishing was the rainbow light appearing in the sky above the marsh, resembling a bridge extending from the depths of the marsh to its edge. The illusionary formations are weakening, Maman exclaimed. At this rate they should fully open by noon tomorrow. Lin Chen stared at the swirling mist, his heart racing involuntarily. The seed of desire. The 4th goddess. He turned to look at the 3 goddesses beside him, Lucifer proud as frost, Himaman cunning and lively, Samuel wild as fire. Each was unique and incredibly powerful. One more. It shouldn't be worse, right? He murmured. Lucifer glanced at him, remaining silent, but a flicker of barely perceptible helplessness flashed in her molten gold eyes. Maman cheerfully said, Master, don't worry, if the new sister dares to bully you, we'll team up with Sister Lucifer to educate her. Samuel scratched her head, are we fighting? Add me to the mix. Lin Chen. I feel even less at ease now. The night deepened and the mist of the dream marsh swirled throughout the night. Not far from the camp in a dense forest, several pairs of eyes were quietly watching from the gaps in the leaves. Are you sure it's them? Yes, the 6-winged angel, the lava witch, the purple-haired girl. All the features match. It's the team of the infamous Lin Chen. They actually dared to come to the dream marsh. Perfect, saves us the trouble of searching everywhere. Should we strike after they enter? No, let's wait until they come out with the goods. The dream marsh is fraught with danger, let them scout first. Understood. The hushed conversation faded into the night breeze. Lin Chen in the camp seemed to sense something. He looked up towards the forest, his brow furrowing. Master, what's wrong? Lucifer asked. It's nothing, Lin Chen shook his head, I might just be too nervous. But deep down he had already raised his guard. The dream marsh was likely more than just a secret realm adventure. A night passed without incident. The next day at noon, at the edge of the dream marsh, the pink mist had thinned to transparency, allowing a faint view of the marsh's interior, a multicolored surface, oddly shaped plants, and those small glowing creatures leaping on the water's surface. The rainbow bridge in the sky had become more solid, as if one could truly step on it. At the 3 entrances around the marsh, a considerable number of people had gathered. Lin Chen scanned the area and noted at least 5 teams each with no less than 5 or 6 people and some exceeding 10, all with considerable auras. One team stood out, dressed entirely in black, exuding a chilling aura. They were clearly members of the Shadow Merchant Guild. However, they were not the main force, just a reconnaissance team of 7 or 8 led by a mid-tier The steward also spotted Lin Chen and his group, his eyes narrowing, but he did not dare to make a rash move. Clearly he had received news about the destruction of the main force in the Chuaying Hills and knew that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Most of the other teams were composed of adventurers, and upon seeing Lin Chen's lineup, 3 goddesses and 15 elite soldiers, they showed signs of wariness and actively distanced themselves. It seems we won't have any skirmishes for now, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At noon, the sun reached its zenith. The mist of the dream marsh completely dissipated. The 3 entrances opened simultaneously, revealing the bizarre and colorful world within. "Charger!" someone shouted, and several teams rushed in eagerly. The Shadow Merchant Guild's small team quickly disappeared into one of the entrances. Lin Chen turned to the 3 goddesses beside him. "Let's go in as well. Remember, our primary goal is the seed of desire, and our secondary goals are the heart of temptation and other resources. If we encounter other teams, let's try to avoid them and not waste time." Maman grinned. "Got it. But what if they provoke us first?" Samuel chimed in, "Then we'll chop them up." Lin Chen facebombed. "Let's try not to chop anyone." The 4 of them, accompanied by 15 soldiers, chose the least crowded entrance and stepped into the dream marsh. Lin Chen found himself sitting atop a mountain of gold and silver, surrounded by countless beautiful women with tables piled high with delicacies and fine wine. Lucifer saw himself sitting on a divine throne with the myriad realms bowing before him and all beings kneeling in reverence. Imaman beheld an endless array of rare treasures descending from the heavens, filling her storage space to the brim. Samuel witnessed himself engaged in a fierce battle with a towering fire demon shaking the heavens and the earth. Even the Black Feather Guards and the Lava Battle Maidens were confronted with visions of their own desires. Lucifer's clear call shattered the illusions as his realm of arrogance unfolded. The black and silver light swept over like a tide, shattering the illusions before everyone. Everyone snapped back to reality, drenched in cold sweat. "What powerful illusions!" Maman said with lingering fear. "Just now I nearly rushed in to pick up money." Samuel, with a look of regret, said, "That demon looked so strong. I really want to fight it." Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautioned, "Everyone be careful, the illusions in this swamp are persistent, not just one-time effects." "Sister Lu, can your domain be maintained continuously?" "Yes, but it consumes a lot of energy," Lucifer replied. "We need to find the core area, quickly obtain our target, and withdraw." The group continued forward. The terrain within the swamp was complex, with water channels crisscrossing, requiring them to wade through at some points. The water was not deep, but its colors were strange, sometimes pink, sometimes deep blue, with faintly glowing fish swimming beneath. Various peculiar plants floated on the water's surface, singing, flowers dancing, water grasses, and mushrooms that mimicked human faces. Maman collected numerous samples along the way, saying, "These plants contain faint laws of lust. If we bring them back for research, perhaps we can refine some interesting potions." After about an hour of walking, they encountered an open water area ahead. In the center of the water area, there was a small island covered in heart-shaped pink flowers, radiating a soft glow. "Flowers of seduction?" Maman's eyes lit up. "These are the main materials for crafting seductive potions and equipment. They sell by the flower on the market. I can't believe there are so many here." Just as she was about to rush over to pick some, Lin Chen stopped her. "Wait, look over there." On the other side of the water, another team had also arrived. It was 5 adventurers clad in leather armor, wielding various weapons, and the one-eyed man at the front greedily eyed the flowers on the island. The atmosphere grew tense as the 2 teams faced each other across the water. The one-eyed man glanced at Lin Chen's group and showed a hint of fear, but still spoke up, "Friends, let's share what we see. How about we each take half of the flowers of seduction?" Lin Chen was about to agree when Samuel interjected, "Why should we? We saw them first. We want them all." The one-eyed man's face darkened. Then it seems there's nothing to discuss. His 4 companions revealed their weapons, their auras erupting, 2 at the initial stage of the king realm, 3 at the peak of the spirit realm. Samuel grinned and rested his lava giant sword on his shoulder. Want to fight? Come on. Seeing the conflict about to erupt, Lin Chen hurriedly intervened. Wait. Everyone, the illusionary dream swamp is fraught with danger. We don't need to risk our lives over a few materials. How about we take 2/3 and you take 1/3? This was already a concession. But the one-eyed man clearly felt humiliated and sneered. Kid, don't push your luck. With you bunch of women and a sickly one, referring to Lin Chen, do you really think you can negotiate with us? Before he finished speaking, Lucifer's domain had already pressed down. The 5 of them collapsed to the ground as if struck by a mountain, their faces pale. King! King realm peak! The one-eyed man exclaimed in horror. Lucifer looked coldly at him. Now you can leave. The 5 dared not say another word and scrambled away from the water area. Samuel muttered discontentedly, Sister Lu, you acted too quickly. I didn't even get to fight. Lin Chen turned to Maman and said, quickly go pick the flowers, and once you're done, leave immediately to avoid further trouble. Maman joyfully led several black feather guards across the water to the island to start picking the flowers of seduction. These flowers couldn't be touched directly. They needed to be carefully cut with jade tools and stored in specially made jade boxes. Just as they were halfway through picking, an unexpected change occurred. In the center of the water, the surface suddenly surged violently. A massive shadow slowly rose from the depths. It was a giant python, entirely pink and semi-transparent, as if made of crystal. Its eyes were like 2 pulsating heart-shaped gems radiating a mesmerizing glow. It opened its mouth and let out a sharp, soul-piercing hiss. The sound wave swept through, even causing Lucifer's domain to tremble slightly. It's the phantom crystal python? A guardian beast of the swamp at the late stage of the king realm. Maman exclaimed, it must have been drawn here by the fragrance of the flowers of seduction. The crystal python's gaze locked onto Maman and the black feather guards on the island, its massive body suddenly lunging from the water toward the small island. Maman! Retreat! Lin Chen shouted. Maman reacted swiftly, grabbing the already picked flowers of seduction, a flash of purple light, and instantly teleporting back to the shore with the black feather guards. The crystal python missed its target, crashing onto the island and crushing the remaining flowers of seduction. It angrily turned its head, its heart-shaped gem-like eyes fixating on the group by the shore. Leave it to me. Samuel excitedly rushed forward. The lava giant sword, engulfed in blazing flames, struck fiercely against the crystal python. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The crystal python's body was much harder than expected, as Samuel's strike left only a faint white mark on its skin. The crystal python in pain whipped its tail. Samuel blocked with his sword but was sent flying by the terrifying force, crashing through several strange trees before coming to a stop. Cough cough. That packs a punch. Samuel spat out some blood, flames flaring in his eyes. Come again. He lunged forward again, engaging in a fierce battle with the crystal python. But it was clear that Samuel was outmatched. The crystal python not only had extremely strong defenses, but its attacks also carried a mental shock. Each hiss caused Samuel to slow down, and he quickly fell into a disadvantage. Just as Lucifer was about to intervene, Lin Chen stopped her. Wait. Look at the crystal python's eyes, he suddenly said. Everyone looked closely and saw that deep within the crystal python's heart-shaped gem-like eyes something seemed to flicker, a pink, even more brilliant crystal fluctuating with the python's emotional state. That's... Maman's pupils constricted, the aura of the seed of lust. Lin Chen's heart raced. Could it be that the seed of lust is within this snake's eyes? Lucifer nodded. It's possible. Guardian beasts are often associated with rare treasures. If the seed of lust is here, it makes sense for the crystal python to have absorbed it. Then what are we waiting for? Samuel was thrown back again and yelled, let's dig out its... Not so simple, Lucifer calmly analyzed. The crystal python has already partially fused with the seed of lust, its strength approaching the peak of the king realm, and it possesses powerful mental attack capabilities. A direct confrontation would be difficult. Maman's eyes twinkled. If brute force won't work, let's use cunning. She looked at Lin Chen with a sly glint in her purple eyes. Master, do you remember that bottle of soul-settling fragrance we borrowed from the Shadow Merchant Association's warehouse? Lin Chen was taken aback. You mean? The crystal python, although a guardian beast, is still a living creature and can be affected by potions. Maman took out a pinkish-purple crystal vial. Soul-settling fragrance specifically designed for mental creatures can put them into a brief sleep. But it needs to be administered at close range and the dosage must be sufficient. I'll do it. Samuel immediately volunteered. He'll hold it off while you find the chance to administer the drug. No, Lucifer shook her head. You go distract and it's already on guard. Maman is skilled in stealth. It's safer for her to approach and administer the drug. She looked at Lin Chen. Master, enhance Maman, boost her stealth and speed. Lin Chen nodded, straining to channel the remaining spiritual energy, and transmitted the amplification to Maman through the soul contract. Maman felt her body lighten, her purple eyes shining brighter. Got it. Watch this. Her form flickered, turning into a nearly invisible purple shadow, silently gliding along the water's surface, approaching the crystal python that was battling with Samuel. Samuel intentionally left an opening and was struck by the crystal python's tail, screaming as he flew back, partly true, partly false, drawing the crystal python's full attention. As the crystal python opened its mouth wide, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Samuel, Maman's figure suddenly appeared above its head. The pinkish-purple liquid was precisely poured into the crystal python's open mouth. The crystal python froze in mid-action, confusion flashing in its heart-shaped gem eyes, then its massive body began to sway and collapse. It worked. Maman cheered. However, just as the crystal python was about to fall into a deep sleep, the pink crystal in its eyes suddenly erupted with blinding light. A terrifying aura, indescribable and seemingly capable of awakening all creatures' primal desires, exploded forth. Be careful! Lucifer shouted, unleashing her domain. But it was already too late. The pink light swept across, freezing everyone, including Lucifer, Maman, Samuel, the troops, and even the other adventurers secretly observing from across the water, into immobility. In each person's eyes a dazed, intoxicated expression completely dominated by desire appeared. Even Lin Chen felt an irresistible warm aura surge within him as various illusions began to manifest before his eyes. And in the center of this water area, enveloped in pink light, a lazy, endlessly enchanting female voice gently resonated. Oh dear, I've slept for so long. Who woke me up? The pink light gradually coalesced above the crystal python's corpse, forming a graceful figure. She was a woman who defied description. She wore a dress that seemed to be made of mist pink with an extremely high slit revealing long jade-like legs. Barefoot, her ankles were adorned with delicate silver chains from which small bells that jingled sweetly hung. Her waist-length pink hair flowed like a waterfall, the ends slightly curled, gleaming with a pearly sheen. Her features were exquisitely perfect, every line appearing as if carved by divine hands. Especially her eyes, pink pupils like two pools of spring water shimmering with a bewitching allure capable of stealing anyone's soul. The corners of her eyes tilted slightly, radiating 3 parts laziness and 7 parts seduction. She stretched lazily, her pink nails glimmering enticingly in the light. Then her gaze fell upon Lin Chen. A hint of surprise flashed in her pink pupils, followed by intense interest. Oh! A little lord with a mix of arrogance, greed, and rage in his aura. She floated gently before Lin Chen, extending a delicate finger to lift his chin. You're not bad looking. Would you like to be my master? Lin Chen. He gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful face before him, feeling the nearly melting allure, and swallowed hard. In his heart only one thought remained: it's over. Another ancestor is about to appear. Lucifer loyalty 100 eternal contract vigilance increased current evaluation of the Lord. Desire has manifested, seduction comes naturally. The danger level of this woman surpasses even Samuel. I hope the Master's resolve can hold. However, the 4th sin approaches and combat power can indeed increase significantly. A contradiction. Maman loyalty 100 soul contract stunning and competitive current evaluation of the Lord. So beautiful. Better at dressing up than me? Where did she get that dress? I love her hair color too. No way. I can't be outdone. Master. I need to buy her new clothes too when we get back. Suddenly fired up, Samuel loyalty 100 forced contract dazed current evaluation of the Lord, what just happened? Why can't I move suddenly? Who is this woman? So strong? Should I fight her? No. The way she looks at the master is strange. The master won't be eaten, right? Confused scratching head, Asmodeus loyalty 100 forced contract intrigued current evaluation of the Lord, an interesting little lord. Surprisingly there are 3 similar auras on him, although he's as weak as a little rabbit. Being able to summon us shows he has some skill. Let's have some fun with him. I wonder how long he can hold out before he completely succumbs. Lazily smiling, the pink light slowly dissipated, and in the center of the illusionary dream swamp the 4th goddess of the domain of 1,000 sins officially made her appearance. And Lin Chen's suffering seemed to have only just begun. Asmantis' fingers playfully tilted Lin Chen's chin, her pink pupils glimmering with a teasing light. She was very close, her warm breath fragrant with a sweet floral scent brushing against Lin Chen's face, making his heartbeat uncontrollably accelerate. Little lord, why are you not speaking? She chuckled lightly, applying a bit of pressure with her fingertip. Have you been captivated by me? Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous feelings within him, and managed to squeeze out a smile that looked worse than crying. Miss Asmantis, could you please let me go first? We can talk things over. Sure. Asmantis released her grip but leaned in even closer, almost pressing against Lin Chen. Then tell me, what are the benefits of having me as your hero? As she spoke her gaze danced, and it seemed as if there were whirlpools swirling deep within her pink pupils. Lin Chen merely glanced at her and felt his mind go fuzzy, instinctively wanting to say, "They'll give you anything." A cold cough interrupted. Lucifer had appeared at Lin Chen's side. At some point his 6 wings slightly unfurled, the power of the domain of pride like a bucket of cold water waking Lin Chen up. Her molten golden pupils coldly regarded Asmantis. Sin of lust, mind your behavior. Oh dear, what a terrifying gaze. Asmantis covered her mouth with a light laugh but did not back away. Instead she curiously sized up Lucifer. You must be Lucifer, the sin of pride, right? As expected, just as cold as the legend said. She then looked at Mammon and Samuel. Greedy Mammon, wrathful Samuel, 4 of the 7 deadly sins have gathered. How lively! Mammon had already snapped back to reality from his initial amazement, and the competitive fire ignited in his purple eyes. She puffed out her chest, trying hard to appear more substantial. New sister, although you are very beautiful, the master belongs to all of us. You cannot monopolize him. Samuel scratched his head, looking at Asmantis and then at Lin Chen, murmuring, so it's not going to be a fight now? I thought we would have to fight to subdue him. Asmantis burst out laughing. Fight? How rude! We of the Lust faction always solve problems with charm. As she spoke she turned to Lin Chen, her pink pupils shimmering with light. Little lord, how about we play a game? If you can remain clear-headed for an incense stick's worth of time in my charming domain, I will willingly acknowledge you as my master. What do you think? Lin Chen had not yet answered when Lucifer coldly interjected, it's unfair. The master has not fully recovered and his spiritual power is less than 30%. How can he resist your charm? Then it can only be counted as his misfortune. Asmantis shrugged, her pink hair swaying. But I can guarantee that even if he loses, I will not harm him at most. He will become my little pet and I will play with him every day. Lin Chen. He felt this option might be worse than death. I accept. He gritted his teeth and looked up at Asmantis. But if I win, not only must you acknowledge me as your master, but you must also give up the seed of lust within you. A hint of surprise flashed in Asmantis' eyes. You know about the seed of lust within me? The crystal in the eye of the crystal python is part of the seed of lust's power, right? Lin Chen pointed at the corpse of the crystal python on the ground. When it died, the crystal disappeared and you appeared. Therefore the seed of lust should have completely merged with you. Clever, Asmantis nodded in approval. Indeed, I am the embodiment of the seed of lust, or rather, I am the seed of lust itself. If you want the seed of lust, you must have me as a person. She shifted her tone. But since you guessed it, the conditions must be altered. If you win, I will acknowledge you as my master and the seed of lust will naturally belong to you. But if you lose, You will become my exclusive toy for 100 years. Mammon immediately jumped up. That's not fair. Samuel also tightened his grip on his giant sword. Master, don't agree? Let's just take her down. Lucifer remained silent, merely enveloping Lin Chen in the power of his domain, forming a protective layer. Lin Chen looked at the pair of pink pupils of Asmontis, which seemed capable of seeing through one's heart, and suddenly smiled. That smile was somewhat wicked, a bit helpless, and also a touch of carefree abandon, as if he had resigned himself to fate. All right, I agree, he said, but since it's a game I need to set some rules myself. Asmontis raised an eyebrow. Oh. How do you want to set it? First I will stand here without moving and you will cast your charming domain. But my 3 goddesses can be by my side to assist me in resisting with their powers. Of course you cannot attack them. Second, the time limit will not be an incense stick but a cup of tea, 10 minutes. If I am still clear-headed after a cup of tea, it will count as my victory. Third, Lin Chen paused, revealing a cunning smile. You cannot use direct charm methods such as gazes, voices, or physical contact. You must use indirect methods. Asmontis listened, a hint of interest flashed in her pink pupils. Indirect methods? Like what? For example, Lin Chen pulled out a piece of beast skin and a charcoal pencil from his storage bag, quickly sketching. You can create illusions that allow me to experience various temptations. But you cannot cast spells directly on me. Instead, you must create a scene for me to choose myself. How about that? This idea came to him when Mammon previously used the devouring illusion against enemies. Direct mental attacks are easier to defend against, but if it allows someone to choose and succumb to the illusion themselves, it becomes nearly impossible to defend against. Asmontis looked at Lin Chen's rudimentary sketch, her eyes brightening more and more. Interesting, so interesting. Little Lord, you are much more interesting than I imagined. She waved her delicate hand. All right. I accept your conditions. Let's begin now. As soon as she finished speaking, her pink hair began to move as if blown by a wind and her eyes shone brightly. Centered around her, a layer of pink translucent light rapidly spread, enveloping Lin Chen, the 3 goddesses, and the surrounding troops. Within the light, the scenery began to twist and change. The swamp disappeared, the water area vanished, and the sky faded away. In its place was a resplendent palace. Inside the palace hall, mountains of gold and silver jewels and weapons were piled high. Countless beautifully dressed men and women moved about the hall, holding fine wine and delicacies, smiling charmingly. The air was filled with intoxicating fragrances and alluring melodies. Lin Chen stood in the center of the palace, not knowing when he had changed into a magnificent royal robe. The 3 goddesses stood beside him, but their expressions were somewhat dazed, clearly also drawn into the illusion. Master. Mammon looked at the mountains of treasures piled around them, her purple eyes beginning to gleam with greed. Are these real? Fake? Lucifer's cold voice replied, his silver wings glowing with a sacred light, trying to dispel the illusion. However, the illusion only fluctuated slightly and did not shatter. Asmontis' voice echoed from all directions. Don't waste your efforts, Lucifer, this is my paradise illusion. As long as there is a trace of desire in the hearts of those within it, it cannot be forcefully broken, unless you can truly be desireless. But she chuckled lightly. You are the 7 deadly sins after all, how could you be desireless? Lin Chen took a deep breath and said to the 3 goddesses, don't mind the illusion, hold on to your true selves. Sister Lu, use your prideful will to help me resist the temptations. Mammon, Samuel, you all focus your energies. The 3 goddesses nodded, each channeling their powers. Lucifer's black-silver domain shrank to its minimum, tightly protecting Lin Chen's soul. Mammon closed her eyes, silently reciting, these are all fake, all fake. Samuel began to knock his helmet with his giant sword, attempting to stay awake through the pain. The temptations within the illusion began to intensify. Mountains of gold and silver became even more dazzling, the brilliance of the jewels almost blinding, yet the beauty of the alluring figures grew even more enchanting, their dances more captivating. The various martial arts scriptures and divine elixirs began to manifest in the air, even images of Lin Chen's deepest desires appeared. He stood at the pinnacle of all realms, with all beings kneeling in worship eternal and undying. Every temptation struck at the most primitive desires of the heart. Lin Chen's forehead broke into a cold sweat, feeling his consciousness being gradually eroded. Although he was prepared, Asmante's charm was simply too powerful. Even if it was just an indirect illusion, it nearly overwhelmed him. No. I need to think of a way. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Suddenly an idea struck him. Asmantes! He shouted loudly, this illusion is not strong enough. The illusion paused slightly. Asmantes' voice was filled with confusion. Oh! Where is it lacking? Look, Lin Chen pointed at the mountains of gold and silver. There are many treasures, but they are all lifeless. It's meaningless. Look at those beauties. They're pretty but are mere puppets you created, lacking souls and understanding of emotions. And these martial arts and elixirs, they are illusions, useless if consumed. He paused, revealing a provocative smile. Real temptation should be real, within reach and unique. What you have here is too cliché. The illusion fell silent for a moment. Then all the scenes suddenly vanished. The palace treasures, beauties, scriptures, all dissolved into pink light spots. Lin Chen blinked, finding himself back at the edge of the swamp water. The three goddesses had also returned to normal, watching Asmantes warily. Asmantes floated in midair, her pink hair dancing in the wind, excitement shimmering in her eyes. Little lord, you are right, those are indeed too cliched. She clasped her hands together and a burst of pink light erupted once more. This time the illusion was more vivid and intricate. Lin Chen found himself standing in a sea of flowers. In the center of the floral expanse stood a quaint little wooden cabin. At the door of the cabin stood a figure. It was a girl dressed in a simple cloth skirt, her hair tied back in a ponytail, facing away from him as she hung out clothes to dry. Sunlight bathed her, outlining her gentle silhouette. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. That figure. He was all too familiar with it. It was the girl next door whom he had secretly loved for 3 long years in his past life on Earth. The one who had given him a piece of bread and a smile at his lowest. The girl he had never mustered the courage to confess to before his transmigration. She seemed to sense his gaze and slowly turned around. With a refined face and a gentle smile, her eyes glimmered with a soft expression. Little Chen, you're back. The voice, the demeanor, even the small tear mole in the corner of her eye, were all identical. Lin Chen's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, his breath abruptly halting. What is this? He quivered. Where did you come from? From the depths of your memory. Asmantes' voice was like a devil's whisper. Everyone has a white moonlight in their heart. I nearly manifested it. So how about this temptation? Is it real enough? Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood seeping out. He knew this was fake. He knew it was merely an illusion. But it was too real. So real that he was on the verge of succumbing. My lord. Lucifer's voice thundered in his mind, wake up. The icy power of the arrogant domain surged in, momentarily bringing him back to clarity. Yet the girl had already walked over, reaching out a hand to gently caress his face. Little Chen, I missed you so much. The touch felt warm and real. Lin Chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, clarity had returned to his gaze. Asmantes, he slowly spoke, you are indeed formidable. But he pushed away the girl's hand and turned to face Asmantes. You forgot one thing. Oh. Asmantes' interest peaked. The true white moonlight is beautiful precisely because it is unattainable and lost. Lin Chen's voice was calm. If it were truly obtained, it would ruin that beauty. Moreover, he pointed to his heart, I already hold more than one person there. The three goddesses looked at him in unison. Lin Chen grinned. His smile was a bit foolish but very sincere. Although Sister Lu is cold, she always stands in front of me during the most dangerous times. Although Maman is greedy, she always saves the best for me. Although Sammo is reckless, she would risk her life to protect me and the territory. They are the ones I care about the most right now. As his words fell, the expressions of the three goddesses changed simultaneously. Lucifer tilted her head slightly, a barely noticeable flush rising to her ears. Maman's purple eyes sparkled with surprise and emotion. Sammo scratched her head and chuckled. Hee, my lord, you saying that makes me feel a bit shy. The illusion began to shake violently. The figure of the girl gradually faded away, ultimately vanishing. The sea of flowers, the cabin, the sunlight. All shattered. As Montes reappeared, shock and admiration filling her pink pupils. You. She opened her mouth, eventually letting out a soft sigh. I concede. The pink light curtain completely dissipated. Lin Chen felt his entire body ease, nearly collapsing, but was caught just in time by Lucifer. As Montes slowly descended, kneeling before Lin Chen, lowering her head, for the sin of lust, as Montes wishes to serve you as my master and establish an eternal contract. Her voice was no longer lazy and seductive, but carried a hint of seriousness. Lin Chen extended his hand and pressed it to her forehead. The power of the Lord's core surged and the contract was established. Hero contract updated, new formal hero as Montes, sin of lust level, late stage of king realm, unrivaled in same tier, loyalty 100, forced contract, current evaluation of the Lord, an interesting little lord. He actually managed to resist my strongest inner demon illusion, though he used a bit of cleverness. That sincerity is genuine. It should be fun from now on. A hint of anticipation flashed in her pink pupils. As the contract was completed, as Montes stood up, regaining her lazy and alluring demeanor, so my lord, what about my troops? You wouldn't have forgotten to prepare them, would you? Lin Chen was taken aback. Troops? You have exclusive troops too? Of course. As Montes waved her delicate hand and pink light coalesced behind her, transforming into 10 hazy figures, illusion temptress, my exclusive troops skilled in illusion, seduction and mental control. As the light faded, 10 beautiful women in pink light armor with stunning appearances and graceful figures materialized. They all had faint pink light in their eyes, holding slender crystal-like staves. Illusion Temptress, common level, late stage of spirit realm, traits, specialization in illusions, mental control, low physical defense, high mobility skills, enchantment, active layers of illusions, active emotional thread, entangle, control, loyalty 100, absolute obedience. Maman looked at the 10 illusion temptresses, a competitive fire igniting in her purple eyes. They are prettier than the black feather guards. No way. I have to design new uniforms for the black feather guards when I get back. Samuel scrutinized the illusion temptresses, mumbling, they don't look very durable. But they should be able to help out. Lucifer nodded slightly. A ranged control unit, it can fill the gaps in our team. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. 4 goddesses, 4 types of troops. His team finally had some semblance of a formation. At that moment, hurried footsteps and battle cries echoed from afar. They are over there. Don't let them escape. Get back the flower of temptation and the seed of lust. Everyone turned to look, seeing at least 5 teams, nearly 100 people surrounding them from all directions. Leading them was the one-eyed man from before, along with a small team from the shadow merchants and several other adventurer groups. Clearly they had been lurking around, waiting for the right moment. Now that they saw Lin Chen had subdued as Montes, they knew it was now or never, so they charged out together. Ha! As Montes chuckled lightly, a hint of coldness flashing in her pink pupils. Just as I recognized my master, someone comes to deliver themselves to their death. Perfect, let my lord see our strength. With a wave of her slender hand, the 10 illusion temptresses simultaneously raised their staves, intertwining pink light to instantly lay down a layer of illusion barrier covering 100 meters around them. The dozens of enemies charging in front found the scenery before them suddenly change as soon as they stepped into the barrier. Their companions transformed into hideous monsters, the ground beneath their feet turned into a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, horrifying illusions causing them to scream in terror, their formation falling into chaos. Black feather guards, take them out. Lucifer commanded. Lava battle maiden, charge. Samuel hefted her giant sword. Let us help too. Maman formed seals with her hands, purple threads flying through the air. Lin Chen stood behind Lucifer, watching as the 4 goddesses displayed their powers, easily suppressing and defeating enemies that outnumbered them, a surge of pride swelling in his heart. With these 4 goddesses, where in the illusion dream swamp could they not go? The battle quickly came to an end. The enemies either died or fled, leaving behind a field of corpses and spoils. Maman cheerfully began to loot the bodies, while as Montes lazily leaned against Lin Chen, her pink hair brushing against his shoulder. My lord, where to next? Lin Chen glanced at the map in his hand, then at the 4 powerful goddesses, each with distinct styles, and grinned. Let's first scour the good stuff in the swamp. Then. Let's go meet those old friends who have been hiding in the shadows. He looked toward the depths of the swamp, a hint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The main force of the shadow merchants should be arriving soon, right? Just in time to test the combined power of the four goddesses. As night fell in the illusion dream swamp, the flag of the domain of 10,000 sins was quietly raised. Lucifer's loyalty 100 eternal contract subtle changes current evaluation of the Lord, lust has been gathered, the four sins have converged. What my Lord said in the illusion has stirred my heart slightly. However, with a great battle imminent, I cannot be distracted. The main force of the shadow merchants will arrive soon, I must prepare for battle with all my might. Mamon's loyalty 100 soul contract emotions and competition coexist current evaluation of the Lord, my Lord actually said that I leave the best for him. Although it's true, but the new sister is too charming. I need to figure out a way to reclaim my Lord's attention. Secretly planning. Samuel's loyalty 100 forced contract simple emotion current evaluation of the Lord, my Lord said I can risk everything to protect him. That's right. Whoever dares to harm my Lord, I will fight them. Leave the fighting to me. Fired up. The core area of the illusory dream swamp is starkly different from its periphery. Here the mist is no longer a light pink, but a deep crimson thick as honey. The air is suffused with a sweet cloying fragrance that has become more complex. Mixed with the floral aroma is a tantalizing scent that quickens the heartbeat reminiscent of budding desire. The water is no longer colorful but a pure blood red, smooth as a mirror reflecting the crimson mist above, creating a bizarre and enchanting realm. Lin Chen and his companions are currently hiding in a mushroom forest composed of enormous blood red mushrooms. Some of these mushrooms reach heights of 7 or 8 meters while the shorter ones stand 3 or 4 meters tall, their caps broad as rooftops, providing excellent concealment for the group. Maman has just finished setting up a circle of cautionary devouring threads fine as hair and almost transparent. She can sense immediately if any creature touches them. At this moment she is crouched under a mushroom counting the spoils from the recent battle, the enemy's storage bags and dropped equipment. Tisk, these poor folks only have a little over 800 spirit stones and their equipment is all junk. She mutters in dissatisfaction but quickly gathers everything. However, the medicinal herbs are quite nice. There are a few enthrallment herbs, excellent materials for crafting alluring potions. Samuel leans against another mushroom, sharpening her magma greatsword with a whetstone. The sound of sword against stone produces a hissing noise, sparks flying. She grumbles while sharpening. Those useless fools were too easy to deal with. I only chopped down 3 before they all ran away. When will the main force of the Shadow Merchant Association arrive? My sword is itching for action. Lucifer stands atop the highest mushroom cap, her 6 wings slightly folded, her molten gold pupils scanning the surrounding mist like a spotlight. Her domain remains tightly secured, completely concealing the group's presence. 3 kilometers away 7 teams are approaching, totaling about 150 people. One of the teams has an unusually cold aura. It should be the main force of the Shadow Merchant Association, with 2 in the late stage of the King Realm, 5 in the middle stage and 12 in the early stage. The other 6 teams are adventurers from different factions, likely hoping to pick up scraps. As Montes lazily leans against a mushroom stalk, her pink hair cascading like a waterfall. She idly plays with a freshly picked blood red flower, its petals spinning gently on her fingertips, emitting a mesmerizing glow. 150 people are quite a considerable force. She chuckles lightly, her pink pupils turning to Lin Chen. Master, should I go and entertain them a bit first? I guarantee they will lose 30% of their strength before seeing you. Lin Chen is sitting on the ground, adjusting his breathing and trying to recover his spiritual energy as quickly as possible. Hearing Asmontes' words, he opens his eyes and replies helplessly, Miss Asmontes, our priority right now is to conserve our strength. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Danger? Asmontes chuckles softly, covering her mouth. Master, you underestimate me. The law of lust excels at causing people to unknowingly turn against each other. She lightly gestures and the blood-red flower in her fingertips transforms into specks of glowing dust. All it takes is a small illusion to make them see their companions as monsters, enemies, or the very things they desire most, and then she makes a popping gesture, a hint of cunning flashing in her pink pupils. We won't even need to lift a finger, they'll fight amongst themselves. Lin Chen's eyes brighten. This idea is excellent. However, he looks at Lucifer's sister Lu. Can you sense the exact locations of those teams? If we can precisely deploy the illusion, the effect should be better. Lucifer nods, one of her silver wings slightly raising, the tips glowing with a holy silver light. I can mark them, but someone needs to get within 500 meters for my mark to remain effective. That's easy. Maman raises her hand. I can stealthily take Sister Asmontis with me. The devouring power can perfectly conceal our presence, ensuring we won't be discovered. Samuel also stands up. Then you'll go as well. If a fight breaks out, I can protect them. Lin Chen thinks for a moment and finds it feasible. All right, Maman and Asmontis will go. Samuel stays back. You're too conspicuous and likely to be exposed. Sister Lu, you are responsible for long-range support and marking the targets. With the division of labor determined, Maman and Asmontis immediately spring into action. Maman forms seals with her hands, a layer of faint purple light enveloping her and Asmontis, their figures quickly becoming transparent and blurred, ultimately blending almost completely with the surrounding environment. This is the advanced application of the devouring power, phantom stealth, which not only hides one's form and aura but also distorts light and perception to a certain extent. Let's go. Maman pulls Asmontis along, the two of them slipping silently into the deep crimson mist like phantoms. Lucifer gracefully floats down from the mushroom cap, landing beside Lin Chen. Her silver wings gently flutter and almost invisible silver specks of light drift from the tips like dandelion seeds, spreading into the mist towards the direction of the enemy teams. The mark has been released and will attach to the target with the strongest life aura, she whispers. Maman can sense the marked location through the devouring threads. Lin Chen nods, sitting cross-legged to continue his meditation. He knows that in the upcoming battle he might not be able to contribute much, but at least he must remain alert and make decisions at critical moments. Samuel, however, is pacing restlessly like someone with ADHD, occasionally swinging her greatsword or gesturing combat moves at the air. Eventually finding it too boring, she starts training the lava warriors and practicing the flame charge formation. The heavy footsteps and roaring flames prompt Lin Chen to call out, Samuel. Be quiet. Do you want to attract the enemies here? Samuel then reluctantly stops, plopping down on the ground and sulking with her greatsword. Time passes second by second. After about half an hour, from deep within the mist ahead, faint sounds of shouting, clashing weapons, and terrified screams suddenly emerge. The sounds initially are sparse but soon become dense and chaotic, as if several teams are engaged in a fierce melee. It's starting. Lucifer, with her molten gold pupils, gazes towards the direction of the sounds. The mark shows that at least 3 teams have fallen into chaos and are attacking one another. Lin Chen stands up. Although his spiritual energy has only recovered to 50%, he can manage to move somewhat freely. He climbs onto a taller mushroom nearby, straining to see the direction of the sounds, but the mist is too thick, he can see nothing. I hope Maman and the others will be fine, he expresses concern. The devouring power has strong concealment and the lust illusion is activated at long range. They should be safe. Lucifer calmly analyzes, however, if there are experts among the enemies who are adept at countering concealment or breaking illusions. It's another matter. As soon as she finishes speaking, the chaotic sounds ahead suddenly stop. Immediately after, a sharp metallic screech cuts through the mist. An expert has dispelled the illusion. Lucifer's expression changes slightly. It's that person from the Shadow Merchant Association. Lin Chen's heart tightens. Maman and the others. They are returning. Lucifer senses the mark. They're moving quickly, but someone is chasing them. Almost simultaneously, 2 blurred figures burst forth from the mist. It is Maman and Asmontis. Both appear somewhat disheveled. Maman's violet crystal dress has several tears and Asmontis' pink hair is a bit unruly. Hurry back. There's an old monster. Maman calls out while running peak late-stage king realm. Moreover, he's skilled in mental defenses. My illusions have little effect on him. Before she finishes speaking, the mist behind them suddenly tears apart with a pitch-black blade light. Where the blade light passes, the mist boils and evaporates, revealing a figure as swift as a ghost. It is an old man dressed in a gray robe, his face gaunt like a skeleton, holding a slender, seemingly formed from shadows, curved blade. His eyes are murky, but his gaze is sharp as an eagle, firmly locking onto Maman and Asmontis. 2 young girls who toyed with me, and you think you can escape? The old man's voice is hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together as he accelerates again, the blade light aimed directly at the retreating Asmontis. "Be careful!" Lin Chen exclaims. Lucifer's 6 wings suddenly spread wide. The black-silver light erupts like a volcanic explosion. She steps forward, blocking in front of Asmontis, her right wing slicing like a blade. Clang! The wing blade collides with the shadow blade, producing a piercing clang of metal. The terrifying air wave disperses a large area of the surrounding mist. The old man staggers slightly, stepping back, his eyes flashing with surprise. "Peak King Realm. No. Your aura is very strange." Lucifer's expression remains impassive, her 3 black wings glowing with shadow runes while the 3 silver wings radiate a holy brilliance. "Get lost or die." Arrogant. The old man laughs in anger. "I, Shadow Blade Li Wuhuan, have traversed the Dark Star domain for 100 years and have never met such an arrogant junior." Suddenly the shadow blade in his hand explodes, transforming into dozens of tiny black blade lights shooting towards Lucifer like a torrential rain. Each blade light contains terrifying corrosive power and mental shock. Lucifer does not dodge, her 6 wings close in front simultaneously. The interwoven black and silver light wings act like the most solid shield, blocking all the blade lights. The blade lights strike the light wings, producing a hissing corrosive sound, yet cannot break through even a fraction. Arrogant judgment, light and darkness, annihilation. Lucifer's cold voice resonates as the closed 6 wings suddenly spread wide. A halo of black and silver light radiates from her, instantly expanding outward. Wherever the halo passes, the black blade lights melt away like ice and snow in sunlight. Even the surrounding mist is purified, creating a clear area. Li Wuhan's expression changes drastically as he hurriedly retreats, but he is still grazed by the edge of the halo, letting out a muffled groan and a trickle of black blood from his mouth. What power is this? He stares at Lucifer in horror. Light and dark cultivation. And this high-level judgment aura. Who exactly are you? In response, Lucifer raises her right hand again. At her fingertips a point of extreme black light is gathering. Li Wuhan's pupils constrict sharply, and without hesitation he turns to flee. He moves extremely quickly, disappearing into the depths of the mist within a few flashes, not leaving behind even a harsh word. Lucifer does not pursue, slowly retracting her power and gathering her 6 wings. "Sister Lu, are you alright?" Lin Chen rushes over. "No problem," Lucifer shakes her head. "This person is not weak. Had it not been for the depletion of some of his mental energy by Asmontis' illusion, I would have needed to expend some effort to defeat him." Maman and Asmontis also come over. Asmontis, fixing her disheveled hair, pouts. "That old monster is indeed tricky. My emotional entanglement only had 30% effectiveness on him." However, a hint of cunning flashes in her pink pupils. "Those people under him weren't so lucky. At least over 30 died in that recent melee, with even more wounded." Maman adds with a grin, "I even conveniently swiped a few storage bags from the injured attendants, though not much. A mosquito's leg is still meat." Lin Chen is at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "You all truly prioritize money over life." As he is speaking, a commotion arises in the distance, not the sounds of battle but the sound of retreating horns. Lucifer senses for a moment, saying the enemy is retreating. 4 out of 6 adventurer teams have retreated, and the remaining 2 are hesitating. The main force of the Shadow Merchant Association has pulled back to 5 kilometers away, regrouping. It seems they were frightened. Samuel sighs in disappointment. "Why don't they continue fighting? I haven't even had a chance to strike." "They won't give up." Lin Chen shakes his head. "The temptation of the lust seed and heart of seduction is too great, and the Shadow Merchant Association has suffered significant losses at our hands. They will definitely muster more forces. I estimate they are waiting for reinforcements or setting up some trap." He looks at everyone. "We cannot just wait here. Since we have already scavenged most of the treasures of the illusory dream swamp and obtained the lust seed, it is time to leave." "Leave?" Maman blinks. "Are we going back to the Emerald Shadow Hills?" "But we have already destroyed that place." "No." Lin Chen unfolds the map. "We are going here." He points at a marked spot on the map, one of the 7 secret realms noted by Yun Qi Shadow. The Shadow Cave is located deep within the misty mountain range, with a concealed entrance that is easy to defend but hard to attack. Although it has its dangers, it is better than remaining in the illusory dream swamp and being besieged. We should head there to take refuge for now, and once the heat dies down we can make further plans. Lucifer glances at the marked map. Feasible. This location is about 150 miles from the Shadow Cave. We can reach it within a day at full speed. As Montes lazily yawns, sounds good. I happen to want a quiet place to study the new troops I just acquired. Samuel shrugs. As long as there's a fight, I'm in. With the plan set, everyone quickly packs their belongings and prepares to leave. Before departing, Lin Chen takes one last look at the core area of the deep crimson swamp. Here he has tamed the fourth goddess and witnessed the power of the four goddesses working together for the first time. This is just the beginning. He murmurs to himself, when the 7 deadly sins gather, the day the realm of 10,000 sins truly takes shape. Lucifer stands beside him, her molten gold pupils reflecting the crimson mist. That day is not far. The group swiftly leaves the mushroom forest, heading deeper into the misty mountain range. Not long after they depart, several figures quietly appear at the spot where they had just hidden. Leading them is the previously defeated Li Wuhuan. His expression is dark, holding a slowly rotating crystal ball in his hand, within which reflects the departing figures of Lin Chen and his companions. Follow them, he commands coldly. The Shadow Cave. There will be their burial ground. Behind him, dozens of shadowy figures silently nod, vanishing into the mist like ghosts, quietly tracking along the path left by Lin Chen and the others. The mist of the illusory dream swamp closes in once more, covering all traces. Only the deep crimson water surface reflects a recently risen enchanting blood moon in the sky, as if heralding that even more brutal battles are about to unfold. Lucifer's loyalty 100 Eternal Contract Guardian still stands. Current evaluation of the Lord. The initial formation of the 4 sins is acceptable in coordination. Lust, illusion, greed, concealment, and wrath assault all have their strengths. However, as long as the enemy chieftain remains, there is still a hidden danger. The journey to the Shadow Cave requires caution. Mamon's loyalty 100 Soul Contract Stimulation and Harvest. Current evaluation of the Lord. That was terrifying. I almost got chopped by that old monster. But I got the storage bags. The Shadow Cave. I heard it produces shadow crystals, great materials for crafting concealment gear. Must gather more. Money loving. Samuel's loyalty 100 Forced Contract. Looking forward to battle again. Current evaluation of the Lord. Didn't get to fight again. I'm so mad. That old monster ran away too fast. There should be monsters in the Shadow Cave, right? Hope they're strong. Otherwise my sword will really rust. Pacing anxiously. Montes loyalty 100 Forced Contract. Gradually improving. Current evaluation of the Lord. Interesting. It's the first time cooperating with the sisters. Although it's a bit rusty, it feels good. The master is weak, but his command is relatively reliable. The Shadow Cave. I heard it's very dark inside. Just the right place to try out my new dark enchantment. Lazily anticipating. The Shadow Cave is located at the bottom of a hidden canyon deep within the misty mountain range. The cliffs on either side of the canyon are steep and perpetually shrouded in gray-black mist, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate even at noon. The vegetation at the bottom of the canyon is sparse, consisting only of some dark-hued moss and vines, and the air is filled with a damp, slightly fishy scent. By the time Lin Chen and his companions reached the entrance of the canyon, it was already dusk of the second day. This is the place, Lin Chen said, pointing to a cave entrance half covered by vines deep in the canyon, referring to it as the entrance to the Shadow Cave. It is said that inside the paths are intricate and numerous, with many shadow-type monsters dwelling there. Lucifer extended his senses, his molten gold pupils scanning the direction of the cave entrance. There are life signs inside, quite a few, but their strength is low, mostly in the spiritual realm. Deep inside, there is a presence of a king-level being, and not just one. Mammon was already eagerly studying the dark-hued moss, shadow moss, the main material for crafting shadow potions. Although it is not expensive, there is plenty of it. This patch could keep us busy for a long time. Samuel was fixated on the cave entrance, a battle intent surging in his eyes. Shadow-type monsters. Perfect, my flames are effective against them. When do we go in? As Montes lazily leaned against the canyon wall, her pink hair standing out vividly against the gray-black mist, it should be very dark inside. I love dark environments, so many games to play. Lin Chen looked at the four goddesses, each with distinct styles, and helplessly rubbed his temples. Let's be serious. The situation inside the cave is unknown, so we must prepare thoroughly. Maman set up warnings and traps at the entrance. Sister Lu sensed the general structure inside the cave. Samuel, take the lava warriors to guard the entrance. Tone down your aura, your pink is too eye-catching. As Montes covered her mouth and giggled, the master finds me too conspicuous. All right then. With a wave of her delicate hand, her pink hair and dress quickly faded and darkened, ultimately blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding environment into a dark gray. Even her pupils turned into a dull deep red, losing some allure but gaining a touch of mystery. How about this? She twirled around her dark gray dress, swirling. I'm very obedient, you know. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Looks good. Let's prepare to enter the cave. Maman quickly set up a circle of devouring warning nets and several concealed purple mist traps around the entrance. Anyone who touched or approached would trigger an alarm or release a mist that interfered with perception. Lucifer finished sensing and sketched a simple diagram of the structure near the cave entrance on a stone slab. After the entrance is a narrow passage about 100 meters long, ending in a larger chamber where approximately 30 shadow bats are gathered, all in the mid to late stages of the spiritual realm. The chamber has 3 forks leading in different directions. It is advisable to clear the shadow bats first before exploring separately. Splitting up is too dangerous. Lin Chen shook his head. We are few in number, let's act together. Samuel, your flames are effective against the shadow bats. You'll lead the charge with the lava warriors. Sister Lu will provide support in the center while Maman and Az will assist from the back. With the assignments settled, everyone entered the cave in turn. Inside it was indeed pitch black, with only the lava glow from Samuel and the faint light from Lucifer's wings illuminating the path ahead. The passage was narrow, allowing only 2 people to walk side by side, with slippery rock walls and rubble and puddles underfoot. After walking about 50 meters, a dense, squeaking sound came from ahead. It was the sound of the shadow bats. They're coming. Samuel excitedly growled, igniting her lava greatsword with blazing flames. Lava warriors. Charge formation. 5 lava warriors lined up behind her in a triangular formation, the sound of heavy armor clanking as flames flowed over their blades. In the next moment, a tide of black shadow bats surged from the end of the passage. They were small, with a wingspan of about half a meter, but there were many of them. Their sharp fangs and claws glimmered in the darkness, and they emitted piercing sonic attacks. Burn! Samuel swung her sword. The scorching sword energy formed a wall of fire, crashing hidden into the swarm of bats. The shadow bats let out shrill cries ignited by the flames and falling like dumplings. But more shadow bats rushed forward, trying to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. At that moment, a gentle chant from Asmontes floated from behind. Sleep now in sweet dreams. The pink glow spread like ripples, and although the color darkened, the effect remained astonishing. The frontmost dozens of shadow bats suddenly halted, a dazed look appearing in their eyes as they began to attack and bite each other. Maman was not idle either, her fingers flicking rapidly, countless tiny purple threads shooting into the bat swarm, accurately entangling the wings or necks of the shadow bats that were not affected by the illusion, then yanking hard. Sizzle! The shadow bats fell like they had been sliced by invisible blades, plummeting in droves. Lucifer didn't even make a move, merely maintaining a minimal range of the arrogant domain. Those shadow bats trying to bypass Samuel and the lava warriors to attack from the side or above were crushed and fell as soon as they entered the domain's range. In less than 10 minutes, over 30 shadow bats were annihilated. The passage was filled with the scent of char and blood, and the ground was strewn with bat corpses. Too weak. Samuel kicked aside a twitching shadow bat in dissatisfaction. Not even a warm-up. Maman was already squatting down, starting to collect materials. The teeth and claws of the shadow bats can be sold, and the membranes on their wings are great materials for crafting nocturnal gear. Although individually they aren't worth much, they add up to quite a bit. As Montes walked up to the corpse of a slightly larger shadow bat leader, a hint of confusion flashing in her pink, now deep red pupils. Strange. These shadow bats have a faint scent of envy within them. Envy. Lin Chen was taken aback. You mean the envy of the 7 deadly sins? Yes, as Montes nodded, although it is very faint and covered by shadow energy, it is indeed a remnant of the envy principle. It seems they have been in contact with items or environments containing the envy principle for a long time, causing their bodies to mutate. Lucifer also came over, placing his hand on the corpse of the shadow bat leader, closing his eyes to sense for a moment. Indeed, deeper in the cave there is a more intense aura of envy. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Could it be that there are clues to the seed of envy in the shadow cave? Maman's eyes lit up immediately at the mention, seed of envy. Is it valuable? No, I mean, is it important? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Important. Very important. If there are indeed clues to the seed of envy here, we could strike it rich. The Leviathan of envy, the goddess who wields the power of envy and the deep sea among the 7 deadly sins. If we can find clues to her in the shadow cave, it means we're one step closer to summoning the 5th goddess. Let's delve deeper. Lin Chen immediately decided, but we must be more careful. Since there are remnants of the envy principle, it indicates that this place is not simple. The group passed through the passage and arrived at the chamber. The chamber was larger than expected, irregularly round with a diameter of about 30 meters. The ceiling was about 10 meters high, adorned with numerous stalactites, some still dripping water. The floor of the chamber was scattered with many bones, those of monsters and humans alike. 3 forks led in different directions, dark and unknown. Lucifer looked around and pointed to one of the forks. The aura of envy is strongest coming from that direction. Then let's go that way. Lin Chen took the lead. But just a few steps and Maman suddenly pulled him back. Wait. Master. Look at the ground. Lin Chen looked down and saw that among the bones scattered on the chamber floor were some fragments of crystals that glimmered with a dark blue light. Though small, there were quite a few of them. These are fragments of shadow crystal. Lin Chen picked one up. It was icy cold to the touch, as if mist flowed within it. Complete shadow crystals are one of the top materials for crafting stealth gear. Although the fragments are worth much less, they can still be used to refine secondary gear or as energy sources. Maman had already excitedly begun collecting them. We're hitting the jackpot. With so many fragments, refining them could yield at least a dozen complete crystals. At that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly came from another fork. Moments later, 5 figures rushed out from the darkness. Upon seeing Lin Chen and the others, they were momentarily stunned, then immediately drawn to the shadow crystal fragments on the ground. They were 5 adventurers dressed in matching leather armor, wielding swords. The leader, a scar-faced man, exuded a presence at the early king level, while the other 4 were all at the peak of the spiritual realm. Shadow crystals. A thin man flashed a greedy look. Boss, after searching for so long, they were right here. The scar-faced man, however, fixed his gaze on Lin Chen's group, especially when he saw Lucifer's 6 wings and Samuel's lava greatsword. His pupils constricted sharply. You are the vanquishing Lin Chen who destroyed the Blood Wolf Alliance. Lin Chen did not expect them to recognize him, but he remained calm and replied, yes, that's us. These shadow crystal fragments were discovered by us. Please feel free to search elsewhere. The scar-faced man's expression shifted. He knew Lin Chen's group was not to be trifled with, but the allure of the shadow crystals was too great. He gritted his teeth. Friends, there's plenty for everyone. We, the Black Wolf Adventure Team, have been wandering this shadow cave for 3 days, lost 2 brothers to find this place. You can't just take it all. Samuel hefted her greatsword. Are we going to fight? The scar-faced man quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. We are not here to fight. How about this? We only take 30%. How does that sound? Lin Chen did not want to complicate matters and was about to agree when Maman interjected. 20%. At most 20%. And that's considering you lost some brothers. Otherwise you'd get none. The scar-faced man turned pale. 20%. That's 2. Don't even try. Maman crossed her arms. If you have the guts, come and take it. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. But at that moment Lucifer suddenly looked toward the fork from which the scar-faced man had come, a cold glint flashing in his molten gold pupils. Someone is coming. Many. Almost simultaneously, chaotic footsteps echoed from all 3 forks. In the next moment, dozens of figures surged from the darkness surrounding the entire chamber. These people were dressed in a hodgepodge wielding various weapons, clearly adventurers from different teams. They greedily eyed the shadow crystal fragments on the ground, but when they saw Lin Chen and his group they all displayed looks of caution. It's vanquishing Lin Chen. What are they doing here? They must have found the shadow crystals first. Whispers arose among the crowd. Lin Chen glanced roughly around it. There were at least 40 people closing in, among them 7 or 8 with king-level auras. Although they were all in the early to mid-stages, their numbers were an advantage. This is troublesome. He sighed inwardly but steeled himself to step forward. Everyone, these shadow crystal fragments were discovered by us. If you all are willing to back off, I can. Can what? An icy voice interrupted him. The crowd parted and a middle-aged man in a black robe with a sinister expression stepped forward. He was playing with a complete dark blue shadow crystal in his hand, exuding a presence at the mid-king level. Shadow crystals belong to the capable. The black-robed man sneered, although you are powerful with so many of us, if it comes to a fight you won't fare well. How about this? Well, divide the shadow crystal fragments according to team size. Our Yinfeng Valley has 12 members, so we want 30%. The rest of the teams can compete for the remaining shares. The words seemed fair, but in reality they pushed Lin Chen and his group to the opposite side of everyone, because Lin Chen and his companions were outnumbered and they would definitely suffer losses if divided by numbers. Indeed, other teams chimed in, yes. Divide by numbers. Our Iron Sword Alliance has 8 members, we want 20%. We Scorpion have 5 members, we want 1.5%. Ma Men's violet eyes flared with anger. Dream on. These are all ours. Samuel had already gripped his giant sword tightly, eager to try. Lucifer's 6 wings slightly spread and the power of the domain began to permeate. As Montes quietly retreated to Lin Chen's side, pink light swirling at his fingertips, ready to launch an illusion at any moment. The great battle was about to erupt. Lin Chen took a deep breath, rapidly contemplating countermeasures in his mind. A heat-in clash. No, the enemy outnumbered them, and even if they could win, the losses would be heavy. Compromise. Even more so, once this gap was opened, everyone would think they were easy to bully. Then, they could only use that trick. He suddenly smiled, a bit helpless and a bit sly. Everyone listen to me. He raised his voice. The fragments of the shadow crystal are actually nothing. Everyone was taken aback. Lin Chen pulled out a complete shadow crystal the size of a fist, dark blue all over with an inner flow resembling a river of stars. This was discovered by Ma Men in a corner of the dreaming marsh, of extremely high quality. He raised the shadow crystal over his head and the dark blue light illuminated the entire hall. This is the true treasure. He said slowly. A complete high-quality shadow crystal is worth at least 5,000 spirit stones. And such stones. He paused, looking towards the direction with the strongest jealousy aura. In that direction there is a small mine which can yield at least 100 pieces. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's gaze turned sharply towards that path, greed almost spilling out of their eyes. Kid, are you telling the truth? The man in the black robe asked sternly. Believe it or not. Lin Chen shrugged, but I must remind everyone that mine has a powerful guardian beast, at least in the peak of the king realm, and it excels in mental attacks. We almost fell there just now, which is why we returned to pick up these fragments to ease our shock. His words were half true. The jealousy aura indeed came from that direction, and there must be a guardian beast, but how strong it was he did not know. But the effect was remarkable. The crowd began to stir. While the shadow crystal fragments were good compared to a complete mine, they were just trash. Let's go. To the mine. Don't let them get there first. A guardian beast at the peak of the king realm. With so many of us, what is there to fear? A few leading adventurers quickly gathered their teams and rushed towards that path, afraid that if they were late they wouldn't even get a sip. Even the scar-faced man's Black Wolf adventure group gritted their teeth and followed. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Chen and his group, along with the scattered shadow crystal fragments, remained in the hall. Master. Brilliant. Ma Men gave a thumbs up. Without shedding blood, you tripped them all away. As Montes chuckled softly, and you also helped us scout the way. If there really is a guardian beast, let them go first to exhaust it. Samuel looked disappointed. No fighting again. Lucifer retracted his domain, looking towards that path. Those people may not return alive. Lin Chen sighed. There's nothing we can do. It was their own choice. Let's hurry and collect the fragments then. Follow them to take a look. If there really is a mine, we can't let them benefit. If not. He grinned. Then we'll wait for them to exhaust each other with the guardian beast before we go to take advantage. Ma Man had already started happily collecting fragments. Master is wise. Just wait a moment, it will be done soon. Soon all the shadow crystal fragments were swept clean. A rough estimate suggested that after refining they could obtain about 20 complete crystals worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. A small fortune. Lin Chen felt a bit happier. Let's go follow them to take a look. The group quietly followed the main force down that path. The path was deep, and as they went further in, the jealousy aura grew stronger. Some dark blue crystal clusters began to appear on the rock walls. Though small, they were indeed the raw ore of shadow crystals. After about a quarter of an hour, fierce fighting and screams came from ahead. They've started fighting. Samuel excitedly quickened his pace. The group quietly crept to a corner and peered around. Ahead was a space larger than the previous hall, with a ceiling height of 20 meters, and the ground and rock walls were covered with dark blue shadow crystal veins shining brilliantly. In the center of the veins a gigantic creature loomed. It was a massive spider, entirely dark blue, seemingly made of shadow crystals. Over 10 meters long, its 8 long legs resembled crystal pillars, and its compound eyes flickered with a jealous green light. It spewed dark blue silk, each strand containing powerful shadow energy and mental poison. At this moment the spider was locked in a fierce battle with over 40 adventurers. Its silk shot towards the crowd like a torrential rain, ensnaring those hit or causing them to go mad and attack their companions. With every swing of the spider's claws it could easily tear apart the defenses of spirit realm adventurers. Even powerful beings in the king realm did not dare to withstand it hidden. In just a short time over a dozen corpses lay on the ground, with even more injured. Peak of the late king realm, Lucifer said gravely, and it indeed contains the principle of jealousy, with attacks that have a mental corrosion effect. Ma Men looked at those sparkling shadow crystal veins, her violet eyes shining so much money. Samuel licked his lips, staring at the spider. This is exciting. Finally we can fight with all our might. As Montes' pink-crimson pupils scanned the battlefield, chuckling lightly, they won't last much longer. Master, when do we strike? Lin Chen observed the battle situation. While the adventurers had the advantage in numbers, they were fighting separately, failing to form effective cooperation. Moreover, affected by the spider's mental attacks, many had already begun to fight each other. At this rate they would be completely wiped out within another quarter of an hour. Wait, he said calmly. Wait until they have nearly died and the spider has also exhausted itself, then we strike. Sister Lu, Samuel, you will be the main attackers. Imam Man, as you will be responsible for controlling the scene and support. Remember, prioritize attacking the spider's compound eyes and joints. Everyone nodded, waiting quietly. The screams on the battlefield grew more intense. The man in the black robe was hit by a strand of silk in the shoulder. His entire arm quickly turned black and rotted. He screamed as he severed his own arm and retreated in a panic. Withdraw. Hurry and withdraw. But it was already too late. The spider let out a piercing screech and its 8 long legs stomped down simultaneously. The entire cave shook violently. Countless shadow crystal fragments rained down from the rock walls. Each piece contained shadow energy, attacking everyone indiscriminately like the sharpest blades. Ah! My eyes! Help! The sounds of despair echoed. Lin Chen knew the time had come. Attack! Lucifer and Samuel charged out simultaneously. Samuel's lava giant sword, engulfed in flames, swung towards one of the spider's front legs. The flames collided with the shadow crystal, producing a piercing explosion. Lucifer's 6 wings unfurled behind him, intertwining light and dark powers, transforming into a massive spear of judgment that pierced the spider's compound eye. The spider clearly did not expect an ambush, responding hastily, losing one leg to Samuel's strike and having one compound eye blinded by Lucifer's spear of judgment. It let out a painful screech and attacked even more frantically. But at that moment Ma Men and Asmontis also struck. Ma Men's purple threads formed a web entangling the spider's other legs. Although unable to completely bind it, they severely restricted its movement. As Montes cast an illusion, distorting and confusing the scene before the spider, causing its attacks to frequently miss. The four goddesses coordinated well, and despite it being their first time fighting such a strong enemy together, they managed to retaliate effectively. Lin Chen stayed at the back, occasionally boosting the four goddesses. Although the effect was limited, it was better than nothing. The battle continued for about half a stick of incense. In the end, the spider was outnumbered, and after Lucifer shattered its core crystal with a powerful light and dark annihilation strike, its massive body collapsed, turning into a pile of dark blue crystal fragments. We won. Sammo leaned on his giant sword, panting but full of excitement that felt good. Ma Men had already rushed towards the shadow crystal veins. We're rich. These are worth at least a few million spirit stones. Lucifer walked up to the spider's corpse, reaching into the shattered core to retrieve a dark green crystal, its surface marked with swirling patterns. The crystal was only the size of a thumb but emitted a rich aura of jealousy. A fragment of the seed of jealousy? Lin Chen took the crystal, examining it closely. It's incomplete, but indeed a condensation of the principle of jealousy. It seems the complete seed of jealousy is not here, but this fragment can guide the way. As Montes leaned over to take a look, the jealousy aura in this fragment is quite pure. If absorbed by the right person, it might awaken the power of jealousy ahead of time. Lin Chen's heart stirred, but he said nothing, carefully storing the fragment. At that moment, a round of applause suddenly came from the direction of the cave entrance. Wonderful, truly wonderful, a familiar voice rang out. Li Wuhuan, accompanied by more than 20 elite members of the Shadow Merchant Association, slowly emerged from the shadows. He held a glowing crystal ball within, which reflected the entire battle process they had just fought. I originally wanted to wait for you and the spider to weaken each other before making a move. He smiled coldly, but I didn't expect you to cooperate so well, resolving it with almost no losses. You truly have impressed me. His gaze swept over the scattered shadow crystal veins, then turned to the jealousy fragment in Lin Chen's hand, his greed utterly unmasked. Now hand everything over. Perhaps I can give you a quick end. Lin Chen looked at Li Wuhuan, then at the four goddesses behind him, who had just experienced a fierce battle and were quite drained, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems the real trouble is just beginning. Lucifer's loyalty 100 Eternal Contract Battle Spirit Resurgence. Current evaluation of the Lord the Spider has been eliminated, the mine obtained, and the jealousy fragment acquired. However, a strong enemy reappears and the situation is urgent. The Lord must make a swift decision: fight or flee. Ma Men's loyalty 100 soul contract heartache for treasures. Current evaluation of the Lord: so many shadow crystals. And the jealousy fragment? All of it is money. This old bastard actually wants to rob us. Master, let's fight him. Wait, they seem to have a bit too many people. Conflicted. Sammo's loyalty 100 forced contract exhilaration. Current evaluation of the Lord: they're fighting again. And it's the peak of the King realm. This time we must fight to our heart's content. Master, order us. My sword is already thirsting for battle. Montes loyalty 100 forced contract lazy vigilance. Current evaluation of the Lord: oh, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This old monster really knows how to pick the time. However, I just happen to want to try out the new jealousy illusion I've been pondering, using the jealousy fragment as bait. It should work quite well. Dark green light flows at the fingertips. Inside the cave, the air was heavy as lead. Li Wuhuan led over 20 elite members of the Shadow Commerce, all clad in black robes, their presence cold and deadly. Among them 2 were at the late stage of the Wang realm, including Li Wuhuan, 6 at the mid stage and 10 at the early stage, with the rest being peak spirit realm. This formation clearly represented the core combat strength mobilized by the commerce to ensure absolute certainty. What weighed most heavily on Lin Chen's heart was that while their positions seemed random, they subtly formed an encirclement, sealing off all retreat routes. Moreover, they all held a black bone tile inscribed with strange runes in their hands. The energy fluctuations emanating from the tiles merged into a single entity, creating an invisible energy field that subtly suppressed Lucifer's domain. The shadow trapping formation, Li Wuhuan chuckled coldly, specifically designed to target powerful individuals like you who excel in domains. Although it won't trap you for long, it will be enough for us to deal with the others. Lucifer's molten gold pupils swept over the bone tiles, frowning slightly. Crafted from the bones of living beings, at least 100 lives must have been sacrificed. The shadow commerce truly bears unspeakable sins. Survival of the fittest. Where is the talk of sins? Li Wuhuan dismissed this indifferently, his gaze shifting to the jealousy fragment in Lin Chen's hand. Kid, hand over the fragment and all the shadow crystal stones, and I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Samuel, unable to hold back, ignited her molten giant sword into a raging flame. Old man, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Enough with the nonsense. She was about to charge forward when Lucifer reached out to stop her. Don't be impulsive, Lucifer whispered. The trapping formation is suppressing my domain. A heating clash would be unwise. Maman was also anxiously pacing. So many shadow crystal stones. And the jealousy fragment? It's all money. Master, we need a plan. Asmodeus lazily leaned against the rock wall, a dark green light swirling at her fingertips, her pink, now deep red pupils flashing with calculating light. Master, I have an idea, but it requires some time to prepare. Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. A heated confrontation was certainly not feasible. The opponent had come prepared with superior numbers and combat strength, along with a formation specifically restraining Lucifer. Escape. All retreat routes were sealed off. Then, there was only that tactic left. He looked at the jealousy fragment in his hand and then glanced at Asmodeus. As you just said. Can you use this fragment to cast jealousy illusion? Asmodeus' eyes lit up. Yes, the law of jealousy is best at provoking jealousy and suspicion within people's hearts. If we can use the fragment as a catalyst to amplify their inner jealousy, perhaps we can incite them to kill each other. How long will it take? Lin Chen asked. Around a cup of tea's time, Asmodeus estimated, but it requires someone to draw their attention. We can't let them realize we're setting up the formation. Lin Chen nodded, looking at Lucifer and Samuel. Sister Lu, Samuel, you are responsible for the frontal containment. Maman, assist as in setting up the formation. Use your devouring power to help her conceal her aura. He paused, then added, I will use the power of the Lord's core to temporarily enhance your connection, allowing you to share some of each other's capabilities. Although the effect is limited, it should hold for a cup of tea's time. This was another method of enhancement from the Lord, ability sharing. Though it consumed a great deal of energy and had a short duration, it could yield unexpected results at critical moments. The three goddesses nodded in agreement. Seeing them whispering, Li Wuhuan impatiently waved his hand. Attack. Leave no one alive. Over 20 elite members of the Shadow Commerce launched their attacks simultaneously. Various shadow spells, sword lights, and poisonous mists surged forth like a tide. Pride domain solidified. The 6 wings behind Lucifer suddenly spread wide. Although suppressed by the trapping formation, the range of the domain shrank to only 3 meters, yet its defensive power was maximized. The black-silver radiance formed a tangible wall that blocked all attacks. But the price was steep. Lucifer's complexion paled slightly, clearly showing signs of significant consumption. Lava storm. Samuel completely abandoned defense, her molten giant sword whirling wildly, the scorching sword energy sweeping toward the enemy like a storm. She paid no heed to the attacks landing on herself, fully adopting a life-for-life tactic. This frenzied assault made the Shadow Commerce members hesitate to approach, forced to engage from a distance. Maman and Asmodeus seized this opportunity to quietly retreat to the corner of the cave. Maman pressed her hands onto the ground, purple threads like roots delved into the rock layers, forming a hidden barrier that isolated detection. Asmodeus sat cross-legged, placing the jealousy fragment in her palm, dark green light flowing from the fragment spreading along her arms, then transforming into countless thin green threads that silently burrowed into the ground, heading toward the members of the Shadow Commerce. Lin Chen knelt on one knee, pressing both hands against the ground, unleashing the full power of the Lord's. He could feel his spiritual power pouring out like a flood from a breached dam, while the soul contract channels connecting him to the 3 goddesses were forcibly widened, allowing their abilities to begin to merge. Lucifer's domain now bore a hint of greedy concealment and the scorching heat of wrath. Samuel's flames were laced with a touch of arrogant pressure, and the allure of lust. Maman's threads now carried a tinge of judgmental holiness. Asmodeus' illusions were infused with a desire to devour. Although each trait was minor, together they produced unexpectedly favorable outcomes. With the enhancement of greedy concealment, Lucifer's domain briefly broke free from the trapping formation's suppression, expanding to 5 meters. Samuel's flames under the influence of arrogant pressure increased in potency by 30%. Strangely, the alluring aura mixed within the flames caused some spirit realm enemies to become dazed, their movements slowed. What kind of sorcery is this? Li Wuhuan exclaimed, both astonished and furious. Their powers are merging. He bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the shadowed curved blade in his hand. The curved blade instantly surged to 3 meters in length, countless distorted faces of vengeful spirits appearing on the blade. Shadow soul slashing blade, 10,000 souls devour. He slashed out the blade, light transforming into a massive black python composed of countless vengeful spirits, opening its jaws wide to pounce on Lucifer. The power of this strike had reached the peak level of the Wang realm. Lucifer's expression grew serious as her 6 wings flared to their utmost brilliance, the powers of light and darkness intertwining before her to form a gigantic Taiji diagram. Pride, judgment, annihilation of light and darkness. The Taiji diagram collided violently with the black python. Boom! The entire cave trembled violently. The shadow crystal veins on the rock walls exploded, fragments scattering everywhere. The terrifying shockwave sent everyone flying. Lucifer grunted, staggering back 3 steps, a trickle of golden blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Her 6 wings dimmed considerably, clearly sustaining serious injuries. But Li Wuhuan fared worse. The shadow curved blade in his hand shattered inch by inch, and he was sent flying, crashing against the rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The backlash from the sword technique combined with Lucifer's counterattack left him heavily injured in an instant. Master Steward! The members of the Shadow Commerce exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Asmodeus suddenly opened her eyes wide. The jealousy fragment in her palm had completely melted into a swirling dark green sphere of light. Jealousy illusion, inner demon breeding. She pushed with her slender hand, and the sphere exploded silently. Dark green light spread like ripples, instantly enveloping the entire cave. All the members of the Shadow Commerce, including the heavily injured Li Wuhuan, froze in their movements simultaneously. Their eyes began to shimmer green, reflecting various twisted illusions. Some saw their companions acquiring better techniques, surpassing them in power. Some saw the woman they admired in the arms of another. Some saw their enemies obtaining the treasures they coveted. Some witnessed their hard-earned merits being usurped by others. Jealousy, this snake that lurked deep within the human heart, was magnified infinitely by the jealousy illusion. No. That's mine. Why should he have it? It'll kill you. Die. Everyone die. The members of the Shadow Commerce began attacking each other. Swords and blades struck down upon nearby companions, spells bombarded former allies. They completely lost their reason, their eyes reflecting only the madness provoked by jealousy. Even Li Wuhuan within the illusion saw the person he envied most, the elder of the Shadow Commerce, his longtime rival who had overshadowed him and usurped all his merits. His gaze turned green with envy. Disregarding his injuries, he lunged at a mid-level steward beside him whom he misidentified as the elder, the two engaging in a frenzied battle. It worked. Maman cheered, they're fighting each other. But Lin Chen's expression changed, not good. The illusion consumes too much, as can't hold on much longer. Asmodeus looked pale as a sheet, her body swaying, clearly having exhausted most of her strength from that last strike. Although the jealousy illusion successfully incited conflict, it was ultimately based on the fragment. Its power was limited, and it likely couldn't hold those Wang realm powerhouses for long. We must evacuate now? Lin Chen decisively stated. Sister Lu, can you still escape? Lucifer wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her 6 wings unfolding once more. Yes. Samuel, carry as. Maman, gather all the shadow crystal stones you can carry. Hurry. Without another word, Samuel hoisted the weakened Asmodeus onto her shoulder, the action a bit rough, prompting a dissatisfied huff from Asmodeus. Maman waved her hands, gathering the shattered shadow crystal stones from the ground into her storage space. Though there weren't many intact, even the fragments held value. As everyone was about to retreat along the path they came, Lin Chen suddenly looked towards the depths of the cave, the spot where the spider had originally lurked. There on the rock wall was an inconspicuous crack half covered by cobwebs. From within the crack, faint sounds of wind and flowing water could be heard. Wait, Lin Chen called out to the others, let's go this way. This way? Maman paused, but it's not marked on the map. The spider came out from here, Lin Chen quickly analyzed, it's so large it must have a bigger nesting passage. And you all hear, there are sounds of wind and water indicating it might lead to an underground river or another exit. Lucifer sensed for a moment and nodded, it's feasible. This route's aura is chaotic, likely due to the spider's frequent comings and goings, it should be passable. Then let's go. Lin Chen charged towards the crack. Everyone followed closely behind. The crack was initially extremely narrow, just enough for a person to pass through. After walking for several dozen steps it opened up. Inside was indeed a broad underground passage, the ground slick with moisture and the rock walls bore evident water stains. The passage wound downwards, faint sounds of rumbling water could be heard deeper within. There really is an underground river. Maman exclaimed excitedly, following the river might lead to other exits? Everyone advanced quickly along the passage. Behind them in the cave the infighting among the Shadow Commerce members continued, but Li Wuhan's furious roar could be heard, wake up! This is an illusion. Clearly he was on the verge of breaking free. Hurry, hurry! Lin Chen urged. The passage grew wider, the sound of water grew louder. After about a quarter of an hour a light appeared ahead, not sunlight but a kind of eerie blue glow as if emanating from the depths of the water. As everyone burst out of the passage the sight before them left them all stunned. It was a gigantic underground cavern, its height and width seemingly limitless. In the center of the cavern was a dark river over 100 meters wide, the water a strange eerie blue emitting a faint glow that illuminated the entire cavern. The river's surface was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the hanging stalactites above like a curtain of crystal. Even more astonishing, luminous plants grew along the banks of the dark river, blue moss, pale purple mushrooms, silvery ferns. Along with some translucent glowing fish swimming in the river. So beautiful. Maman murmured. This is not the time to admire the scenery, Lucifer coolly interrupted, the pursuers are coming soon. We must find an exit quickly. Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the dark river flowed towards a massive whirlpool deep within the cavern. The whirlpool spun slowly, but its diameter exceeded 10 meters and was bottomless. Is that an exit? Samuel pointed at the whirlpool. It could also be a dead end, as Modius weakly said, but I can sense space fluctuations within that whirlpool. It should be some kind of teleportation passage. Lin Chen hesitated. Jumping into an unknown teleportation passage? Too risky. But what about turning back? The members of the Shadow Commerce would surely have pursued them by now. Master, make a decision quickly. Maman anxiously looked towards the direction they had come from, where faint sounds of footsteps and shouts could already be heard. With gritted teeth Lin Chen declared, jump. He dashed towards the riverbank without hesitation and leaped into the dark river. The eerie blue water was frigid and biting, but it offered no resistance, as if some force was supporting him, propelling him quickly toward the whirlpool. The three goddesses and the soldiers also jumped into the river. The last to jump was Samuel, who carrying her giant sword glanced back at the passage entrance. She could already see the figures of the black-robed men. Old man, when we meet again I will definitely chop you down, she yelled, then leaped into the river. The flow of the dark river grew faster and everyone was swept towards the whirlpool. At the moment they were about to be engulfed by the whirlpool, Lin Chen took one last glance back. Li Wuhuan charged out of the passage with the remaining 10 or so subordinates. Seeing them jump into the whirlpool, his face contorted with rage. He wanted to jump in after them but was held back by someone beside him. Master Steward. That's an unknown teleportation array. Too dangerous. Let them go. Such random teleportation is a matter of life and death. We should return and report to the elder and devise a long-term plan. Li Wuhuan roared in frustration but ultimately didn't dare to jump. Meanwhile Lin Chen and the others were completely swallowed by the whirlpool. The world spun and space distorted. The familiar sensation of teleportation dizziness hit again, but this time it lasted longer and felt more uncomfortable. Lin Chen felt as if his soul was being torn apart, his consciousness growing increasingly blurred. It was hard to tell how long had passed. Splash! He fell into a cold pool of water. Struggling to surface, he found himself in a small pool. Surrounding the pool were dense, unfamiliar deep purple woods, the sky a strange dark red, hanging a large silver moon that seemed within reach. The air was thick with a strong demonic aura, along with a familiar nauseating scent of gluttony. Lin Chen crawled ashore, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Sounds of splashing water followed. Lucifer, Mammon, Samuel, Asmodeus, and the surviving 10 soldiers, 5 from the Black Feather Guards and 5 from the Lava Warrior, having lost 5 illusion charm maidens during the previous battle, also fell into the pool, struggling to climb up. Where is this? Mammon shook her wet hair, bewilderment in her purple eyes. Lucifer expanded her senses, her molten gold pupils scanning the surroundings, an unfamiliar region. The concentration of demonic energy is over 10 times that of the dark star domain. The spatial structure is more stable and the gravity is slightly greater. This should be a high-level war zone or a special secret realm. Samuel gripped her giant sword alertly. Something is nearby. Many, and they are strong. Asmodeus leaned weakly against a tree, her pink hair still dripping, but a glimmer of suspicion flashed in her eyes. Master, I can sense the aura of King. It's strong, hungry, and greedy. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Gluttony? It should be. Asmodeus nodded, and not just one. It's a group. Just then heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the woods, along with the sound of swallowing saliva. A massive figure pushed through the trees, appearing before them. It was an enormous beast, standing 5 meters tall, covered entirely in dark purple scales with 3 heads. Each head had a gaping maw dripping with saliva, 6 eyes fixated on them, filled with unabashed hunger. 3-headed gluttonous dragon, level early Wang realm traits: gluttony, devouring, immense strength, strong defense. Remarks: a mutated creature under the influence of the law of gluttony, eternally hungry, forever wanting to eat. The beast let out a deafening roar from all 3 heads, then lumbered forward with heavy steps, charging toward them. Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair. Lin Chen smiled wryly as he stood up, gripping the only weapon he had, a sturdy wooden stick he found somewhere. Sister Lu, Samuel, Mammon, as prepare for battle. It seems our good luck has not yet run out. In the dim, deep purple woods, a new battle was about to commence. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, not far behind them by the pool, a dark green jealousy fragment, accidentally dropped during the earlier battle, lay quietly in the soil, faintly glimmering. The fragment's light seemed to resonate with some presence deep within the woods. Lucifer's loyalty 100 eternal contract, undaunted by injury, current evaluation of the Lord, transported to an unfamiliar realm surrounded by formidable foes. Yet the master is decisive and courageous, and the sisters have not lost their fighting spirit. Injuries must be healed quickly. This place is not suitable for a prolonged stay. The gluttonous monster must be slain to establish authority. Mammon's loyalty 100 soul contract survived great peril, current evaluation of the Lord, scared me to death. Almost got sliced by those black-robed rascals. Thankfully the master is clever. But where are we? The demonic energy here is so dense, there must be treasures. Wait, that monster looks tough. Master, let's run first. Conflicted, Samuel's loyalty 100 forced contract, fighting spirit rekindled, current evaluation of the Lord, another new monster has appeared. Early Wang realm. 3 heads. Quite formidable. This time I must slash it thoroughly. Master, let me go. Excitedly rubbing her hands, Asmodeus loyalty 100 forced contract, weak but curious, current evaluation of the Lord, so tired. That last move drained most of my strength. But there are actually monsters influenced by the law of gluttony here? Could the seed of gluttony be nearby? Interesting. Forcing herself to perk up under the dark red sky, although the banner of the god of sin was absent, the 4 goddesses and their master had already embarked on a new journey. The shadow of gluttony was quietly enveloping. The roar of the 3-headed demon tyrant caused the leaves to tremble and fall. Samuel charged forward first, wielding the lava giant sword with residual flames, aiming a strike at the central head. Come on. The demon tyrant merely shook its head, and the 3 massive mouths emitted a derisive growl as if mocking Samuel's attack as ineffectual. So tough. Samuel exclaimed in shock just as the left head of the demon tyrant charged like a battering ram. Watch out. Lucifer's silver wings fluttered and a barrier of holy light appeared before Samuel in an instant. Boom! The barrier shattered and Samuel along with her sword was sent flying crashing through two deep purple trees before stopping spitting out a mouthful of blood. Samuel's sister? Mammon exclaimed in shock. Lucifer's expression grew graver, the scales reinforced by demonic energy have defensive power approaching that of the Midstage King realm. And its strength. Before the words were finished, the right head of the demon tyrant opened its mouth, spewing forth a viscous liquid of dark green exuding a potent scent of acid cascading towards the group like a waterfall. It's corrosive acid. Get away! Lin Chen shouted. Mammon hurriedly pulled the weakened Asmontis back while Lucifer folded her 6 wings, the black and silver light swirling resisting part of the acid. Upon contact with the holy light it emitted a hissing sound, rising a large cloud of white smoke. The radiance on her wings dimmed further. The 5 lava warriors and 5 black-feathered guards attempted side attacks, but their strikes left nearly no mark on the demon tyrant. Every tail swipe and stomp from the demon tyrant could easily injure or even kill them. In a matter of moments 2 black-feathered guards were struck by the tail, their armor shattered, falling heavily to the ground. 1 lava warrior was stomped by the demon tyrant, her heavy armor twisted and her flames extinguished. No. The gap is too vast. Lin Chen exclaimed anxiously, Sister Lu, we need to retreat. Lucifer wiped away the blood that seeped from the corner of her mouth, scanning the surroundings. We can't retreat. Its speed is not slow, and there are other demonic creatures approaching from the surrounding area. As if to validate her words, from the depths of the forest came several low and sharp roars accompanied by heavy footsteps and the flapping of wings closing in from all directions. Did we fall into a den of monsters? Mammon's face turned pale with fear. Asmontis leaned against a tree, barely opening her eyes, her pink deep red pupils looking at the demon tyrant, then towards the depths of the forest, weakly saying, This isn't a monster den. It's the area affected by the law of gluttony. All living beings here have been twisted by the law of gluttony, eternally hungry, eternally desiring to devour everything. They can sense the aura of food, which is us. As if to confirm her words, the 3 heads of the demon tyrant with 6 eyes fixated intensely on Asmontis, more precisely on the residual aura of the law of lust clinging to her. This was a power that, while originating from the law of gluttony, was distinctly different, possessing a deadly allure to gluttonous monsters. Roar! The demon tyrant let out an even more excited roar, abandoning everyone else as all 3 heads lunged towards Asmontis. Protect as! Lin Chen gritted his teeth and charged forward, even though he only had a broken wooden stick in hand. Lucifer forcibly urged the remaining power, her 6 wings flaring up again, the power of light and darkness coalescing in front of her arrogance judgment. But before she finished speaking, her face suddenly turned pale and she coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, the gathered power dissipating drastically. The injuries from her earlier clash with Li Wuhuan combined with the exhaustion from continuous fighting had pushed her to the brink. Just as the demon tyrant's massive mouth was about to swallow the weakened Asmontis, Stop! Samuel had somehow managed to rise, her body drenched in blood, but her eyes burned with a frenzied fire. She did not attack the demon tyrant again, but plunged the lava giant sword fiercely into the ground, gripping the hilt with both hands, and held to the sky, In the name of fury, ignite blood. Boom! Her blood ignited like gasoline. Crimson flames surged from every pore, instantly transforming her into a blazing flame-wreathed figure. The temperature of the flames was so high that the surrounding air began to warp, the ground charred. This was not ordinary flame but a forbidden power, a temporary explosion obtained by burning the essence of life. Samuel! Stop! Lin Chen shouted hoarsely. But Samuel could no longer hear him. She drew the lava giant sword, now the sword was entirely a crimson gold as if forged from liquid sunlight, and took a step forward, causing the ground to shatter. Fury essence, sky burning slash. She transformed into a streak of crimson gold shooting towards the demon tyrant. This time the attack was no longer in vain. The crimson gold blade sliced through the demon tyrant's proud scales as easily as cutting through tofu. The central head was severed with a single strike. Stinking black blood gushed forth like a fountain. The demon tyrant let out a pained earth-shattering roar, the remaining 2 heads thrashing wildly, the tail sweeping about erratically. Samuel did not dodge at all, allowing the tail to strike her. Her defense had also skyrocketed while burning her life essence. She swung her sword again, targeting the left head. But at that moment the right head of the demon tyrant suddenly opened its mouth wide. A terrifying sucking force erupted. This was not ordinary devouring, but a forced devour imbued with the law of gluttony. The surrounding air, fallen leaves, rubble, and even light began to rush towards that gaping maw. The flames on Samuel were also pulled and flickered uncertainly. "It's the thirsting vortex of the law of gluttony," as Montes exclaimed. "If you get sucked in, it's over." Lucifer, gritting her teeth, made another move, her 3 silver wings shining with the last holy radiance, transforming into 3 chains that wrapped around Samuel's waist, desperately pulling her back. Mammon also bit her fingertip, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, the purple thread transforming into strong ropes binding Samuel's arms and legs. Lin Chen channeled all of his remaining spiritual energy into the Lord core, frantically transmitting it to Samuel through the contract. "Samuel, come back." Under the 3-way pull, Samuel finally broke free from the range of the sucking force, but the right head of the demon tyrant's devouring did not stop. Instead, it targeted the nearest other target, the 2 heavily injured black-feathered guards. The 2 black-feathered guards had no time to even scream before being sucked into that bottomless maw. "No." Lin Chen's eyes widened in despair. The demon tyrant let out a satisfied low growl after swallowing the black-feathered guards. The wound at its severed head began to fester and new flesh began to slowly grow. "It's recovering through devouring." Mammon's voice trembled. "We must deliver a killing blow. We cannot give it the chance to devour." Lucifer's voice was weak but calm. "Samuel's burning blood state won't last much longer." At this moment Samuel's flames had begun to weaken, her face pale as paper. The cost of burning the essence of life was immense. She could last at most for 10 breaths. Within 10 breaths the demon tyrant must be dealt with. And around them the footsteps of other monsters grew ever closer, the nearest now visible through the thicket, a few slightly smaller but equally ferocious creatures resembling giant wild boars drooling corrosive saliva from their tusks. A dead end. A true dead end. Lin Chen looked at the injured Lucifer, the weakened Asmontes, the crumbling Samuel, the terrified Mammon, and the scant remaining troops, his mind blank. What to do? What else could be done? He instinctively tightened his grip on the wooden stick in his hand, this unremarkable stick he had picked up by the water's edge. Wait. The stick. He looked down at the stick in his hand. This stick was a dark purple color consistent with the deep purple trees he had seen under the tree earlier. Strangely, in the rich demonic atmosphere around, this stick had not been eroded by demonic energy. Instead, it faintly radiated a weak, cool aura completely opposite to the demonic energy. He had picked it up in haste for self-defense and hadn't inspected it closely. Now, upon careful perception, something seemed to be flowing slowly within the stick. Lin Chen felt a sudden inspiration, injecting the last bit of spiritual energy into the stick. Buzz! The surface of the stick manifested fine silver-white patterns spreading like veins. A refreshing and pure energy surged through his arm into his body, surprisingly restoring a bit of his exhausted spiritual energy. This is purifying demon wood. Lin Chen was both surprised and delighted. Purifying demon wood is a strange plant that only grows in environments with extremely dense demonic energy, nourished by demonic energy yet capable of bearing fruits and wood that counteract demonic energy. Its wood inherently contains purifying power, making it a top-tier material for crafting anti-demon weapons and exorcism staffs. Though this stick is merely an ordinary branch, the purifying power it contains might. Sister Lu. Lin Chen suddenly raised his head. Pour all the remaining power into this stick. Although Lucifer was puzzled, she hesitated not a moment, trusting Lin Chen completely, and poured all her remaining holy power into the stick. Seeing this, Mammon and Asmontes also infused their remaining power. Mammon's devouring power and Asmontes' lustful charm, while different in nature, both converged into the purifying demon wood. The silver-white patterns on the stick grew brighter, beginning to emit a soft yet unmistakable purifying radiance. Samuel, Lin Chen shouted, for the final blow. Use this stick. He tossed the stick towards Samuel. Samuel caught the stick, momentarily stunned. Was this a broken stick? But sensing the purifying power within, which made her fiery body feel comfortable, she immediately understood Lin Chen's intention. All right. She gripped the stick alongside the lava giant sword as the crimson gold flames and silver-white purifying light began to intertwine and merge. The demon tyrant seemed to sense a threat, the remaining two heads letting out uneasy growls, opening their mouths again, attempting to use the thirsting vortex to devour Samuel. But this time Samuel did not flinch. She poured all the remaining power from her burning life into this strike. Fury and purification, burning away the filth. She transformed into a streak of intertwined crimson gold and silver light, charging toward the demon tyrant. The stick pierced first into the gaping maw of the right head of the demon tyrant, the purifying light exploding within its throat like a blazing sun. The demon tyrant's devouring was forcefully interrupted, letting out a pained wail. Following that, the lava giant sword came crashing down. Splat! The left head was severed with a strike. Just as the last head was about to counterattack, Samuel had already pulled the stick from its mouth and thrust it into its eye socket. The purifying light erupted from within. The massive body of the demon tyrant froze, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, convulsing a few times before becoming still. The remnants of the law of gluttony within it clashed violently with the purifying power, ultimately transforming into a mass of dark purple mist, slowly dissipating. The flames on Samuel extinguished completely as she knelt on one knee, leaning on her giant sword, gasping for breath, her face as pale as paper, her breath weakened to the utmost. But she smiled faintly. "I won." Before her words could finish, her eyes closed and she fainted. "Samuel." Lin Chen hurriedly rushed over to support her. Lucifer stumbled over to examine her, relieved to find the source of life has burned excessively, leaving her severely injured and weak, but she is not in danger of death. She needs at least half a month of rest. Mammon looked at the corpse of the demon tyrant and then at the other approaching demons, urgently saying, "This is not the time to relax. Other demons are coming." Indeed, several giant boar-like demons had charged out from the thicket, their crimson eyes fixed on them, drooling fangs corroding the ground into small pits. Further away in the sky, several flying demons with wings spanning over 3 meters, resembling bat wings, were circling. "Run!" Lin Chen gritted his teeth. "Sister Lu, can you still carry Samuel flying?" Lucifer glanced at her dim 6 wings and shook her head. "Short distances are possible, but not long ones." "Then let's leave here first." Lin Chen picked up the unconscious Samuel, almost collapsing under her weight, but gritting his teeth to hold on, and said, "Mamonas, follow us. Troops protect our sides." Everyone stumbled in the opposite direction from where the demons were attacking, fleeing. Fortunately, the corpse of the demon tyrant seemed to have a deterrent effect on the other demons. Those demons rushed to the corpse but did not immediately pursue. Instead, they began to tear and fight over the body, engaging in fierce combat. This provided Lin Chen and the others a precious chance to catch their breath. They ran for an unknown time until they could no longer hear the demons' roars, finally stopping on a relatively open slope covered with dark red bushes. Lin Chen gently laid down Samuel and collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Lucifer leaned against a rock, closing her eyes to recuperate. Mammon remained vigilant, watching the surroundings. As Montes, having regained a bit of strength, began to check Samuel's injuries. "Burning the source of life. It's too chaotic." She frowned. Although the characteristics of the rage law make her resilient, such reckless actions will damage her foundation. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. There was no other way at the time. He looked at the purifying wood in his hand, now completely dull and resembling an ordinary dry twig, feeling a pang of fear. If it weren't for the luck of finding this object, they would have truly faced total annihilation. "This is a real dead end." Lucifer opened her eyes, her molten gold pupils scanning the surroundings. "The concentration of demonic energy here is more than 10 times that of the outside world, and all living beings are distorted by the gluttony law. We must find an exit quickly or adapt to this environment." "How to adapt?" Mammon said with a gloomy face. "The power of gluttony is sluggish here. The demonic energy is too dense. Absorbing too much will taint the source." As Montes pondered, gluttony law. Since it is one of the 7 deadly sins, perhaps there is a way to utilize it. If we can find the seed of gluttony or comprehend a trace of the characteristics of the gluttony law, we might be able to survive here. Lin Chen's heart stirred. The seed of gluttony? According to previous patterns, the seed of pride was in the novice village, the seed of greed in the Blood Wolf Alliance, the seed of rage in the Dream Marsh, and the seed of lust in the Shadow Cave. then the seed of gluttony is likely in this area filled with the gluttony law. If we can find it and summon the fifth goddess Beelzebub, it would not only greatly enhance our strength but also possibly grant the ability to survive in the demonic realm. But the problem is, where to find it? And in their current state, let alone finding the seed of gluttony, even encountering another king-level demon could lead to their doom. First, let's rest. Lin Chen made a decision. Sister Lu Maman, as you all recover quickly, I'll take care of Samuel. Once everyone regains some combat power, we'll make plans. The three goddesses nodded. Maman pulled out the last few pieces of dry food and some water from her storage bag, distributing them to everyone. Although it wasn't much, at least it could replenish their strength. Lin Chen chewed on the hard dry food, gazing at the dark red sky and the massive silver moon, feeling a mix of emotions. They had fled all the way from the Dark Star domain, suffering heavy losses and in a disheveled state. Now trapped in this cursed place with an uncertain future. But he looked at the four goddesses beside him. Though battered and exhausted, they had not given up. Lucifer closed her eyes to recuperate, her wings slightly folded, maintaining an air of pride even in her weakened state. Maman scanned the surroundings warily while nibbling on the dry food, her purple eyes filled with fear, yet more with a stubbornness of, I must survive, as Montes was using her remaining strength to help Samuel regulate her chaotic energy, her pink hair cascading down her profile. Gentle Samuel, while unconscious, still clenched her fists as if ready to jump up and fight at any moment. With such companions, we will definitely survive, Lin Chen whispered to himself, and then find the seed of gluttony, summon Beelzebub, and leave this cursed place. Then kill our way back to the Dark Star domain and make those scum of the Shadow Merchant Association pay the price. A flame rekindled in his eyes. Not the kind of raging flame that Samuel had, but a deeper, more resolute will. At that moment, Samuel, still unconscious, suddenly moved her lips, mumbling incoherently, hungry. So hungry. Lin Chen was taken aback and then smiled wryly. Indeed, everyone was hungry. In this eternally starving realm of gluttony, hunger might be the most common feeling. But the next second Samuel's words shocked him. Beelzebub, don't take my meat. Lin Chen turned sharply to look at Samuel. She remained unconscious, but her brows were tightly furrowed as if she were having a nightmare. Beelzebub. How could she know that name? Could it be? Lin Chen recalled what Asmontes had said earlier, that Samuel had seen the jealousy demon god in the illusion. Could there be some connection beyond summoning between the 7 deadly sins, a connection at the source? While he was pondering, a strange sound like the simultaneous swallowing of saliva by countless people suddenly came from a nearby dip. Everyone immediately became alert. Lucifer opened her eyes, Maman tightened her grip on her dagger, and Asmontes' fingertips glowed with a faint pink light. Lin Chen gently laid Samuel down and crept to the edge of the slope, cautiously peering down. In the dip he saw a horrifying scene. Dozens of various demons were surrounding a massive, mostly decayed demon corpse, crazily tearing and devouring it. Their eyes were filled with pure gluttony, and they would even attack and kill each other to seize a piece of good meat. In the center of the dip, where the rotting corpse's heart would be, a peculiar plant was growing. It was a pitch-black vine twisted like blood vessels, with a fist-sized dark purple fruit that pulsed as if it were a heart. With each pulse, the fruit emitted a strong, nauseating aura of gluttony. The surrounding demons, while consuming the flesh and blood of the corpse, would occasionally glance at that fruit, their eyes filled with desire but afraid to approach, as if there was something terrifying there. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on that fruit. Through the blurred sensing of the Lord's core, he saw something sealed inside the fruit, a vague writhing shadow that seemed to be composed of countless mouths. The condensation of the gluttony law. Or the seed of gluttony? He couldn't be sure. But one thing was certain, that thing was definitely not simple. If they could obtain it. Lin Chen swallowed hard, internally conflicted. Should they rush in? In their current state, going down would be tantamount to seeking death. Not going. If they missed this opportunity, they might never find similar clues again. Just as he hesitated, Asmontes' weak yet determined voice came from behind. My lord, that is the fruit of gluttony, a product naturally condensed from the gluttony law in extreme environments. Although it is not a complete seed of gluttony, it contains pure gluttonous essence. She paused, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her pink pupils. If we can obtain it and give me some time to study, perhaps I can simulate a trace of the characteristics of the gluttony law, allowing us to temporarily not be seen as food by the demons here. If that's the case, we would have a chance to survive and find the true exit. Lin Chen turned back, looking at the four battered goddesses. He knew that this decision might lead everyone to utter destruction. But let's do it, he gritted his teeth, but not by force. We need to use our brains. He looked at Mammon. Mammon, how far can your gluttonous threads extend at most in a concealed state? Mammon estimated, at most 50 meters. Any further would risk exposure. That's enough. Lin Chen pointed to the largest bone next to the corpse in the dip. Do you see that? Can you quietly extend your threads to wrap around that bone and then? He whispered his plan. Mammon's eyes lit up after hearing, "My lord, you're so naughty, but I like it." Lucifer furrowed her brows slightly but eventually nodded. Feasible, but the risk remains. As Montes chuckled lightly, "Interesting, then let's give it a try." With the plan set, everyone began to prepare. Meanwhile, the dark purple fruit of gluttony continued to pulse slowly in the dip, like a heart waiting to be plucked. Lucifer loyalty 100 eternal contract, stand firm in despair, current evaluation of the Lord, trapped in a dead end surrounded by demons with unknown pursuers behind. Yet the Lord remains composed. Samuel sacrifices herself to protect her friends, and the sisters stand united. If the fruit of gluttony can be obtained, it may temporarily resolve the crisis. This plan, though risky, should be attempted. Mammon loyalty 100 soul contract, survival instinct explodes, current evaluation of the Lord, so scared. So scared. So many demons. But that fruit looks like a good thing. The Lord's plan, though risky, is better than waiting to die. Let's do it. Nervous yet excited. Samuel loyalty 100 forced contract, unconscious, current evaluation of the Lord, unconscious, mumbling in a dream, hungry. Beelzebub, don't take my meat. As Montes loyalty 100 forced contract, weak but wise, current evaluation of the Lord, the fruit of gluttony. If I can analyze its laws, perhaps we can temporarily disguise ourselves as kindred. The Lord's plan is bold but worth a try. I hope it succeeds. Otherwise we will truly become the snacks of the demons. Sighs with a wry smile, a game of survival and greed is about to begin under the dark red sky. And that fruit of gluttony pulsed as if it were alive, beating more violently. The first phase of the plan was entrusted to Mammon. She lay prone at the edge of the slope, eyes half-closed, fingers sunk deep into the earth. Countless violet filaments, fine as human hair, surged from her fingertips, silently penetrating the soil like living roots, spreading stealthily toward a decaying corpse lying 50 meters away in the hollow below. Found it. Mammon opened her eyes. Her amethyst irises reflected the image perceived by the filaments. The bone lies 3 meters to the left of the corpse, concealed beneath several creeping vines. 3 bone-corrosive hyenas, demonic beasts of early king realm, were gnawing on the corpse's ribs, positioned roughly 5 meters from the bone. Lin Chen lay nearby, observing the hollow's activity. 3 hyenas. If we drag the bone directly, they'll surely detect us. Mammon, can you fashion a decoy? For instance, wrap a scrap of flesh in your filaments and toss it far from the bone. Mammon pondered briefly. Yes, but someone must create a diversion to draw the hyena's attention. Leave that to me, Asmodeus said weakly yet resolutely. Though my strength is diminished, I can still conjure an illusionary scent, delicious, irresistible. With a graceful lift of her slender hand, faint pink, deep crimson light shimmered at her fingertips, coalescing into a small orb radiating an alluring aura of fresh blood and raw flesh, an olfactory lure fatal to gluttonous demonic beasts. Throw it eastward, into the open space there farther from us, Lucifer murmured softly. Asmodeus nodded and gently flicked the orb into motion. The rosy luminescent sphere traced a gentle arc before landing 30 meters east of the hollow, detonating into a dense, vivid illusion of spilled blood and torn meat. Within the hollow, the 3 bone-corrosive hyenas simultaneously raised their heads, nostrils flaring, eyes gleaming with ravenous hunger. They hesitated, glancing between the nearby bone and corpse, then toward the distant phantom feast, until appetite overrode caution and they broke into low guttural snarls, charging headlong toward the illusion. Now, Lin Chen hissed. Mammon instantly commanded her filaments. Violet threads erupted from the ground like serpentine lightning, wrapping precisely around the monstrous leg bone, half a person's height, and yanking it backward with sudden force. The bone scraped 1 meter across the earth, emitting a soft gritty whisper. One hyena lagging behind paused, tilting its head puzzled, and glanced back over its shoulder. Mammon's heart leapt into her throat, her filaments froze mid-motion. The hyena stared at the bone, then at its companions devouring the illusory flesh, though biting air the phantom scent convinced them they feasted, and chose ultimately to rush onward. Continue. Mammon exhaled in relief and resumed dragging the bone, this time accelerating. Under the filament's taut guidance it slid swiftly toward the slope's edge. 5 meters, 3, 1. Got it. Mammon hauled the bone onto the slope, triumph flashed in her violet eyes. It was a tumtor-long femur, thick as a human thigh, blackened and decayed yet astonishingly heavy. More importantly, it retained a dense residue of demonic energy and the corrupting imprint of the gluttony law. Excellent. Lin Chen seized the bone, feeling its nauseating rancid power pulse within. Now, Phase 2 Sao Chaos. He turned to Lucifer. Sister Lucifer, can you launch one final long-range strike? No need for force, just enough to hurl this bone into the center of that demonic pack. Lucifer glanced at her dimmed 6 wings, fell silent for a breath, then nodded. I can, but I require your amplification. Lin Chen placed his palm upon her shoulder. The Lord Core's dwindling power surged once more, his last reserve fully expended. A faint silver luminescence stirred along Lucifer's wings. She grasped the bone and her 6 wings snapped open with explosive force. The bone rocketed forward like a cannonball, arcing perfectly, not toward the gluttony fruit but straight into the midst of the frenzied demonic horde tearing at the rotting corpse. Crunch. The bone struck the back of a colossal boardman, scattering splinters and putrid flesh in every direction. The boar shrieked in pain and fury, mistaking the blow for an attack by its neighbor, and pivoted violently, slamming its massive head into the nearest crocodile-headed demon. Caught off guard, the crocodile demon tumbled sideways, instantly enraged, its jaws clamping down hard on the boar's hind leg. 2 king realm demons erupted into furious writhing combat. Meanwhile, flying shards of bone and decayed flesh landed upon other demons, igniting a chain reaction. Already driven mad by hunger and the gluttony law's influence, these creatures needed only the faintest spark to ignite total conflagration. Chaos erupted instantly across the hollow. Demons tore at each other, collided, trampled, and howled in blood-soaked frenzy. Now, go. Lin Chen vaulted down from the slope. Target the gluttony fruit. Mammon Asmodeus, cover me. Sister Lucifer, you hold position and guard Samuel. Lucifer nearly objected, but seeing Samuel unconscious and her own exhaustion, she clenched her jaw and bowed her head. My lord, be cautious. Lin Chen advanced with Mammon and Asmodeus, accompanied by the last 5 lava battle maidens and 3 black-feathered guards racing toward the hollow's rim. They skirted the raging melee, slipping along the relatively clear western flank of the hollow, closing rapidly on the black vine at its center. The gluttony fruit was now within reach. The fruit pulsed dark purple like a living heart, each contraction releasing a denser wave of gluttonous aura. The surrounding demonic carnage seemed to have no effect upon it, or rather perhaps such unrestrained hunger only intensified its rhythm, strengthening its beat. 10 meters, 5. Lin Chen calculated the distance. Just as his fingers stretched toward the fruit, sudden calamity struck. The black vine awoke. Motionless tendrils erupted upward like venomous serpents, dozens of thick and thin vines lashed outward, whipping toward the intruders. Worse still, countless tiny mouth-like fissures bloomed across their surfaces, oozing viscous viridian corrosive sap. The soul-devouring vine? Guardian of the gluttony fruit? Asmodeus cried out. At least mid-king realm? Mammon reacted instantly. Violet filaments wove a vast net before the group. Vines struck the net with sizzling hisses. The filaments blackened, frayed, and snapped apart. Its sap corrodes spiritual energy. Mammon's face paled. 5 lava battle maidens charged forward, heavy swords cleaving downward, but the vine proved unervingly resilient. The blades bit shallowly, leaving only pale scars, while 3 maidens were swiftly ensnared. Corrosive sap seeped through armor joints. The maidens trembled soundlessly, their molten flames guttering and dying. Fall back, no direct confrontation. Lin Chen shouted urgently. Too late. Black vines surged like a tidal wave encircling them completely. Worse yet, the demonic brawl in the hollow was nearing its end. Though many had fallen, the strongest survivors, including the two bone-corrosive hyenas, had sensed the commotion and now charged toward them, eyes burning crimson with hunger-fueled rage. Before them the soul-devouring vine. Behind them gluttonous demons closing in. True despair. Lin Chen's mind raced. Fight outright? Certain death. Retreat. Their escape route was already sealed by demons. What now? His gaze locked unflinchingly onto the gluttony fruit, still pulsing as if mocking their futility. Wait, pulsing. He suddenly noticed each time the vine attacked, the fruit's rhythm quickened, and its gluttonous aura intensified. And when the vine ensnared the maidens, the pulse grew markedly stronger, as though, savoring. A reckless idea ignited in his mind. Asmodeus. He whirled toward her. Can your lust illusion mimic the essence of gluttony? Asmodeus blinked in surprise. In theory, yes. Lust and gluttony are both manifestations of desire. I could attempt it, but I'd need a medium and the effect would be crude. Use this. Lin Chen drew a jade vial from his robes, inside a single drop of blood shed by Samuel as he burned his life force. Blood of wrath, charged with ultimate emotional energy. Asmodeus accepted the vial, astonishment flashing in her eyes, then understanding dawned. She poured the blood into her palm. Pink deep crimson light enveloped it, rapidly deconstructing, simulating and transmuting its essence. Within moments the blood transformed into a dark purple orb radiating pure undiluted gluttony desire. Success, crude yes, but it carries authentic gluttony law resonance. Asmodeus's face grew even paler, her exertion immense. Mammon. Lin Chen turned sharply. Use your filaments to place this energy beside the gluttony fruit, but do not let it touch the fruit. Then. A wild glint blazed in his eyes. Detonate it. Mammon's eyes widened. Detonate. My lord, that will draw every demon's focus, including the soul-devouring vine. Lin Chen spoke rapidly. The gluttony fruit instinctively hungers for pure gluttony desire. If we offer it a feeding, it may suspend its assault, even actively absorb the energy. Meanwhile, nearby demons will swarm, the explosion drawn irresistibly. This hollow will erupt into greater chaos. And in that confusion, we seize the fruit and flee. Mammon and Asmodeus exchanged a glance, shock, then a fierce electric spark of exhilaration. Madman. Yet perhaps only madness could survive such absolute desolation. Let's do it. Mammon gritted her teeth, violet filaments coiled around the dark purple orb and hurled it forward like a slingshot. The orb traced a perfect arc, hovering 1 meter from the gluttony fruit. For a heartbeat, the fruit's pulse ceased entirely. Then it throbbed anew, faster, harder, wilder. The black vine sensed the anomaly. Dozens reoriented instantly toward the orb, droplets of corrosive sap falling faster, ravenous, desperate. Demons went berserk. Abandoning mutual slaughter, they stampeded toward the orb, eyes blazing, jaws unhinged. The two bone-corrosive hyenas led the charge, already surging past the outer vines. Now! Lin Chen roared. Mammon's filaments jerked taut, the orb detonated with a silent concussive burst. A shockwave of dark purple gluttony desire rippled outward. Every demon, including the soul-devouring vine, froze mid-motion, then screamed in primal ecstasy, converging upon the epicenter. The black vines abandoned their attack. The vines swung their assault toward Lin Chen and the others, all coiling toward the blast as they sought to siphon the dissipating energy. The devouring fruit's throbbing had accelerated to a pace almost invisible to the naked eye. The whole fruit began to tremble faintly, its dark purple glow flowing like liquid. Move! Lin Chen lunged forward first. He did not reach for the fruit but instead dashed to the main root of the black vine, where a relatively slender new tendril had sprouted. He drew the dagger at his waist, taken from an enemy of the Shadow Guild, and with all his strength slashed brutally. A sharp hiss split the air. The vine was severed, inky green sap spurted from the wound and splashed onto Lin Chen's hand, instantly corroding several bloody holes. He gasped in pain but did not stop. With one hand he grabbed the half-meter length of severed tendril, the tip still held a short stalk and upon that stalk sat the devouring fruit. Got it. Lin Chen heaved. The devouring fruit fell free on cue and he caught it along with a piece of the tendril. Almost simultaneously the black vine emitted a piercing agonized shriek like 1,000 voices wailing, and realizing the fruit it guarded had been taken, it went utterly mad. All the vines abandoned their attempt to absorb energy and like frenzied serpents lunged at Lin Chen. The surrounding fiends, sensing that their true food had been stolen, also surged forward in madness. Retreat. Move. Lin Chen clutched the devouring fruit and turned to run. Mammon and Assamantis followed closely. 2 remaining black feather guards hoisted a gravely wounded magma battle maiden. Another magma maiden carried an unconscious comrade on her back, all following desperately. But how could their speed match the mid-king realm devourer vines and those frenzied monsters? A tendril's tip already grazed Lin Chen's back, when a black-silver radiance descended from above. Lucifer had somehow flown above them. Her 6 wings spread fully, though their light was dim they still radiated an unassailable majesty. Arrogant judgment. Light-dark barrier? She pressed her hands through the air and the blackened silver light wove into an arcing shield that stood between the pursuers and Lin Chen's group. Vines and monsters slammed against the barrier with ear-splitting roars. The shield trembled violently, webbed with countless cracks, yet it did not immediately shatter. Lucifer spat a mouthful of golden blood, her body reeling, but she still held firm. Sister Lu. Lin Chen glanced back, his eyes burning with anguish. Go. Lucifer rasped. I cannot hold much longer. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and clutching the devouring fruit drove the others up the slope with all his strength. They had barely crested the slope when the barrier behind them exploded with a thunderous crash. Lucifer fell like a kite with a broken string, but Mammon cast a filament and ensnared her in time, hauling her up. The devourer vines and monsters had already reached the slope's edge and were frantically crawling upward. Keep running. Don't stop. Lin Chen howled. They stumbled and fled in the direction away from the hollow. Behind them the beasts' bellows, the shrieks of vines, and the thunder of the trampled earth sounded like a death knell in relentless pursuit. They ran until at last they burst into a denser forest of towering dark purple trees. The sounds of pursuit slowly receded. Apparently those monsters and vines dared not enter this timber. Stop. Just stop. Lin Chen panted and collapsed. The others fell in turn, sitting or lying gasping. Each was battered and bloodied, utterly spent. Mammon checked Lucifer's wounds and exhaled. She's all right, for now. Exhaustion has worsened her injuries, but there is no immediate threat to her life. Assamantis looked at the devouring fruit cradled in Lin Chen's arms. The fruit had ceased its struggling, its dark purple glow had withdrawn, making it resemble an ordinary, if slightly oversized fruit. We actually got it, she murmured, astonishment flickering in her rose-deep red eyes. Lin Chen stared at the fruit in his hands, then at the unconscious Samuel, the weakened Lucifer, the exhausted Mammon and Assamantis, and the few remaining soldiers, his heart a tangle of conflicting emotions. The cost had been enormous. Yet at least they had survived, and they had seized an object that might change the course of events. Find somewhere to hide first. Lin Chen struggled to his feet. This place isn't safe, those creatures may pursue us still. They supported one another and moved deeper into the forest. Fortune smiled on them. They soon discovered a natural cave entrance concealed by vines and roots. The interior was small but sufficient to shelter them all. Mammon set alarm filaments and a simple illusion at the cave mouth, while Assamantis used her last reserves to weave a small breath-sealing illusionary barrier inside. When the tasks were done they all collapsed utterly. Lin Chen placed the devouring fruit carefully upon a flat stone and then checked each person's wounds in turn. Lucifer lay unconscious, Samuel unconscious, and Mammon and Assamantis were near collapse as well. Their forces were grievously depleted. The black feather guards were down to 3, all wounded. The magma battle maidens were reduced to 2 and no longer fit for combat. The illusion enchantresses had been nearly annihilated earlier in the shadowed cavern. Heal first. Lin Chen fumbled in his satchel for the last of the healing potions and spirit stones and distributed them. He tended to the corrosive wounds on his hand, gritting his teeth against the pain. Night fell, or rather the night of the Gluttony domain descended. The dark red sky deepened while the vast silver moon grew brighter, casting a cold, uncanny light. Inside the cave they sat in a circle, quietly meditating on recovery. Lin Chen looked at the devouring fruit on the stone and suddenly asked, "Asamantis, do you think this fruit could let us temporarily masquerade as one of them?" Asamantis slowly opened her eyes and nodded. "In theory, yes. The devouring fruit contains a concentrated gluttony principle. If its aura can be drawn out and draped over us, the local monsters might be deceived into perceiving us as products of that principle rather than as prey." She paused and added, "But it is dangerous. The gluttony principle is fiercely aggressive. If mishandled, it could lash back and turn us into nothing but ravenous beasts." Lin Chen was silent a moment before asking, "What are the odds of success?" "At my prime with Sister Lucifer's purifying power and Sister Mamon's energy control, perhaps 70%. Asamantis gave a bitter smile. "But now? Not even 30%. 30. Lin Chen looked at the unconscious Samuel and Lucifer. "When they wake and recover a bit, we'll try. In the meantime, we will take turns keeping watch and recover as quickly as possible." Maman suddenly asked, "My lord, do you feel that this forest is too quiet?" Lin Chen paused and strained to listen. Indeed, there was no insect chirp nor bird song, not even the whisper of wind. Only their faint breathing and from afar the occasional low roar of some unknown monster. That deathly silence made them all the more uneasy. This may be the territory of a far stronger presence, Asamantis guessed. The pursuers dared not enter because of that. A chill ran through Lin Chen. If that were true, they had fled a den of wolves only to step into a tiger's lair, perhaps something even worse. "In any case, restore our strength first," he said, drawing a deep breath. "Maman, Asamantis rests now. I will take the first watch." Maman and Asamantis exchanged a look and did not object. Each found a place to lie down and soon sank into a deep sleep. They were utterly exhausted. Lin Chen sat at the cave mouth, peering through the vines at the dark red sky and the vast silver moon. In his palm lay the envy shard obtained from the shadowed cavern, its sheen long faded. The shard warmed faintly as if answering something. Lin Chen looked down and saw dark green vortex patterns slowly turning within it as though pointing toward a direction. He followed the sensation and lifted his gaze into the forest's depths. Darkness lay there, yet the shard's heat grew more pronounced. "A seed of envy nearby as well," he murmured. "A gluttony domain that bore both a devouring fruit and the pull of an envy shard. How many secrets did this place conceal?" Lin Chen clenched the shard, a streak of resolve flashing across his eyes. No matter what lay here, he must survive. He vowed to keep the goddesses alive and to find all the answers. The night was far from over. Deep within the gluttony domain, some slumbering presence disturbed by the scent of new food slowly opened an eye. It was a single eye, so vast it could swallow stars rimmed with bloodshot veins. Within that eye, the cave where Lin Chen and his companions hid was reflected, and the devouring fruit lying quietly upon the stone. Lucifer's loyalty remained at 100, eternal pact, unconscious. Even in unconsciousness, her appraisal toward her lord was a murmured, scattered thought, "Master. Danger. Must. Protect." Maman's loyalty stood at 100, soul pact, a survivor. Maman's current appraisal to her lord ran, "That was terrifying. I was nearly torn apart by those vines and monsters. But we have the devouring fruit. The lord is a madman. But admirable. Sleep first, then we'll figure out how to use this fruit to trade. Or to barter for survival." She then fell into a deep sleep. Samuel's loyalty 100, forced pact, unconscious. In his stupor he muttered in dreams, "Hungry. By Exabu. Fruit. Fragrant." Asamantis loyalty 100, forced pact, exhausted but relieved. Asamantis appraisal whispered, "It actually worked. The Lord's reckless plan, risky yet worth it. I hope we can decipher the gluttony principle. Otherwise we will all die here. Rest now." So tired. Under the dark red sky, the people in the cave slept. In the forest's depths, the enormous eye slowly closed as if waiting for the prey to walk out of shelter of its own accord. or waiting for the right moment to strike personally. The night of the gluttony domain had only just begun. Lin Chen guarded for 3 entire hours. During this time he checked outside the cave several times, confirming that no magical creatures approached. He also fed some clean water to the unconscious Lucifer and Samuel, tending to the wounds on Mammon and Asmontis. His resources were limited, so he could only perform the simplest of treatments. The sky began to lighten, the dark red expanse faded slightly, revealing a sickly rust-red hue, while the massive silver moon sank below the horizon, replaced by a dark yellow sun resembling a rusted iron ball. The daylight of the demon realm had arrived. Inside the cave everyone gradually awakened. The first to awaken was Mammon. Rubbing her eyes she sat up, her purple eyes still filled with confusion, but soon regained her alertness. Master, have you not slept all night? I took a short nap. Lin Chen yawned, actually forcing himself to stay awake. How do you all feel? Mammon stretched her body, frowning. My spiritual power has recovered to about 30%. The injuries are stable, but I am still far from healed. What about Sister Lucifer and Sister Samuel? Sister Lucifer is still unconscious, but her breath has stabilized. Lin Chen looked at the red-haired goddess lying in the corner, her brow furrowed as if she were having a nightmare, but her complexion was somewhat better than yesterday. She should awaken soon. Just then Asmontis also woke up. She was weaker than Mammon, barely sitting up, her pink hair, which had returned to its original color, disheveled on her shoulders, her complexion pale to the point of being nearly transparent. Master. Her voice was slightly hoarse. That fruit. Lin Chen handed her the fruit of gluttony. Asmontis took the fruit and examined it carefully. In the daylight the fruit exhibited an even more bizarre hue, its dark purple skin shimmered with a metallic sheen, and inside it seemed as if a liquid was slowly flowing. She extended her delicate finger, gently pressing against the surface of the fruit, closing her eyes as pink light flowed from her fingertip into the fruit. Moments later she opened her eyes, astonished. This fruit is even more complex than I imagined. What do you mean? Lin Chen asked. It is indeed a manifestation of the law of gluttony, but its internal structure seems artificially manufactured. Natural manifestations of law fruits should have chaotic and disordered internal energy. But this fruit has clear veins and nodes inside, resembling some kind of sealing formation. Mammon leaned closer. Sealing? What is sealed? I'm not sure. Asmontis shook her head. My power is insufficient to probe deeply. But it's certain that if we rashly unleash its power we might trigger the seal and release something unknown. Lin Chen frowned. Then can we still use it for disguise? Yes, but we need to be very careful. Asmontis placed the fruit in her palm. We do not need to unleash its full power, we only need to guide a trace of gluttonous aura from the surface and cloak ourselves with it, like wearing a layer of the outer garment of the law of gluttony. This would allow us to disguise ourselves without triggering the deeper seals. She paused and added, but this requires precise control. I can't do it alone. I need Mammon's energy manipulation capabilities to assist, and it would be best to have Sister Lucifer's purifying power for insurance. Just in case the gluttonous aura backfires, we can purify it in time. Lin Chen looked at the still unconscious Lucifer. Sister Lucifer won't wake up in a short time. Samuel might wake soon, but her wrathful power seems incompatible with the law of gluttony. We can use the fragment of jealousy, Mammon suddenly said. Lin Chen was taken aback. Fragment of jealousy? Yes. Mammon took the dark green fragment from Lin Chen's hand. Last night this fragment was glowing and radiating heat, and it was clearly pointing towards the depths of the forest. If the fruit of gluttony and the fragment of jealousy can resonate, perhaps we can use the law of jealousy to balance the aggressiveness of the law of gluttony. Asmontis' eyes lit up. That makes sense. Although the 7 deadly sins are of different natures, they share a common origin. Greed can devour, lust can charm, jealousy can distort. If we use the fragment of jealousy as an anchor point, we might be able to guide the gluttonous aura more stably. She took the fragment of jealousy and placed it next to the fruit of gluttony. A strange phenomenon occurred. The dark green fragment began to gently vibrate, its surface swirling patterns rotating faster, emitting a faint green light. Meanwhile, the metallic patterns beneath the surface of the fruit of gluttony also began to flow, as if responding to the fragment's call. A subtle energy resonance emerged between the two items. It really works. Asmontis exclaimed with joy. Master, give me half a day to study. I should be able to design a temporary dual-law disguise formation. Lin Chen nodded. All right, focus on your research. Maman, assist Asmontis and stay vigilant. I'll go outside to see if I can find any food or water sources. Master, it's dangerous outside. Maman hurriedly said. We can't just starve to death here, Lin Chen replied with a wry smile. You all need to recover and regain energy. I'll just explore nearby, I won't go far. He picked up the now ordinary dry branch of the purifying wood, though it had lost its power it was still a stick, and took a dagger, carefully pushing aside the vines at the cave's entrance before squeezing out. The forest appeared even more eerie in the daylight. The massive deep purple trees towered into the clouds, their bark rough like scales, while their leaves were dark red resembling congealed blood. The ground was covered with thick dark purple fallen leaves, soft and yielding underfoot, producing a rustling sound. The air was thick with magical energy, yet strangely Lin Chen did not see any signs of magical creatures moving about. Not even a single bug. This deathly silence was more unsettling than the night. Lin Chen gripped the purifying wood, scanning the surroundings cautiously as he moved slowly. He didn't dare to venture far, exploring only within 100 meters of the cave. Soon he made a discovery. Under the roots of a tree about 50 meters from the cave he found a small cluster of dark blue mushrooms. The mushrooms were small, only the size of a palm, but they emitted a faint cool aura, completely at odds with the surrounding magical energy. This is the purifying mushroom. Lin Chen squatted down to examine it closely. The purifying mushroom is a symbiotic fungus of the purifying wood, which also has the effect of purifying magical energy and is edible. Although said to taste very bitter, it can replenish spiritual energy and aid in healing injuries. Lin Chen carefully picked the entire cluster of mushrooms, totaling 7, and wrapped them in his clothing. He circled around nearby again and found a small puddle. The water in the puddle was dark red, giving off a faint fishy smell, clearly polluted by magical energy. But Lin Chen had the purifying mushroom. He crushed one of the mushrooms and sprinkled it into the puddle. The mushroom powder hissed as it hit the water, and the dark red surface quickly became clear, the fishy smell dissipating. This is useful, Lin Chen exclaimed with delight, quickly filling his water pouch with the purified water. When he returned to the cave with the mushrooms and clean water, he found that Samuel had already awakened. The red-haired goddess was leaning against the rock wall, her complexion still pale, but her eyes had regained their former defiance. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, she smiled weakly and said hoarsely, "Master, how long have I slept?" "A day and a night," Lin Chen replied, handing her the water and mushrooms. "How do you feel?" "Hungry," Samuel answered honestly, taking the water pouch and gulping down a few mouthfuls, then grabbing a purifying mushroom and chewing it a couple of times, her face scrunching up. "It's so bitter." "Bitter or not, it must be eaten," Lin Chen said helplessly. "This is the only food we can find right now." Maman and Asmontis also each ate a mushroom and drank some water. The effects of the purifying mushroom were indeed impressive. The depleted spiritual energy within the three began to recover slowly, and the healing speed of their injuries accelerated. "Sister Lucifer is still not awake." Samuel looked at the unconscious Lucifer. "Her breath is stable, she should wake soon," Lin Chen said as he sat beside Lucifer, gently holding her hand. Her hand was icy, but a faint warmth flowed in her palm. Just then Lucifer's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Then her molten gold eyes slowly opened. Her gaze, initially somewhat confused, quickly became clear. "Master." Her voice was weak but clear. "Sister, you're awake." Lin Chen exclaimed with joy. "How do you feel?" Lucifer tried to sit up, but her body softened and Lin Chen quickly supported her. She leaned against Lin Chen's shoulder, closing her eyes to sense her condition. "Spiritual energy is depleted, origin damaged, but there is no danger to life. I need to rest for at least 10 days. "It's good that you woke up," Lin Chen sighed in relief. "Just don't move, rest well." But Lucifer looked at the fruit of gluttony and the fragment of jealousy in Asmontis' hands. "What is that?" "The fruit of gluttony and the fragment of jealousy we obtained in the shadow cave," Lin Chen explained. Asmontis is currently researching how to use them to create a disguise so that we can safely move in this demon realm. Lucifer stared at the two items, a hint of strangeness flashing in her molten gold eyes. They are resonating. Yes, Asmontis nodded, and the resonance is getting stronger. I suspect the thing sealed inside the fruit of gluttony may be related to the law of jealousy. She placed the two items side by side on the ground, her hands hovering above them enveloped in pink light. Under the stimulation of the light, the resonance between the fruit of gluttony and the fragment of jealousy became more pronounced. The patterns on the surface of the fruit began to twist and change, ultimately forming a tiny dark green whirlpool mark at the top of the fruit, exactly the same as the whirlpool pattern of the fragment of jealousy. Indeed. Asmontis took a deep breath. The fruit of gluttony is a container used to nourish the seed of jealousy. Lin Chen was taken aback. Asmontis closed her eyes, her fingertips glowing with a pink radiance. Long ago someone sealed a portion of the power of the seed of jealousy within this fruit, continuously feeding it with the principles of gluttony to maintain its vitality. The purpose is to wait for a certain moment to allow the seed of jealousy to fully revive. She opened her eyes, her pink pupils filled with seriousness, and the direction indicated by the shards of jealousy is the location of the seed of jealousy itself. Everyone fell silent. The amount of information was overwhelming. The seed of jealousy is sealed in the realm of gluttony, and it is being fed with the fruit of gluttony. Who did this? What is the purpose? In any case, Lin Chen broke the silence. The seed of jealousy is something we must obtain. Since it is here, we shall go find it. But Master, Maman said anxiously, in our current state. So we must first recover and prepare for disguise. Lin Chen looked at Asmontis as how long will the dual principles disguise array take to complete? If Sister Lucifer can assist, it can be finished tonight. Asmontis replied, but Sister Lu is currently. I can do it. Lucifer strained to sit up. Although my power is nearly exhausted, I can assist in stabilizing the array. I will help too. Samuel patted her chest. Although I don't understand formations, I can contribute my wrathful power to scare those monsters away, preventing them from coming close. Maman raised her hand as well. I will handle energy manipulation and vigilance. Looking at the four goddesses, though battered, still full of spirit, Lin Chen felt a warmth surge in his heart. With such companions, what is there to fear? All right, he nodded, then we shall proceed this way. During the day everyone will focus on recovery, and at night as will set up the formation. Tomorrow morning we will set off to find the seed of jealousy. With the plan set, everyone began to take action. Although Lucifer was weak, she still used the last of her holy light to set up a simple gathering array in the cave. Though the spiritual energy in the demon realm is scarce, it is better than nothing. Samuel, along with two other lava warriors who could still move, set up some simple flame traps near the cave entrance, using the last remnants of her flame power to ignite a pile of dry branches. Though not very powerful, at least it could serve as a warning. Maman and Asmontis began to study the details of the formation. Lin Chen was responsible for taking care of everyone while accounting for their remaining resources. The inventory results were rather grim. There were less than 100 spirit stones left, healing potions nearly depleted, only a few magic mushrooms remaining for food, and most weapons and armor were damaged. In terms of troops, only 3 black feather guards remained lightly injured, 2 lava warriors heavily injured and unhealed, and the illusion charm queen was completely wiped out. It's like going back to square one. Lin Chen sighed bitterly. But he did not feel discouraged. At least they were still alive, and they had obtained clues about the fruit of gluttony and the shards of jealousy. As long as they lived, there was hope. The day passed in tranquility. No monsters attacked, and the forest remained silent. Everyone took the time to recover. Although progress was slow, at least their injuries did not worsen. In the evening, Asmontis began to set up the formation. Using the fruit of gluttony and the shards of jealousy as the core, she drew a complex formation in the center of the cave, merging pink, less dark purple gluttony and dark green jealousy patterns. Maman wove energy channels into the patterns with purple silk threads, while Lucifer infused holy light into key nodes as fuses. Samuel contributed a drop of her blood, wrathful blood, as the fuel to activate the formation. The formation is complete. Asmontis wiped the sweat from her forehead. Now we need someone to act as the vessel to first accept the disguise. She looked at Lin Chen. Master, you go first. You are the Lord and your soul contract with us is the deepest, so your endurance should be the strongest. Lin Chen nodded and stepped into the center of the formation, sitting cross-legged. The process may be a bit uncomfortable, as Montes warned. The principles of gluttony will awaken the desires of appetite and greed deep within you, while the principles of jealousy will amplify your feelings of jealousy. You must hold on to your true self and not let the principles turn against you. I understand. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Let's begin. As Montes formed hand seals and the pink light infused into the formation, Mammon, Lucifer and Samuel all acted simultaneously, their three colors of light swirling and merging within the formation, ultimately transforming into a dark purple mist mixed with dark green patterns enveloping Lin Chen. In an instant, Lin Chen felt his consciousness being dragged into a strange space. He saw countless delicacies, golden roasted beast meat, honey-drizzled fruits, and fragrant soups. Each one made his mouth water, making him want to pounce on them and feast immediately. This was the temptation of the principles of gluttony. Then he saw illusions, Lucifer smiling at other lords, Mammon giving treasures to others, Samuel fighting alongside stronger warriors, and as Montes charming other men. This was the distortion of the principles of jealousy. The two desires gnawed at his mind like venomous snakes, trying to drag him into an abyss of endless greed and jealousy. But Lin Chen firmly held on to the last thread of clarity. Those foods are illusions. Sister Lu only smiles at me. Mammon's treasures are all mine. Samuel only listens to my commands. As only belongs to me. He repeatedly reminded himself, using reason to combat desire. Time passed and the illusions began to fade. The mist gradually seeped into his skin, forming an extremely thin, nearly invisible dark purple light membrane on his surface. On the light membrane, dark green patterns occasionally flickered. The formation ceased its operation. Lin Chen opened his eyes. A glint of dark purple light flashed in them but quickly returned to normal. Did it succeed? He asked. As Montes observed him closely and nodded, it succeeded. You now emit a faint aura of gluttony and jealousy. Although it is weak, it is enough to confuse most monsters. They will perceive you as one of their kind, or at least as an unappetizing oddity. Mammon also leaned in to sniff. Master now has a scent of spoiled fruit mixed with rust. Lin Chen. Thank you, you don't need to describe it so specifically. Next, the four goddesses will also accept the disguise in turn. The process was largely similar, but each goddess faced different inner demon illusions. Lucifer saw herself losing power, Mammon saw her wealth being taken away, Samuel saw herself defeated by a stronger opponent, and as Montes saw her charm failing. However, they all successfully endured it with their firm will and their bond with Lin Chen. The disguise was complete and a faint dark purple light membrane covered everyone. The formation can be maintained for 3 days, as Montes said. Within these 3 days, as long as we do not actively attack monsters or reveal too strong of other principal auras, we should not provoke their hostility. 3 days is enough. Lin Chen looked outside the cave. Tomorrow morning we set off. The night was deep. Everyone had fallen into a deep sleep, replenishing their energy for tomorrow's actions. Lin Chen, however, could not sleep. He held the shard of jealousy, which was still faintly warm, guiding him towards a certain direction deep in the forest. In that distant direction he seemed to sense a calling. A cold, resentful calling, yet filled with endless desire. That was the calling of the seed of jealousy. Wait for me, Lin Chen murmured softly. I will find you and then bring you home. He closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually sinking into a dream. In the dream he saw 7 beams of light. Arrogant, black, silver, greedy, dark purple, wrathful, crimson, gold, lustful, pink, gluttonous, dark purple, jealous, dark green, and a hazy, seemingly sleeping gray-white. The 7 beams of light intertwined and rotated, ultimately transforming into a colossal sword that pierced the heavens and the earth. 7 ancient characters were engraved on the sword. Lin Chen did not recognize those characters, but he could understand their meaning. Sins are returned, chaos is reopened. He jolted awake. Outside the cave the sky was about to brighten. A new day was about to begin. And their journey would continue. Lucifer's loyalty 100 eternal contract, recovering current evaluation of the Lord, disguise has been completed, injuries stabilize. The seed of jealousy is actually in this domain. This matter is suspicious. Yet the master is determined to move forward. I shall swear to follow him to the death. The road ahead is perilous, requiring utmost caution. Mamon's loyalty 100 soul contract expecting adventure current evaluation of the Lord, disguise is complete although the smell is weird as long as it keeps us alive it's fine. The seed of jealousy. Sounds very valuable? No, it's very important. There must be other treasures deep in the forest. Master, let's hurry and set off. Rubbing her hands together. Samuel's loyalty 100 forced contract battle intent rekindled current evaluation of the Lord, finally able to move. I was suffocating. There must be a fight deep in the forest. The seed of jealousy. Who cares what it is, just grab it. Master, I will take the lead. Impatient. Asmontis loyalty 100 forced contract wise worry current evaluation of the Lord, the fruit of gluttony feeds the seed of jealousy. There must be a conspiracy behind this. But the master's mind is made up, we can only take it step by step. I hope this journey goes smoothly. Looking towards the depths of the forest, a hint of unease flashed in her eyes. As the morning light began to brighten, the five prepared to set off. Deep within the realm of gluttony, unknown dangers awaited them. And the calling of the fifth goddess. The morning light filtered through the dark purple leaves, casting mottled rust-colored spots on the forest floor. Lin Chen and his companions emerged from their concealed cave and set foot on the path deeper into the woods. The camouflage proved to be more effective than anticipated. They traversed the woods, occasionally encountering wandering low-level magical creatures, those twisted beings entirely purple-black seemingly assembled from various animal remains. However, the magical creatures merely glanced at them from a distance, sniffing the faint scent of gluttony and jealousy in the air before losing interest and turning back to their aimless wandering or lying on the ground to gnaw on dirt and roots. They really see us as one of their kind. Indeed, Maman whispered, her purple eyes filled with wonder. And look, those magical creatures are so thin their ribs are protruding, yet there are clearly so many. Although there are things here that can't be eaten. Indeed. The forest was densely vegetated and the number of magical creatures was considerable, but all of them exhibited a sickly thinness as if they had been in a state of hunger for a long time. Some magical creatures even began to gnaw on their own limbs, biting off a piece of flesh, chewing for a while, the wounds regenerating with writhing flesh and then continuing to gnaw endlessly, caught in a cycle of eternal hunger. The laws of gluttony have distorted their perceptions, as Montes explained softly. They always feel hungry and are forever searching for food, but are restricted by the laws, unable to truly satisfy themselves. So they can only alleviate their hunger momentarily through this self-cannibalism. Samuel looked at a magical creature resembling a lizard yet also a wild boar gnawing on its own tail and frowned. So disgusting. And so weak. With creatures like these I could slay 10 with a single sword strike. Don't act recklessly, Lucifer reminded. Our camouflage is just a facade. Once we invoke the power of other laws, it will easily expose us. Moreover, she scanned the depths of the forest with her molten golden pupils. Though the individual magical creatures are weak, there are too many of them. If we provoke a group attack in our current state, we would surely die. Lin Chen nodded, tightening his grip on the fragment of jealousy. The fragment was slightly warm, guiding him in a clear direction, towards the very center of the forest. The group advanced along the guidance. The deeper they went, the more bizarre the forest appeared. The trees began to twist and deform with patterns resembling human faces or beastly visages emerging on the trunks, those faces having hollow eyes that seemed to watch them. The layer of fallen leaves on the ground grew thicker, crunching underfoot like walking on decaying corpses, emitting a puffing sound while seeping dark red liquid with a foul odor. The magical energy permeating the air also became denser and stickier, making it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, the presence of the camouflage light membrane seemed to filter this magical energy, preventing it from directly eroding their bodies. After approximately 2 hours of walking, an open area appeared ahead. It was a circular clearing about 100 meters in diameter, devoid of trees, in the center only a dark red ground resembling solidified blood. The surface of the ground was covered with interwoven bottomless cracks from which dark purple mist occasionally billowed. At the very center of the clearing stood a peculiar structure, a tower about 3 meters tall, entirely made of dark purple crystals. The surface of the tower was etched with twisted runes as if innumerable eyes were blinking while a swirling dark green sphere floated at the top. Within the glowing sphere a blurred, curled feminine figure could be faintly seen. The fragment of jealousy in Lin Chen's hand vibrated violently, its heat almost burning his palm. That's the spot. Lin Chen stared at the crystal tower. The seed of jealousy, or rather a part of the goddess of jealousy, resides in the sphere at the top of the tower. How do we get it? Fly directly up. Maman gulped. That's impossible, Lucifer shook her head. There are strong spatial distortion waves around the tower. Approaching carelessly would result in being torn apart. Moreover, she pointed to the ground surrounding the base of the tower. The group then noticed that on that dark red ground lay dozens of bones, some from magical creatures and others obviously belonging to humans or humanoid beings. Most of the bones were incomplete, some even showing signs of being violently torn apart or gnawed upon. It seems there have been quite a few visitors before. Indeed, as Montes said gravely, and they all failed. Samuel tightened his grip on his giant sword. Whatever traps there are well smashed through. Wait, Lin Chen stopped him. Let's observe first. He crouched down and picked up a small stone from the ground, throwing it towards the crystal tower. The stone flew through the air and at about 10 meters from the tower it suddenly seemed to hit an invisible wall, instantly exploding into dust. Immediately the space in that area began to twist and fold as if an invisible mouth was chewing on something. A spatial restriction, Lucifer deduced. Its strength is at least at the peak of the king realm man. It has a strong hunger characteristic. It will devour everything that approaches it, including energy and matter. A hungry spatial restriction? Maman blinked. What if we feed it? What do you mean? Lin Chen looked at her. Maman pointed at the dark green sphere at the top of the tower. Look, the tower is eating the magical energy spewing from those cracks. The magical energy is absorbed by the tower and then delivered to the sphere. I suspect a cycle of energy has formed between the tower and the sphere. The tower is the mouth and the sphere is the stomach. If we can temporarily cut off this cycle, let the tower starve for a while and then suddenly give it a large dose of energy, it might create a brief defensive gap because of overeating. That makes sense. The characteristic of the laws of gluttony is greed for food, unaware of restraint. If we use the fruit of gluttony as bait. She took out the fruit of gluttony from her bosom. The fruit was currently pulsing slightly as if sensing the tower's presence. But how do we cut off the cycle? Samuel asked. Lucifer looked at those cracks on the ground. The cracks are the source of the magical energy burst. If we can temporarily seal a few major cracks, it should weaken the energy absorbed by the tower. Seal the cracks. Maman scratched her head. What do we use to seal them? Lin Chen looked at the withered branch of purification wood in his hand. Use this. He broke the branch into several pieces and distributed them to the group. Although the purification wood has lost its power, the material itself has a natural resistance to magical energy. If inserted into the cracks, it should temporarily hinder the magical energy from bursting forth. But we need to seal multiple cracks at the same time. As Montes looked around, there are at least 20 cracks here and we don't have enough manpower. We don't need to seal them all. Lin Chen pointed at a few particularly thick and violently erupting cracks. If we seal those 5 main cracks, it should significantly weaken the energy supply. Maman, can your threads control multiple branches at once? Maman calculated for a moment. 4-5 branches. I can, but it requires concentration. Good, Lin Chen made a decision. Sister Lu, Samuel, you protect Maman. As for you, as prepared to use the fruit of gluttony as bait. Once the roles were assigned, the group began to move. Maman tied the 5 segments of purification wood to purple threads, carefully controlling the branches to fly towards the eruption points of the 5 main cracks. This process had to be extremely precise. If the branches deviated or were not inserted deeply enough, it could lead to failure. Everyone held their breath. The first branch successfully inserted into a crack. The erupting magical energy significantly weakened. Then came the second and third. When the 4th branch was inserted, the crystal tower seemed to sense the anomaly. The runes on the surface of the tower began to flicker rapidly and those eyes seemed to come alive, turning in their direction. Hurry! The last one. Lin Chen urged. Maman's forehead dripped with cold sweat. Her hands trembled as she controlled the last branch, accurately inserting it into the fifth crack. Buzz. The crystal tower emitted a low hum. The dark green sphere at the top slowed its rotation noticeably and its light began to dim. The surrounding air became thinner and the oppressive sensation of the sticky magical energy lessened significantly. Now's the time. As Montes forcefully threw the fruit of gluttony towards the crystal tower. The fruit traced an arc and at about 15 meters from the tower, just at the edge of the previous spatial restriction, it suddenly exploded. The rich aura of the law of gluttony spread like a tide. The tower's reaction was more intense than anticipated. All the runes on the tower simultaneously erupted with blinding light. The sphere at the top spun wildly and a terrifying pulling force exploded from the tower, madly devouring the gluttonous energy permeating the air. The spatial restriction began to fluctuate violently like a lake surface struck by a boulder. Visible ripples and cracks appeared on that invisible wall. The tower has overeaten. Maman exclaimed. The restriction is weakening. Lin Chen did not hesitate activating the Lord's amplification. Though his power was weak, it was enough to instantly elevate his speed to the limit. He shot towards the crystal tower like an arrow released from a bow. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. He dashed into the range of the restriction. The imagined sensation of space tearing did not occur. The restriction was indeed weakened, but it still existed. Lin Chen felt as if he had plunged into a thick glue. Every step was exceptionally difficult and his body seemed to be pulled by countless hands trying to tear him apart. But he gritted his teeth and persisted, reaching out towards the sphere at the top of the tower. The distance grew closer. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the sphere, an unexpected change occurred. The curled feminine figure within the sphere suddenly opened her eyes. They were dark green eyes reminiscent of an unfathomable cold pool. Her gaze was icy proud, filled with endless jealousy and resentment. She looked at Lin Chen, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Then she gently parted her lips. No sound emerged. Yet in Lin Chen's mind a cold female voice rang out, "You have the scent of other women on you. Many of them. It truly makes one jealous." As her words fell, the space around Lin Chen suddenly froze. He felt as if he were encased in a transparent amber, unable to even blink. Immediately a terrifying chill, as if it wanted to freeze his very soul, surged from all directions, invading his body and consciousness. Illusions began to manifest before his eyes. Lucifer stood before him, her 6 wings unfurled, molten golden pupils coldly glaring at him before turning and walking towards another unfamiliar figure radiating a sacred aura. Maman held a large pile of treasure, smiling as she handed it to a chubby merchant, not even glancing at him. Samuel, wielding his giant sword, fought alongside a burly warrior engulfed in golden flames, their cooperation seamless, as if they were longtime comrades. As Montes lazily leaned against the arms of a handsome prince, her pink pupils filled with a beguiling smile. The core of the Lord within suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The radiance was not a single color, but a chaotic blend of black, silver, deep purple, crimson, gold, pink, and the gray of his own soul's essence. Wherever the light passed, the illusions of jealousy melted away like ice and snow under the sun. The frozen space began to loosen. Lin Chen suddenly raised his head, looking at the figure within the sphere of light, his eyes burning with unwavering flames. "I did not come to take you. I came to bring you back. Back to our side, back to your sisters." He reached out his hand, this time without any hesitation or fear. His fingertips touched the surface of the sphere of light. A dark green glow surged into his body like a tide, cold, stinging, filled with the poisonous thorns of jealousy. But Lin Chen did not retreat. He opened his soul to embrace this jealousy, to understand it, and then to dissolve it. "What are you jealous of?" he asked in his heart. "Jealous of them meeting me before you. Jealous that they already have my trust and bond. But do you know? They are waiting for you too. Lucifer has always been wary of your arrival because she knows you will bring trouble, but she also knows you are an indispensable sister. Mammon is already plotting how to profit from you, but she is also ready with gifts to welcome you. Samuel wants to fight you to see who is stronger, but he is also willing to turn his back to you. Asmothus is worried that your jealousy will harm me, but she also looks forward to studying the mysteries of the laws with you. And what I need is not 7 perfect goddesses. What I need is 7 real versions of you, proud, greedy, wrathful, lustful, gluttonous, jealous, and late. Only the complete 7 deadly sins can form the complete domain of myriad sins. So, come home, Leviathan. As the words fell, the female figure in the sphere of light slowly widened her eyes. In her dark green pupils the coldness and jealousy gradually faded, replaced by confusion and longing. She looked at Lin Chen, at the 4 beams of light outside the barrier, and at the genuine unpretentious concern in their eyes. For a long time, she let out a light sigh. The sphere of light suddenly exploded. The dark green glow burst forth like fireworks, then quickly contracted into a stream of light, merging into Lin Chen's brow. Detected seed of jealousy starting fusion. Fusion successful, unlocking hero summoned sin of jealousy. Leviathan Lin Chen felt a cold yet soft presence added to his soul. It was a curled up female soul, as if sleeping in the deep sea. Her aura was proud and distant, but deep within her soul lay a hidden desire for warmth and acceptance. Leviathan, Lin Chen whispered. No response. Though the seed of jealousy had fused, it seemed Leviathan still needed time to fully awaken. At that moment, the crystal tower lost the light sphere as its core and began to tremble violently. The runes on the surface of the tower extinguished one by one, and the entire tower began to collapse. Master! Get out! Mammon screamed. Lin Chen turned and rushed towards the barrier. But the collapse of the tower triggered a chain reaction. The surrounding spatial barriers began to go out of control, countless space rifts spreading like black lightning, wildly devouring everything. Worse still, the demonic energy temporarily sealed within the cracks in the ground lost the tower's absorption and began to erupt madly. The dark purple demonic energy surged into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The entire open space instantly transformed into a death zone. Sister Lu, come help me! Lin Chen roared. Lucifer, disregarding her injuries, fully spread her 6 wings, and the black-silver light transformed into a massive hand that reached into the barrier, grasping towards Lin Chen. But just as the hand was about to touch Lin Chen, a space rift suddenly cracked open beneath his feet. A terrifying suction force came, trying to drag him into the endless void. Master! The 4 goddesses cried out in unison. At the critical moment, the sleeping female soul within Lin Chen's soul suddenly stirred. A cold, deep blue power erupted from within him. That was not the power of jealousy. That was the power of the deep sea. The deep blue light transformed into countless ice crystals, instantly freezing the space rift beneath Lin Chen's feet. Even more astonishing was that the ice crystals rapidly spread, freezing all the erupting demonic energy, collapsing crystals, and raging space rifts. The entire open space turned into a deep blue icebound world. Time seemed to stand still. Lin Chen stared blankly at everything before him. Then he heard a cold yet melodious female voice resonate in his mind, this time. Consider it a debt you owe me. The voice was light, carrying a touch of pride and reluctance. But indeed it was Leviathan's voice. Lin Chen grinned. He grasped Lucifer's light hand and was suddenly pulled out of the barrier. The 5 of them converged, running wildly towards the direction they came from. Behind them, the frozen open space began to collapse. The deep blue ice crystals transformed into countless light points, dispersing the uncontrolled demonic energy. Collapsing crystals and surging space rifts regained their fury. But none of this mattered to them anymore. They dashed into the forest, running wildly until they were completely far from that area before stopping to catch their breath. Did we succeed? Mammon asked, panting. Lin Chen nodded, pointing to his brow. The seed of jealousy has fused. Leviathan is temporarily asleep, but she should wake up soon. Samuel plopped down on the ground. I was so scared. That space rift almost swallowed the master. But that last freeze. So impressive. Asmothus seemed to ponder the power of the deep sea. The seed of jealousy actually contains such power. It seems Leviathan is even more complicated than I imagined. Lucifer retracted her wings, her face pale as paper. Forcing herself to use power had worsened her injuries. But a glimmer of consolation flashed in her molten golden pupils. The fifth sin has returned to its place. Lin Chen looked at the four goddesses beside him, all battered but with shining eyes, and felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment surging in his heart. Having obtained 5 of the 7 deadly sins, he was one step closer to the complete domain of myriad sins. But just then, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. The roar contained pure extreme gluttonous desire. Immediately after, the ground began to tremble. Trees in the distance fell in droves, and a shadow so immense it was beyond description began to rise slowly from the deepest part of the forest. "What is that?" Mammon's voice trembled. Lin Chen looked up. Through the gaps in the trees he saw a massive head. A head towering several dozen meters with 3 enormous mouths, each filled with layers of sharp teeth. Below the head was a body as massive as a mountain, supported by 6 legs as thick as pillars. What was most chilling was that the monster's abdomen was split open by a massive crack, continuously dripping corrosive slime. Inside the crack was not viscera but a swirling dark purple vortex. Within the vortex, countless struggling devoured souls could be vaguely seen. The manifestation of the law of gluttony. Asmith's voice was dry. "We took the fruit of gluttony and stirred it." Lucifer gritted her teeth. "Run? That is not something we can contend with." The group began to flee again. Behind them, the gluttonous giant beast had already started moving. Each step cracked the ground and toppled trees. It opened its 3 enormous mouths simultaneously, letting out a thunderous roar. "Hungry. So hungry. Give my food back to me." The voice echoed like thunder through the forest. Lin Chen glanced back. The giant beast's 6 eyes were locked fiercely on him. To be precise, they were fixed on the seed of jealousy that had just fused within his soul. The aura of the seed of jealousy seemed to have a fatal attraction to the gluttonous giant beast. "It wants Leviathan?" Lin Chen instantly understood. The fruit of gluttony was a vessel to feed the seed of jealousy. And now that the seed of jealousy had fused with him, the gluttonous giant beast had lost its source of food, so it wanted to directly devour the seed of jealousy itself. "Split up and run." Lin Chen made a decisive call. "I will draw its attention. You all run in the other direction." "No way." The 4 goddesses replied in unison. "Master, if we die together." Samel hefted her giant sword. "I won't leave the master behind to escape." Mammon's purple eyes were filled with tears. "We are one entity." Lucifer spread her 6 wings, blocking Lin Chen in front. Asmothus chuckled lightly. "Master, have you forgotten the bond we just established?" Lin Chen looked at them, his heart warmed, but he shook his head. "No, listen to me. I have a way to escape. Leviathan just awakened a trace of consciousness, and she told me she knows a shortcut." He pointed in the opposite direction of the forest. "Run that way. About 3 miles away there is an entrance to an underground dark river. Enter the dark river and flow downstream to leave this forest and reach a relatively safe area." "What about you, master?" Mammon asked urgently. "I will attract the giant beast with the aura of the seed of jealousy, buying you time." Lin Chen said quickly. "Then I will use Leviathan's deep sea power to freeze an area, temporarily trapping it, and catch up with you." He paused and revealed a reassuring smile. "Trust me. I am the man destined to become the Lord of all heavens. How could I die here?" The 4 goddesses exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reluctance and worry, but they knew this was the only way. "Master, you must come back." Lucifer gave him a deep look, turned and said, "Go." Mammon, Samel, and Asmothus cast a final glance at Lin Chen and gritted their teeth to follow. Lin Chen then turned and sprinted in the opposite direction of them. At the same time, he deliberately released a trace of the seed of jealousy's aura. Behind him, the roar of the gluttonous giant beast suddenly drew closer. "Food. Found it." The ground shook as the giant beast changed direction, chasing after Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not look back, wildly weaving through the forest. His heart raced like a drum, but his gaze was remarkably calm. Leviathan's voice echoed in his mind. 300 meters ahead, turn left, there is a marsh. Jump in. I will use the power of the deep sea to temporarily isolate your aura." Lin Chen followed her instructions. He dashed into a dark purple bubbling marsh, leaping in without hesitation. The cold, foul-smelling muddy water engulfed him. Soon after, deep blue light surged from within him, forming a thin ice shell that enveloped him, isolating all trace of his presence. Outside the marsh, the footsteps of the gluttonous giant beast grew closer and closer. Lucifer's loyalty 100 eternal pact, determined to protect current evaluation of the Lord, the Master sacrifices himself to draw the enemy. My heart aches greatly. But this is the only way to survive. I must quickly reunite with everyone, regain strength, and then find the Master. Leviathan. I hope you can protect the Master. Mammon's loyalty 100 soul pact, heartfelt worry, current evaluation of the Lord, Master, please don't die. There are so many treasures I haven't spent. So many treasures I haven't picked up. You must come back alive. Otherwise I will sell all your territory. Tears welling up. Samuel's loyalty 100 forced pact, anger and unwillingness, current evaluation of the Lord, damn. Damn. Letting the Master venture alone. I must become stronger. Strong enough to protect the Master. Strong enough to kill all enemies. Clenching her giant sword, her nails dug into her palm. Asmithus loyalty 100 forced pact, wise prayer, current evaluation of the Lord, Master. You always make the most insane yet correct choices. I hope Sister Leviathan can help you. I hope we can all leave here alive. When you come back, I want to punish you properly, sighing softly. Leviathan's loyalty 100 forced pact, awakening, current evaluation of the Lord, foolish Lord. Actually risking himself alone to save those women. But this foolishness makes me a bit concerned. Let's help him through this crisis first. The power of the deep sea can still be used 3 times. In her cold voice there was a hint of faint warmth. Lin Chen held his breath in the marsh. Outside the marsh, the shadow of the gluttonous giant beast loomed over the entire area. The deeper they advanced, the more the crater transformed into a surreal reverie. Silver mist braided with strands of golden starlight thickened until it almost took on substance, flowing like liquid radiance through the haze. The prevailing sense of somnolence was so dense it would not dissipate. Even beneath the protection of the Dingxing plate and their own resistance, Duya and the others felt their eyelids as if weighted with 1,000 caddies, their thoughts moved as if mired in viscous honey, laboring to turn. Only Lucifer and her 2 companions, by virtue of their innate strength and resistance to certain laws, managed to keep relative clarity, though they too had to divert more of their minds to resist. The Dingxing plate's light seemed somewhat dim within the dense golden mist. Elder Deting's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Sustaining the compass operation was clearly draining him greatly. He murmured that the device was nearing its limit and would need a full half-hour to be reactivated once spent. Then someone cried that they had sighted the center. Samar suddenly pointed ahead. Through the depths of the golden mist, a relatively open area emerged. Its ground was no longer dark blue but a warm moon-white jade. Intricate archaic patterns were carved into the jade. They were not lifeless design. The liquid-like currents of golden starlight flowed within them, an evidently superior grade of Moonhua star marrow. At the core of the pattern lay a recessed circular altar. Within the basin, the star marrow gathered like a small pool, emitting an intoxicating shimmer and energy ripples that quickened the heart. Core star marrow pool. Duya breathed, his eyes flaring with feverish light. His breathing grew quicker. Yet Lucifer's gaze passed beyond the pool, fixed farther inward. Behind the altar, at the terminus of the moon-white jade floor on the rock wall at the crater's very center, there seemed to be an entrance sealed by layered ancient runes and the spectral illusion of chains. The mouth of the cave yawned deep, exuding the faint yet loftily ranked aura of judgment and order that had set Lucifer on edge. On the rock beside the opening, faint mural-like etchings could be seen as if recording ancient scenes. Lucifer pointed and asked what that could be. Duya and the others followed her gaze, their faces shifting. Elder Deting muttered that their intelligence had never mentioned this. Could it be an even more ancient ruin? The elder's tone was uneasy. Duya cut off curiosity, insisting their objective was the star marrow and they must focus on harvesting the core first. Move quickly, he urged, if the place felt wrong. Indeed, though the core lay peaceful, it compressed the spirit with an inexplicable oppression, as if something slumbered and could be roused at any moment. The golden star marrow flowing through the patterns carried a different heavier cadence than the outer veins. The seven approached the altar with utmost caution. With every step closer, the slumbering intent intensified, the surroundings warping and overlapping. Whispers and sighs ancient and eternal in tone threaded their ears with increasing clarity. Prepare to collect, Duya ordered, producing several jade vials of noticeably superior quality, each etched with stellar runes. Ting checked the Dingshan plate once more to ensure its stability. Just as Duya's vial neared the thickest edge of the golden star marrow, the entire core of the crater trembled violently. The ancient patterns around the altar suddenly erupted in piercing golden light. The flowing star marrow seemed to awaken. It rose and condensed with terrifying speed until in the span of a blink a more substantial, nearly human-shaped apparition appeared above the altar, a figure draped in golden starlight crowned with a lunar diadem, the Moonhua goddess. Her visage was blurred, yet her aura immense. Merely brushed by her hollow gaze, Duya and the others felt their souls crushed as if struck. They coughed, staggered back, lips bleeding. Even Lucifer and her two companions were struck by a crushing pressure. Elder Ting cried out that this was a core guardian, its strength approaching the threshold of the godly. The Dingshan plate sputtered as if about to fail. Attack full force, Dia shouted. All thought of retreat gone. He, Taifu and Yugui lunged with no restraint, unleashing their deadliest blows. But most assaults slid off the web of golden starlight as though striking mist. Any damage that did register was swiftly mended by surges of star marrow welling from the altar beneath the apparition. The apparition raised a hand and sent forth a golden pillar of light thick as a bucket and astonishingly condensed, blazing toward Duya. His pupils shrank as he tasted the breath of death. He threw himself aside and slammed up a small black shield. The beam struck spidering cracks across the shield. The residual force hurled Duya into the moon-white jade, spattering blood from his mouth, his vitality ebbing. The gap was too great. This core guardian was not something a Huang realm could confront heathen. Duya struggled upright and shouted at Lucifer and her pair, accusing them of holding back and reminding them of the blood pact. If they failed to secure the star marrow, none would fare well. His words bore a cruel edge of suspicion. Lucifer understood the moment had come. The guardian must be dealt with, or retreat would be impossible even with their prize in hand. She drew a deep breath and let the silver gleam of her sword swell. No longer restraining the purity and edge of her intent, a blade of will rose to cut through illusion and sunder eternity, momentarily dispelling part of the slumbering suppression. Salmar, take the aggressive, bind Li Weitan, disrupt the star marrow's flow, she called, voice sharp. In an instant she became a silver streak charging the Moonhua goddess apparition. Salmar laughed wildly. Battle lust unleashed. His crimson blade flared as he struck at the apparition from the flank, drawing some of its attention. Li Weitan pressed both hands to the ground. Icy blue spiritual force crawled along the jade pattern, seeking to freeze the flowing star marrow and delay the apparition's recovery. Lucifer fixed her aim at the apparition's core, its chest, where a more concentrated heart-like cluster of golden starlight seemed to pulse. She elevated the simulated rhythm of Sloth to an extreme, folding into it a trace of her own prideful essence that challenged authority. With a sliver of cold at the sword tip, she drove straight into that beating heart. This strike was no longer to soothe but to sever and to invade. The instant the blade pierced the golden blaze, a vast, sorrowful, dreamlike torrent of thought rolled back along the sword toward Lucifer. Simultaneously the Moonhua goddess emitted a soundless shriek. The apparition convulsed and its golden radiance scattered. They had succeeded. Lucifer's sword intent, conjoined with the simulated Sloth property, disrupted and even momentarily severed part of the link between the apparition and the core pool. The apparition's power diminished in an instant and its movements stiffened. Salmeyer's blade and Li Weitan's freezing seized the opening to increase their assault. Now collect quickly, Lucifer barked, holding the sword posture with effort. Duya gritted his teeth against pain and lunged to the altar's rim, plunging his veil into the somewhat calmed golden liquid and feverishly siphoning its contents. Ting, Taifu and Yugui, ignoring injuries, assisted in harvesting. The core star marrow proved superb. Each drop felt weighty as 1,000 caddies and contained the dream moon law in purer, more intact form. Duya's specially prepared jade vials filled rapidly. As one reached toward the very center, toward the most brilliant cluster that seemed to birth and extinguish stars within itself, anomaly reawakened. The heart star blaze that Lucifer had pierced erupted, throwing out a ring of fierce golden ripples. A thunderous blast sent Lucifer flying backward, blood and chi churning. Salmire and Li Weitan were swept by the shock as well. At the same time, every ancient pattern in the core lit up. The golden star marrow ceased merely repairing the guardian and began surging toward the runic-sealed cave on the rock wall. It was as if a chain reaction had been triggered. The sealing runes and the spectral chains at the cave flickered violently, their light flashing on and off under the assault of star marrow. "What is happening?" Dia cried, staring at his vial and then at the cave that seemed about to stir. Elder Di Ting watched his frantically spinning compass, pale as ash. "We have disturbed a deeper ward. Whatever is sealed inside is absorbing star marrow to break the seal." Lucifer steadied herself and turned to the cave. The aura of judgment and order intensified rapidly as the golden star marrow poured in. Though still tightly bound, the throat of the cave now exuded a dignity that made souls tremble, and a simmering anger. Leave immediately, Lucifer decided. Whatever lay within that mouth, if freed, would be a calamity beyond measure. Dia finally reacted. Though he despised abandoning the luminous essence, life came before prize. He clutched the full vials to his chest and shouted, "Retreat!" Without time for reflection, the seven turned and sprinted back the way they had come. Behind them, the core convulsed with increasing violence. A golden mist raged, the ancient patterns flashed uncertainly, and the sealing runes at the cave guttered like a candle in the wind. They had barely cleared the core and returned to the outer silver mist zone when a muffled roar sounding as though it came from the planet's heart rolled after them, followed by a faint, resentful, imperious bellow. The entrance had not fully burst yet. That cry imprinted itself like a brand upon every soul, leaving a chill in its wake. "Hurry, get out of the crater," Dia urged, still shaken. The path they had come along had been blurred by turbulent energies and the lingering, slumbering will. They could only rely on rough bearings and the compass that Di Ting struggled to keep steady as they raced through the increasingly unstable pit. The moment they crossed the crater's edge and stepped into the shattered crystal belt, Lucifer felt through a soul link that the seventh princess sleeping on Qianfan Island had been affected by that roar, and the cave's aura, the luminous cocoon surrounding her, quivered violently. Trouble, it seemed, was not confined to the broken star wastes. This venture's gains had come tethered to risks and enigmas far larger than anticipated. The entity behind the cave, the Princess Slumber, and the aura of judgment and order, what astonishing connections lay hidden among them. Lucifer relayed the new crisis as she swept through the air. Lin Chen on Qianfan Island received the report. His expression was graver than ever. He realized that perhaps unwittingly they had pried at a secret sealed for countless ages, a Pandora's box tied to the Xinyun star domain and even older mysteries. The process of escaping the Dream Moon crater was even more perilous than the infiltration. The energy within the crater became extremely unstable due to the disturbance of the core's restrictions, with spatial fissures appearing more frequently. The void-eating points and time remnants grew like rampant thorns, blocking their path. The silver mist was no longer serene, intertwined with rampaging golden starlight and a chilling remnant of judgment constantly assaulting the minds of the group. Lucifer and his companions had no choice but to closely cooperate with the four shadows, even teaming up several times to forcibly cut through the chaotic energy currents, clearing a path for their group. Leviathan exerted all his strength to maintain the low-temperature field around them, slowing the erosion of slumbering thoughts and the effects of spatial anomalies. The others also took out their emergency escape talismans and life-saving pills, looking disheveled. When the seven finally broke through the crystalline belt and completely left the crater's range, returning to the relatively normal shattered star wasteland, nearly everyone was injured and their breaths were weak. Looking back in the distance above the crater, chaotic golden and silver light flickered and a deep rumbling sound intermittently echoed, indicating that the disturbances inside had not yet subsided. "This place is not suitable for long stays." Poison Tooth's face was pale as he held a jade bottle filled with star marrow, his eyes reflecting both relief from surviving and deep apprehension about the changes at the cave entrance. "According to the blood pact, the star marrow is divided. This is your 30%. He took out a slightly smaller jade bottle containing about a third of the golden star marrow and handed it to Lucifer. Lucifer accepted it, checked that it was correct, and put it away. The constraints of the underworld blood pact were still in place, yet at least before leaving the shattered star wasteland both sides remained peaceful. "What do you know about the cave entrance and that roar?" Lucifer asked coldly. Poison Tooth shook his head, his gaze flickering. It was never mentioned in the intel. It might be a secret older than the Dream Moon Goddess. This time. It counts as an unexpected gain but also an unexpected disaster. I will report this to the Elder Council as it is. You'd better keep quiet about this, otherwise if the royal family or other forces investigate we will be in trouble. He clearly did not want to say more and was eager to leave. Farewell. The blood pact is about to expire, and whether we are enemies or friends in the future depends on fate. Without waiting for Lucifer's response, he turned and quickly disappeared into the chaotic rocks of the wasteland, accompanied by the Earth Listener, the Spectre, and the Iron Axe, heading in a different direction from the rendezvous point of the Qianfan Island team. Watching their departing figures, Samuel spat. They run fast. It's clear they have ulterior motives and are definitely hiding something. The aura from that cave entrance is very ominous. Our master needs to know the details as soon as possible. Lucifer nodded, the cold light in her silver eyes undiminished. First, let's leave here and find a safe place to rest, then we can contact our master in detail. They oriented themselves and hurried towards the temporary gathering area of the Qianfan Island trial team. Along the way, they carefully avoided other trial participants and powerful malevolent spirits and dealt with the battle marks on their bodies. Through an extremely subtle soul link, Lucifer transmitted the core information, safely escaped the crater, obtained some star marrow, but triggered an unknown restriction, and the cave entrance seems to seal an ancient existence along with the abnormal reactions of Poison Tooth and the others to Lin Chen. A few days later, when the three of them appeared travel-worn and somewhat fatigued at the temporary camp set up by the Qianfan Island trial team on the edge of the wasteland, they attracted some attention but did not arouse too much suspicion. The trial festival was fraught with danger, and injuries and exhaustion were the norm. Their disguised identities also showcased the expected strength and caution, successfully collecting some star marrow and task items which they picked up along the way, and they completed the trial with a rich harvest. Days later, the bell signaling the end of the trial festival rang in the direction of Fallen God Mountain. Teams from various islands gathered, counted their points, and awarded rewards. Lucifer and her companions Silver Sword, Red Blade, Cold Mirror ranked in the upper middle tier due to the harvest outside the crater and the points earned from defeating malevolent spirits along the way, neither overly prominent nor at the bottom, successfully obtaining the participation rewards of the festival, some divine crystals and cultivation resources, along with a trial talent token issued by the royal family, granting them a small official recognition. As the royal fleet set sail again, carrying the cultivators who completed the trial back, Lucifer and her companions finally set off for home. When the airship landed at the port of Qianfan Island, nearly 20 days had passed since their departure. The setting sun cast its glow and the harbor's lights began to twinkle one by one. Lucifer, Samuel, and Leviathan quietly detached from the returning group and under the cover of night, after several twists and turns, finally returned to the back courtyard of the Eternal Slumber Tavern, located in the prosperous area of the island's heart. The tavern had long since closed, but the lights in the back courtyard were still on. As the three pushed open the familiar door, warm light and a familiar aura instantly enveloped them. Welcome back. Maman was the first to greet them, her sharp and capable face rarely showing a look of relief, holding a ledger and an abacus, clearly working while waiting. Sister Lucifer? Samuel. Leviathan. Beelzebub cheered, dashing over like a little cannonball, nearly knocking Samuel off balance, then gazing at them eagerly. Did you bring back anything delicious? Were there any strange ingredients in the wasteland? Lilith lazily leaned against the door, her eyes glimmering as she looked up and down at the three of them, a charming smile playing on her lips. Oh, it seems you've experienced quite a bit of interesting things you all carry a hint of. The malevolence of the wasteland and... a rather unique starlight scent? And... a slight unpleasant sense of authority. Belphegor, wrapped in a blanket, was curled up on the soft couch by the fireplace, seemingly awakened by the noise. She raised her head, her silver hair somewhat disheveled. She rubbed her eyes, her gaze lingering on Lucifer for a moment, mumbling sleepily, Lucifer carries the scent of dreams. And a bit of annoying chains. After saying this, her head tilted and she leaned back, her breathing quickly becoming even. Lucifer felt a stir in her heart. Belphegor's perception was indeed sharp. Where is our master? Samuel asked anxiously, looking around. The master is waiting for you on the top floor in the quiet room. Maman stepped aside. Hot water and clean clothes have been prepared. You should wash up and rest for a bit before going to see the master. Seeing you like this, you must be exhausted. Indeed, after days of travel, battle, and tension, even the goddess body felt weary, especially from the mental exhaustion. Being able to return to this safe place to see familiar companions, her taut nerves inevitably relaxed. Leviathan gently nodded, a hint of warmth flashing in her cool eyes. Samuel grinned and ruffled Beelzebub's head. Yes. I brought back some star-pattern beast jerky from the wasteland, but we need to let the master or Maman see if it can be eaten. After a moment, the three goddesses, freshly cleaned and changed into comfortable casual clothes, arrived at the quiet room on the top floor of the tavern. Lin Chen had already prepared tea and several exquisite snacks waiting for them. Seeing them return safely, genuine smiles and concern appeared in his eyes. You've worked hard, please sit down. As the three took their seats, Maman and Lilith followed while Beelzebub sat beside Lin Chen holding a plate of freshly made pastries, eating while listening curiously. Belphegor is probably still sleeping downstairs. Lucifer succinctly narrated their experiences after entering the crater, including the collection of star marrow from the outskirts, the guarding of the core area, the disturbance of the caves, restrictions that commanding roar and Poison Tooth's reactions, and their final parting. Samuel supplemented the battle details while Leviathan focused on describing her perception of the aura of judgment and order. After the narration, the room fell into silence. Only the faint sound of Beelzebub chewing on pastries could be heard. Lin Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table, digesting the information. Maman furrowed her brows, rapidly calculating the risks and potential values. Lilith's smile faded, her gaze deepening. Even Leviathan, who seemed indifferent to everything, slightly tightened her lips. The legacy of the Dream Moon Goddess, the mysterious sealed cave entrance, the aura of judgment and order, the princess sensing. Lin Chen slowly spoke. These clues seemed to piece together some vague outlines. Master, what should we do next? Lucifer asked. First, let's digest the gains from this time. Lin Chen looked at the bottle of golden star marrow that Lucifer took out. Maman analyzed the composition and effects of the star marrow to see if it directly aids the princess condition and if it benefits us as well. Lilith, use your channels to continue digging into the legends about the Dream Moon Goddess, the ancient divine wars, and any deities or forces that might be related to judgment and order in light of these new clues. Lucifer, you three should rest well. You've worked hard this time. He paused, glancing over the goddesses. Secondly, we must prepare for any changes. The disturbance at the cave entrance and the princess sensing cannot be hidden for long. The royal family, the shadows, and even other powerful forces that detect anomalies may take action. We must solidify our foundation on Qianfan Island and strengthen our power. Rest assured, Master. Samuel thumped his chest. Although it was dangerous this time, I feel my understanding of battle and anger has deepened. After a few days of rest, I will become even stronger. Leviathan softly added, my jealousy domain seems to have a unique perception and mapping ability regarding that chaotic space-time and energy environment, and I also gained some insights this time. Lucifer nodded slightly, indicating that she too had made progress in the integration of sword intent and pride. Seeing that the goddesses were not deterred by danger but instead grew in adversity, Lin Chen felt relieved. He spoke warmly, you all did well. Go back and rest properly. We will discuss the specifics in detail tomorrow. Beelzebub, go bring the calming and vitality soup prepared for the sisters. Okay. Beelzebub bounced up and ran to the kitchen. Shortly after, Beelzebub returned with a steaming bowl of soup exuding a fragrant aroma, eagerly distributing it to Lucifer and the others. The soup clearly contained a lot of rare medicinal ingredients specially prepared by Maman. Drinking the warm and soothing soup, feeling the caring gazes of her companions, and the peace brought by this familiar environment, even the usually stern Lucifer softened slightly. As night fell, Qianfan Island remained aglow with lights. However, within the Eternal Slumber Tavern there was a rare warmth and tranquility. Yet both Lin Chen and the goddesses knew that beneath this tranquility lurked an impending greater storm. The secrets of the star marrow, the truth of the cave entrance, the cause of the princess' illness, formed a gradually unfolding colossal web enveloping them within. But at least for tonight they could temporarily set aside their fatigue and vigilance, enjoying this brief moment of warmth at home. For the next few days the eternal slumber it appeared to operate as usual on the surface, while beneath it preparations surged with quiet urgency. Lucifer, Samael, and Leviathan rested in stillness, internalizing the combat insights and profound revelations of cosmic law gleaned from their recent expedition. Each bore faint traces of the dream moon crater's unique aura and the lingering resonance of the judgment, residues requiring time to refine, purify, or dispel entirely. Mammon bore the heaviest burden. She maintained the inn's seamless operations amid increasingly complex patronage, including spies dispatched by rival factions, while sequestering herself in a specially prepared alchemical laboratory to conduct deep analysis on the vial of golden Lunarian star marrow retrieved by Lucifer. Within the alchemy chamber delicate instruments shimmered with soft luminescence. Dressed in functional attire and fitted with custom ocular lenses, Mammon's expression was one of unwavering focus. With meticulous care she extracted a single droplet of the star marrow and placed it upon a resonance crystal, a device capable of amplifying and visualizing energy ripples. The golden droplet rolled slowly across the crystal's surface, its interior swirling with miniature galaxies, emitting a gentle yet potent wave of dreamlike energy. Energy purity is exceptionally high, the integrity of embedded law fragments far exceeds expectations. It possesses pronounced slumber, dream weaving, and purification attributes, exerting profound nourishment upon the soul yet concurrently carrying significant risks of addiction and conscious submersion. Mammon murmured as she recorded her observations. Its fundamental nature resonates partially with Lady Beelzebub's Sloth primordial essence, both entailing stasis and repose, but Dream Moon leans toward serene slumber and artful illusion, whereas Lady Beelzebub's Sloth embodies absolute cessation, the ultimate stillness of all things. Fascinating. A shared origin yet divergent expressions. She proceeded with further experiments, introducing trace amounts of the marrow to living flora and harmless stellar beasts. The plants swiftly entered a vibrant state of suspended animation, growth halted yet vital essence condensed and intensified. If the stellar beasts sank into deep vivid dreams, yet overdoses rendered them unrousable, threatening irreversible slumber. Indeed, this marrow may well hold the key to Princess Lin Chen's condition. Mammon concluded, its slumber principle constitutes part of the cocoon enveloping the princess. If guided with precision it might soothe, or even replenish, that cocoon, stabilizing it and perhaps revealing an opportunity to awaken her from within. Yet the peril remains immense. A misstep could plunge the princess irrevocably into reverie, or worse, provoke the stellar fall annihilation force, triggering unforeseen consequences. She compiled her findings into a formal report, preparing to present it to Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Lilith's intelligence network delivered fresh developments. That day she donned an elegantly mature gown and charmed several well-informed regular patrons in the front hall, her laughter light, her inquiries deft, gleaning valuable intelligence with effortless grace. After closing at dusk she found Lin Chen sipping tea beneath the grape arbor in the rear courtyard, deep in contemplation, and beside him Lucifer gently correcting Samael's control over her nascent power lest she inadvertently dismantle the garden. "My lord, urgent matters arise," Lilith said, settling with poised elegance and pouring herself a cup of tea. "The imperial household appears to be mobilizing on a grand scale." Lin Chen lifted his gaze. "Oh. First the island lord's residence," Lilith lowered her voice. "Bailey Dongjun has been shuttling frequently between the floating mountain and Qianfan Island, hurried, purposeful, as if preparing for something momentous. His personal guard has likewise begun unconventional deployments and intensified training. Second, concerning the seventh princess." A flicker of gravity crossed Lilith's eyes. "From a merchant steward recently returned from the imperial capital I learned the princess's condition has deteriorated sharply, episodic convulsions, the crescent moon mark flaring repeatedly upon her brow, and once briefly she opened her eyes. Yet her gaze was hollow, tormented, whispering fragmented words, starfall, judgment, chains, so unsettling that even the empress was shaken. The imperial cultivators stand helpless, even his majesty has been deeply disturbed." At these words Lucifer paused mid-correction, her hand stilled upon Samael's arm. Samael ceased her practice and turned. From the nearby velvet chaise Beelzebub stirred beneath her blanket, murmuring drowsily, "Chains, detestable." Leviathan, silent and unseen, had already glided to the veranda's edge, listening intently. Lin Chen's brow furrowed. As expected, the crater's disturbance has reached the princess. Judgment, chains, they resonate precisely with the aura emanating from the fissure. He turned to Lucifer. When you sensed judgment and order within the fissure, did that presence also evoke imagery of chains of binding and restraint? Lucifer inclined her head slightly. The sealing runes manifested phantom chains. Then the princess's cocoon likely shares origin, or at least profound kinship, with that fissure's seal. Mammon's voice joined them as she approached, report in hand. My preliminary analysis corroborates this conclusion. It is possible the princess unwittingly became integrated into a vast ancient sealing system, or perhaps, she bears a fragment of its power. This hypothesis deepened the silence thick with implication. Third, Lilith continued, the imperial household is intensifying covert investigations into all matters tied to Dreamon, fallen ancient gods, and primordial seals, not merely through public bounties. I suspect they've detected anomalies across the shattered star wastelands, and may even be narrowing their suspicions toward those who've operated unusually within the wastelands of late. Her glance lingered meaningfully upon Lucifer, Samael, and Leviathan. Our movements were precise. Even the fangs would wish to remain concealed, Samael frowned. But the fissure's disturbance was no whisper, it echoed across the land. The imperial household maintains watchful eyes across the wastelands. Leviathan observed, calm and incisive, they may not know who exactly stands behind it, but they will certainly identify those who ventured deep into the wastelands recently, especially near the crater. We, and the shadows, are both on their list of suspects. Thus the imperial household will likely seek us out soon, whether to consult on the princess's affliction or to investigate the crater's anomaly. As if summoned by his words, the following morning brought the island lord's herald to their door. Bailey Dongjun extended an invitation under the pretext of discussing the princess's ongoing treatment, and added pointedly, His Majesty has recently inquired after your counsel, placing great hope in Master Lin. What was inevitable had arrived. Lin Chen knew this meeting would differ fundamentally from all prior encounters. He would need to prepare, thoroughly. Before departing, he convened the goddesses in the inner sanctum. Mammon, provide me the star marrow analysis report. Also prepare a small sample, diluted tempered, for me to present as my research findings. Yes, my lord. It is ready. Mammon handed him an exquisitely carved jade casket and an encrypted jade tablet. Lucifer, you three remain at the Inn vigilant. Should I fail to return within the appointed time, or should any anomalous signal arise, execute the contingency protocol. Lin Chen's gaze settled upon Lucifer. Her silver eyes burned with quiet resolve. Understood. My lord, proceed with caution. Samael clenched her fist. If they dare act against you, we will cut our way in, without hesitation. Leviathan silently offered a crystalline shard of ice blue hue. My lord, this refracts divine sense scrutiny and tracking imprints, once for a brief duration. Lilith stepped forward, gently adjusting Lin Chen's collar, her gaze luminous with both allure and tenderness. My lord, remember, we are all waiting for your return. Beelzebub pressed a small cloth pouch into his hand. My lord, these are my new, ultra-chewy vitality candies. One dissolves fatigue, another banishes drowsiness. Beelzebub, now fully awake, rose from the chaise, rubbed her eyes, then extended a slender pale finger to lightly touch Lin Chen's forehead. An infinitesimal yet utterly refined thread of her sloth primordial essence flowed forth, delicately drawn, precisely implanted, into Lin Chen's spiritual seat. Carry this. Should you confront overwhelming drowsiness, or ensnaring dreams, it shall preserve a sliver of wakefulness within you, or lend perfect authenticity to your feigned slumber. She finished with a soft languid yawn. Feeling their distinct yet equally sincere devotion and support, Lin Chen's heart warmed, and steeled. He was no longer a solitary traveler adrift across alien realms, he stood anchored by companions he could trust, rely upon, and call his own. Rest assured, I will adapt, observe, and act with discernment. Lin Chen smiled, accepted every token of preparation, and strode from the inn. Watching his retreating figure, Lucifer slowly tightened her grip upon her sword's hilt. Samael's eyes gleamed with restrained battle lust. The air around Leviathan cooled perceptibly. Mammon returned to the counter, fingers dancing across abacus beads, her gaze sharp, calculating. Lilith leaned against the doorway, watching the street. Beelzebub pressed her face to the crystal window, eyes wide and expectant. Beelzebub drew her blanket tighter, but for once her silvery eyes did not close. Instead they lingered quietly anxious, fixed upon the direction where Lin Chen had vanished. They all understood this meeting would mark a pivotal turning point, ushering the eternal slumber in and the divine fall imperial house into a new phase fraught with greater complexity and peril. And they, his steadfast vanguard, would stand ready prepared to meet whatever storm might come. Within the island lord's study Bailey Dongjun awaited. Beside him stood two unfamiliar elders whose auras ran deep and ancient, imperial cultivators of divine realm cultivation. The atmosphere weighed heavier, far more solemn and austere than Lin Chen had anticipated. In the study of the island lord's mansion the atmosphere was solemn. Bailey Dongjun sat in the main seat, his usual authority accompanied by a hint of undeniable fatigue and gravity. To his left and right sat two elderly men. The elder on the left had white hair but a youthful face dressed in a plain white Taoist robe holding a whisk. His gaze was gentle and profound, giving one the feeling of being enveloped in a spring breeze, yet also unfathomably deep. The elder on the right had a face like a heavy jujube, his eyes sharp like lightning. He wore a dark gold python robe exuding an imposing aura even without a hint of anger, with a subtle surge of thunderfire energy surrounding him. Neither of them deliberately emitted a pressure, but the divine aura that naturally emanated from them made the entire study feel somewhat thicker. Mr. Lin has arrived, please take a seat. Bailey Dongjun gestured for Lin Chen to sit in the guest seat, his tone relatively polite but lacking the previous warmth. Lin Chen complied and sat down, his expression calm as he clasped his hands and said, I have been summoned by the island lord. May I ask what instructions you have? And who are these two seniors? This is the royal family's honored guest, Master Yin Miao. Bailey Dongjun introduced the elder in the white robe, then indicated the elder in the python robe on the right. This is Venerable Lei Huang. The two honored guests have been sent by the Emperor to Qianfan Island for two reasons. First, to oversee the follow-up matters of the rituals. Second, for the health condition of Her Highness the Princess. Master Yin Miao smiled slightly, waving his whisk. Young friend Lin need not be nervous. We have come to understand in detail the progress of your treatment for the prince's condition as well as the situation in the Shattered Star Wilderness during the Starfall rite. His voice was gentle yet carried a penetrating force. Venerable Lei Huang merely cast a faint glance at Lin Chen without speaking, but his gaze felt like a tangible pressure. Lin Chen understood that the main event had begun. A proper look of respect and a hint of surprise crossed his face as he said, I see. It is an honor to assist in matters concerning Her Highness the Princess. Regarding Her Highness' condition, I have been studying it repeatedly in recent days, combining some ancient prescriptions and items I have chanced upon, and I do have some insights. With that he took out the jade box and jade slip prepared by the Maman. He opened the jade box, revealing a small clump of diluted golden star marrow sealed within transparent crystal. Although its energy had diminished significantly, the pure dreamlike and somnolent aura was still distinctly perceptible. At the same time he handed over the jade slip, which contained the Maman's organized report on the preliminary analysis of the star marrow and its possible effects on the prince's condition. This item is called Moonlight Star Marrow, which I have deduced may be beneficial for Her Highness symptoms based on ancient texts. Recently I fortunately obtained a small amount, and upon preliminary inspection it is mild and pure, containing effects of soporific, calming the mind and nourishing the soul, which bears considerable similarity to the protective light cocoon aura surrounding Her Highness. As Lin Chen explained, he observed the reactions of the three. Bailey Dongjun and the two honored guests were immediately captivated by the golden star marrow in the jade box. Master Yin Miao extended his hand as if beckoning, and the crystal and jade slip floated gently before him. He scanned the jade slip with his divine sense, then carefully examined the star marrow within the crystal, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Moonlight Star Marrow? Is it derived from the ancient dream moon goddess legacy? Master Yin Miao inquired, his tone taking on a more exploratory note. Senior, you are indeed well informed, Lin Chen replied smoothly. It is as I surmised. Her Highness went missing in the Shattered Star Wilderness 3 years ago and has remained in a deep sleep since her return, which may be related to this dream moon legacy. Where did you obtain this? Venerable Lei Huang suddenly spoke, his voice low and thunderous, carrying an unmistakable interrogative tone. Lin Chen had long prepared his answer. To be honest, I have been greatly concerned about Her Highness' condition, and during the ritual I entrusted several trustworthy friends who participated in the trials to pay attention to any clues or spiritual objects related to soporific and dreams in the Shattered Star Wilderness. After much risk, they found this small amount of star marrow at the edge of a perilous location. However, according to them, that place is extremely strange, filled with dreams of slumber, and they did not dare to venture deeper, only managing to obtain some findings from the periphery. He attributed the merit to the disguised identities of Lucifer and the others, which was reasonable. At the same time, he hinted at the danger of the impact crater, leaving a clue for why he did not go there himself. Bai Li Dongjun and the two honored guests exchanged glances. They naturally had investigated the identities of Lucifer and her companion's Silver Sword Red Blade Cold Mirror, who were recommended by Lin Chen to participate in the trials. There was a logical connection in this entrustment. Where are your friends now? Venerable Lei Huang pressed further. They are resting and recuperating at the inn. They have consumed a lot of energy and sustained some injuries. Lin Chen replied calmly, if the senior wishes to inquire further, I can have them come to meet you. Let's discuss that later. Master Yin Miao waved his hand, redirecting his focus back to the star marrow and jade slip. Young friend Lin, your analysis is quite insightful. In your opinion, how should this star marrow be used to treat Her Highness? Lin Chen systematically laid out his thoughts, emphasizing the core idea of same-source immersion, gentle guidance, stabilizing the light cocoon, and exploring internal causes, showcasing both professionalism and leaving room for caution, stressing risks and uncertainties. After listening to Lin Chen's exposition, Master Yin Miao nodded slightly and looked at Bai Li Dongjun. Highland Lord, what do you think? Bai Li Dongjun pondered. What, Mr. Lin has said aligns with the inferences of several honored guests within the palace. This star marrow may indeed be crucial. But how it is specifically used still requires caution. The Emperor has decreed that matters concerning the princess are of utmost importance, and every development must be tightly controlled. He turned his gaze toward Lin Chen, his eyes sharpening. Mr. Lin, aside from this star marrow, did your friends discover any other abnormalities in the Shattered Star Wilderness? For example, unusual tremors, energy eruptions, or any peculiar sounds? Finally, he asked the core question. Lin Chen felt a chill in his heart, but his expression showed a contemplative demeanor as he hesitated, saying, well, they vaguely mentioned that when they approached that perilous area they seemed to faintly sense ground vibrations as well as a low muffled sound that seemed to come from deep within, which made people feel anxious. As for what it specifically was, their cultivation was limited and they did not dare to approach and investigate, so they were not very clear. He did not directly mention roars and caverns, only describing the vague vibrations and muffled sounds which matched the understanding level of peripheral investigators. Master Yin Miao and Venerable Lei Huang exchanged glances, their expressions growing more serious. Young friend Lin, Master Yin Miao maintained a gentle tone, but the content made Lin Chen's heart tighten. Do you know that just a few days ago in the depths of the Shattered Star Wilderness an unusual energy disturbance and law fluctuations occurred in the area suspected to be the Dream Moon Impact Crater? The intensity of the fluctuations was so strong that it even faintly reached the outskirts of the Fallen God Mountain. The royal family's secret sentinels also reported that the seals near the impact crater seemed to show signs of being triggered. Lin Chen appropriately showed surprise on his face. Such a thing occurred. After my friends returned, they only mentioned their gains and dangers but did not mention such large-scale anomalies. Perhaps they had already left the area and did not notice. Perhaps so, Venerable Lei Huang snorted coldly, but the timing is too coincidental to disregard. The Emperor has ordered a thorough investigation of all trial participants who ventured deep into the Shattered Star Wilderness during the ritual, especially those approaching the impact crater area. No suspicious clues can be overlooked. The pressure was directly placed upon Lin Chen and his friends behind him. Mr. Lin, Bai Li Dongjun took over the conversation, his tone softening slightly but still carrying an undeniable weight. The Emperor and the Empress care for the princess more than their own lives. Any clues or individuals that may assist with the princess's condition will be highly regarded by the royal family, and appropriate protection and rewards will be provided. However, similarly, any suspicious matters that may endanger the prince's safety or are related to the anomalies in the wilderness will not be tolerated by the royal family. He paused, looking directly at Lin Chen. For the sake of prudence and to better treat the princess, the emperor hopes that Mr. Lin can temporarily relocate to the floating mountain villa to focus on researching the application of the star marrow. Your 3 friends must also accompany you to assist in the investigation and inquiries. Of course, the royal family will treat you with courtesy and ensure everyone's safety. House arrest. Under the guise of protection and research, it was effectively placing Lin Chen and his team under the royal family's close surveillance. Lin Chen's mind raced. Refusal. It would immediately raise greater suspicion and might even lead to being forcibly taken away. Agreeing. Although he would lose some freedom, he could get closer to the princess and the royal family's core, gather more intelligence, and at least avoid other potential troubles such as the shadow's silencing. Moreover, with the star marrow in hand, he currently had value to the royal family and his safety should be guaranteed in the short term. I am deeply grateful for the emperor and empress' kindness and for the trust of the island lord and the 2 seniors. Lin Chen stood up, bowing solemnly. It is my duty to assist Her Highness the Princess. Relocating to Floating Mountain will allow me to observe her reactions and adjust the plan more conveniently, which is indeed better. I will return to prepare and inform my 3 friends. Seeing Lin Chen be so aware of the situation by Li Dongjun's expression lightened slightly. Master Yin Yao nodded with a smile. Venerable Lei Huang remained expressionless. This is very good, Bai Li Dongjun said. A flying vessel will come to fetch you tomorrow at noon. Mr. Lin, you may return to prepare now. Leaving the island lord's mansion, Lin Chen felt several concealed divine senses hovering around him for a moment before gradually dissipating. The royal family's surveillance had already begun. Returning to the inn, Lin Chen immediately informed the goddesses of the situation. House arrest. I'm not going. Samuel was the first to jump up. As expected, Maman analyzed calmly. The value we have shown the star marrow and its potential help for the prince's condition outweighs the threat, so they chose to control rather than eliminate us immediately. Although we lose our freedom at Floating Mountain, it's also a good opportunity to gather core intelligence and get closer to the princess. Moreover, while they're in the shadows and other forces will have many reservations before taking action. Lucifer was silent for a moment and said, we need to develop a detailed response plan. Under the eyes of the royal family, how to convey information, maintain combat power, and handle inquiries. Leviathan nodded. We need to separate core supplies and intelligence. Someone must stay at the inn to provide support. Lilith chuckled. Looks like I have to play the role of the Styathone manager again. Rest assured, my lord, I will manage the inn flawlessly, and by the way, gather intelligence. Beelzebub expressed some concern. My lord, will we still get to eat good food there? Beelzebub, fully awake for once, rubbed his eyes and slowly said, there. The taste of dreams will be stronger. Can I sleep better? But those chains are a bit noisy. Lin Chen looked at them, his heart already made up. Maman, Lilith, Beelzebub, and Belphegor, you 4 will stay at the inn. The inn is our foundation and retreat. It must be defended. Maman will coordinate, Lilith will handle intelligence and external communication, Beelzebub will ensure safety, and Belphegor, you should try to sense the dreams and chains movements from Floating Mountain and the princess's side and inform us through the contract. Lucifer, Samuel, and Leviathan will go with me to Floating Mountain. We must prepare for the inquiries regarding our disguised identities. You must keep your stories consistent. Only say that we discovered the star marrow on the outskirts of the wilderness and immediately retreated upon encountering danger without noticing any large-scale anomalies. Everything must follow my instructions. Understood. The goddesses responded in unison, their eyes shining with either determination or excitement. That night the eternal slumber inn quietly underwent a series of arrangements. Important supplies, wealth, and intelligence copies were secretly transferred and hidden. The personnel staying behind and those going over repeatedly rehearsed various possible scenarios and communication methods. The next day at noon, the royal family's flying vessel arrived on time. Lin Chen, accompanied by Lucifer Silver Sword, Samuel Red Blade, and Leviathan Cold Mirror, boarded the flying vessel heading to the Floating Mountain Villa under the escort of the envoy sent by Li Dongjun. Looking down at the increasingly smaller silhouette of Qianfan Island and the eternal slumber in, Lin Chen knew that a new and more complex chess game had begun at Floating Mountain. They would transition from relatively free eccentrics of the common people to guest officials and suspects under the royal family's close surveillance. Every step would need to be taken with utmost caution. The flying boat passed through the clouds, and the familiar silhouette of the suspended mountain's separate courtyard shrouded in the glow of dawn came into view once more. However, this time Lin Chen and the three goddesses had a completely different mindset. Last time they were invited as extraordinary individuals, yet this time they were treated as a guest under surveillance and an investigation subject. The flying boat did not land directly at the Chiyue Pavilion, the Princess Palace, but rather in a separate cluster of courtyards on the eastern side of the garden. This courtyard had a serene environment with pavilions and towers arranged in an orderly manner abundant in spiritual energy, and the guards were evidently more vigilant. The plaque hanging at the courtyard entrance read Tingzhu Cottage, a place used by the royal family to host important guests or temporarily detain special individuals. The one responsible for receiving and arranging them was Granny Qin. This trusted female official of the Queen still wore a polite smile, but her gaze carried an additional hint of scrutiny and detachment. Mr. Lin, ladies, thank you for your hard work on the journey. His Majesty has decreed that you may stay here comfortably and any needs can be addressed. You may focus on researching the application of the Moonlight Star Essence. If there are any advancements, you can go to the Chiyue Pavilion at any time to treat the princess. Granny Qin's tone was calm but carried an air of undeniable authority. There are protective formations inside and outside Tingzhu Cottage, making it quite safe. I ask that you do not leave the courtyard at will, lest you trigger the formations or cause unnecessary misunderstandings. This is clearly a way to confine us. Lin Chen maintained a composed demeanor, clasping his hands in salute. Thank you for the arrangements, Granny Qin. We will certainly do our utmost to meet the expectations of His Majesty and Her Highness. Granny Qin nodded and then looked at the three ladies. You have traveled far, so please settle in first. Later a palace maid will come to record the details of your journey to the wasteland. This is also to ensure the safety of the princess and clarify the reasons for the disturbances in the wasteland, so I ask for your cooperation. As expected, the interrogation came swiftly. The three ladies from Lucifer were taken to separate quiet rooms where they were questioned by cultivators sent by the royal family skilled in soul probing and inquiry, all of them at the royal realm level. The inquiries were meticulous, including how they received Lin Chen's commission, how they entered the Shattered Star Wasteland, their travel routes, what dangers they encountered, where they specifically discovered the star essence, the environmental details at that time, and whether they noticed any abnormal vibrations or sounds. The three ladies from Lucifer responded according to their prediscussed narrative, their expressions, tones, and details perfectly disguised. They presented a unified statement entrusted by Lin Chen. They had teamed up to seek specific spiritual objects in the wasteland's periphery. They had accidentally discovered a valley emanating strange dormant waves without mentioning the specific shape of the crater. They encountered powerful illusions and malevolent spirits at the valley's edge and managed to collect a small amount of golden crystal star essence. They sensed dangerous energy fluctuations and faint vibrations deeper within and dared not venture further, quickly retreating. On their return they observed no large-scale anomalies. Their cultivation levels, combat styles, and injuries partially real, all aligned with their descriptions. Although the interrogating cultivators were skilled, they failed to detect any obvious flaws in the face of the powerful souls and meticulous preparations of the three ladies from Lucifer. However, Lucifer's cold sword intent, far surpassing that of ordinary royal realm swordsman Samuel's excessively wild battle intent, and Leviathan's somewhat abnormal chilling demeanor left a deep impression on the interrogators, who noted extraordinary strength warrant caution. After all the commotion, it was already evening. The four were arranged in the same small building, each having their own room, but they were clearly under close surveillance. At night, Tingzhu Cottage was enveloped in silence. The formation glowed in the darkness, isolating the inside from the outside. In Lin Chen's room, he set up a simple soundproof barrier with the royal family's tacit approval, as research requires a quiet environment, engaging in a low-level soul communication with Lucifer, Samuel, and Leviathan. The interrogation seems to have been handled for now, but they do not fully trust us. Lucy Fa transmitted her silver eyes shimmering faintly in the dark. I can sense at least two divine consciousnesses vaguely enveloping this courtyard. Ugh, how frustrating. Clearly they sought our assistance, yet now it feels like we're the ones being interrogated. Samuel expressed his annoyance. The situation is stronger than the individual. Leviathan remained as calm as ever. We are not without benefits here. At least we can legitimately approach the princess, closely study her condition and the changes in that cocoon. Indeed. Lin Chen nodded. Starting tomorrow I will apply to visit the Chiua Pavilion under the pretext of testing a new formula of star essence. Lucy Fa, you three should follow along under the guise of protection or assistance, observing closely, especially noting the princess' reactions to the crater's anomalies and any changes in the aura of the judgment chains. At the same time pay attention to the layout of the guards in the garden, the movements of the offerings, and whether there are any other forces spies. Understood. Lucy Fa replied. Mammon's side should have already received news of our arrangements through secret channels. Lin Chen felt an extremely faint sense of stability coming from the other end of the soul contract from the feedback of the goddesses left behind. Next we will need to navigate our dealings with the royal family while exploring the truth. The next day Lin Chen approached Granny Qin requesting a new round of soul-soothing therapy for the princess and to attempt introducing a small amount of moonlight star essence for testing. Granny Qin did not dare to delay and immediately consulted the real person in charge of the separate courtyard, the immortal Yin Yao, and the respected Lei Huang. After receiving permission, Lin Chen brought Lucy Fa under the pretext of sword intent can guard the mind and resist external evil, Samuel and Leviathan under the guise of protectors to the Chiua Palace once again. Inside the Chiua Palace the atmosphere was even more tense than last time. In addition to Granny Qin and two fixed royal realm female officials, Yin Yao and Lei Huang had even personally come to supervise. Clearly the appearance of the star essence and the disturbances in the wasteland had made the royal family doubly cautious about each treatment of the princess. The seventh princess by Li Yoyue remained quietly asleep on the warm jade couch. But Lin Chen noticed at a glance that the crescent moon phantom at her brow had become even more solid than before, nearly transforming into a tangible imprint. The layer of light cocoon enveloping her was no longer just a simple intertwining of silver white and star-fallen dark colors. Its surface faintly revealed some extremely faint yet unsettling dark golden chain patterns. These patterns resembled the chain phantoms sealing the entrance of the Dream Moon crater. Moreover, the fluctuations of the light cocoon had also become more unstable, sometimes calm, sometimes violently shaking, as if some fierce tug-of-war was occurring within. The princess' condition seems to have changed somewhat. Lin Chen asked, surprised. Granny Qin looked worried indeed. Since several days ago Her Highness has been sometimes peaceful and other times frowning in pain, occasionally exhibiting strange phenomena, and her murmurs have increased, all mentioning terms like starfall, judgment and chains. The offerings speculate that it may be related to the disturbances deep within the wasteland. She looked at the jade box in Lin Chen's hand. Mr. Lin, can this star essence really stabilize Her Highness' condition? Yin Yao and Lei Huang also fixed their gaze on Lin Chen. I will do my utmost. Lin Chen's expression grew serious as he took out the prepared star essence liquid, which he had further diluted and mixed with various mild auxiliary medicines. He dared not use high-concentration star essence directly lest it trigger uncontrollable changes. Under everyone's watch, Lin Chen transformed the medicine into a mist using a special technique, slowly directing it toward the princess' brow. At the same time, he secretly guided Lucy Fa and the others, each in a highly discreet manner, to sense and record the changes in the light cocoon, especially the fluctuations of the dark golden chain patterns. The moment the medicinal mist touched the light cocoon, the moonlight radiance on the cocoon noticeably brightened for a moment, and those dark golden chain patterns seemed to be stimulated, slightly twisting. The sleeping princess let out a faint groan, her brows tightly furrowed as if resisting something. Lin Chen remained completely focused, controlling the permeation speed and dosage of the medicinal mist while observing every subtle reaction from the princess. He could sense that the dream moon power within the star essence was indeed resonating with the corresponding part within the light cocoon, attempting to soothe and supplement it, but it also triggered the star fall obliteration power and the newly emerged chain power, making the internal balance of the light cocoon even more delicate and fragile. The entire process lasted about half an hour. Eventually the princess' brows slowly relaxed and the fluctuations of the light cocoon became more stable, with the moonlight radiance gaining the upper hand. Though the dark golden chain patterns did not vanish, they merely grew dimmer. Effective. Granny Qin's face lit up with joy. Yun Yao and Lei Huang also nodded slightly, their gazes toward Lin Chen showing less scrutiny and more recognition. The princess' aura has stabilized considerably and her soul fluctuations have also calmed down. Yun Yao stroked his beard, saying, "Young friend, Lin's method indeed has its merits. However, what is the cause of that chain phenomenon?" Lin Chen revealed a thoughtful and worried expression. "This phenomenon has never been seen before. I speculate that the reason for Her Highness' slumber is more complex than anticipated, possibly involving more than one force. That chain may represent some deeper bondage or entanglement. The power of the star essence seems to temporarily alleviate the dormancy syndrome, but it may also provoke this binding force. Future treatments must be approached with utmost caution." His words were half true and half false, explaining the situation while emphasizing the risks and his own indispensability. Yun Yao pondered, "This matter is of great importance and requires careful consideration. Young friend Lin can continue his research, but any new attempts must be reported in advance with us present to supervise." "That is only right." Lin Chen agreed. The first treatment under strict surveillance was successfully passed, further solidifying Lin Chen's status as an expert. Meanwhile, Lucifer and the others seized the opportunity to closely sense and gather more information about the light cocoon and chain patterns. Returning to Tingzhu Cottage, the four engaged in secret discussions once more. The chain patterns are undoubtedly of the same origin as the sealing of the entrance. Lucifer affirmed the cocoon on the princess is likely a node or extension of that vast sealing system. The disturbances at the entrance directly affected the princess. Moreover, the aura of those chains gives me a very bad feeling. Samuel rarely showed a serious expression. It feels less like protection and more like imprisonment and punishment. Leviathan added, "The balance within the light cocoon is extremely fragile. The power of the star essence can temporarily enhance the dream moon aspect, suppress the starfall aspect, but it will also stimulate the chain aspect. In the long term, merely using star essence may not be a good thing." Lin Chen nodded. These findings aligned with his judgment. "Thus we need more core intelligence. What exactly did the princess experience at the crater 3 years ago? What is sealed within that entrance? What is the relationship between Dream Moon Goddess starfall obliteration and judgment chains? How much does the royal family actually know?" While they were discussing in secret in another part of the garden, Yun Yao and Lei Huang were secretly reporting to the emperor far away in the imperial capital. Lin Chen is indeed capable and may be beneficial to the prince's condition. However, the three individuals around him possess hidden strength, and though their backgrounds currently show no flaws, they still require caution. The newly manifested chain phenomenon on the princess bears a striking resemblance to the chains of judgment recorded in ancient texts. If this is true, then the princess matter may implicate ancient taboos. The disturbances in the wasteland are suspected to be related to the loosening of the seal. I request the emperor's decree. The news returning to the imperial capital caused a stir among the highest echelons of the divine fall royal family. A silent battle surrounding the princess' condition, ancient seals and mysterious visitors quietly escalated at the suspended mountain's separate courtyard. Lin Chen and his goddesses found themselves at the eye of the storm. A rare opportunity arose a few days later. Realizing the urgency of the imperial summons, Master Yun Miao and Elder Lei Huang had to leave the suspended mountain for several days to attend an emergency meeting in the core area of the fallen god mountain, seemingly to discuss the recent abnormal fluctuations in energy from various relics at the ancient battlefield. Before their departure, they strengthened the defenses of Tingzhu Cottage and Chiyue Palace, advising Lin Chen to pause any new attempts and simply maintain the prince's current state. This presented an excellent opportunity for Lin Chen to study the Shadow Jade Slip. With the 2 Divine Realm offerings leaving, the monitoring pressure would lessen considerably, but other Imperial Realm experts and array surveillance still remained in the courtyard. Late at night, Lin Chen set up multi-layered isolation barriers in his room, partially assisted by the reflection of Leviathan's ice mirror, and stationed Lucifer at the door while Samuel and Leviathan kept watch around. He took out the black jade slip, took a deep breath, and slowly probed his divine sense into it. The information within the slip was not vast and complicated, but rather condensed and essential, clearly having been carefully selected. The content was divided into 3 parts. It recounts a cataclysmic battle that swept through the ancient world. The opposing sides were not merely a dichotomy of good and evil, but a complex clash of ideals involving order and change, judgment and mercy, rebirth and conservatism. It mentions several fallen deities of great importance, including the god of judgment Astra, an ancient deity who presides over absolute justice and chains of order, advocating for the purification of the world through harsh judgment and the maintenance of established laws. Its power manifests as the chain of judgment capable of binding gods and demons, stripping them of their authority. The goddess of dreaming Selene, a gentle deity who governs dreams, slumber and moonlight, inclined towards guidance and comfort, believing that all things can find balance and liberation within dreams. Its essence can transform into moonlight and star marrow, possessing formidable abilities to calm the mind, weave dreams and purify. The names of other deities remain vague, seemingly relating to realms of stars, war, wisdom, etc. The conclusion of the war was extraordinarily gruesome, with many deities perishing, divine realms collapsing, and laws descending into chaos. Astra and Selene appeared to have engaged in a fierce divine battle due to conflicting ideals, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction, both falling in a star domain later known as God's Fall. Most of Astra's divine body and judgment authority shattered, yet its core divinity and unwilling will were combined by Selene with the last remnants of the essence of dream and moon, together with the residual starfall and annihilation malice from the battlefield, constructing a massive hybrid seal which was enshrined at the core of the fallen land to prevent the residual absolute judgment laws from spiraling out of control and reckoning with future generations. Based on decades of investigation by the Shadow Organization and cross-referencing with ancient texts, the Menua crater is believed to be the final site where the 2 deities perished and were sealed away. The seal is not a singular structure, but a multi-layered composite. Outer layer composed of residual lunar essence and dream law principles left behind by the goddess Menua. It forms a natural slumbering illusionary realm, serving both as protection and as the first defensive barrier, filtering and repelling intruders. Middle layer woven from the battlefield's lingering aura of stellar annihilation and the chaotic divine energy residual from the 2 deities' cataclysmic clash. This layer teems with slaughter, devastation and temporal spatial distortion, functioning as both a buffer and a lethal deterrent. Core: the very cavern entrance witnessed by Lin Chen and his companions, the ultimate prison chamber containing the residual divine core and will of the god of judgment Astra. The seal's integrity is sustained by a delicate, fragile equilibrium between the Menua primordial essence, which governs pacification and eternal slumber, and the judgment chains perverted and repurposed as instruments of confinement. 3 years ago, the 7th princess accidentally wandered into the periphery of the meteor pit. Due to her unique constitution, possibly possessing a thin bloodline related to Dream Moon or some balanced characteristic, she triggered the outer seal and was chosen by a wisp of dissipated, relatively gentle Dream Moon legacy, the essence of Star Marrow. This wisp of legacy might have intended to find a successor or repair the seal, but due to the princess' still shallow cultivation, she was unable to bear it. Instead, it mixed with the starfall oblivion malevolence that had invaded her body, forming a protective light cocoon in her sea of consciousness. At the same time, it unwittingly created a weak link with the core seal, making her an unstable external node within the entire sealing system. Thus, the princess' slumber was not a malady, rather her spirit, under the protection of the light cocoon, passively bore and balanced the 2 forces from the seal, the Dream Moon and starfall. Recently, disturbances in the meteor pit, the extraction of star marrow, and the loosening of the seal have caused the aura of the chains of judgment to permeate through the link to the princess, triggering chain-like phenomena and painful reactions. In a sense, the princess has become a barometer of the sealing state. The contents of the jade slip abruptly ended here without offering a specific solution. It only hinted that if the balance issue of the seal could not be fundamentally understood and addressed, the princess' condition could not truly be resolved. Moreover, it might completely collapse as the seal further loosened, putting the princess in grave danger. The uncontrolled judgment laws could also bring about unforeseen calamities. Lin Chen withdrew his divine sense, his expression grave. The information provided by the shadows was coherent and highly consistent with their observations, making it very credible. This explained the fundamental reason for the prince's slumber and revealed the terrifying truth of the meteor pit's entrance. Inside it was sealed the remnants of a fallen ancient god's divine essence and will. The god of judgment Astra. The goddess of dream moon Selene. Lin Chen murmured a vague outline of a plan beginning to form in his mind. To save the princess they might need to look beyond her and address the balance of the entire seal. But this was of great importance, involving ancient deities and the very essence of the fallen gods. How would the royal family choose? What was the true purpose of the shadows? He briefly informed Lucifer and the others of the jade slip's content through their soul contract. Even with the goddess's extensive experience, hearing that this matter involved ancient divine wars and sealed essences brought them a wave of pressure. Ancient god's remnant soul. No wonder the aura is so peculiar. Lucifer's silver eyes narrowed slightly. Whatever god it is, those who wish to harm must first ask my blade. Samuel's fighting spirit remained high, yet there was also a hint of seriousness in his gaze. Leviathan was more concerned with practical issues. If the information is true, simply using star marrow to enhance the dream moon power may temporarily alleviate the prince's suffering, but in the long term it could break the seal's balance and accelerate the leakage of judgment's power. We need a more comprehensive plan. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. The urgent priority is to verify the authenticity of this information and understand the royal family's current level of awareness and attitude towards this matter. The realms of cloud and mist and their companions were urgently summoned to the mountain of fallen gods, likely related to disturbances at multiple ruins, which perhaps indicated that the effects of the seal loosening were expanding. While Lin Chen was processing the jade slip's information and contemplating the next step, a new urgent message came from Lilith through secret channels from Thousand Sails Island. Prince Awakens' heir Nangong Zhao arrived at the Floating Mountains villa 3 days ago under the pretense of visiting his cousin's illness. He was accompanied by several experts with obscure auras, some of whom suspected to be disguised as divine beings. They checked into the star-gathering pavilion on the west side of the villa, acting discreetly but secretly engaging with certain stewards and guards within. Nanny Qin seemed quite displeased with this, but due to their identities she could not stop them. Furthermore, the island lord by Li Dongjuan had recently exhibited a nuanced attitude, seemingly wavering between internal pressure from the royal family and the influence of Prince Xiaoqin. The people of Prince Xiaoqin have finally intervened directly, and they brought suspected divine-level experts. What do they intend to do? Take advantage of the absence of the two guardians to harm the princess? Or do they want to control Lin Chen, this key figure? Almost simultaneously, the secret warning talisman left in Lin Chen's room, which had a one-way connection with the tavern crafted by Moment, capable of bypassing conventional formation monitoring, emitted a faint heat, delivering a brief message. The shadows are on the move, with some personnel secretly gathering towards Floating Mountain, their intentions unclear. Be careful. The three factions almost simultaneously focused their attention on the Floating Mountain villa. A storm was brewing. Lin Chen immediately realized that the departure of the realms of cloud and mist was perhaps not coincidental, but a meticulously calculated time window. Certain forces might want to take this opportunity to break the existing balance and achieve their own goals. Lucifer, Samuel, Leviathan immediately enter the highest state of alert. Lin Chen commanded in a deep voice, "We may soon face more than one party's visit or action. Prepare according to emergency protocols, prioritizing the safety of ourselves and the stability of the Princess Moonlit Palace. At the same time, attempt to establish closer real-time communication with Moment and the others who remained behind." Yes. The three goddesses' eyes ignited with fighting spirit and vigilance. Within the bamboo listening lodge, tranquility was utterly shattered. An invisible pressure spread. Lin Chen knew that the upcoming days would no longer be gentle treatment and research, but true games of strategy and confrontation. The secrets of the ancient seal were like a massive whirlpool, drawing everyone into its depths. He and his goddesses must find the right course amidst this sudden storm. Warnings echoed continuously as Lin Chen and the three goddesses tensed their nerves. The arrival of Prince Xiao's heir Nangong Zhao and the gathering of shadows hinted at an impending tumultuous night at the Floating Mountains villa. Lin Chen made a decisive choice to take the initiative and control the information. He requested permission from a royal realm commander responsible for the daily guard of the listening bamboo lodge, citing the prince's fluctuating condition tonight and the need to prepare a treatment plan for tomorrow to review recent records of the prince's status stored in the side hall of the Chiyu Palace. This rationale was reasonable. After consulting with Granny Chen, the guard commander dispatched a small team of escorts to accompany Lin Chen. Lucifer and the others followed under the guise of protectors. They keenly noticed that the guards along the way were more numerous than usual, with many unfamiliar faces, their auras concealed unlike the royal guards originally stationed at the villa. Inside the side hall of the Chiyu Palace, Lin Chen pretended to review the jade slips while secretly communicating with Lucifer and the others through their soul contract to quickly discuss the surrounding situation. There is a concealed person in the shadow behind the third pillar of the west corridor, their aura similar to that of a ghost but weaker. They are one of the shadows. Lucifer conveyed this through sound transmission, her silver eyes calmly scanning that direction. The four newly replaced guards outside the palace gates have suspicious gazes with a faint bloodthirsty scent resembling that of Nangong Zhao's subordinates. They are likely planted by Prince Zhao. Samuel discerns subtle hostility through her battle-intent perception. Leviathan was more direct, utilizing the dim light of the palace's night pearl and the moisture in the air. She quietly unfolded a domain of extreme cold perception, whispering, "The defensive array around the main hall of Chiyu Palace has 3 nodes that have been artificially altered, reducing its effectiveness by about 30%. The modification method is very subtle, but it leaves faint traces of spiritual energy leaning towards corruption and misleading. It is not a royal technique." Lin Chen's heart sank. What swift actions! As soon as the 2 deacons left, the defenses of Chiyu Palace were secretly tampered with. Moreover, more than one faction had infiltrated. The shadows lurking nearby intended to fish in troubled waters to gather intelligence or star essence. Did Prince Zhao's people weaken the defenses to forcefully invade and harm the princess, or did they aim to control her as a bargaining chip? At this moment an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A loud noise erupted from the direction of the floating mountain's main peak, followed by a violent surge of spiritual energy and piercing alarm sounds. That was the direction of the core area of the villa and the teleportation array. Enemy attack! External forces are fiercely assaulting the mountain gates. Shouts of alarm and hurried footsteps came from outside the side hall. Almost simultaneously with the alarm, the shadows lurking inside and outside the Chiyu Palace sprang into action. Outside the side hall's window, several figures darted towards the main hall like phantoms, moving with astonishing speed. They were the infiltrators of the shadows. Their objective was clear, to utilize the chaos to infiltrate the main hall, their purpose unknown. Meanwhile, the 4 guards outside the palace revealed a ferocious gleam in their eyes, suddenly drawing their weapons not to block the shadows but instead turning to attack the entrance of the side hall and other loyal royal guards. They aimed to eliminate obstacles and pave the way for subsequent actions. Protect Mr. Lin. Protect the princess. Granny Chen's stern voice came from the direction of the main hall, mixed with the sounds of clashing weapons and explosive spiritual energy. Chaos erupted in an instant. Lin Chen did not hesitate, calling out. Lucifer stopped the shadows from approaching the core of the main hall. Samuel Leviathan cleared the traitors at the entrance and secured the side hall entrance. Before his voice faded, Lucifer had already shot out of the side hall like a silver lightning bolt, her sword still sheathed, yet the chilling sword intent had transformed into an invisible barrier, slashing towards the few shadow infiltrators rushing towards the main hall. Her speed was faster, her sword intent sharper, instantly forcing back the 2 foremost infiltrators, the sword energy carving a cold trail through the night sky. Samuel let out a wild laugh as her blood-red blade flashed into view like a ferocious tiger bursting from its cage, directly pouncing towards the 4 treacherous guards at the entrance. Her blade technique was unparalleled and carried the fierce battle intent honed in the wilderness. Facing 4 opponents, she remained unyielding, instead suppressing them relentlessly. Leviathan meanwhile formed hand seals in the air at the side hall entrance, suddenly cooled, a smooth mirror-like ice surface crystallizing out of thin air, sealing the entrance and temporarily blocking the sporadic attackers attempting to approach from other directions. Her cold eyes swept across the battlefield, ready to provide support or control with her ice techniques at any moment. Lin Chen did not leave the side hall. He quickly arranged several simple defensive and warning formations within. Simultaneously he urgently contacted Maman and Lilith from Qianfan Island through their contract. The floating mountain is under attack and Chiyue Palace is one of the targets. The Shadows and Prince Xiao's people acted simultaneously. Investigate the external situation and prepare a rescue plan. Maman's response was swift and composed. Received. Qianfan Island was also in turmoil. The island master's forces were being restrained, likely a diversion. The emergency plan has been initiated and Belfanger is attempting to conduct large-scale dream perception interference to buy you time. Be careful. The battle within and outside Chiyue Palace escalated rapidly. The Shadows infiltrators moved with deceptive agility, skilled in ambush and assassination, yet Lucifer's sword was too fast and too lethal, single-handedly holding back 5 or 6 Royal Realm infiltrators beneath the main hall's corridor, unable to advance an inch. Samuel had already slain one, severely injured 2, and the last one was gasping for breath under her ferocious blade energy. However, the real threat did not come from these pioneers. Just when the situation seemed temporarily stabilized by Lucifer and the others, a chilling, domineering, and heavily bloodthirsty oppressive force suddenly descended from above Chiyue Palace. Boom! A dark red palm print smashed down like a mountain towards Lucifer. Even before the palm print reached, the terrifying power it contained had already distorted the space, shattering the glazed tiles of the main hall. A divine realm? And there was a divine realm proficient in slaughter and bloodthirst. Lucifer's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation her long sword, which had yet to be drawn, rang out with a clear sound, and a silver sword aura that seemed capable of severing the heavens surged upwards to meet that dark red palm print. Silver radiance, void sever. The clash between the sword aura and the palm print produced a deafening sound. The raging shockwave swept out, causing several nearby shadow infiltrators to spurt blood and be sent flying while the main hall's pillars cracked. Lucifer let out a muffled groan, sliding back several feet, her hand gripping the sword, slightly trembling, yet her silver eyes burned with even greater battle intent. She had blocked this strike, but it was evident she was at a disadvantage. A man dressed in a dark red brocade robe with a sinister face and blood-red flames flickering in his eyes slowly descended from the night sky, blocking the main entrance of the main hall. He was the suspected divine realm powerhouse brought by Nangong Zhao, and at this moment his aura was fully unleashed, exuding a godly might akin to a prison. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect such an exceptional swordsman to be by the side of a mere guest elder capable of receiving one of my palm strikes. The redrobed elder licked his lips, greed and killing intent flashing in his eyes. However, the royal realm is still only royal realm. Step aside, I only seek treasures within the hall, and I can spare you from death. Treasures within the hall? Are you here to take the princess' life or to abduct her? Lin Chen's voice emerged from the side hall as he slowly walked out, his expression stern. Prince Xiao has such audacity to plot against the royal family's legitimate princess. Insolent child, to speak such nonsense when death is upon you. The redrobed elder sneered. The princess is afflicted with a vile curse, and despite prolonged treatment it remains unhealed, threatening the royal family. The young master, under the command of the prince, especially invited the bloodthirsty exalted one to come and exorcise the princess. You obstruct this, and it reveals your ill intentions. What a complete inversion of black and white. Under the guise of exorcism they intended to harm or control. The bloodthirsty exalted one ceased his chatter, raising his hand to strike Lin Chen again, the palm wind enveloping the entire side hall area, clearly aiming to kill or capture Lin Chen and Leviathan and Samuel together. At this moment another unexpected change occurred. A violent tremor suddenly emanated from beneath the Chiyue Palace. It was not an attack from the outside, but rather from within the palace itself, or rather, from the sleeping princess. A surge of power mingled with pure moonlight, icy starfall, and a chilling aura of dark golden chains erupted from the underground of the main hall like a volcanic eruption. The fragile balance of the princess began to unravel under the dual influences of the external divine realm's power and the internal loosening of the seal. From within the main hall came Granny Qin's startled exclamations and the cries of palace maids. The bloodthirsty exalted one outside the hall was also shaken by this sudden surge of chaotic power of exceedingly high rank, causing his palm print to lose its potency. Seizing the opportunity, Lucifer's sword light surged once more, piercing towards the bloodthirsty exalted one's vital points, forcing him to defend. Samuel and Leviathan also erupted in response, completely defeating the remaining enemies. Yet at this moment the situation had not improved. The prince's power was out of control and the aura of the seal leaked out, enveloping the entire Chiyua palace and even the floating mountain villa in an increasingly potent ominous pressure. The sounds of battle from the distant main peak grew fiercer, as if more enemies were surging in. Lin Chen understood that the most dangerous moment had arrived. They not only had to deal with the attacks from Prince Xiao and the shadows, but also face the terrifying power about to erupt from the princess, stemming from an ancient seal. If mishandled, the consequences would be unimaginable. He glanced at Lucifer, who was fiercely battling the bloodthirsty Exalted One, appearing to be at a disadvantage yet unyielding, then looked at Samuel and Leviathan, who were on high alert, finally fixing his gaze on the violently shaking, brilliantly flashing main hall. Plans have changed. Lin Chen decisively commanded. Lucifer, restrain that old demon. Samuel, Leviathan, follow me into the main hall. We must stabilize the princess and contain the power eruption. Otherwise everyone will perish. Whether they could stabilize the situation amidst internal and external troubles, save the princess, and ensure their own survival in this sudden crisis depended on their next actions. The secrets of the ancient seal would also be forced to reveal a corner tonight. Lin Chen's voice had barely faded when he charged towards the violently trembling main gate of the Chiyua palace. Samuel let out a low growl, slicing through the air with crimson blade energy, sending several remnants attempting to block his path flying. Leviathan followed closely behind, forming seals with her hands as icy frost spread like a living creature, swiftly freezing the door hinges and locks, causing the heavy gate to crash open. The scene inside was shocking. The once warm and serene chamber was now in complete disarray. The luxurious curtains were torn to shreds by an invisible force, and the warm jade tiles were covered in cracks. The air was filled with chaotic energy currents, silvery moonlight, dark starfall malevolence, and shadowy golden chains twisting like venomous snakes, interweaving, colliding, and obliterating one another, emitting a piercing shriek. The seventh princess, Bailing Yoyue, was no longer on the jade bed. She hovered in midair, her eyes tightly closed, surrounded by a halo of 3 different colors of light. The crescent moon mark on her forehead shone bright as a star, while faint traces of dark golden chain marks appeared around her neck, wrists, and ankles, as if bound by invisible shackles. Her face contorted in agony, she occasionally let out low moans and suppressed shrieks, her body trembling slightly under the pull of the 3 forces. Mama Qin and several loyal maidens lay collapsed in a corner, blood trickling from their mouths, unable to rise due to the oppressive chaotic energy, desperately watching the princess. Outside the palace, the battle between Lucifer and the Blood Slaughter Lord intensified. Lucifer pushed the essence of arrogance to its limits, his sword intent soaring to the heavens, each strike carrying the will to sever rules and look down upon all, managing to hold back the Blood Slaughter Lord, who was in the early stages of the divine realm with a pinnacle imperial body, preventing him from easily breaking into the palace. However, she also paid a price. Her arms and shoulders bore several deep wounds that exposed bone, blood staining her silver robes, and her breath began to falter. Master, the princess' power is about to go out of control. The chains of judgment are eroding her soul. Samuel spoke urgently, clearly sensing the cold, merciless, and terrifying intent contained within the shadowy golden chain shadows, as if they sought to judge everything. We must stabilize the balance between Dream Moon and Starfall, immediately suppress the power of judgment. Leviathan quickly analyzed the energy flow, but if an external force intervenes rashly, it may trigger an even greater backlash. Lin Chen's mind raced, combining the information from the Shadow Jade slip with the scene before him. A bold and dangerous idea emerged. Bearfang, can you hear me? Lin Chen called out to the lazy goddess far away on Qianfan Island through their soul contract. I need your power. Not to attack, but to assimilate and cover. Use your purest essence of laziness to simulate the sleeping attributes of Dream Moon and attempt to suit the runaway power of the Dream Moon within the princess, while utilizing the stasis property to freeze the movements of those judgment chains. Can you do it? After a moment of silence, Bearfang's drowsy yet exceptionally clear thought came through. So sleepy. But I can try. Master, come closer. My power needs a medium and a strong dream guidance. Medium. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the floating princess, then glanced at the storage ring in his hand. There was still a portion of undiluted moonlight star essence inside. Samo, protect me? Leviathan, use your ice mirror domain to temporarily refract and disperse the impact of the starfall malevolence, creating an opportunity for me to get closer to the princess. Lin Chen made a swift decision, taking out the precious star essence. Understood. Samo stood guard before Lin Chen, battle intent surging, resisting the chaotic energies within the palace. Leviathan took a deep breath, forming a semi-spherical light blue domain filled with countless ice crystal prisms around her, refracting, dispersing, and weakening the chaotic energies, especially the most destructive starfall malevolence that was rushing towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen braved the pressure, step by step approaching the floating princess. The closer he got, the stronger the oppressive force of the three intertwining powers became, especially that shadowy golden chain shadow, which seemed to possess a consciousness, exhibiting fierce rejection and aggression towards any foreign object that approached, with several chain shadows whipping towards Lin Chen like whips. Lucifer, lend me your sword intent. Lin Chen whispered urgently in his heart. Lucifer, battling fiercely with the blood slaughter lord outside, flashed her silver eyes. Without any hesitation, she transmitted a strand of the purest sword intent of cutting through deceptions and disregarding authority to Lin Chen via their contract. This sword intent was formless and intangible, yet it instantly empowered Lin Chen, causing the approaching chain shadows to momentarily pause, as if they had collided with an invisible barrier, their power greatly diminished. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Chen finally approached within 3 feet of the princess. He opened the jade bottle, wrapping a small clump of concentrated moonlight star essence in spiritual energy and pointing it towards the crescent moon mark on the prince's forehead. At the same time, he released his mind and through the contract fully channeled Bearfang's power that was transmitted across space. Bearfang. Now. In an instant, an indescribable silver-gray aura, as if capable of halting all things and rendering time lazy, surged through the contract channel, merging with the moonlight star essence in Lin Chen's hand, then flowed towards the prince's forehead like a gentle tide. This power, merging dream moon's slumber with absolute laziness, instantly resonated strongly with the runaway dream moon power within the princess. The princess' body trembled violently, the silvery moonlight around her suddenly becoming gentle and stable, as if a raging beast had been soothed. Then the stasis property belonging to laziness within that silver-gray aura spread like an invisible web towards the twisting shadowy golden chain shadows. The movements of the chain shadows visibly slowed and stagnated, as if being dragged into a quagmire by an unseen force, and the judgment and erosion intent they emitted significantly weakened. Effective. However, this action seemed to awaken something deeper. The starfall annihilation power within the princess appeared restless, as if it had lost the balance provided by the dream moon power and the joint resistance against the judgment power. At the same time, a roar seemingly from the depths of the 9 hells, filled with anger and unwillingness, faintly emanated from deep within the princess' body, or rather from the depths of the seal connected to her. Mortal! How dare you touch the domain of the gods? Interfere with judgment. A will of judgment even purer and more terrifying than before, like a cold steel needle, suddenly pierced towards Lin Chen's sea of consciousness. This was the counterattack of the sealing core, the remaining will of the judgment god Astra. Lin Chen felt as if struck by lightning, his face turning pale in an instant, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. The laziness power transmitted by Bearfang automatically protected Lin Chen, enveloping his soul, yet it was still unable to fully counteract the terrifying pressure that originated from the ancient deity. Master! Samo and Leviathan exclaimed. Just as Lin Chen's soul was injured and he was on the verge of losing consciousness, the floating princess suddenly opened her eyes. What a pair of eyes they were! In the left eye's pupil lay the annihilation of the star river, while in the right eye's pupil reflected a shattered crescent moon, and deep within both pupils a dark golden chain faintly roamed. Her gaze contained no clarity belonging to a maiden, only endless agony, confusion, and a hint of awakening ancient and majestic coldness. She slowly raised a hand pointing at Lin Chen, her lips moving, but the sound that emerged was overlapping and strange, carrying both the maiden's clear voice and the echo of an ancient deity's authority. You carry the essence of Selene in the detestable laziness. But you are not her. She seemed to fall into confusion as 3 consciousnesses, the princess herself, the legacy of Dream Moon, and the will of judgment, fiercely clashed. Outside the palace, the blood slaughter lord felt the higher-level power fluctuations erupting from within, sending chills through his soul, and he hesitated, momentarily easing his assault. Lucifer seized the moment to swallow a pill, forcibly stabilizing her injuries and breath. "Your Highness." Mama Chin struggled to call out, tears streaming down her face. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the severe pain in his soul, and gazed into the prince's peculiar dual pupils, saying, "Your Highness, hold on to your true self. You are not the puppet of any deity." The prince's body trembled again, and the coldness and authority in her eyes showed a flicker of struggle and fluctuation. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A more intense rumbling erupted from beneath the Chiyue palace, as if something was trying to break through the ground. The entire floating mountain garden shook violently. The battle in the direction of the main peak seemed to have reached a boiling point as a blinding divine light shot into the sky, followed by the furious howl of the cloud, "Mysterious real person who dares to trespass upon my royal family's forbidden land. Reinforcements? Or an even greater trouble?" Inside the palace, as the underground seal further shifted, the chain marks on the princess' body suddenly tightened. She let out an excruciating scream, the cold light of judgment in her eyes flaring up again, raising her hand as if to strike Lin Chen, who was within arm's reach. This strike contained no longer the prince's power, but rather a sliver of judgment, divine power leaking from the seal. Life and death hung in the balance. At the critical moment, a drowsy yet exceptionally clear thought surged through the contract like a cool spring. This time it was not power, but a short dreamlike message. "Master, tell her. The lullaby under the moonlight is the only gap in the chains." Was this a memory fragment from the prince's subconscious, or rather from the deepest part of that dream moon legacy? Lin Chen, struck by inspiration, desperately shouted at the cold-eyed princess, "The lullaby under the moonlight is the only gap in the chains." This phrase was like an incantation. The princess' descending hands suddenly froze in mid. The cold judgment light in her eyes flickered violently, struggling as the pain and confusion belonging to the princess herself, along with a faint warmth of longing that seemed to come from a distant memory, regained the upper hand. The glow of the chain marks on her body dimmed, but the crescent moon mark on her forehead shone brighter than ever, temporarily suppressing the other two powers. "Lullaby," the princess murmured repeatedly, her gaze gradually losing focus, her floating body slowly descending, gently caught by the quick-witted leviathan with ice mist and placed back onto the broken jade bed. She closed her eyes again, her breathing becoming even, but the crescent moon mark and the chain marks on her body did not disappear, they merely temporarily returned to calm, like a brief peace before the storm. The chaotic energy currents in the palace also calmed down significantly, leaving only some residual fluctuations. Outside the palace, the blood slaughter lord sensed the terrifying divine power fluctuations within dissipate, and upon hearing the approaching howl of the cloud, mysterious real person understood that the situation was untenable. He glared at Lucifer with hatred, then transformed into a beam of blood light, rapidly fleeing in the opposite direction of the main peak. The remaining shadowy infiltrators and the Prince of Zhao's subordinates saw the situation turning dire and fled in disarray. The crisis seemed to have been temporarily averted. Lucifer leaned on her sword, breathless as she retreated into the palace, her body covered in wounds, yet her silver eyes remained sharp. Samel and Leviathan also sighed in relief, guarding Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen staggered back a few steps, feeling exhausted, supported by Samel. His soul was significantly injured, and he had nearly exhausted all his mental energy just now. "Master, are you all right? Still not dead?" Lin Chen forced a smile, looking at the princess lying on the bed, seemingly asleep, but in a noticeably different state, recalling Bearfang's strange words and the prince's reaction, his heart filled with doubts. The lullaby under the moonlight, the only gap in the chains. This seemed to be an extremely important clue, possibly related to completely resolving the prince's issue and even to the core secrets of the ancient seal. The figures of the cloud mysterious real person and the thunder sovereign soon appeared outside the Chiyue palace, showing signs of battle. Upon seeing the chaotic scene within the palace and the unconscious princess along with the injured individuals, their expressions turned extremely grim. "Lin, my young friend, what happened here?" the cloud mysterious real person asked in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping like lightning across everyone. Lin Chen understood that the real test was only just beginning. He needed to provide an explanation that the royal family would accept while not exposing too many of his own secrets. That mysterious lullaby would become a new and possibly the most important bargaining chip in his hands. As night deepened, the chaos of the floating mountain gradually subsided, but a greater mystery and storm had already descended. The main hall of Chiyua Palace was in disarray as real person Yin Miao and Venerable Lei Huang examined the condition of the unconscious princess along with the residual energies around them. Mama Qin and the others had been assisted away to heal their injuries, leaving Lin Chen and the three goddesses in the identities of Silver Sword, Red Blade and Cold Mirror for inquiries. Lin Chen had already taken the healing pills specially made by Maman, temporarily stabilizing his spiritual injuries, but his complexion remained pale. The wounds of Lucifer's trio had also been treated simply. Lin, my young friend, recount the events of this night in their entirety without the slightest concealment. Venerable Lei Huang's voice thundered, laced with suppressed fury. The attack on the separate courtyard put the princess in grave danger, and the two of them stationed there as guardians could not absolve themselves of blame. Lin Chen had already prepared his narrative. He first recounted his discovery of the prince's unusual state tonight and a foreboding feeling, then mentioned hearing the alarm of an attack from the main peak, followed by encountering lurking shadow assassins and disguised guards, and finally, to protect the princess I had no choice but to enter the main hall, only to find the prince's powers out of control and had to attempt to stabilize her internal powers with the core of star essence combined with secret techniques. The entire process was largely truthful, only omitting the crucial assistance from Beerfang and the specific source of the last phrase lullaby, attributing the stabilization of the princess primarily to the star essence and his own researched soothing technique, while emphasizing the dangers faced and the price he paid: spiritual injuries. Just as the blood-colored venerable was about to break in and the prince's powers were about to completely run amok, I took the risk to invoke the core power of the star essence with secret techniques, attempting to awaken the prince's own consciousness to resist the encroaching chains, and fortunately succeeded. The princess temporarily regained her calm, and the villain, realizing the situation was untenable, retreated. Lin Chen concluded, his tone weak yet coherent. Real person Yin Miao carefully examined the prince's condition, confirming Lin Chen's words. Although the crescent mark and the chain's imprints had not disappeared, the conflict of the three powers within her had temporarily subsided, falling into a deeper but seemingly more stable slumber. The aura of the star essence had indeed formed a new gentle protective layer around the prince's sea of consciousness. He then checked Lin Chen's spiritual injuries, which were indeed caused by a high-level psychic impact, confirming the seriousness of the situation. The shadows. Prince Xiao. Real person Yin Miao's eyes glimmered with cold light. What audacity! He had evidently deduced part of the assailant's origins from the residual energies and the descriptions from Mama Qin and the others. Lin, my young friend, your last words to the princess, the lullaby under the moonlight, is the only gap in the chains. What does this mean? From where did it come? Real person Yin Miao's sharp gaze turned toward Lin Chen, evidently having caught onto this statement. Here it comes. The crucial question. Lin Chen showed a contemplative and reminiscent expression, slowly saying, "Do not conceal from my senior this statement is not my original creation. Rather, when I attempted to communicate with the princess in the depths of her sea of consciousness amidst that endless chaos and suffering, I inadvertently captured a trace of extremely faint echoes seemingly originating from the deepest memories of the princess herself. I merely recounted it, perhaps it triggered some instinct within the princess that even she was unaware of to resist the chains." He attributed the source to the princess' own subconscious, which was reasonable. After all, no one could prove that it was not the prince's own thoughts. Real person Yin Miao and Venerable Lei Huang exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and gravity in each other's eyes. The lullaby under the moonlight. The only gap in the chains. Real person Yin Miao murmured, falling into contemplation. Senior, could it be that the royal family has some understanding of this mystery? Lin Chen inquired cautiously. Real person Yin Miao glanced at him, fell silent for a moment, and then slowly replied, "This matter involves ancient secrets and should not be disclosed to outsiders. However, given how you have repeatedly aided the princess and tonight you narrowly escaped death, very well, I will inform you of a portion, but you must swear not to leak it." Lin Chen immediately solemnly swore. Your previous speculation that the prince's condition is related to the legacy of the moon dream goddess is fundamentally accurate, real person Yin Miao stated, but it is more complex. According to the royal family's oldest fragmented records, during the ancient battle of Ragnarok, the moon dream goddess Selene perished alongside the god of judgment Astra, and the site of her fall formed a special seal that contained some extremely dangerous entities. The place the princess mistakenly entered 3 years ago is the outer perimeter of that seal. What binds her is not only the legacy of the moon dream but also the encroachment of the chains of judgment from the core of the seal. That chain is part of the sealing power and the source of the princess' encroachment. This aligns fundamentally with the intelligence from the Shadow Jade slip, but it seems the royal family only knows this much and they are not aware of the clues regarding the lullaby. The lullaby under the moonlight. Real person Yin Yao frowned. In the royal records, the moon dream goddess Selene is indeed famous in the divine realm for her moonlight lullaby that soothes souls. Could it be that this melody contains the key to resisting or soothing the chains of judgment? This is an extremely important hypothesis. If so, perhaps we can find a way to completely rescue the princess or even stabilize the seal? Lin Chen continued, however, the ancient divine melody has long been lost. How can we search for it? Real person Yin Miao shook his head. Difficult. As hard as ascending to the heavens. Such divine remnants may have long vanished into the river of time or perhaps linger in some unknown relics or traditions. He looked at Lin Chen. Since you were able to capture relevant echoes in the Princess Sea of Consciousness, perhaps there is a predestined connection in all of this. His Majesty has been informed of tonight's events and is greatly enraged. He has ordered a thorough investigation into Prince Xiao and the shadows and to strengthen the defense of Suspended Mountain. His Majesty has decreed that you Lin have meritoriously treated the princess and is thus granting you the privilege to consult certain non-core ancient secret texts of the royal family which may assist you in exploring clues and refining your healing methods. This can be seen as a form of reward and further control. Allowing access to certain texts serves both as a sweetener and a means to bind Lin Chen more closely to the royal family's ship while also monitoring his research direction. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness, and thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Lin Chen bowed in gratitude. This was indeed what he urgently needed, more authoritative and systematic ancient text information to validate the shadow intelligence and search for clues regarding the lullaby. As for the three of you, Venerable Lei Huang looked at Lucifer and the others, his gaze scrutinizing. Your strength is commendable and your loyalty is praiseworthy. You have performed well in protecting your master tonight, and the royal family will reward you accordingly. However, your identities and origins still require further investigation. Until this is clarified, you must remain in the separate courtyard and not leave freely. Lucifer and the others nodded expressionlessly. The inquiries had temporarily reached a conclusion. Lin Chen and the others were sent back to the bamboo listening cottage, and this time the guards had more than doubled and the formations had been reinforced. However, they had obtained limited activity privileges within the separate courtyard and were informed that they could go to the Star Concealing Pavilion, the royal family's library in the separate courtyard, the next day to consult certain texts. Returning to the small building after setting up soundproofing restrictions, the four finally relaxed. That was close, Samuel exhaled, touching the wounds on his body. That redrobed old ghost was quite powerful. Sister Lucifer, are you all right? Lucifer shook her head, a hint of fatigue flickering in her silver eyes, but more so a sharpness. It's nothing, just external injuries. Although that blood fiend Venerable is highly skilled, his methods are overly sinister, lacking in straightforwardness, and he has many flaws. She looked at Lin Chen. Master that phrase lullaby. It was crucial information captured by Beerfeng from the edges of the prince's chaotic dreams. Lin Chen stated, now it seems this may have been left by the moon dream goddess Selene as a backup or hint against the chains of judgment. We must find it. The royal family allowing us to consult texts is an opportunity, Leviathan remarked. We can systematically search for records regarding the moon dream goddess, the moonlight lullaby, and the ancient divine wars. At the same time, we must also pay attention to the royal family's attitude towards the god of judgment and the seal. Lin Chen nodded, exactly. Maman should also have received our safe message. Next we will split up. Lucifer, you three will recuperate while keeping an eye on movements within the separate courtyard, especially whether there are any remnants of Prince Xiao's forces and shadows lurking. I will start tomorrow immersing myself in the Star Concealing Pavilion searching for clues. Simultaneously through our contracts we will share any valuable information we discover with Mammon and Lilith, allowing them to assist in the investigation from the periphery, especially looking for any folklore relic clues or certain ancient traditions that might have passed down regarding the lullaby. He paused, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. If the moonlight lullaby truly exists and is the gap in the chains, then it could be the key to unlocking the shackles on the princess and even impacting the balance of the entire ancient seal. We must find it. With the plan set, the weary group returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Chen lay on his bed, the phrase, "the lullaby under the moonlight," is the only gap in the chains, echoing in his mind as his thoughts drifted further away. The moon dream goddess Selene, that ancient god known for her gentleness and dreams, what was the purpose of leaving such a clue before her fall? Was it for the day when someone could rescue the innocent caught in the seal? Or to counter the hidden dangers left by the god of judgment Astra? And how much did the fallen royal family truly know about this? Did they genuinely want to save the princess, or was there another consideration? The layers of fog had not dissipated due to tonight's bloody battle, instead they grew deeper. But at least they had grasped a ray of dawn. The path to seeking the ancient divine melody would be arduous, but for the sake of solving the crisis for the princess and for their own survival in this vortex, they must continue onward. The next day Lin Chen plunged headlong into the star-concealing pavilion. Thus began a quiet journey across ancient texts, ruins, and reality in search of the melody. The night on Suspended Mountain seemed more silent than ever, yet even more turbulent beneath the surface. The Star Vault Pavilion at the Suspended Mountain's separate courtyard is nestled within a tranquil bamboo grove, a three-story ancient building with flying eaves and dugong brackets enveloped in a faint glow of a formation. With the token given by the esteemed Yun Miao, Lin Chen is allowed to access the first and second floors. The third floor is said to hold the royal family's true core secrets and advanced skills accessible only to specific individuals. The pavilion is softly lit, filled with the unique scent of ancient books and the essence of time. Tall bookshelves are neatly arranged, stacked with various materials: jade slips, beast skin scrolls, golden inscriptions, and even some peculiar leaves as books. In the following days Lin Chen devoted almost all his time here. He first researched the records regarding Selene, the goddess of Dream Moon. The royal collection is indeed much richer than what is found outside. Although most of it consists of obscure legends, Lin Chen managed to piece together some key information. Selene, the goddess who presides over dreams, moonlight, and slumber, is gentle in nature and enjoys playing the moonlight lullaby with moonlight as her strings, soothing souls and leading them into dreams. Her divine power possesses strong characteristics of purification, soothing and weaving, contrasting sharply with the judgment of Astra, which embodies verdict, seizure, and cleansing. The opposition between the two in the Twilight of the Gods is subtly described as a clash of ideology. On a fragmentary prayer tablet, Lin Chen discovered a recurring ancient pattern resembling musical symbols, annotated with Selene's comfort. With the assistance of Mammon through remote analysis transmitting images via contract, Mammon deduced that this might be an ancient recording method of part of the moonlight lullaby melody, akin to a kind of spiritual resonance rune code. However, it is too incomplete to restore. Moreover, Lin Chen pieced together some details from various side accounts of ancient divine wars. Before her fall, Selene seemed to have attempted to purify or soothe the violent natural laws and spirits caused by the war with the power of moonlight and dreams, but she was not completely successful. Part of her power mixed with Astra's judgmental divine force and the battlefield's murderous aura, resulting in the later seals. Vague records mention that when Selene fell, she left behind the last moonlight to guide the lost back home, leaving a gap for the bound ones. The last moonlight. Guiding back home. Leaving a gap. Lin Chen repeatedly mulled over these words, connecting them with the lullaby under the moonlight, the only gap in the chains, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. The lullaby is likely a manifestation of that last moonlight, a backdoor or antidote left by Selene, specifically targeting the chains of judgment. It does not directly destroy the chains, but instead through soothing and guidance allows those bound by the chains like the princess to find the gap to escape from within. This discovery invigorated Lin Chen. Yet the question remained, where is the score? Lucifer, Samael, and Leviathan have not been idle these days. Their injuries have healed quickly with the high-grade elixirs provided by the royal family and the special ointments secretly mixed in by Lin Chen, transmitted through contract. Every morning Lucifer practices swordsmanship in the small courtyard of the listening bamboo cottage. Her sword intent seems to have become more refined and pure after battling in the divine realm, and the occasional flash of sharpness can make the green bamboo in the courtyard fall silently. Sometimes Lin Chen would pause by the attic window to watch that cool and focused figure dancing with the sword in the morning light, with silver hair intermingling with the sword light emanated a breathtaking beauty. Noticing his gaze, Lucifer would occasionally sheath her sword and glance back. Her silver eyes remained cool, yet the slight nod she gave bore a hint of scarcely perceptible softness. Meanwhile, Samuel could not stay idle. Once her injury healed, she began to drag Leviathan into sparring, euphemistically calling it stretching her muscles. Initially reluctant, Leviathan could not withstand Samuel's relentless insistence. The two exchanged blows in the practice arena at the corner of the courtyard, with Samuel's fierce blade strikes and Leviathan's exquisite techniques blending ice and fire, creating quite a lively scene. Lin Chen happened to pass by once and saw Samuel shatter Leviathan's ice wall with a single strike, the ice crystals splattering and sparkling under the sunlight, while the exuberant smile on Samuel's face was filled with vitality and wildness, making Lin Chen momentarily unable to look away. Samuel keenly noticed after sheathing her sword she approached with her face glistening with sweat, teasingly asking, "My lord, are you captivated? Do you think I'm more beautiful in battle than Sister Lucifer?" Lin Chen coughed lightly and flicked her smooth forehead. "Nonsense, pay attention to your injuries." Samuel covered her forehead and laughed heartily, her eyes sparkling. Leviathan, on the other hand, mostly remained quiet, studying the formations within the separate courtyard or condensing water into ice to carve lifelike small objects. When she carves, her expression is focused, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her fair cheeks, exuding a cold beauty that seems to keep people at a distance. Once Lin Chen saw her sculpt a cute little beast out of ice, which seems to resemble a star beast that Beelzebub once consumed, placing it on the windowsill where it refracted a rainbow of colors under the sunlight. Lin Chen complimented its very exquisite, and Leviathan glanced at him with her ice blue eyes, a faint ripple flashing across them, softly responding with an before turning back to continue carving, though her ears seemed to flush slightly. After that, one or two small ice sculptures occasionally appeared on Lin Chen's windowsill, sometimes flowers, sometimes stars. One afternoon Lin Chen was on the second floor of the Star Vault Pavilion, flipping through a rare tome about the connection between ancient melodies and runes, attempting to decipher the Celine's Comfort rune. Suddenly an extremely subtle and refreshing sensation, like water droplets falling into a deep pond, came through the soul contract. "Is it Beelzebub?" Lin Chen's heart stirred. This feeling was different from usual. He sought a secluded corner, closed his eyes, and actively strengthened the contract link. "My lord." Beelzebub's unique drowsy thought reached him clearer than usual. "Suspended mountain. The taste of dream. Has changed." "Changed? How has it changed?" Lin Chen quickly asked. "It's become more chaotic. But it seems something has awakened in the depths of the dream. Not the princess, but something else. With the taste of lullaby. Fragments. Fragments with the taste of lullaby?" Lin Chen's heart trembled. "Where? What feeling exactly?" "It's hard to say. Not in one place. Drifting uncertainly. In the memories of the separate courtyard. In some ancient stones. Possibly in the Star Vault Pavilion. There is also." Beelzebub's voice was intermittent, clearly indicating that such deep spatial perception was exhausting for her. "And on Sister Lucifer and the others. It seems they have also picked up a bit of that fragment's aura." Lin Chen suddenly understood. Beelzebub meant that the Moonlight Lullaby does not exist in a complete score form, but may have shattered into many information fragments scattered within memory carriers related to the Dream Moon Goddess and the ancient divine war. For instance, ancient texts, relic inscriptions, and even individuals who have long been in contact with related matters or powers may also have absorbed or carried a trace of fragment aura. There are clues in the Star Vault Pavilion. Lucifer and the others operating near the crater and the princess may have unconsciously captured some of the fragment aura. Beelzebub, thank you. This information is crucial. You should rest now, no need to force yourself to perceive anymore. Lin Chen urged. My lord, be careful. Those fragments. may carry past images or emotions. Don't get trapped. Beelzebub warned her, thoughts sinking, clearly exhausted. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance in his gaze. He looked at the vast array of tomes around him and thought of Lucifer and the others. Perhaps he had been mistaken in his previous direction. He should not only search for complete score records but should focus on finding those carriers that contain lullaby information fragments. He promptly adjusted his strategy. On one hand, he continued to browse through the tomes, but no longer demanding complete records. Instead, he focused on mythological narratives, sacrificial prayers, and even some ancient poems and mural descriptions depicting moonlight and dreams that are charged with strong emotional resonance, trying to sense if there were any special fragments that could evoke a soul resonance. On the other hand, he informed Lucifer and the others of this discovery through the contract, urging them to also meditate and sense themselves to see if any special imprints or echoes were left deep within their souls during their contact with the princess or while being in the crater or separate courtyard. That evening, when Lin Chen returned to the listening bamboo cottage, it was rare for Lucifer to take the initiative to approach him. "My lord," her cool voice rang out, a hint of confusion in her silver eyes. "As you said, I tried to sense deep within my sword intent. There indeed exists a faint, uncharacteristic melody, cold and sorrowful, yet carrying a hint of gentle guidance, as if moonlight flowing. Did I inadvertently cut and incorporate a trace of residual moonlight when I made contact with that chains of judgment at the crater's entrance with my sword intent?" Lin Chen rejoiced. "That is very possible. That is precisely where the power of Dream Moon intertwines with the power of judgment and perhaps harbors the lullaby's information on how to counter the chains. Can you try to separate or manifest it?" "It's difficult," Lucifer frowned. "It has fused with my sword intent, very faint. But I can try to interpret it with my sword intent. Perhaps I can present fragments of its melody." "Good. No rush, take your time and be careful." Lin Chen looked at Lucifer's focused expression, feeling a surge of emotion. He inadvertently reached out, gently brushing aside a strand of her silver hair that had been tousled by the evening breeze. "Thank you for your hard work." Lucifer's body momentarily stiffened, her silver eyes widened slightly as she looked at Lin Chen. A rare hint of faint blush appeared on her stern face, yet she did not shy away, merely responding softly with an before turning around and quickly leaving her, steps seeming slightly more disordered than usual. Lin Chen withdrew his hand as if that cool and smooth touch still lingered on his fingertips, shaking his head and chuckling. These goddesses seemed to be growing increasingly warm-hearted. Upon learning of this, Samuel and Leviathan each attempted as well. Samuel sensed a trace of moonlight fragment burned with the meaning of defiance and struggle within the core of her violent battle intent. Leviathan reflected an extremely vague, shimmering, tranquil moonlight sight within the depths of her mirror-like consciousness. Though they were merely fragments, this undoubtedly marked significant progress. They began to gradually piece together the key in their hands. Just as Lin Chen felt invigorated by these discoveries, a message arrived from Granny Qin. "His Majesty the Emperor will visit the suspended mountain separate courtyard in 3 days to check on the princess and personally hear Lin Chen's latest report on her condition. The true test is about to come." Lin Chen knew he must demonstrate sufficient weight and value before the Emperor to continue garnering support and have the opportunity to explore deeper secrets. And the clues he holds regarding the moonlight lullaby fragments might become one of his most important bargaining chips. The night breeze rustled through the bamboo forest and the lights of the Star Vault Pavilion remained bright. Standing by the window, Lin Chen gazed towards the direction of the Moon Perchin Palace, filled with a sense of urgency and determination. In 3 days he would face the highest authority of the fallen star domain, and his goddesses would be his most solid support. The path to seek the melody is long, but dawn has appeared. They must seize the opportunity to carve out a path for survival amidst the whirlpool of power and ancient mysteries. The news of His Majesty the Emperor's impending visit was like a massive stone thrown into a serene lake, instantly tightening the atmosphere of the suspended mountain villa. The already strict guard was further reinforced. The formations were repeatedly checked and fortified, while palace maids and servants scurried about, carrying out the highest standard of cleaning and arrangements. Even the air was thick with a solemn and tense atmosphere. Lin Chen knew that this would be the highest-ranking figure he had faced since his crossing, a pivotal moment that would determine his and the goddess's future situation in the domain of the fallen gods. He had to be fully prepared. On one hand, he continued to grasp the time to study the clues of the Moonlight Lullaby. After repeated attempts, Lucifer and the others finally manifested the faint rhythm they sensed in different ways. In the dead of night, when no one was around, Lucifer practiced her sword dance in the courtyard. The sword light was no longer sharp and imposing but had turned gentle and prolonged as if the moonlight was flowing. When the sword's tip sliced through the air, it emitted an extremely faint melodious sound akin to the gentle clinking of jade that seemed to directly touch the heartstrings, bringing a sense of tranquility. She carefully replicated the sword intent fluctuations in this state, imprinting them onto a blank jade slip with her soul consciousness. Samuel, during her spar with Leviathan, deliberately suppressed her violent battle intent, attempting to integrate the burnt rhythm of moonlight she sensed into her blade's momentum. Her blade light was no longer merely fierce but carried a unique resilience, as if sighs of restraint and low chants of perseverance were woven into the wind of the blade. She too imprinted her insights. Leviathan's method was the most direct. She used ice crystals as strings, drawing upon her pure ice spiritual energy, and astonishingly simulated an ethereal cold melody as if moonlight was shining on an ice lake. Though formless and intangible, it could clear the minds of those who heard it. She also recorded the rhythm of this spiritual energy fluctuation. Lin Chen repeatedly compared and deduced these three different fragment rhythms with the incomplete runes of Selene's comfort he found in ancient texts. He discovered that although these three fragments were of different natures — cold guidance, unyielding struggle, pure comfort — they all bore the core qualities of the dream moon essence and subtly resonated with parts of the incomplete runes. They were like scattered notes from different parts of a grand symphony. He attempted to preliminarily splice and simulate these fragments with the runes, and with the help of Mammon, through complex calculations aided by the contract, he actually managed to reconstruct a vague melody model of only a dozen notes in length. This model did not possess direct divine effects, but when Lin Chen simulated its fluctuations with his soul consciousness, he could clearly feel a slight resonance with the sloth mark left by Belphegor in his sea of consciousness, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. When he tried to simulate this melody against a crystal stone infused with weak malevolent energy, the malevolent energy within actually showed extremely subtle signs of sloth and calming. This proved that their direction was entirely correct. The fragments of the Moonlight Lullaby indeed possessed the characteristics of soothing, purifying, and even resisting negative forces, including the chains of judgment. Lin Chen compiled this significant progress along with the speculation that the lullaby might exist in fragments and needed to be collected from multiple sources into a detailed report attaching a preliminary demonstration of the melody model preserved with a special seal. It could only be sensed and not directly used. This was an important bargaining chip he prepared to present to the emperor. On the other hand, Lin Chen also learned some information about the current emperor, Bai Li Qing Tian, through Granny Qin and Master Yin Yao. Bai Li Qing Tian had been on the throne for hundreds of years, his cultivation unfathomable, rumored to have reached the peak of the divine realm, possessing great talent and ambition and a firm hand, leading the fallen god's royal family into its most prosperous period in nearly 1,000 years. He was diligent in governance and loved the people, but also ruled with an iron fist, showing no tolerance for factors that threatened the royal family's rule and the stability of the star domain. At the same time, he was a monarch who greatly valued familial ties, caring for the queen and several children, especially cherishing the wise and gentle 7th princess Bai Li Yuyue as if she were a treasure. This was both good news and bad news. The good news was that the emperor's attention to the princess would greatly increase Lin Chen's value. The bad news was that if the emperor perceived Lin Chen or his actions as a threat to the princess or the royal family, he would not hesitate to use thunderous means. The 3-day deadline was approaching quickly. On that morning, the gates of the suspended mountain villa were wide open and all personnel stood in solemn ranks along the sides of the road according to their ranks. As the sun rose and the rays of dawn illuminated the sky, the majestic sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed from afar. 9 star-fallen ancient flood dragons covered in dark golden scales and sporting majestic dragon horns drew a grand carriage as massive as a mountain, crafted entirely from void divine wood and embedded with countless star gems, breaking through the clouds and slowly descending. Surrounding the carriage were hundreds of powerful golden armored guards, along with several royal offerings and high-ranking officials who exuded an extraordinary presence. At the forefront was indeed Bai Li Qing Tian and the Empress' royal entourage. The carriage landed on the vast square in front of the main hall of the villa. As the doors opened, a middle-aged man clad in a bright yellow imperial robe wearing a flat crown with a stern visage and eyes piercing like the sun descended slowly, holding the hand of a beautiful woman in a phoenix robe, dignified and lovely but with a deep furrow of worry between her brows. It was none other than the fallen god emperor by Li Tian and the Empress Su. An invisible imperial majesty permeated the air, and all present, including Master Yin Yao and Elder Lei Huang, felt a chill in their hearts and bowed in greeting. "We humbly welcome your majesty and her majesty the Empress." Lin Chen stood at the forefront of the guest officials and also bowed with the crowd. He could distinctly feel two gazes filled with scrutiny, inquiry, and a hint of expectation landing on him. Those were the eyes of the emperor and the empress. After a simple welcoming ceremony, the emperor did not proceed to the main hall to rest but directly instructed Master Yin Yao, "Take me to see Yu." The group moved to the Chiyue Palace. At this moment the Chiyue Palace had been redecorated, although it still showed some signs of repair. It had regained its former solemn elegance. Princess Bai Li Yu lay quietly on the newly furnished warm jade couch, her breathing steady. The crescent moon mark on her brow and the marks on her body from the chains remained, but no longer fluctuated as violently as before. The emperor stood at the foot of the couch gazing at his beloved daughter, and a trace of deep sorrow appeared on his stern face. The empress could not help but shed tears, gently stroking her daughter's cheek. After a long while the emperor turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally fixing on Lin Chen. "You are Lin Chen." "Commoner Lin Chen pays respects to your majesty and her majesty." Lin Chen respectfully bowed again, neither servile nor overbearing. "No need for courtesy." The emperor's voice was deep, carrying an undeniable authority. "Yin Yao has reported your matters in detail to me. You offered star essence, stabilized Yu's condition, and even risked yourself during the attack on the previous night, protecting the princess with merit. I am greatly reassured. Your majesty overestimates me. This is merely my duty." Lin Chen humbly replied. "Your duty?" The emperor's gaze was profound. "Among all the cultivators in the world, few can be devoted to the royal family. Let me ask you, in your opinion, what is the root cause of Yu's condition? And how should it be effectively treated? Here it comes. The core question." Lin Chen took a deep breath, combining the prepared statements with his actual discoveries, omitting the information about the shadows and Belphegor's specific role, and clearly explained, "To report to your majesty, the root of her highness' condition lies in her accidental entry into the ancient battlefield relic Dream Moon Crater 3 years ago, where she was tainted by the Dream Moon goddess legacy and the malevolent energy of the ancient battlefield star Fallen Silence. These two forces formed a protective light cocoon in her sea of consciousness, but also caused her to fall into a deep slumber. Recently, due to disturbances in the relic, the seal has loosened and the aura of the chains of judgment has seeped through the connection, causing her condition to worsen repeatedly." He paused, seeing that the emperor and empress showed no signs of surprise, indicating that the royal family had already reached a consensus on this. "As for the method to cure it, I believe the key lies in balancing and guiding. It is necessary to use the power of Dream Moon to suit the malevolent energy of Star Fallen and find a way to counter the erosion of the chains of judgment. Recently I have been studying ancient texts, and combined with the residual information in Her Highness' Sea of Consciousness, I speculate that the ancient Dream Moon goddess left behind the Moonlight Lullaby. This song may be the key to countering the chains of judgment and liberating Her Highness from her constraints." "Oh, the Moonlight Lullaby?" A flash of brilliance appeared in the emperor's eyes. "How do you know this? What evidence do you have?" Lin Chen took out the prepared report jade slip and the sealed melody model, respectfully presenting it. "This is the fragmented information that I, along with a few companions referring to Lucifer and the others, accidentally captured through sensing the princess aura, consulting ancient texts, and even through personal encounters with related matters, piecing together and deducing. Although it's only a fragment, it has preliminarily confirmed its soothing and purifying effects with a slight suppression on the chain aura on Her Highness. I have organized and recorded it and simulated a small segment of the melody's fluctuation for your majesty to review." The emperor took the jade slip, his divine sense sweeping over it. His expression remained unchanged, but a trace of disturbance flickered in his eyes. As a peak expert in the divine realm with vast knowledge, he naturally could see the value of this report and the possibilities it contained. Although the melody model was faint, its high-level essence and uniqueness led him to believe it to a large extent. He handed the jade slip to an elegant elder beside him who held a jade tablet, seemingly the royal family's chief scholar. After carefully sensing it, the elder slightly nodded and whispered a few words to the emperor. The emperor looked back at Lin Chen, the scrutiny in his gaze slightly lessened, replaced by a more serious tone. Lin Chen, the title has changed. You indeed have great talent. This clue is of utmost importance. If the complete Moonlight Lullaby can truly be found, you may truly have a chance of awakening. After contemplation, I have decided from this day forth I promote Lin Chen to the status of royal offering guest official, enjoying a salary of the 3rd rank, and you may freely access all texts below the 3rd floor of the Star Repository. Grant you a royal walk token facilitating your movements within the palace to study related matters. Your 3 companions who have protected the princess shall also receive their respective rewards. I command you to fully pursue the clues of the Moonlight Lullaby, and the royal family will provide full support. Any needs can be directly proposed to Master Yun Miao or Granny Qin. Thank you for your great kindness, Your Majesty. I will certainly do my utmost to live up to your expectations. Lin Chen bowed in gratitude. A guest official, a royal walk. This identity and authority exceeded expectations, signifying that he was officially integrated into the royal family system, gaining greater freedom and resource support. However, the emperor's tone turned cold. This matter concerns ancient secrets and the safety of the royal family. It must be kept absolutely confidential. Your actions must be conducted under the royal family's supervision. If there is any concealment or actions detrimental to the royal family. He did not finish his sentence, but the invisible pressure and cold killing intent explained everything. I understand. Lin Chen's heart trembled slightly as he respectfully replied. While gaining support, he was also shackled by tighter constraints. In addition, the emperor glanced at Master Yun Miao. Zhao Qing Wang's heir Nangong Zhao colluded with external enemies to harm the princess. The evidence is conclusive. Immediately strip him of his title and bring him back to the imperial capital for trial. Zhao Qing Wang has failed to educate his son. He is confined to the Wangfu and cannot leave without a decree. The shadow organization, audacious as they are, convey my orders to fully eradicate them. Thunderous means. The emperor was clearly using this matter to strike at the restless Zhao Qing Wang faction and eliminate the shadow as a hidden danger. I obey the command. Master Yin Miao and Elder Lei Huang accepted the order. The emperor then gave a few more instructions before departing with the empress to rest elsewhere. He did not linger long in the suspended mountain, as it seemed there were urgent matters in the imperial capital. After the emperor left, the tense atmosphere in the villa gradually eased. Lin Chen held the newly acquired token, feeling the residual imperial dragon energy on it, and his heart was filled with both exhilaration and gravity. Lucifer and the others also received corresponding rewards and the status of royal guard candidates to facilitate following Lin Chen's actions, but they were more concerned about the outcome of Lin Chen's conversation with the emperor. My lord, did the emperor believe you? Samo asked. He believed about 70 to 80%. Lin Chen tucked the token away. He granted us greater authority and support, but also tightened the surveillance. Next, our primary task is to find the complete clues of the Moonlight Lullaby. The 3rd floor of the Star Repository may hold more secrets. Is that melody model really effective? Leviathan inquired. It is effective, but too weak. We need more fragments to attempt to combine and complete it. Lin Chen looked at the 3 of them. The fragments you sensed are key. Next, we need to explore more places that may be related to the Dream Moon Goddess to find more memory carriers. The sea of books in the Star Repository is just our first stop. A new identity, a new task, greater opportunities and risks. The Emperor's support was like a double-edged sword. But regardless, they could finally embark on a legitimate journey to seek the ancient divine song and unravel the mystery of the princess and even the seal. This path was destined to be filled with the unknown and challenges. Lin Chen looked at the 3 goddesses beside him, each with their own charm yet equally steadfast in their support, feeling a surge of strength within. No matter what lay ahead with them by his side, he felt no fear. The tokens of guest elder and imperial attendant personally granted by the emperor opened more doors within the suspended mountain villa for Lin Chen, with the first being the 3rd floor of the Tsunxing Pavilion. The entrance to the third floor was located behind a starlight portal that required special permissions and incantations to open. As the portal opened, a more ancient and vast aura rushed forth. Unlike the orderly first and second floors, the third floor resembled a secret vault sealed by time. The space was even more expansive than imagined, with a dome simulating the starry sky, countless points of light slowly flowing. The bookshelves were no longer neatly arranged, instead they were scattered in an organized chaos, with some texts casually floating in midair enveloped by faint energy orbs. The collection here was no longer common historical or cultivation texts, but rare manuscripts, remnants of ancient secrets, special inheritances, and even forbidden knowledge accumulated by the royal family over hundreds or thousands of years. Lin Chen eagerly immersed himself in this treasure trove. He first sought all records directly related to the dream moon goddess Selene. The third floor indeed did not disappoint him. He found some mythical narratives that were never seen on the first and second floors, more detailed though still incomplete remnants of what seemed to be sacrificial rituals, and even several ancient wall paintings etched with special pigments on the hides of divine beasts depicting scenes of the goddess playing the lute under moonlight and starlight converging into a cradle, vivid and lifelike, as if one could feel the tranquil divine power flowing through the images. He focused on studying those carriers that bore strong spiritual imprints or special energy fluctuations. On a fragmentary prayer woven from moonlight silver threads, as he concentrated and sensed it, the preliminary reconstructed lullaby melody model in his sea of consciousness actually trembled slightly, as if resonating with a blurry pattern on the prayer. He carefully recorded the resonating rhythm. After sitting quietly for half a day beside an ancient jade pendant containing a faint power of moonlight suspected to be a piece of jewelry, when he gradually infused his soul power to simulate the melody model, the jade pendant unexpectedly emitted a faint clear sound, and several fleeting more complex musical symbols than the Selene's caress rune appeared on its surface. He had reaped a rich harvest. However, each resonance and sensing consumed his mental energy significantly, often allowing him to capture only one or two notes or fragments of rhythmic directions. Linking these scattered pearls into a complete necklace was a monumental task filled with uncertainty. However, Lin Chen was not alone. He shared the newly discovered fragment information with Lucifer and the others through their soul contract, allowing Mammon and Lilith, who were far away on Thousand Sail Island and who now also had certain conveniences from the royal family, to investigate some ancient texts and legends to analyze and assist in the deductions. Lucifer and the others were not idle either. Having obtained the identity of Imperial Guard candidate, their activity range within the villa expanded significantly. Sometimes Lucifer would accompany Lin Chen to the Tsunxian Pavilion. While he was engrossed in his research, she quietly stood nearby, her silver eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, occasionally glancing at Lin Chen's profile as he pondered deeply. The focused expression on his face would involuntarily soften the usually stern curve of her lips. Once, when Lin Chen exhausted himself from sensing fragments, his spirit momentarily faltered, causing him to sway slightly. Lucifer instantly appeared at his side, steadying his arm. Her hand was cold yet steady, bearing the calluses of years spent wielding a sword. "Master, be careful." Her voice remained cool, yet she did not immediately let go of his hand. Lin Chen caught a faint crisp scent on her, reminiscent of melting snow, which warmed his heart. He whispered, "Thank you." Lucifer then released her hand, turned her face away with a slight blush, and returned to her guard position, though she stood slightly closer to him. Samuel was more interested in the martial arts arena within the villa and some fragments of combat techniques collected by the royal family. She dragged Leviathan along as a sparring partner, claiming it was to digest the spoils of the wasteland and adapt to her new identity. The two fought fiercely in the martial arts arena, kicking up dust and attracting the attention of several royal guards. Lin Chen would sometimes watch and offer a few pointers. After all, he possessed the insights from his past life and the knowledge of the 7 deadly sins. Samuel always listened attentively to his guidance and practiced with great effort. After one sparring session, Samuel, drenched in sweat, ran up to Lin Chen, looking up at him and asking, "Master, how was my move breaking army scorching earth just now? Is there anything more powerful?" Dust still clung to her face, but her eyes sparkled like stars filled with anticipation. Lin Chen looked at her vibrant demeanor and couldn't help but reach out to wipe the dust from her face with his sleeve, smiling, "The killing intent is sufficient, but the variation still needs a bit of work." Samuel was momentarily taken aback by his affectionate gesture and her face flushed crimson, yet she did not shy away. Instead, she scratched her head with a silly grin, then I'll practice more. Then, like a joyful little beast, she dashed back to the martial arts arena. Leviathan watched this scene, her icy blue eyes flickering silently, moving to the side to continue carving her ice crystal. This time the ice crystal transformed into a small bird ready to take flight. Leviathan continued her ice crystal resonance technique. She discovered that when she simulated the lullaby fragment rhythm with extremely pure ice elemental spiritual energy, it not only allowed the ice crystal to emit clear sounds but sometimes even formed extremely subtle memory-like shadow fragments within the ice crystal. Although unclear, there was a moment when she seemed to see the ruins of an ancient temple under the moonlight. She shared this discovery with Lin Chen. Ice crystal. Memory carrier. Light and shadow. Lin Chen pondered the power of Dream Moon may naturally resonate with pure elements such as water, ice, and mirror that possess reflective characteristics. Leviathan, your abilities may be more suited for finding and interpreting these fragments than we imagined. Encouraged, Leviathan became even more dedicated. She even began attempting to set up small sensing formations with ice crystals, trying to amplify and capture any ancient fragmentary information related to Dream Moon that might remain in the environment. Lin Chen would often assist her in adjusting the formation structure, their heads nearly touching as they studied the complex ice crystal patterns. Lin Chen could smell the refreshing fragrance emanating from her hair, and occasionally their fingertips would brush together, allowing him to feel the coolness of her fingertips and the slight tremor. Leviathan would quickly retract her hand, lowering her head, her ears turning red, but during the next arrangement she would unconsciously lean closer. Thus, in their busy and fulfilling search, time quietly passed. Lin Chen's fragments of information about the Moonlight Lullaby grew increasingly abundant, and the melody model gradually improved, expanding from the initial dozen notes to dozens, even hinting at the emergence of a few phrases. Although a complete score was still far from reach, the effects began to show. Lin Chen once took this preliminary melody model to the Chiyue Palace and softly hummed near the princess, in reality simulating fluctuations with his soul power, causing the chain marks on the princess to noticeably dim and the crescent moon on her forehead to stabilize further. On one occasion the princess' lips seemed to slightly lift. This change delighted Qin Mama and the occasionally visiting Master Yin Yao, who regarded Lin Chen with increasing favor, providing even more unwavering support. However, beneath the calm surface dark currents never ceased. Although the faction of Prince Xiao was suppressed, the centipede dies but never falls, and the covert activities continued. Meanwhile, the shadow organization under the royal family's thorough purge seemed not to have completely vanished but rather became even more secretive. News from Lilith on Thousand Sail Island indicated that bounties and information trading regarding ancient divine songs and Dream Moon relics had secretly increased in the black market, with prices rising. One day Lin Chen discovered a dark golden scroll bound by special metal chains in a dusty corner at the deepest part of the third floor of the Tsunxing Pavilion. The scroll was neither made of leather nor silk, feeling icy to the touch and emanating an extremely subtle yet highly prestigious energy fluctuation somewhat similar to the aura of the Chain of Judgment, yet even more ancient and pure. There were no words on the scroll, only some twisted, seemingly naturally formed dark golden patterns. When Lin Chen attempted to connect with it using his soul power, he immediately felt an icy imposing will surge forth with a strong sense of rejection. Had it not been for the Sloth mark of Beerfang in his sea of consciousness buffering the impact, and the preliminary improved lullaby melody providing automatic protection producing a faint resonance to offset part of the impact, he likely would have been injured instantly. What is this? Lin Chen wondered, feeling uncertain. This scroll was clearly extraordinary, and it was sealed here with chains formed by a power similar to the Chain of Judgment. It seemed even the royal family could not unlock it. He reported his discovery to Master Yin Yao. After examining it, Master Yin Yao's expression turned grave. This object was accidentally obtained by the royal family's first ancestor on the battlefield of the Divine Fall. No one can unravel its mysteries. All we know is that its material is extraordinary, containing ancient divinity, and is related to the laws of judgment, hence it is sealed here with secret methods. Lin Xiao, you can actually provoke its reaction. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Could this scroll be related to Astra, the god of judgment? Perhaps. It might connect to the complete Chain of Judgment or the secrets of the sealing core. If so, perhaps he could deduce the mysteries of the lullaby from another angle. However, he was well aware of the danger of this object and did not dare to experiment lightly. He merely made a note of this matter, preparing to deliberate further. Just as he was about to leave the Tsunxian Pavilion, the imperial attendant token in his arms suddenly radiated a faint warmth, delivering an urgent message from Master Yin Yao Lin. Guest elder, hurry to the Chiyue Palace. The princess is in trouble. It's different from before. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately gathered his thoughts, transforming his figure into a streak of light as he dashed toward the Chiyue Palace. Lucifer and the others sensed his urgency and immediately followed suit. The new development once again drew their attention back to the princess. The quest for the lullaby seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. Meanwhile, the mysterious dark golden scroll lay quietly in the depths of the Tsunxian Pavilion like a silent enigma waiting to be unveiled. When Lin Chen and the others arrived at Chiyue Palace, the atmosphere inside was unusual. Granny Qin and several female officials anxiously surrounded the jade couch, while Master Yin Yao and Elder Lei Huang had also arrived, their faces grave as they focused intently on the princess lying on the couch. Unlike her previous sleep or the struggles of pain by Li Youyue, although still with her eyes closed, radiated a peculiar gentle silver light that pulsed like tides. This silver light was not stable, it ebbed and flowed like breathing, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Each time it surged, the crescent moon mark on her forehead brightened, while the dark golden chain marks on her body faded. When the silver light weakened, the chain marks re-emerged, even tightening slightly, causing her brow to furrow. The entire chamber was filled with this undulating lunar light, carrying a tranquil yet tumultuous rhythm. Is this the lunar tide? Master Yin Miao pondered. Ancient texts mentioned that when the primal force of Dream Moon is activated or resonates under specific conditions, it exhibits tidal movements. The Dream Moon legacy on the princess seems to have been activated at a deeper level by some force. Could it be the influence of the lullaby melody you have been deducing recently, my lord? Lucifer transmitted a sound message. Lin Chen nodded and approached to sense carefully. The melody model he had initially refined in his sea of consciousness resonated strongly with the princess' undulating lunar tide. It was as if the two were from the same source, echoing each other. It was my previous attempt to soothe her with fragments of the lullaby that resulted in this subsequent influence. Lin Chen explained to Master Yin Yao. Those fragmentary rhythms seemed to awaken and guide the Dream Moon power within her more deeply, making it actively attempt to resist the binding of the chains of judgment. This tide is the manifestation of the tug-of-war between two forces within her. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Granny Qin asked anxiously. For now it appears to be a good thing, Lin Chen observed the prince's condition. When the Dream Moon power prevails in the tide, it can effectively suppress the chains and she will feel at ease. However, tides have their ups and downs. When the Dream Moon power recedes and the chains retaliate, she may feel discomfort. The key lies in whether we can make the peaks of the Dream Moon tide increasingly higher and last longer, ultimately forming an overwhelming advantage, or even finding a way to use this tidal power to wash away or loosen the chains. This idea is bold but theoretically feasible. What should we do? Elder Lei Huang asked. We need a more complete and powerful lunar lullaby rhythm as an external factor for guidance and strengthening. Lin Chen said. At the same time, we need to observe and record the patterns of the tide, looking for correlations with external factors such as lunar phases, specific times, and certain energy environments. Perhaps we can find ways to enhance the tide. Master Yin Yao nodded in agreement and immediately arranged for personnel to start recording the princess' lunar tide data. Just then, at the peak of the lunar tide, the princess suddenly moved her lips and emitted an extremely faint yet clear murmur, so warm. Lullaby. This was the first time since her deep slumber that the princess had uttered such coherent words imbued with clear emotional direction. Though her eyes remained closed, a hint of satisfaction and attachment in that voice left everyone present momentarily stunned. What was even more astonishing was that after speaking these words, the undulating silver light of the princess slowly coalesced above her body, faintly forming a delicate, gentle female silhouette cradling a baby. The silhouette flickered and vanished, but the fleeting glimpse of love and brilliance deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. That is the image of the Dream Moon goddess Selene. Master Yin Yao's voice quivered. Lin Chen was shaken to his core. He suddenly understood. The lullaby. Cradle. In the depths of the prince's subconscious or in the legacy of Dream Moon, what remains is not only the melody but also the imagery and emotions of how the Dream Moon goddess soothed living beings with moonlight and song, perhaps even infants long ago. The prince's earlier calling may have unconsciously triggered a deep memory of goddess soothing within the legacy. This silhouette is the manifestation of the core power of the lullaby. Lin Chen asserted, if we can reproduce and stabilize this imagery using it as the core to guide the lunar tide, the effects may exceed imagination. This discovery excited everyone. The prince's murmur and the appearance of the silhouette not only proved the correctness of the lullaby path but also provided an extremely valuable intuitive template. In the following days, Lin Chen devoted all his energy to observing the prince's lunar tide and further collecting and piecing together fragments of the lullaby. He attempted to use his soul power to simulate and reproduce the fleeting imagery of the goddess cradling a baby and combined it with the newly collected fragments to upgrade the melody model. Lucifer, Samael, and Leviathan all contributed their abilities. Lucifer's sword intent could cut through chaos, allowing Lin Chen to perceive the pure rhythm in the tides more clearly. Samael's battle intent could test the impact of the melody model on the nature of the chains in simulated confrontations, and Leviathan's ice mirror could finally reflect and record every detail of the tidal changes, even attempting to freeze a moment's imagery fragment with ice crystals. In this high-intensity collaboration, the bond and understanding among the four deepened. One night, Lin Chen, exhausted from overexertion, unknowingly fell asleep at the desk while organizing fragments in the star-hiding pavilion. In a haze, he felt someone gently draping a fragrant outer robe over him. He opened his eyes slightly and saw Lucifer's cool silhouette standing by the window, her silver eyes gazing at the crescent moon outside. The moonlight spilled over her, seemingly coating her in a layer of ethereal brilliance. She did not speak, merely standing vigil quietly like the most loyal guardian, akin to a solitary lotus blooming silently under the moon. Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart, closed his eyes again, and experienced an unprecedented sense of peace. Samael, on the other hand, always brought Lin Chen various peculiar snacks said to revitalize the mind. Some were borrowed from the royal kitchen, while others were foraged by her in the mountains, insisting that Lin Chen try them. Seeing her expectant yet slightly nervous gaze, Lin Chen always found himself at a loss, eating while providing feedback under her sparkling eyes. This one is too sweet. This one is a bit sour. This one tastes good. Whenever he gave a positive review, Samael would be as delighted as a child, circling around Lin Chen, adding much vitality to their otherwise dull research life. Leviathan remained quiet, but the ice sculptures she left on Lin Chen's windowsill and desk became increasingly numerous and intricate. Once Lin Chen discovered that she had carved a tiny, deep-in-thought version of himself. Although it was only the size of a thumb, it was exquisitely crafted, capturing even the focus between his brows. Lin Chen picked up the ice sculpture and glanced at Leviathan, who was setting up formations not far away. She seemed to sense his gaze, turned her head, and upon seeing the tiny figure in Lin Chen's hand, a hint of panic flashed in her ice-blue eyes, her fair cheeks instantly flushing red. She hurriedly lowered her head, pretending to continue fiddling with the ice crystals, though her fingertips trembled slightly. Lin Chen chuckled and carefully stored the tiny figure into his storage ring. Just as their research was making continuous progress and the prince's lunar tide was becoming more stable and regular, an unexpected visitor shattered the tranquility of the floating mountain. One day, outside the bamboo listening pavilion, a girl dressed in plain white palace attire with a frail demeanor and a resemblance to the seventh princess, albeit somewhat older and with a sickly pallor, accompanied by several palace maids, sought an audience with Lin Chen. Lin Keqing, this is Her Highness the Third Princess by Li Qingshuang, Granny Qin introduced her, expression somewhat complicated. The third princess has been weak since childhood, living in the deep palace for recuperation. Upon hearing that Lin Keqing possesses divine medical skills and has unique insights into the seventh princess condition, she has come to visit, hoping for Lin Keqing to spare some time to meet her. By Li Qingshuang, the third princess. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. This princess seemed to be extremely low profile within the royal family, rarely showing herself, yet unexpectedly sought him out. He looked at the third princess. She indeed appeared unwell, her cultivation seemingly only at the early stage of the king realm with a feeble aura, yet her eyes were clear, holding a hint of timid curiosity and anticipation. Lin Keqing, I apologize for the intrusion. Bai Li Qingshuang's voice was soft, carrying a hint of regret. I heard that Keqing has been troubled over the 7th princess lately and should not have come to disturb you. However, I have also been plagued by a strange ailment since childhood, often falling into inexplicable slumber tormented by nightmares, and the palace physicians are at a loss. Hearing that Keqing is adept at treating troubled souls, I dared to come and ask if you could also examine me. Another princess with sleeping symptoms. Lin Chen's internal alarm bells rang. This was too coincidental. He maintained a calm facade and cupped his hands, saying, "Your Highness, you flatter me. It is my honor to alleviate your worries. Please come in and allow me to examine you in detail." Inviting the 3rd princess into the quiet chamber, Lin Chen proceeded with the routine look, listen, ask and feel, while discreetly signaling Lucifer and the others to stay alert and using the contract to immediately relay the information about this sudden appearance of the 3rd princess to Mammon and Lilith for them to investigate her background. During the examination, Lin Chen discovered that the 3rd princess' sleeping symptoms were completely different from the 7th princess. The 7th princess' soul was in a protective slumber wrapped in light cocoon, while the 3rd princess' soul seemed inherently scattered and weak, making her more susceptible to external evils such as nightmares and sinister influences and falling into slumber. However, when Lin Chen probed deeper with his soul power, he vaguely sensed that deep within the 3rd princess' soul there seemed to be a faint, obscure fluctuation related to moonlight and dreams. But this fluctuation was too weak, completely incomparable to the overwhelming dream moon legacy within the 7th princess. It felt more like a subtle bloodline resonance or traces left from long-term exposure to related matters. What further aroused Lin Chen's suspicion was that when his soul power inadvertently touched that obscure fluctuation, the 3rd princess seemed completely unaware, yet that section of the lullaby melody model in his sea of consciousness trembled ever so slightly. This 3rd princess is definitely not simple. Lin Chen suppressed his doubts and prescribed some ordinary remedies for nurturing the soul and calming the mind, advising the 3rd princess to take them regularly, and hinted he would continue to monitor her condition. The 3rd princess expressed her gratitude profusely as she departed, her frail figure disappearing at the end of the bamboo forest path. Lin Chen's expression, however, grew solemn. "My lord, is there an issue with this 3rd princess?" Samuel asked directly. "I can't quite put my finger on it, but something feels off," Lin Chen frowned. "Her illness may be genuine, but that obscure dream moon fluctuation and the resonance with the lullaby model, too suspicious to appear at this critical juncture. Should I secretly keep an eye on her?" Lucifer inquired. "For now we shouldn't raise any alarms." Lin Chen shook his head. "Let Mammon and Lilith investigate her closely. I have a feeling her appearance might be connected to the clues of the lunar lullaby, or even to that ancient seal, in ways we have yet to understand." The calm research life was once again disrupted. The appearance of the 3rd princess by Li Qingshuang was like another stone thrown into the lake, making an already complex situation even more shrouded in mystery. And the regular lunar tide surrounding the princess seemed to foreshadow that some change was about to come. Lin Chen knew they had to hasten their pace. The appearance of the 3rd princess by Li Qingshuang was like a stone thrown into a tranquil pond, creating subtle ripples within the suspended mountain villa. On the surface, Lin Chen remained calm and continued to focus on studying the princess' lunar tides and refining the cradle song model, while secretly instructing Mammon and Lilith to utilize all available external resources to investigate everything about this low-key 3rd princess. Days later, the information gradually came back. Bai Li Qingshuang, the 3rd princess of the divine descent royal family, had a mother who was a common concubine long deceased, with no powerful maternal clan to support her. Since childhood she had been frail and sickly with mediocre talent. Her temperament was quiet and she lived in seclusion, leading to her presence in the royal family being exceedingly low. Although His Majesty showed her some concern, it was far less than the affection he bestowed upon the 7th princess Bai Li Yuyue. Her mysterious sleeping ailment had a long history, with palace physicians diagnosing it as innate soul weakness easily disturbed. For many years she relied on nurturing medications to maintain her condition, which had not garnered much attention. However, through some clandestine channels, Lilith uncovered some unusual details by leaking Shuang's mother that early deceased concubine was said to hail from an ancient tribe known as the Moonshadow clan, which had long since declined in the Divine Descent star domain. This tribe was scarcely documented in ancient texts, only vaguely noted for their worship of moonlight and their expertise in esoteric techniques related to dreams and divination, seemingly having had a faint belief connection with the dream moon goddess in ancient times. More importantly, when Mammon analyzed past royal procurement records for medicinal materials, he discovered that over the past decade, among the soul-soothing materials supplied for the third princess nurturing, there were occasionally mixed in some extremely rare spirit materials, almost classified as dream materials in the outside world, such as Millennium Dream Epiphyllum petals and Moon Dew. These materials were not conventional drugs for treating soul weakness, rather they seemed more like materials used to communicate or enhance certain characteristics related to dreams and moonlight. Moreover, the procurement of these special materials seemed to bypass the usual royal pharmacy channels, with their sources being hidden. Descendants of the Moonshadow clan. Special materials. Lin Chen listened to these reports, feeling a growing cloud of suspicion in his heart. This was no coincidence. The subtle dream moon fluctuations on the third princess were likely connected to her maternal bloodline and her long-term use of those special materials. She came to see me probably not just for a simple medical consultation. Lin Chen analyzed either she has sensed the uniqueness of her bloodline or ailment and wishes to seek the truth or a solution through me, the one capable of treating the seventh sister's ailment, or she is deliberately testing me or wants to access things related to the dream moon goddess and cradle song through me. Should we proactively approach her? Samuel asked. No, the distinction between friend and foe is unclear. For now we should observe. Lin Chen shook his head. Since she has taken the initiative to seek us out, there may be follow-up actions. We will adopt a strategy of stillness to control action. Our primary focus remains on refining the cradle song and observing the lunar tides of the seventh princess. By the way, Mammon, is there any progress on the research of that dark gold scroll? Regarding the dark gold scroll sealed by the judgment chains discovered on the third floor of the Star Vault, Mammon's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Master Sister Leviathan and I have attempted various methods remotely to analyze its surface patterns and found that it is neither text nor image, but more like a tracing of laws or a resonance of divine essence. Its essence is highly related to the judgment laws, but it seems to be in a state of extreme restraint and sealing. Forcefully interpreting it is very dangerous. Our current cradle song model fragments can only produce extremely weak repulsive resonance with it, unable to delve deeper. So it may be directly related to the god of judgment Astra, and could even be a fragment of its divine essence or an important relic. Lin Chen's heart stirred. The royal family sealing it is likely not just because it cannot be understood, but also because it may contain dangers. It is very likely, Mammon affirmed. Master, this item should not be touched for the time being. Perhaps when our cradle song is more complete and can better resist the will of judgment, we can attempt it then. Lin Chen nodded in agreement and returned his attention to the present. He refined the cradle song model again based on the lunar tide patterns of the seventh princess observed recently, along with the newly collected fragments. The new model was now capable of simulating a relatively coherent melody lasting about a minute. Although still incomplete, the inherent qualities of soothing, purifying, and guiding were becoming increasingly evident. He attempted to fully simulate this segment of melody with his soul power at the peak moment of the seventh princess lunar tide. The effect was remarkable. As that ethereal tranquil melody imbued with maternal brilliance echoed within the chamber, only Lin Chen and those of high cultivation could perceive it with their soul power. The silver light of the lunar aura surrounding the seventh princess suddenly became resplendent and stable, enveloping her gently like the glow of a full moon. The dark golden chain marks visibly faded and blurred at a rapid pace, nearly disappearing. The princess' sleeping visage was more serene than ever, even showing a hint of a subtle smile at the corners of her lips. This time the ethereal figure of the goddess cradling an infant did not vanish instantly, but instead became much more solid, lingering for a full 10 breaths of time, even though it remained illusory. The phantom gazed down at the princess on the couch, its expression gentle, as if humming a silent lullaby. This scene thrilled Granny Qin, real person Yun Miao, and Venerable Lei Huang present. Undoubtedly this was the most significant progress since the treatment began. However, Lin Chen keenly noticed that after the rhythm of the cradle song ceased and the phantom dissipated, the chain marks on the princess, although still dim, had not completely vanished, and there was a certain resilience to them, as if gathering strength awaiting the next resurgence. Moreover, the lunar power of the princess herself appeared somewhat weary after experiencing this peak, with the amplitude of the tides noticeably diminished. It seems that the cradle song can greatly enhance the power of Dream Moon and suppress the chains of judgment, but cannot eradicate them. Furthermore, it imposes a considerable burden on the princess herself and cannot be used frequently. Lin Chen summarized, "We need a more complete song, and perhaps we also need to find a certain medium or ritual to solidify this effect or fundamentally weaken the chains." Real person Yin Miao was already very satisfied with this outcome. Lin Keqing need not be overly demanding if this progress is already a great blessing. When His Majesty hears of this, he will surely feel gratified. As for the complete divine song and the method for a cure, we can discuss it in the long term. The royal family will surely offer strong support. Just as everyone felt encouraged by this breakthrough, Lin Chen's imperial walk token began to radiate warmth again, bringing news from Granny Qin. Lin Keqing, the third princess, has come again, stating that she feels better after taking the medicine and wishes to express her gratitude, and she wants to consult on a few more questions. Here she comes again. Lin Chen's expression tightened slightly. This time it's for gratitude and consultation. It seems this third princess is indeed quite concerned about him. Please have her wait in the side hall. I will be there shortly. Lin Chen replied while giving a signal to Lucifer and the others. Samuel, Leviathan, you come with me. Lucifer, stay behind and keep an eye on the Chiyue Palace, especially the changes in the princess tides. Understood, the three responded. In the side hall, the third princess by Li Qingxuang still donned a simple white outfit, looking slightly better than last time, yet still frail. Upon seeing Lin Chen, she hurriedly stood and bowed. Qingxuang pays her respects to Lin Keqing. Thank you for your wonderful remedy. I've been sleeping more soundly these past few days. No need for such formalities, Your Highness, as long as it is effective. Lin Chen said politely, inviting her to sit down. Bai Li Qingxuang appeared somewhat anxious, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly said, Keqing, I have come this time not only to express my gratitude but also to request a favor. Please go ahead, Your Highness. Qingxuang has been interested in ancient texts and legends, especially stories about ancient deities, since childhood. Bai Li Qingxuang raised her eyes, a hint of timid curiosity and longing in them. I have heard that Keqing is well versed in knowledge and is currently studying ancient texts related to the Dream Moon Goddess. May I observe and learn a bit? She did not wish to interrupt Keqing's important work, merely wanting to quietly peruse some related notes. Perhaps she could contribute a little to finding a way to save the seventh sister. She wants to enter the Star Vault, and specifically seek records related to the Dream Moon Goddess. Lin Chen's heart rang alarm bells. The intentions of this third princess were becoming increasingly clear. She seeks to access core information. Your Highness, your intentions are commendable, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. However, the Star Vault is a royal stronghold and access requires permission. Given your esteemed status, it should be permissible, but this matter requires consultation with real person Yin Miao or His Majesty. He passed the ball to his superiors. At the same time, he observed Bai Li Qingxuang's reaction. A hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it, softly saying, I apologize for my abruptness. What you say is true, rules cannot be disregarded. Then, I will seek real person Yin Miao for permission another day. I apologize for disturbing you today. She stood up, thanked him again, and left with her maid. Watching her figure fade, Samuel scoffed, Master, she is definitely here for the clues regarding the cradle song. Leviathan softly remarked, the subtle fluctuations on her seem to have stirred for a moment just now. Lin Chen nodded, she knows what we're searching for and she herself has a strong need or interest in it. Inform Maman and Lilith to intensify surveillance on this third princess and those around her. Additionally, he paused, Lucifer, from today onward keep a low-key watch on her movements, but be careful not to be detected and avoid areas that might trigger alarms. Understood. Lucifer's voice came through the contract. The continuous appearances of the third princess made Lin Chen feel a surge of undercurrents stirring within the royal family. This seemingly weak and harmless princess likely harbored some unknown secrets. As the research on the cradle song deepened and the seventh princess condition improved, the attention of various factions would inevitably become more focused. The tranquil suspended mountain seemed to be brewing a new storm. Lin Chen knew they must accelerate their pace and gain more initiative before the storm arrived. The third princess by Li Qingshuang's probing, though temporarily parried by Lin Chen, undoubtedly served as a clear signal. Within the royal family, apart from the emperor and the core interests of the seventh princess, there are other forces or individuals who harbor a strong interest in the legacy of the Moonlight Goddess and the lullaby of moonlight. Lin Chen remained vigilant, continuing to refine the lullaby model while attempting to conduct more experiments within the lunar tidal cycle of the seventh princess, all the while having Lucifer secretly monitor the movements of the third princess. Lucifer, utilizing her exceptional stealth techniques and elusive movement, quietly followed by Li Qingshuang several times without triggering the alarms of the array in the other courtyard. It was observed that this seemingly frail third princess, apart from occasionally strolling in the secluded gardens of the other courtyard and whispering with a few trusted maids, had not displayed any extraordinary behavior. She seemed to be genuinely resting and obediently refrained from attempting to approach the Zhengxing pavilion. However, Lucifer noticed a detail during her walks by Li Qingshuang would unconsciously gravitate towards areas where moonlight flowers, a type of flower that emits a faint glow and possesses a calming effect under moonlight, were planted lingering by the flower clusters for a long time, her fingertips gently brushing against the petals, her expression dreamy, as if she were recalling or sensing something. She possesses an instinctive closeness and resonance with things of lunar attributes. Lucifer relayed her observations, stating the subtle dream moon fluctuations within her body become slightly more active when she comes into contact with the moonlight flowers, yet they remain restrained. She seems to be trying to control or guide it, but appears quite inexperienced. This corroborated Lin Chen's speculation about her bloodline and the special medicinal materials. The third princess may be unconsciously or consciously attempting to awaken or utilize the faint dream moon-related traits within her. Just when Lin Chen thought he could temporarily focus on research and countering the potential threat from the third princess, the lunar tidal force of the seventh princess by Li Yoyue unexpectedly underwent a strange change. According to previous observations, the princess' lunar tidal cycle roughly completed a full cycle every 12 hours a day, with fluctuations being relatively regular. Yet this time nearly 3 days had passed since Lin Chen had guided the goddess illusion using the lullaby model, and the silver light of the lunar tide on the princess unexpectedly entered its peak ahead of schedule with an intensity far surpassing previous levels. In the Qiyue Palace, the silver light surged from the princess like a tangible tide, almost illuminating the entire chamber. The crescent mark on her forehead glimmered like stars, nearly erasing the marks left by the dark golden chains. The princess floated upward, her body cradled by the silver light, her sleeping visage pure and serene. However, this extraordinary intensity did not last long. Approximately a stick of incense later, the silver light suddenly weakened like a retreating tide at a rapid pace. Immediately after, the previously suppressed marks from the dark golden chains erupted with blinding dark golden light, countering fiercely. The shadow of the chains even burst forth wildly, dancing around the princess, emitting a chilling metallic friction sound and a cold judgmental intent. The expression of the princess instantly morphed into one of extreme agony, her body trembling violently, suppressed whimpers escaping her throat, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "What is happening?" Aunt Qin exclaimed in shock. Yun Yao, the true man, and Lei Huang, the honored one, immediately acted, attempting to stabilize the princess' condition with their divine powers, but the power of the chains of judgment was exceedingly strange, exhibiting a strong repulsive force. Their divine powers could barely protect the princess' heart pulse, unable to directly suppress the chains. Lin Chen was also taken aback by this sudden upheaval. He immediately stepped forward, unhesitatingly releasing the most refined lullaby model rhythm he had at present, attempting to soothe and guide the rampaging lunar power to counter the judgmental chains. The familiar ethereal rhythm resounded, the lunar silver light on the princess struggling to brighten once more, fiercely clashing with the golden light of the chains, causing chaotic energy to surge within the chamber. This time the illusion of goddess cradling an infant did not appear, but the princess herself seemed to respond more strongly to the rhythm of the lullaby, her consciousness appearing to struggle within the abyss of slumber, yearning to grasp onto that life-saving straw. With Lin Chen striving to maintain the lullaby and Yun Yao, the true man, protecting the heart pulse, this sudden conflict lasted for about half an hour before gradually calming down. The golden light of the chains retracted into marks. The silver light of the lunar tide also weakened, and the princess fell back onto the jade couch, sinking into a deeper slumber, her breath faint, clearly exhausted. The tidal cycle has been disrupted. Moreover, the backlash from the chains of judgment was fiercer than any previous instance. Lin Chen's expression turned grave. It's as if something triggered the dream moon power prematurely, only to then suffer a fiercer rebound. What could be the cause? Yun Yao, the true man, asked solemnly. Recently, apart from your guiding of the lullaby princess, has not been exposed to any other special powers. What is today's lunar phase? Lin Chen suddenly recalled something. Aunt Qin, please check. Aunt Qin quickly looked and reported today's date is the eve of the new moon, when the lunar power should be at its weakest. The lunar power is at its weakest, yet the dream moon power within the princess has unusually erupted. This is illogical. Unless there is an external powerful dream moon related force stimulating or resonating, forcibly triggering the legacy within the princess. External stimulation. Lin Chen immediately contacted Lucifer, who was secretly monitoring the third princess. Lucifer, where is the third princess now? What is she doing? Lucifer's reply was swift and concise. A quarter of an hour ago she entered the listening moon pavilion beside her sleeping chamber alone and activated the internal soundproof array. I cannot infiltrate, but I can sense unusual energy fluctuations within, carrying strong moonlight and dream attributes, rapidly intensifying. The power that erupted from the princess earlier shares the same source. The listening moon pavilion. Anomalous energy fluctuations of the same origin. Immediately head to the listening moon pavilion. Be discreet, do not startle the snake. First confirm the situation. Lin Chen ordered, simultaneously briefing Yun Yao, the true man. There are anomalies at the listening moon pavilion where the third princess by Li Qingxuang is located, which may be related to the princess' recent mutation. Yun Yao's expression changed as she exchanged glances with Lei Huang, the honored one. Let's go. The group immediately headed towards the listening moon pavilion, located on the western side of the other courtyard. There was a small and exquisite independent pavilion also planted with many moonlight flowers. When they arrived, Lucifer was already quietly concealed in the shadow of a large tree outside the pavilion. She transmitted to Lin Chen, the fluctuations have just peaked and are now diminishing. There is only the third princess inside. Her breath is very unstable. Yun Yao stepped forward directly, using the offering token to disable the soundproof array outside the pavilion. The royal family has high permissions within the other courtyard, and pushed the door open. Inside, Bai Li Qingxuang was slumped on the soft mat in the center of the pavilion, her complexion as pale as paper, a trace of fresh blood at the corner of her mouth, her breath weak, with the silver light surrounding her rapidly dissipating. On the ground in front of her lay several wilted and shattered thousand-year dream flower petals, along with an overturned jade incense burner emitting residual lunar wave fluctuations. Clearly she had just conducted a ritual or attempt related to moonlight and dreams that exceeded her own capacity. Upon seeing the crowd burst in, especially when she saw Yun Yao and Lin Chen, Bai Li Qingxuang's eyes flashed with a hint of panic and despair. She tried to struggle to her feet, but weakly sank back down. Your Highness, what are you doing? Yun Yao's voice was stern, her gaze scanning the remnants on the ground like lightning. These dream flower petals and moon essence are not from the royal pharmacy. Where did you obtain them? Was the energy fluctuation earlier related to you? Bai Li Qingxuang bit her lip, lowering her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, but she said nothing. Lin Chen stepped forward, picking up a wilted dream flower petal, sensing the residual dream moon aura on it that shared a source with the seventh princess but was mixed and impure, and glanced at the incense burner where the materials had evidently been tampered with. Your Highness, were you attempting to invoke the powers related to moonlight and dreams from within your bloodline? Lin Chen asked solemnly, his gaze fixed on her. Did you feel a resonance between this power and some force within the seventh princess? Bai Li Qingxuang's body trembled, her head snapping up in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief, fear, and a hint of confusion after having her secret exposed. How do you know? She stammered, her voice dry. Because the power within the seventh princess suddenly went out of control, and the timing coincides perfectly with your fluctuations. Lin Chen's tone grew heavier. Do you realize your reckless actions nearly harmed your sister? You invoked a power far beyond your control, not only backfiring on yourself but also through some unknown connection forcibly stimulating the already fragile balance within the seventh princess, leading to a fierce counterattack from the chains of judgment. I didn't mean to harm you, Yue. Bai Li Qingshuang's face turned even paler, tears streaming down her cheeks. I just wanted to try. I've had strange dreams since I was little, dreaming of moonlight, dreaming of lullabies. Eating those herbs, I thought it would clarify things. I heard Yue was also sleeping because of dreams and moonlight, and Lin Chen, you were looking for the lullaby. I thought I had clues too. I wanted to help. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Her words tumbled out in a mix of panic and fear, her emotions close to breaking. Seeing the tearful state of the seemingly fragile princess, both Lin Chen and Yun Miao frowned. Her words did not seem to be fabricated, but rather like the ramblings of someone long troubled by their own secrets, who cared for her sister yet had employed misguided methods. The fluctuations of Dream Moon within you stem from your maternal clan, the Moon Shadow clan bloodline, and the special medicinal materials you have consumed over time. Lin Chen spoke slowly, but it is too thin and mixed, and you have not truly mastered the method to guide it. Forcibly invoking it will only harm yourself and may interfere with the seventh princess, who shares a source but possesses a much stronger and purer power. You are not helping, you are complicating matters, and it is dangerous. Moon Shadow Clan. Special medicinal materials. Bai Li Qingshuang murmured, her eyes filled with deeper confusion. My mother never mentioned. Those herbs were secretly given to me by an old maid left by my mother, saying they would make me feel better. It seems the matter was more complicated than anticipated. The third princess herself might not be fully aware, and there seemed to be individuals or forces left behind by her mother guiding her in the shadows. Yun Yao, the true man, spoke sternly. From today onward you are to be confined to the Listening Moon Pavilion, and you are not allowed to leave without permission. All food and medicine must undergo strict inspection. The attendants around you must also be interrogated. As for your unauthorized ritual, which nearly caused a major disaster, I will report this truthfully to His Majesty and let His Majesty deliver judgment. Bai Li Qingshuang sank to the ground, lost and disoriented, saying nothing further. Lin Chen gazed at the chaos on the ground and this seemingly innocent yet complexly entangled princess, feeling little relief within. While the third prince's crisis was temporarily resolved, the issues exposed were numerous. Was there someone else behind her? The source of those special medicinal materials? The secrets of the Moon Shadow clan? Did all of this have a deeper connection with the lullaby of moonlight and the ancient seal? Moreover, the seventh princess, after such a violent impact, appeared even more unstable, and the chains of judgment seemed to have become more active and sensitive. Their time, it seemed, was running short. They must find the complete lullaby more quickly and uncover all these entangled clues.